Chapter 481 Poison Avenue. This man and turtle are the Black Dragon King and the Giant Turtle King sent by the demon ape to hunt down. They hid aside, preparing to take advantage of the battle between Luli and King Kuimpin, Blood Mosquito Demon King, to directly attack Luli, take the head from Luli's neck, and return to sacrifice it to the demon ape. However, they never expected that Luli would be so terrifying that he would activate his Taoist sword and suppress King Kuimpin and the Blood Mosquito Demon Emperor on the spot. It's absolutely terrifying. What's even more shocking is that Luli has already seen through where their figures are. It's over now. The Black Dragon King and the Giant Turtle King were stared at by Luli. The hairs on their hair instantly stood up. Their dead souls emerged, and they felt the great terror between life and death. Kill! Run! He heard a huge roar from the Black Dragon King, flicked his big hand, and a black light shattered the void, killing him from across the air. At the same time, the Giant Turtle King suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a ray of white light. As fast as time, just a flash, swept across thousands of miles, and struck directly in front of Luli. If you look closely, you will see that the black light and white light are actually two Ame thorns. They are all crystal clear, as if they were carved from blood jade, and they are also imprinted with densely packed and strange black demonic writings that are twisted like insects. Strangely, the black and white Ame thorns shot out one after another. The light shone for a moment, and suddenly merged into one, erupting into an even more dazzling blood light. The bloody light shone thousands of miles away, and the souls of all living creatures seemed to be pulled directly out of their bodies. Even Yates, who was floating aside, was not immune. Being illuminated by the blood light, his soul felt stabbing pains like needles. It is the yin-yang immortal killing thorn given by the demon ape. After releasing the yin and yang immortal killing thorns, the Black Dragon King and the Giant Turtle King turned around and manifested their original forms without saying a word, transforming into a 10,000-foot-long black dragon and a sky-holding golden turtle, and ran away. Huh? Are you here to deliver food? That's a good time. At this moment, Luli snorted with disdain, opened his mouth, and swallowed the blood directly into his stomach. Then, there was a roar in his stomach, and he opened his mouth and vomited again. Two black and white Ame thorns were spat out. It's just that the blood light is dim. The demonic power is completely lost, and it has no power at all. Most of the strange ink-black demonic inscriptions imprinted on it were also rubbed away. Luli grabbed the two Ame thorns with his big hand. Buzz buzz. The two Ame thorns were struggling fiercely in the palm of the hand, like dragons, rushing left and right. In the flash of blood, they actually condensed into a strange beast that looked like a dragon, but not a dragon. A phoenix, but not a phoenix. Folong? Yates on the side looked at it, and couldn't help but exclaimed. This phoenix dragon is the descendant of the legendary ancient ancestral dragon, and the ancient divine phoenix. It has strong blood and is extremely ferocious. It feeds on the golden rocks, true dragons and phoenixes of the demon court. It disappeared millions of years ago. I didn't expect to see it again here. To the bones a phoenix dragon. Luli didn't care at all, and shook it hard with his big hand. Boom. He crushed the two Ame thorns to burst, and then rubbed them with his fingers to form two black and white sword pills. Gene K, you have made a great contribution this time. These two sword balls contain a trace of the bone marrow blood of phoenix and dragon, as well as a trace of the slaying intention of the sword law. You should take it to replenish it. Luli smiled and tossed it casually. Hee. Luli, you are so kind. Hearing this, Gene K, who was lying on Luli's shoulder, jumped up with joy. He opened his round hands left and right, grabbed and scooped up the black and white sword pills, and started to bite happily, looking at the satisfied expression on its face. You know that this sword pill is indeed a delicious tonic. This? Yates looked on, feeling extremely shocked. Luli raised his hand to suppress two supreme demon weapons, but he didn't care about the rarity. He directly rolled them into balls, flattened them, and gave them to his Dao sword. The sword spirit ate them. Such strength and aura actually gave her the feeling of a demon emperor. He looks down upon the world and feels domineering and unparalleled. One can't help but feel awe and fear. Let's go! At this moment, Luli suddenly turned around and said, Where to go? Yiji was stunned for a moment, then came to his senses and asked, Are you going to find the Koi Demon King? With that said, he was about to release the red carp. No! Luli shook his head, with stern eyes, looking to the south. I let the Black Dragon King and the Giant Turtle King go, just to let them escape back to their lair and help me find their ancient demon backer. It's rude to come and not go back. That ancient demon, the demon, comes to me again and again, and I have to repay him no matter what. Oh? That's an ancient demon, Yates screamed. So what? That's not an ancient monster who hides his head and tail, doesn't dare to come in person, only dares to send his men, and is greedy for life and afraid of death. Why should he be afraid? Luli looked quite disdainful. Let's talk. He opened his mouth and swallowed Yates directly. When he pounced forward, he turned into a sky-covering Kuimpin and soared into the sky. Boom! There was only a thunderous explosion. The Kuimpin covered the sky and supported the wind, soaring up to 90,000 miles. Infinite golden divine thunder flashed across its body. Thunderbolts exploded, shaking the void. With a few flashes, it swept across countless dangerous places in the void in the mysterious realm. Everywhere you go, the sky is clear. The poisonous mist was actually swallowed directly by Lu Li's sky-covering Kuimpin. After some refining, it turned into extremely pure poisonous energy and was injected into the poisonous clone. The law of poison. The divine pattern of the Great Avenue. Condensation. Soon, in Lu Li's sea of consciousness, a clear cry as loud as a heavenly bell sounded, and a law of the Great Road, like a 1,000-mile mountain range, condensed out of thin air, and finally turned into a colorful divine pattern, like a ribbon, wrapped around the poisonous clone. Another Great Avenue divine pattern. The poisonous clone is the spirit of the immortal poison. It has swallowed the poison of the ancestors of Mermaid Island, and also swallowed all kinds of terrifying evil spirits and poisons of the demon world, as well as the weird thunder poison of the thunder world. It finally manifested into a human being and became a girl in colorful clothes with a head full of colorful poisonous snakes. With the help of Lu Li, with the help of the poisonous mist accumulated in the mysterious realm for hundreds of millions of years, and the strange poison in the body of the blood mosquito demon king, she finally condensed to Daoshan. Tattoo. Speaking of which, I really have to thank the blood mosquito demon king. This demon king, who has lived for an unknown number of years, has sucked the blood of an unknown number of poisonous substances from the demon world, and has accumulated all kinds of terrifying toxins in his body. Originally, the blood mosquito demon king wanted to understand the devouring avenue and the poisonous avenue divine patterns. But now, all of them have become Lu Li's wedding dress. Ah! I won't give in! I won't give in! The blood mosquito demon king, who was suppressed in the sea of consciousness, felt that the power of the poisonous law was being sucked out of his body, and roared in agony and unwillingness. However, all he could do was roar incompetently. Just between these few changes, rumble. A sea of blood covered with white bones reflected in Jetian Kuimping's eyes. The Black Dragon King and the Giant Turtle King were about to return to the Blood Sea, and were about to use their magic power to separate the Blood Sea and enter the seabed to seek protection from the demon ape. At this moment, a golden sword light, like the divine light that created the world, suddenly fell from the sky and struck the Black Dragon King's demon body. Phew! There was a muffled sound. Ah! The Black Dragon King only had time to let out a scream, and he didn't even have time to dodge. He was chopped into two pieces on the spot, and his blood spread all over the sky. Then, the two claws of the god of heaven were suddenly grabbed down, and the two parts of the dragon body were clasped, and the 5 claws were hooked, and penetrated on the spot. It's like grabbing 2 earthworms. In the horrified eyes of the Giant Turtle King, the blue Kuimpin crushed the sky and fell down. He opened his mouth and swallowed the Black Dragon King into his mouth. Eden. Chapter 482. The ancient demonic ape reappears. Actually, ate it. Seeing Lu Li eat the Black Dragon in one bite, the Giant Turtle King was so shocked that his whole body was shaking. His pupils were about to bulge out of their sockets. This is simply too cruel. Horrible. That's the Black Dragon King. Actually swallowed it in one gulp. What the hell is this land carp? Just when it was shocked to the extreme, the sky-searing golden claws descended from the sky, carrying the power of shattering the sun and moon, and clawed hard at the top of the Giant Turtle King's head. Ah! The Giant Turtle King felt the great terror between life and death, and roared violently. Thousands of golden lights flashed from the turtle SHL on his back, instantly forming a golden turtle shield thousands of feet long and wide in midair. It was mysterious and mysterious, as if it was the most indestructible in the world. Broken existence. Bang. The golden light turtle shield was caught hard by the sky-shredding claws, shook violently, and almost collapsed. However, he still blocked Lu Li's blow. Taking this opportunity, the giant turtle king suddenly turned around and crashed into the sea of blood, leaving only a roar that resounded through the sky. Lu Li, you are asking for death. How dare you come here? In front of the demon god the Lord's face has devoured and refined the Black Dragon King. And you will definitely die. Master Demon God? It's just an ancient demon that was sealed and lingering. If it was powerful enough, it would have broken out of the lost realm and become the king of the demon court. So why is it necessary to hide here? So, even the ancient demon can't save you. Die! The sky-covering Kuiping circled and turned into a land carp with a disdainful face. The words fell. Lu Li raised his hand and pinched out a seal. A buzzing sound. An immeasurable Buddha appeared in the sky above the blood sea, with 4 heads and 8 arms, blooming with the sacred light of the Buddha. Next moment, the 8 giant arms of the Buddha raised their arms and blasted out a palm towards the sea of blood. Bang, 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 bang. Bang, 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 bang. The Buddha's palm fell from the sky, and with one blast, the numerous white bones floating in the boundless sea of blood were annihilated into nothingness in an instant. The powerful force directly penetrated the sea of blood and smashed towards the giant turtle king. Ah! No! Master Demon God! Save me! The giant turtle king looked back and was instantly blinded by the infinite shining Buddha's light. Both pupils were instantly filled with blood. What's even more terrifying is that at this moment, the boundless and powerful Sanskrit sound sounded in my ears, as if there were hundreds of millions of Buddhas chanting sutras and chanting in their ears. Mana, soul, blood, thoughts. Everything was suppressed. In fact, every piece of its turtle SHL, every inch of its scales are imprinted with the mysterious 6-character mantra, making it unable to resist at all. What a powerful reincarnation of the Buddha from the Buddhist world! This Buddha palm move is so powerful that it can suppress all demons and ghosts. At this time, a gloomy and cold voice suddenly came from the bottom of the sea of blood. Along with it, there were 2 bloody light pillars rising into the sky, extremely fast and piercing the sky. 2 puffs. The 8 sacred Buddha palms that crashed down were directly penetrated by these 2 blood-colored light pillars. Immediately afterwards, the blood-colored light pillar expanded infinitely, like 2 celestial pillars, violently hitting the immeasurable Buddha above the sky. Just for a moment, this infinite Buddha was pierced between the brows by a giant pillar of blood light. The coquettish and strange blood light actually dyed the infinite Buddha blood red. It no longer had any sacredness and solemnity, but instead had a bit of evil and violent nature. Huh? You can even pollute my Buddha's palm? You have some tricks. Explode? Lu Li raised his eyebrows and uttered a word coldly. Rumble. The infinite Buddha suddenly exploded, shooting out golden divine thunder. It was so powerful that it washed over the whole body in an instant, filled the sky and the earth, and directly annihilated the giant pillar of blood light. Huh? The origin of thunder in the thunder world. The cold voice echoed through the sky again. At some point, the sea of blood parted, revealing a mysterious and strange stone forest formation on the seabed, as well as a stone statue of a demonic ape sealed in the center of the stone forest. The stone statue of the demon ape is more than 100 feet tall, with a ferocious face. The blood around it is surging, and it is alluring and bright, as dazzling as a bloody sun. As soon as it appeared, a terrifying force rose into the sky. It is a perfect state of integration. It's the great demon ape, and the giant turtle king who survived the disaster was guarding next to the stone statue of the demon ape with a frightened look on his face. Fortunately, the remaining 365 stone pillars around the demon ape stone statue were shining with the same bright golden light, suppressing the demon ape's bloody light. Be careful! This demon ape is no small matter. It is a Han Tian demon ape. It once came to the demon court 10,000 years ago and caused trouble for one party, almost destroying most of the entire demon court. It was the cooperation of those demon emperors that seriously injure it and seal it in the lost realm again. At this time, Yates's face changed drastically when he saw the stone statue of the demon ape, and he immediately reminded him. Huntian demon ape? Lu Li couldn't help but feel a little curious after hearing this. That's right. It's the Huntian demon ape. It's born with infinite power, chaos yin and yang. According to legend, this Huntian demon ape has transcended the life and death of yin and yang, and is an unkillable existence. Even the demon emperors could only drive it here, seal it with the help of the great formation left over from the fairy world. Lu Li, Let's go! Yates looked extremely solemn. Walk? Huntian demon ape actually overheard Yates's voice transmission and let out a cold and biting ridicule. You are here to die. How can I be willing to let you go? The words just fell. Click, click, click. There were actually cracks on the demon ape stone statue, spreading like a spider web. The terrifying blood-colored light spurted out from the cracks, like wisps of sword energy that penetrated all things. It directly penetrated the golden light surrounding it, and struck hard on the 365 mysterious stone pillars. Puff puff. All the stone pillars were directly penetrated by the bloody light. For a moment, the golden light dimmed. Roar! In the end, only a roar that seemed to come from ancient times was heard. The stone statue of the demon ape exploded, and thousands of bloody lights rose into the sky. It actually came alive. Break free from the seal of the stone statue. At this moment, Yates and Luli seemed to have returned to an extremely ancient era, as if they were ants seeing a bloody demon ape standing tall in the sky, capturing dragons, swallowing phoenixes, and eating the sun and the moon. This kind of innate suppression originating from the bloodline makes people feel endless fear. Fear, and their thoughts are blank, not even able to escape. At least, that was the case with Yates. It stared blankly at the demonic ape that was rapidly expanding in the blood. Every ray of mana and every drop of blood in its body stopped functioning due to fear. Just like a little white rabbit encountering a prehistoric tiger in the wild. It is frightened and waiting to be eaten. This is bloodline suppression that even the demon emperor has never had. This is the ancient demon. So scary. Facing such a terrifying monster, Luli couldn't help but look tense. With a slight move, he once again grasped the 5-foot brass sword in his palm. The vitality drawn from the gate of the fairy world was poured into the golden case sword without any reservation. Buzz. The sound of swords resounded throughout the world again. Chapter 483, Refining the Void. Taoist weapon? I've never been afraid of the demon emperor. Why am I still afraid of a mere Taoist weapon of yours? Roar! The demon ape looked up to the sky and roared angrily. Explosions of blood. The body expands and expands with bang bang bang, cracking the space of thousands of miles apart. In the blink of an eye, this 100-foot demon ape shot up into the sky like a majestic mountain peak rising from the ground, directly breaking through the sky. The huge demon body is like a pillar of heaven, a pair of ape eyes, like a bloody sun. The world-shaking majesty fills the sky and the earth. Luli was holding the golden case sword, floating in the air, as small as dust. Boy, you actually delivered it to me by yourself. Just in time. I will eat you, the reincarnation of the Buddha in the Buddhist world, and completely regain my strength. When the time comes, I will sweep across the demon court and become the emperor. Ha ha ha. The demonic ape's wild laughter cracked the sky and shook the stars and the moon. The terrifying bloodlight was like the Milky Way pouring down from the 9 heavens, pressing down hard on Luli like a mountain, blocking out the sky and the sun, leaving people with nowhere to hide. It seems to weigh hundreds of millions of hectares. Yates looked desperate. This demon ape is so terrifying. Although he is only the demon king, this piece of demonic blood alone is enough to crush the Quimpin king and the blood mosquito demon king just now into a pulp. As expected of an ancient demon, he is ferocious and ferocious. However, I dare to come to you, so I naturally have something to rely on. Luli looked calm and faintly uttered 2 words. Thunder comes. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a thunder exploded. A trace of brilliant heavenly power suddenly appeared between heaven and earth, suppressing the soul of every living being. Immediately afterwards, Luli's body suddenly shot out an aura that was unstoppable, breaking through the bloodlight and going straight into the depths of the universe, triggering the mysterious laws of heaven. Thunder tribulation? Yates's eyes widened and he screamed. Luli actually wants to survive the thunder tribulation at this time. Will he break through at this time, advance to the void refining stage, and fight against the Huntian demon ape? Huh? Want to survive the tribulation? Dream on! Look at me tearing your tribulation apart with my bare hands. The Huntian demon ape snorted coldly, raised its big claws that covered the sky, grabbed billions of time and space, and went straight into the depths of the void to directly tear apart the thunder clouds that were about to come. Seeing this, Luli smiled. He did not make any move to stop him. But with a thought, he descended into the sea of consciousness, turned into the Quimping Dharma form, soared up, and slammed into the phantom of the gate to the fairy world. Boom! 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 The 3 realms are shaken. The world shakes. In the depths of the endless and distant void, a little blue light suddenly appeared, flashed past, and hit the big claw of the Huntian demon ape. Ah! What is this? Huntian demon ape roared in pain, suddenly retracted his hand, and stared at the blood-sun demon eyes with surprise on his face, looking directly at that little bit of green light. Then, its eyes trembled violently. Incredible! I saw deep in the void, like a cosmic explosion, a ball of misty purple gas, mixed with countless laws of the great avenues, the vitality of the heavens, the divine light of the heavens, wrapped in a little blue light, shooting straight out. If you look closely, you will see that this piece of green light is a huge bronze door. Just a flash. This giant bronze door seemed to come from the source of time, spanning the past, present, and future, and descended on the head of the Huntian demon ape. This is such an ancient, majestic, tall, mysterious, giant bronze door. The avenue is like a dragon, wrapping around, with immortals, demons, gods and Buddhas bowing in awe and worshipping. It is the center of the universe. It is the source of all dharma. It is the mother of all living beings. Immortal, eternal and everlasting. Even the extremely powerful Huntian demon ape is as insignificant as an ant under this sect of wonders, and is not worth mentioning. The gate to the fairy world? Huntian demon ape stared and uttered 4 words with a trembling voice. It was like seeing a ghost. At this moment, the entire mysterious territory felt something. Boom! To the southeast of the lost realm, a ball of magma burst into the ground and broke through the sky. A shocking voice resounded in all directions. Is this the breath of the gate to the fairy world? North. Tomb of 10,000 demons. A claw covered with mud suddenly pierced out of the grave, and a voice of ecstasy shook the world. Ha ha ha! The gate to the fairy world has reappeared. It's time for my emperor to come out. Damn 9 Phoenix Empress. You let me eat 30 million years of Hautuinia Cordata here. After I come out, I will arrest you. Live. Let you eat 30,000 kilograms of Hautuinia Cordata every day. Ha ha ha. I'm not crazy. East. A calm and calm Dead Sea. The sea suddenly became rough. The next moment, a water giant rose from the sea, looked in the direction of the gate of the fairy world, and murmured, "The gate to the fairy world has appeared. It seems that the demon world is about to merge into the center of the heavens. The fairy world is about to appear. The legendary lord of the fairy world is about to be reincarnated. I don't know where he will be born. However, this summoned gate to the fairy world is definitely the same. The guy has nothing to do with it." After saying that, the water giant collapsed suddenly, and a blue light flew out from it, shooting straight towards the gate of the fairy world. The entire mysterious territory began to commotion. The gate of fairyland! This guy! Yates was also completely shocked. At this time, she truly believed that Lu Li was the destined son of the Xianwang world, and the reincarnation of the legendary Buddha in the Buddhist world. He is a man of great wisdom. No wonder he dared to come and fight an ancient monster with his divine transformation skills. You actually summoned the gate to the fairy world. Who are you? Huntian demon ape stared at the gate of the fairy world with one blood pupil, and stared at Lu Li with the other blood pupil. Fear, surprise, and fierce expressions flashed across his face in turn. It was expelled from the fairy world and knows many secrets, especially the gate to the fairy world. After the fairy world was swept by the demon world, I didn't know where to hide to recuperate. Now, the gate of the fairy world appears again, revealing the world. And he was summoned by someone. Obviously, the guy in front of me is definitely extraordinary. And he definitely has a great relationship with the fairy world. If you touch him rashly, you will probably be settled by the powerful Chiao Ho in the fairy world. Therefore, this Huntian demon ape did not dare to make a move for a while. You won't take action? Lu Li did not answer it, but raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a smile, "Since you don't take action, then I have made a breakthrough." After saying that, he took a step forward. His body swayed, and a ball of demonic energy erupted. And then he turned into a blue Kunping and soared into the sky. Rumble, rumble. Above the 9 heavens, thunderclouds gathered, surged violently, and suddenly erupted into clusters of terrifying lightning, bombarding the blue Kunping that Lu Li had transformed into. Call. However, the green Kunping suddenly opened his mouth, swallowed the heaven and earth, and swallowed up the thunder cloud directly. Immediately afterwards, the door to the fairy world opens again. the mysterious vitality of heaven and earth, mixed with the endless laws of the Great Road, the vast and majestic world information, and the seven-color divine light of heaven, pour out suddenly like the sea pouring in, the Milky Way overturning. The blue clipping never refuses anyone who comes, just like a long whale taking water and swallowing it all.
Wow! 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 This is the origin of Kendo! Ha! It's all mine! It's all mine! Sure enough, there is nothing wrong with following the land carp. Eat 9 meals a day.
In his belly, GK also let go of his stomach and ate the vitality of the immortal world and the laws of the Great Road. Its sword body began to transform into an immortal golden light, and exuded a sharpness that could cut through all things, so sharp that it seemed to be able to cut through Taoist weapons. Similarly, the group of practitioners headed by Vajratathagata opened their bellies and began to devour happily. The cultivation level is improving rapidly. 7th level of transformation. 8th level. 9th level. Perfection. Boom! At this moment, easily, Lu Li's aura broke through again. He was finally promoted to Lianshu. Chapter 484. The Kingdom of Buddha in the palm of your hand. Boom! Lu Li stepped into the moment of refining the void. The heaven and the earth were shaken. Sun and moon fight. The gate of the fairy world was even more divine, and the laws of the Great Road surrounding it were flying like dragons, carrying immeasurable vitality, and washing down towards Lu Li's head.
Is this Lu Li going to continue to break through, directly comply with the way of heaven and advance to a unified body?
Yates was beyond shocked. Rumble. Above the 9 heavens, thunderclouds gathered again. Lu Li really wants to make continuous breakthroughs and directly advance to the fusion.
What a good boy! You actually want to go all out and use the power of the Taoist weapon to directly merge with the Taoist weapon to break through and merge. What a good plan. However, how can I let you do what you want? Just be my tonic.
At this time, Huntian Demon Ape roared loudly and without hesitation, struck out with a palm. All of a sudden, the sky breaks. In the entire world, only the terrifying big palm of the Huntian Demon Ape was left. In the palm of the hand, there were pure black and white colors. The black and white colors are twisted crazily, as if 2 black holes and white holes are violently colliding, bursting out with extremely terrifying power of yin and yang, enough to collapse the universe. This is obviously the yin and yang magical power of Huntian Demon Ape. The domineering demon palm is enough to destroy the demon emperor. The power is boundless. Before the attack came down, Lu Li felt the surrounding space being blocked and squeezed layer by layer. Even though his body was as strong as a star, it would turn into powder the moment the big palm struck down. Moreover, he also felt the boundless and majestic power contained in the giant palm. Even if he tried his best to inspire the Brahma demon true holy art and blast out the powerful Vajra spell, he could not resist it at all. He is worthy of being an ancient demon, with infinite power and irresistible power. Faced with such a ferocious and destructive move, Lu Li looked calm and did not actually slash out the sword. Instead, he raised his left hand and struck upwards lightly. He actually wanted to fight the Huntian Demon Ape.
You really don't know how to live or die. A mere human race, even if he is the reincarnation of Buddha, dares to fight against the demon god? This kid will be dead in a minute.
The giant turtle king, who had been watching the battle, couldn't help but sneer when he saw the scene.
Huh? Is Lu Li inflated? Does he feel like he is invincible?
Yates was also in a daze.
Humph. You're seeking death?
The blood pupils of the Huntian Demon Ape burst out with ferocious light. And with a push, the black and white light burst out in the palm of his hand, as vast as a planet, and suppressed it fiercely towards Lu Li. With this palm, it will beat Lu Li half to death. Then seal it, and explore the secret of this boy's gate to the fairy world. So what if this kid is a powerful person in the immortal world? Block it and die. Lu Li was about to be hit by the giant palm. At this time, a faint golden Buddha light suddenly appeared in Lu Li's palm. In the void, there seemed to be Sanskrit sounds. One after another, the phantoms of the Buddha are condensed between the sky and the earth, chanting the supreme scriptures devoutly. Lots of overlap. There seemed to be millions. At the same time, these millions of Buddha shadows also bloomed with faint Buddha light, soaring into the sky, covering thousands of miles, and converging into a dazzling golden Buddha sun. On Lu Li's palm, they slowly rotated and rose up to meet the terrifying demonic palm. Boom! The huge palm of Huntian Demon Ape bombarded this Buddha sun, Erupting with boundless and terrifying yin and yang destructive power, the Buddha's day immediately exploded and shattered, as if vulnerable. But the next moment, the immeasurable Buddha's light scatters across the 10 heavens, 9 secluded areas and 8 deserts, penetrating the 3 realms and the universe. The whole world is shining in the peaceful, tranquil, sacred and solemn light of Buddha. When the Huntian demon ape reacted, he suddenly found that he was already in a world of golden Buddha's light. Up, down, left and right, there were pieces of glass condensed with light golden Buddha's light, forming layers of wonderful pagoda spaces, continuously upwards and downwards. And he didn't know how. Beginning, not knowing the end. What makes it even more frightening is that on these pieces of Buddha's light glass, there are branded the mighty and fierce Vajra-arhats, the mighty dragons, the hands holding the sacred mountains, and the supreme beings holding the flames of the magic lamps. The Buddha is all alive, as if he appears at any time and attacks. If you look closely, you will see that every space and every ray of Buddha's light is made up of countless endless overlapping 6-character mantras. The circulation of the 6-character mantra has the power to suppress all things.
Is this a Taoist weapon? Impossible.
The Huntian demon ape suddenly raised his head, widened his blood pupils, and sprayed out 2 rays of blood light, piercing through the space of all realms, and saw the figure of Lu Li, which became boundless and huge. Looking down, hold yourself. No, it's not that Lu Li has grown bigger. It's impossible for a mere human race to be bigger than this ancient demon. It is that it has become smaller.
The Buddha's kingdom in the palm? Boy, you actually realize the supreme Buddhist magical power of the Buddha's kingdom in the palm of your hand just by virtue of your cultivation?
Huntian demon ape had lived for who knows how many years. He immediately came to his senses and told the story of Lu Li's move just now in shock and anger. The Buddha's kingdom in the palm of your hand is the supreme Buddha's mantra from the Buddha, the medicine master of the Buddhist world. Once it is displayed, the sun, moon, stars, and the universe of the 3 realms can be contained in one palm. This kind of supreme Buddhist incantation requires extremely terrifying mana. And it also requires understanding the extremely obscure and mysterious laws of time and space. It is impossible for ordinary demon emperors, or even demon emperors to perform it. The land carp in front of me actually used it casually.
Boy, I don't believe that your magic power is endless, and you can continuously use Buddha kingdom in your palm. Roar!
The Huntian demon ape roared angrily, and violently grabbed all around with his big palms. Both palms erupted with terrifying yin and yang power, turning the world around, trying to tear apart the Buddha kingdom in his palms and escape from the trap.
Imagine it? It's not that easy.
As Lu Li spoke, he made a mysterious Buddha seal with one hand and uttered a sacred mantra, which resounded throughout the world.
The great medicine Buddha, the great Buddhas, the world-honored Siddhagarbha, Prajna
sound. The golden light in the palm is as bright as the sun of Buddha. Layers of Buddha lands in the palm of your hand, superimposed on each other, are endless. This is the 5th Buddha's mantra that Lu Li was promoted to refining, devouring and refining the law of the great avenue of vitality of the immeasurable immortal world. Medicine Master Glazed Buddha Dharma Mantra. The medicine mantra of Glazed Buddha, Great Medicine Buddha, Great Buddhas, World-Honored Siddhagarbha, Prajna. Reciting it can summon the Buddha's kingdom in the palm of your hand, which is the pure land of bliss. And you can subdue demons and eliminate demons. At this time, the mantras came together, and in the Buddhist kingdom, the powerful Vajra-arhats opened their eyes angrily. The mighty dragons roared into the sky. The Sumeru sacred mountain floated, and the copper lamps that burn the 8 wastelands burned slowly. Up, there are boundless Kuanping, white bone demon god, golden painted boy, poisonous girl, thunder dharma body, 3-legged golden crow. Countless terrifying spells gathered together, like a vast torrent, rolling down.
How is it possible? You kid has so much magical power, and you have mastered so many terrifying spells that point directly to the Great Road. Huh? This is the Golden Crow Sun transformation technique? How could you possibly cultivate this technique? Are you the reincarnation of the Golden Crow Emperor?
The horrifying roar of the Huntian demon ape resounded throughout the world. This time, it was finally scared. Chapter 485 Cutting Off the Arm. The 5-round Taihao sun soared into the sky in the Buddhist kingdom, scattering immeasurable brilliant sunlight, illuminating the 3 realms and 4 directions, burning the 8 wastelands. The entire mystery realm instantly turned into a sea of flames and flames, as if it was about to melt.
This is the Golden Crow transforming into sun
that Lu Li has cultivated to the 5th level. Boom! The commotion broke out again. Waves of excitement and shocking powerful spiritual thoughts swept over.
What kind of breath is this? I felt it. A ball of flame rising in my soul, as if it was going to burn my soul to ashes. That's right. That's right. This is the Golden Crow Sun transformation technique. Who is it? Who is using the Golden Crow Sun transformation technique? How is this possible? Isn't the Golden Crow Emperor dead? Who resurrected it? Is it that stinky bitch from Jiawang? Or is it that blind man from Julong? No. The Golden Crow Sun transformation technique is reborn, which means that the Golden Crow Emperor is about to be reborn. Run! That guy from the Golden Crow likes to burn other people's caves and roast them to eat. Run! 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 The 5th round Golden Crow Sun? In other words, he has practiced the Golden Crow Sun transformation technique to the 5th level? What kind of evil monster is this Lu Li? He has actually cultivated so many supreme secret techniques? He is definitely more than just the reincarnation of the Buddha in the Buddhist world.
All the old monsters in the mysterious realm couldn't help but pop up at this moment and let out trembling roars.
Boy, you are awesome. I will settle the score with you again one day.
At this moment, the Huntian demon ape, who was imprisoned in the Buddha kingdom in the palm, roared loudly. The figure actually expanded again. Avenues of black and white laws erupted under its huge demon body, entwined like a dragon, soared into the sky, and instantly condensed into a long stick as huge as a sky pillar. There was no hesitation. The Huntian demon ape held a long black and white stick and stabbed it upwards. This stick has infinite divine power, carrying the power of the yin and yang laws that destroy the life and death of all things. It is unstoppable, as if it wants to pierce through the sky and the universe. Bang, 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 bang. Countless powerful Vajra Arhats, mighty celestial dragons, Sumeru Mountain, ancient Buddha's burning lanterns, Kunpeng, were all shattered into pieces by this sky-shattering stick. Even the 5-wheeled Golden Crow Sun couldn't resist it. It crackled like a light bulb and scattered into flying flames all over the sky. Then, the black and white long stick rose into the sky, extended infinitely, broke through the countless Buddha's light glass, and slammed into the edge of the Buddha's kingdom in the palm of his hand. There was a click. A crack as thin as a law spread like a spider web. The Buddha's kingdom in the palm of my hand was broken open. The huge and boundless monster body of Huntian demon ape was once again revealed between heaven and earth.
Boy, I don't care what your origin is. You can't kill me. I am the Huntian demon ape in the world of demons and immortals. I am immortal. When I find my treasure body and my strength returns to its peak, I will tear you into 18 pieces, and then eat your soul alive to avenge today.
The Huntian demon ape uttered an extremely fierce curse, and danced wildly with the big stick in his hand, stirring the yin and yang of the heaven and earth, and shattering the void of all realms. Obviously, it is about to run away and leave.
Master Demon God, take me with you.
The giant turtle king shouted quickly. Seeing that the Huntian demon ape was about to leave with the giant turtle king, Yates couldn't help but tense up and reminded him.
Lu Li, don't let the Huntian demon ape escape. This ancient monster has broken a seal and is definitely going to take it.
That Taoist weapon in the mysterious realm. If it gets that Taoist tool, I'm afraid it won't be a match for the demon emperor.
The Huntian demon ape is so terrifying. As soon as he takes action, it is a demon weapon condensed from the pure law. It is not a Taoist weapon, but a Taoist weapon. The law of yin and yang, confusing the yin and yang of the world, turning the world upside down, and is extremely tyrannical. If he really lets it run away and comes back to seek revenge after getting the Taoist artifact from the mysterious realm, he will probably be dead.
Want to run away? Do you really think you can run away? Stay.
Lu Li's eyes were cold, and he raised his big hand, curled his 5 fingers, and grabbed the Huntian demon ape that had escaped into the void of billions. Light! The immeasurable Buddha's light, like a rolling galaxy, suddenly erupted from the depths of the void,
filling the sky and the earth with great force. The world of the 10 directions is once again shrouded in the sacred light of Buddha.
Boy, do you still want to repeat your old tricks? Trap me into the Buddha kingdom in the palm of your hand? Don't even think about it.
The Huntian demon ape let out a roar that shook the sun and the moon, and swept the long yin and yang stick in his hand vigorously, as if he was going to blow up the world of billions of stars. Naturally, the mere Buddha's light could not withstand such a ferocious blow. But that's it.
A blue kunping, with millions of supreme Tao patterns wrapped around its body, flew out from the Buddha's light, grew infinitely, and swallowed the Huntian demon ape in one sudden gulp. It is the devouring avenue that Lu Li has just condensed. Boom! The next moment, the Huntian demon ape exploded the blue kunping and escaped from the trap. It is an ancient demon, although its strength has not yet fully recovered. The long yin and yang stick in its hand is really fierce. But this is enough. Pieces of colored glaze condensed with light golden Buddha light, layer upon layer, are continuous, forming countless mysterious worlds of Sumeru mustard seed. Buddha land in the palm of your hand. Huntian demon ape is trapped again. Golden Tower. Lu Li floated above the 9 heavens, softly uttered 2 words, and made a move with his big hand. A 5-foot brass sword appeared in his hand. Next moment, boundless and powerful magic power was suddenly poured into it, pushing this Tao sword to its extreme, and emitting a crisp and clear sword sound that resounded throughout the world. Hearing the sound of the sword, Huntian demon ape's bloody eyes shrank suddenly. Then, in its pupils, a bright golden sword light illuminated the eternal dark void, and it was like a giant sword that lifted up the sky, slashing at it. 1/1000th of a moment. The sword light had reached the center of his eyebrows, and suddenly turned into an extremely slender golden thread, as light as spring breeze and drizzle. Falling slowly, however, the hair on Huntian demon ape's body exploded. It sensed the power of the supreme law contained in this golden sword thread. The laws of time, the laws of space, the laws of yin and yang, the laws of the 5 elements, the laws of life and death. All the laws covering thousands of miles in radius have been cut off. It can't escape. Unless, take this sword. Sky-breaking palm. Between life and death, the Huntian demon ape let out a violent roar originating from blood. The fur of a giant arm exploded, and blood rose into the sky. Countless mysterious golden demon patterns condensed into it, wrapping around the Huntian demon palm. He actually broke through the confinement of the sword silk law, soared into the sky, and grabbed hard at the chopped golden silk law. Then, the golden law struck directly at the demon's palm. Ding! A faint sound filled the 3 realms of sound. Boy! Just wait! I will come back to settle the score with you. Taking advantage of this moment of opportunity, the Huntian demon ape roared angrily, shook the yin and yang long stick with his big hand, and violently swung it, like Gong Gong knocking down Buzhou Mountain. Violently knocked open the Buddha kingdom in his palm, and rushed into the void of billions. Deep down, it disappeared. Only a bloody giant arm of the demon ape was left, floating in the sky, and the giant turtle king with a frightened face. Chapter 486 Qinghuan Demon Emperor. Even though the giant turtle king cut off his own head, he never imagined that the Huntian demon ape, a majestic ancient demon, would have one of his giant arms chopped off by Lu Li on the spot. All we can do is run away in panic. It originally thought that the Huntian demon ape could protect itself and kill the land carp like melons and vegetables. But it didn't expect that it would just run away like this. At this moment, the giant turtle king was frightened. Without any hesitation, its limbs and head suddenly shrank back into its body, revealing only 6 dark holes. Immediately afterwards, a bloody golden light erupted from the 6 holes, and the entire turtle SHL violently rotated like a windmill. Call out. Only a sharp sound was heard. This tortoise SHI was like a meteor in the darkness of the universe. It flashed across the sky and traveled 300,000 miles away. The speed is so fast that it is simply unexpected. Want to leave? Just stay. Along with a cold voice, immeasurable Buddha light suddenly fell from the sky and immediately enveloped the giant turtle. When it reacted, it was shocked to find that it was surrounded by endless Buddhas like glass. There were millions of Buddhas and Arhats on top of each other. They all had the angry eyes of Vajra, shocking all things. It's over now. The giant turtle king felt cold in his heart. But at this time, Lu Li ignored it. He grabbed it with his big hand and shot it from the air, sealing the giant arm of the demon ape that wanted to escape through the air into the Buddha kingdom in his palm. This is such a terrifying giant arm, more than 10,000 miles long, like 100 mountains intertwined together. The ape hairs shining with strange blood. Breathtaking. Look at those 5 fingers. They are as thick as dragons. Although they are sealed in the Buddha kingdom in the palm, the power they erupt is enough to crush the sun, moon and stars. The great demon king of Lianshu can also be easily caught and exploded. As easy as pinching an ant.
Especially the yin and yang power contained in the blood in the giant arm is the pure power of the law of the Great Road. It is so terrifying that even the demon emperor of the combined body is afraid of it.
Is this the clutches of the Huntian demon ape? You actually seriously injured an ancient demon?
Yates flew over, and was extremely shocked to see the giant arm of the demonic ape suppressing Lu Li's palm. Not long ago, she thought that Lu Li was overestimating his abilities, and actually wanted to severely injure an ancient demon with his ability to become a god. She never expected that Lu Li actually did it. He also cut off one of the demonic palms of the Huntian demon ape. This is the palm of an ancient demon. According to rumors, the ancient demon was exiled from the world of demons and immortals. It is a legendary demon immortal that even the demon emperor cannot kill, and can only seal. The palms of such beings are simply priceless treasures. If the elixir is refined, or made into a supreme demon weapon, or even the power of the blood law is directly extracted from it, it will be enough to make the demon kings of the entire demon court fight for their heads. The benefits are endless. However, at this moment, an extremely fierce and violent divine thought suddenly came from the Buddha kingdom in the palm.
Boy, although you cut off one of my arms, you still want to suppress my arm? Devour it. The power of the great law. Dream on.
The words just fell. Dazzling blood burst out from the giant arm of the devil's palm, erupting violently, majestic, vast, and rolling, and it actually broke through the Buddha kingdom in the palm. Even Lu Li's palms were numb from the shock. Bloody light spurted out in all directions, and the strange yin and yang power that confused life and death spread out, covering the 9 heavens and 10 lands. In an instant, Lu Li and Yi Ji were covered in blood and unable to move. Moreover, it seems that it is about to be strangled by the power of yin and yang. No one expected that the giant arm of the Huntian demon ape could explode with such powerful and terrifying power to fight back against Lu Li. As expected of an ancient demon.
Want to burn the source of blood to counterattack? How can it be so easy?
At the critical moment, Lu Li's body suddenly shone with golden thunder. Between the thunderbolts and the explosions, it condensed into mysterious golden thunders. As they danced and rotated, a divine and unusual thunder array with a radius of thousands of miles appeared in the sky. Boom! Thunder shot into the sky. The land carp disappeared without a trace. When he appeared again, he had returned to the depths of the blood sea and stood in the ancient sealing stone formation. Lu Li rolled up his sleeves, and the stone formation was immediately captured, and tyrannical mana was poured into it fiercely. Rumble. This large formation was activated again, and thousands of stone pillars bloomed with pieces of mysterious demonic golden light, which was suppressed fiercely on the giant arm of the demon ape. Suddenly, the bloody light of the demon ape's giant arm dimmed.
Ah! Damn it! Boy, I will come back to settle the score with you. Just wait!
The Huntian demon ape's extremely unwilling roar came from the giant arm again.
Don't worry.
You don't need to come. I'll go find you later.
Lu Li sneered, shook his big hand, and the Buddha's light condensed the immeasurable Buddha's kingdom, completely suppressing the giant arm of the demon ape. Next moment, the golden painted boy, the white-boned demon god, the Siang Kunpeng, one by one, individual figures appeared on this demonic palm, swarmed up, and began to refine the origin within it.
Yeah. You are worthy of being an ancient demon. Every hair of your body has been forged into a supreme divine weapon. And it also contains the power of the supreme sword law. Great tonic. Great tonic.
Jean K's eyes also emitted green light. He raised his body and plunged into his giant arms. Obviously, he wanted to refine the laws of swordsmanship in it. Just like that, everything settled. The giant arm of the demon ape disappeared into Lu Li's palm and was suppressed.
Lu Li, what are you?
Yates, who was teleported back from the side, looked even more shocked when he saw the giant arm of the demon ape disappearing completely. He looked at Lu Li with eyes full of awe. At the same time, she was extremely curious. Who is Lu Li? Isn't he the reincarnation of the Buddha in the Buddhist world? Why can the legendary gate to the fairy world be summoned? Who is the Golden Crow Emperor? Why was the fifth wheel Supreme Hori just now so terrifying that she couldn't help but feel surrender and fear?
It doesn't matter who I am now. What's important is that there was such a big commotion just now, and the old monsters in the entire mysterious realm seem to have woken up. Now, some of them are chasing the Huntian demon ape, who was seriously injured by me, and some people seem to have bad intentions and are coming here.
Lu Li narrowed his eyes slightly. Hearing this, Yates's face couldn't help but change. Could it be that all the ancient monsters in the mysterious realm broke through the seal and came out?
At this time, Qingwan Demon Emperor, you should come in person. Otherwise, if you let me, a junior like you, follow me, I'm afraid you will be swallowed whole by those old monsters soon.
Lu Li glanced at Yates. Yates was stunned for a moment. The Demon Emperor is not in Naningyu continent at all. How could he come? Before she could speak, a powerful and boundless spiritual thought, like a ball of divine sun, suddenly rose from her soul. The power of the Demon Emperor shone brightly, covering the 10 heavens and 9 earth. Suddenly, Yates could no longer control his body. Qingwan Demon Emperor has really arrived. Yates's blue eyes instantly shined with a green divine light, as deep as the universe. He could see the movement of the sun and the moon through the ages, the evolution of the road, and looked down at billions of living beings. It was the pair of pure cyan demonic eyes that Lu Li had seen before. Qingwan Demon Emperor.
Boy, you actually noticed that this emperor has been hiding in Jir for a long time? How did you see it?
Demon Emperor Qingwan stared at Lu Li coldly. The Demon Emperor was so majestic that it made people fearful. He even wanted to bow down and surrender on the spot.
Excuse me.
Lu Li smiled.
I didn't see it. I just tried to deceive you. If I didn't succeed, I would have run away.
In an instant, Qingwan Demon Emperor's expression froze. Chapter 487, The Treasure of the Buddha Realm. With Lu Li's current strength, Yates is undoubtedly a liability. However, Lu Li took Yi Ji with him all the way because he felt that Qingwan Demon Emperor of Demon Court might possess Yi Ji and come at any time. Now it seems that he guessed it right. Qingwan Demon Emperor was deceived by him.
Boy, are you so bold? Are you really afraid that this emperor will blow you out in one breath? Seize your Taoist weapon? Let you disappear.
Qingwan Demon Emperor's expression was cold, and his pure blue eyes revealed murderous intent. A wisp of boundless coercion filled the space between heaven and earth, as thick as billions of hectares of galaxies, shrouding Lu Li's body and spirit, making people unable to stop feeling fear in their hearts. However, Lu Li remained calm.
If the Demon Emperor wanted to kill me, he would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? Snort.
Qingwan Demon Emperor glanced at Lu Li, snorted coldly, and instantly restrained his murderous pressure.
I am just worried about your identity, and don't want to be tainted by your karma. If you hadn't just summoned the gate to the fairy world, I would have just a wisp of demonic fire will burn you to ashes.
This Demon Emperor is quite sincere. Lu Li raised his eyebrows slightly and asked directly.
So, Demon Emperor, you are here now. You must be asking me for help with something? You might as well just say so.
Hearing this, a strange look flashed in Qingwan Demon Emperor's eyes.
You are indeed smart. I do need your help with something. However, this matter is also a good thing for you. Please say, I want you to help me take out the Taoist artifact that sealed the ancient demon in the lost realm.
Qingwan Demon Emperor said coldly. Really? Only this is worthy of a Demon Emperor coming directly. Lu Li nodded secretly in his heart, but a playful smile appeared on his face.
The majestic Demon Emperor has boundless power. This confusing realm can't stop you at all. Why don't you go and get it yourself? Instead, you want me to help you? Could it be that? That one is the ancient demon sealed in the Taoist artifact, very powerful.
Before entering the lost realm, he encountered a demon king who was cursed and was losing his lifespan at any time. This is caused by the curse of the remnant soul of an ancient demon. If he guessed correctly, the Taoist artifact in the mysterious realm sealed this strange ancient demon. Even if he now has a lifespan of 1 million, he would not dare to rashly go to trouble that ancient demon.
You're right.
At this time, Qingwan Demon Emperor spoke, with a solemn look on his face.
The ancient demon sealed by that Taoist artifact is indeed very powerful. The Huntian demon ape just now was not even qualified to pass 3 moves in front of that ancient demon.
No. As soon as these words came out, Lu Li was stunned. Such a fierce and terrifying ancient demon? That Huntian demon ape was still the immortal realm Yuan Qi accumulated by his promotion to the void refining. He fully stimulated the power of Jin K's Dao Sword Law to cut off an arm. And finally, it was forcibly sealed with the help of the large formation left by the enchanted realm. If the ancient demon sealed by a Taoist weapon is tens of thousands of times more powerful than the Huntian demon ape, then he is undoubtedly courting death by taking that Taoist weapon.
You can rest assured that the ancient demon will not really wake up before the time comes.
Qingwan Demon Emperor said lightly.
Then why don't you go by yourself?
Luli raised his eyebrows and asked.
Because that Taoist weapon is very restrained by the demon clan. Any demon clan that attempts to take that Taoist weapon will be directly suppressed in it, and will never be reincarnated.
Qingwan Demon Emperor narrowed his eyes. She seems to have already tried the power of that Taoist weapon.
Oh!
Luli became interested.
So, Demon Emperor, do you know the true origin of that Taoist artifact? I'm a little curious, and I'd like Demon Emperor to enlighten me. It's okay to tell you. It's a treasure of the Buddhist world. The Demon Crossing Tower. Rumor has it that during the war between the Demon Immortal Realm and the Buddhist realm, the Supreme Demon Immortal Emperor took action and smashed the Demon Crossing Tower. A piece of fragment turned into a Taoist weapon and was casually discarded in the demon court by the Demon Immortal Emperor. It was used to seal the exiled ancient demon. Although it was only a Taoist weapon, its power was not lost at all. As long as any demon clan was sealed and entered this place, a Taoist weapon will be suppressed immediately, revealing its true form, and receiving the sound of the Supreme Buddha in the Demon Crossing Tower, day and night, until it completely surrenders and takes refuge. This kind of day is for any demon clan. Are all punishments worse than life?
Having said this, the divine fire around Qingwan Demon Emperor trembled. He seems to feel the same way. Demon Crossing Tower? The treasure of the Buddhist world? Luli was also shocked. He also didn't expect that the Taoist artifacts in this mysterious realm would have such a great origin.
Hey. Yeah. Land carp. This is definitely a good thing. Go and get it. When the time comes, I will directly eat this Demon Crossing Tower, be promoted to an immortal weapon, kill all directions, and unify all the worlds. Ha ha ha. When the time comes, all the sword pills in the world will be mine. All the women in the world will be yours.
In the sea of consciousness,
Jean K was so excited that he roared wildly. Oh! Luli couldn't help but feel a little moved. Of course, the main reason is that he wants to own a fairy sword. And the rest is not important. At this moment, Qingwan Demon Emperor stared at Luli, with a strange light shining in his demon eyes.
The demon emperors in the entire demon court have tried to surrender the refining Demon Crossing Tower for their own use. But they have all failed. I have also failed several times. But you are different. You are the reincarnation of the Buddha in the Buddhist world. If you go to get the Demon Crossing Tower, you will definitely succeed. 9 times out of 10.
When Luli heard this, his heart was calm. He just smiled and asked,
since this Taoist artifact is the treasure of the Buddhist world and I can get it easily, why not use it for myself instead?
Want to give it to you? Do you think I'm a fool? If you give me the Demon Crossing Tower, I will ensure that you are safe and sound and return to the Xianwan world. Otherwise, you may have to stay in the demon court forever.
Qingwan Demon Emperor smiled coldly. Threaten? Luli narrowed his eyes and looked slightly cold.
The Demon Emperor, who is at the level of a true immortal, uses his power to bully the small ones. Isn't it a bit too much to bully me, a young void cultivation cultivator? This is the demon world, where the weak prey on the strong. If I bully you,
why not? Qingwan Demon Emperor gave Luli a look that was very domineering. Hearing this, Luli was not afraid and chuckled.
If you dare to take action, aren't you afraid of being contaminated by my great karma? Who said I would do it myself?
Qingwan Demon Emperor showed a malicious sneer.
The ancient demons here, the Jinping King of the Demon Court, and those demon emperors and demon emperors who covet your Golden Crow Emperor's inheritance are so bold that they will not do anything to you. Hold on. If I'm not wrong, you just summoned the gate to the fairy world and made such a big noise. They should be chasing you soon.
Luli rolled his eyes and fell into deep thought. At this time, Qingwan Demon Emperor said again,
besides, when you came to the demon court, didn't you want to find the Koi Demon Emperor? The Koi Demon Emperor is also trapped in the Demon Crossing Tower. If you obtain the Demon Crossing Tower, you can successfully rescue the Koi Demon King.
Koi Demon King? Fong Yinli? Luli suddenly raised his head.
Are you serious? Is the Koi Demon King really trapped in the Demon Crossing Tower? How could I, the mighty Demon Emperor, lie to you?
Qingwan Demon Emperor replied proudly.
Is this so?
Luli pondered for a moment, then suddenly showed a faint smile.
So, it seems that I am the only one in the entire demon court who can obtain the Demon Crossing Tower. Then wouldn't I be able to live in a rare place?
Huh?
What do you want to do?
Qingwan Demon Emperor frowned slightly. Luli smiled.
It's nothing. Just add money.
Chapter 488 Supreme Bodhi Robe. Add money? Qingwan Demon Emperor frowned, pondered for a moment, and nodded. Okay. I can give you a treasure first. After saying that, he turned over his jade hand. A ball of golden red light emerged from the palm of his hand, emitting thousands of rays of light. All of a sudden, Luli felt the 6-character mantra in his body tremble. Take a closer look. I saw a golden red claw spinning in the palm of Qingwan Demon Emperor, emitting the supreme sacred Buddha light, shining dazzlingly. This is actually a cassock. This is the Supreme Bodhi cassock. I took it out from the Demon Crossing Tower. It has supreme defensive capabilities. All evils cannot be invaded, and all laws are indestructible. It also contains the world of Sumeru mustard seeds, which can suppress all demons and ghosts. Although it is not a Taoist weapon, but it also has the power of a Taoist weapon. It is a pity that this is a treasure of the Buddhist world. I have been refining it for thousands of years, but I can't really use it for my own use. Now it is easier for you. Qingwan Demon Emperor gently raised his hand and threw the golden red light ball over. There was a trace of reluctance in his expression. Supreme Bodhi cassock? Lu Li's eyes lit up. He reached out and grabbed the ball of light directly in his palm. The 6-character mantra talisman immediately appeared in the palm of his hand, flickered, and went directly into the golden red light group. Suddenly, this ball of golden red light exploded into a blazing golden Buddha light, slowly unfolded, and finally turned into a red cassock with dazzling golden light, floating in front of Lu Li. On the cassock, marvelous Buddhist inscriptions appeared one after another, flowing erratically. It looks mysterious. These Buddhist texts are a sutra. Lu Li could tell at a glance. Although he has not yet clearly understood the meaning of this scripture, he vaguely felt the mysterious meaning emanating from the scripture. It is detachment. This is the supreme scripture that transcends the sea of suffering and reaches the other shore. Faintly, it communicates with and confirms the Paramitha Heart Sutra in the sea of consciousness. Lu Li had a thought in his mind. With a flash of inspiration, this cassock was draped over his body, directly put on his body, and then disappeared. Then, the medicine master glazed Buddha mantra sounded. At this moment, Lu Li's body seemed to be filled with hundreds of millions of Buddhas, chanting the medicine master's glazed Buddha mantra in unison. At the same time, the golden scriptures on the cassock scattered thousands of feet of Buddha's light, and bursts of supreme Sanskrit sounds came out. The vast Sanskrit Buddhist mantra resounds through the body, blending together perfectly. Next moment, rumble, rumble. In Lu Li's body, every cell and every drop of blood showed the shadow of that cassock, growing infinitely. Sumeru mustard seeds. Buddha land in the palm of your hand. Every drop of his blood turned into a Buddha kingdom in the palm of his hand. A total of 129.6 million Buddha kingdoms in the palm of your hand. This is exactly the number of $1. Moreover, in each Buddha kingdom in the palm, a shadow of a gate to the fairy world appeared, and the vitality, majestic and vast, washed out. Hey! Yeah! So many Buddha lands in the palm of your hand. So many gates to the fairy world. Go for it! In the sea of consciousness, the little guy in GK was so excited that he led the great Tathagata Buddha palm, Kunping demonic art, Brahma demon true holy art, and the 25 heavenly demon swords to roar out, rush into the Buddha kingdom in the palm, and start to devour the vitality of the immortal world with big mouthfuls. Now they don't have to fight anymore. Lu Li's cultivation level is also improving rapidly. Flesh cave world. Qingwan Demon Emperor seemed to sense something, and he explained with a strange light flashing in his eyes. He is indeed the reincarnation of the Buddha in the Buddhist world. He actually integrated this Buddhist treasure cassock into his body so quickly and refined it into one body. It seems that it's right to ask you to get the Demon Crossing Tower this time. Lu Li could not help but feel a hint of joy on his face as he sensed the mysterious changes in his body. This supreme Bodhi cassock cleverly incorporates the medicine master's glazed Buddha mantra, allowing his physical body to transform into heaven and earth, evolving into a $1 Buddhist kingdom in the palm of his hand. From now on, he will hold the universe in his sleeve and the Buddhist kingdom in his palm, suppressing all enemies. More importantly, there are 129,600 more phantoms at the gate of immortality, which increases his mana by 129,600 times. Continuously. Endless. Now, if he meets the Huntian demon ape again, he will definitely be able to defeat it easily. Of course, when encountering a tyrannical being like Qingwan Demon Emperor,
who truly understands the Tao. He still has no choice but to run away.
Thank you, Demon Emperor, for your cassock. Don't worry. I will help you take out that treasure of the Buddha realm. But, aren't you afraid that I will take the Demon Crossing Tower and run away?
Lu Li asked with a raised eyebrow.
You dare?
Qingwan Demon Emperor snorted coldly. And the boundless and domineering Demon Emperor rose to the sky.
If you dare to take the Demon Crossing Tower and run away, then I will come directly to the Xianwang world, set a fire, and burn your body directly. Zongman makes you unable to return home. Ha ha. I'm just talking. Why should the Demon Emperor be angry?
Lu Li smiled. Hearing this, Qingwan Demon Emperor rolled his eyes at him.
I don't know what you are thinking yet. Stop talking nonsense.
Let's go and take out the Demon Crossing Tower. Otherwise, someone may beat you to it. This mystery, the ancient monsters in the domain have already entered the Demon Crossing Tower first, including that Hun Tian Demon Ape.
Lu Li looked serious.
Of course. You cut off one of this ferocious ape's hands and was seriously injured. The other ancient monsters that had just woken up also focused on it. It could only hide in the Demon Crossing Tower and use this Buddhist realm to suppress the world. To protect itself, it also seems to know some secrets of the Demon Crossing Tower. If you are late, I am afraid that the Demon Crossing Tower will fall into the hands of the Demon Ape.
Qingwan Demon Emperor said solemnly.
Okay. Then please ask the Demon Emperor to give me a ride.
Lu Li bowed. Qingwan Demon Emperor nodded slightly. Then, the jade hand flicked gently. Boom! The green flame soared into the sky and turned into a huge blue divine bird in the 9 heavens.
You ride on this Vulcan bird. It will take you to break through the restriction of the mysterious realm and directly enter the Demon Crossing Tower.
Huh?
Hurry up. Someone is coming.
Qingwan Demon Emperor said, turning his head suddenly and looking to the west. The words just fell. Lu Li took one step forward, and the person appeared on top of the blue flame bird. Hey! Only a crisp bird song was heard. The firebird flapped its wings and turned into a streak of blue light, roaring out and breaking through the infinite space. Crackling. Lu Li only heard the sound of space shattering. Colorful lights flashed all around. Next moment, his eyes lit up. An extremely ancient golden pagoda floats in the silent and empty universe, emitting vast and boundless Buddha light. At the top of the golden tower, a little golden light shines, as if it is the infinite light produced when the universe explodes. It is blazing and boundless, melting the souls of all living things. If you look closely, you will see that it is a slowly rotating swastika. Every time it rotates, a circle of golden light is emitted, sweeping across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, all over the world. It's shocking.
That is the Demon Crossing Tower, a fragment of the Buddha realm's treasure. Although it is a fragment and was broken by the Demon Immortal Emperor, the remaining power inside is still extremely terrifying. It exerts great suppression on the demon clan. You be careful yourself.
The divine thought of Qingwan Demon Emperor came from the flame bird. The words fell. The flame bird shattered into pieces, scattering into little blue sparks and dissipating invisible. That's when Lu Li clearly sensed that a huge suction force came from the Demon Crossing Tower, attracting each other with the supreme Bodhi cassock in his body.
This,
Lu Li pondered slightly. Then, without resistance, he allowed himself to be pulled by the majestic suction force and flew straight towards the Demon Crossing Tower. Chapter 489 True Buddha. The Demon Crossing Tower seems very close. However, with the help of Lu Li's wind, fire, immortal and thunder escape technique, he was able to fly for 3 hours, escaping hundreds of millions of miles away before he could even reach the vicinity of the Demon Crossing Tower. In an instant, Buddha's light enveloped his whole body. The land car felt extremely peaceful and comfortable, just like a fish returning to the sea. The image of the Buddha in the sea of consciousness automatically appeared on the top of the head. The golden light emitted and gradually became solid, exuding an aura of immeasurable sacredness, solemnity, and immortality. It's as if I'm really going to become a Buddha.
What a treasure from the Buddhist world,
Lu Li secretly exclaimed, and without any further hesitation, he rushed toward the Demon Crossing Tower. Boom! As soon as he got close, a vortex of golden Buddha light suddenly appeared and sucked people in. When Lu Li calmed down, his expression became condensed. I saw a vast expanse of white snow between the sky and the earth, covering thousands of miles in ice, and the coldness pierced my soul and power. In addition, the strong wind blowing from nowhere was extremely sharp, comparable to the sword attack from the Demon Emperor, overwhelming the sky and the earth, and struck down. Fortunately, the supreme Bodhi cassock around Luli was fluttering without wind, and the golden Buddhist inscriptions on it flowed erratically, blooming with wisps of Buddha light, covering 3 feet around his body, blocking the strong wind, ice and snow. Is this inside the demon crossing tower? Luli froze his figure, dispersed his consciousness, and immediately frowned. He practiced the star transformation scripture, and his spiritual consciousness was powerful and boundless. After being promoted to the void refining realm, it directly covered a radius of millions of miles. However, in this demon crossing tower, it could only spread to thousands of miles away. It can't penetrate into the earth yet. Moreover, this wind and snow contained a hint of overbearing and ferocious ice power, which was enough to frostbite and freeze the demon emperor's body. The power is even more powerful than that of the Huntian demon ape. Is this the supreme power of the demon immortal that was left behind when the demon immortal emperor destroyed the demon crossing tower? Or is there still the remnant soul of the demon immortal emperor in the demon crossing tower? Luli was secretly surprised. Luli, don't be cowardly. Just rush. Rush. I sense an extremely powerful power of the avenue. It's right in front. On the shoulders, Gene K appeared again, his face full of excitement. Its strength has recovered a lot, and its body shape has changed from a thumb-sized yellow jade man to as big as a fist. The power of the avenue? Luli's eyes couldn't help but light up. His devouring avenue is beginning to take off. Call. Luli took one step forward and followed the wind, covering thousands of miles. In the blink of an eye, he passed through a vast expanse of ice and snow, heading towards the direction pointed by Gene K at great speed. After a cup of tea, Luli suddenly paused. I saw a Buddha standing high in the ice and snow, with 3 heads, all with eyes open in anger, which was very majestic. The golden body is even more than 100,000 feet tall. It is draped in a moon-white cassock, and its figure is incomparably majestic. There was a Buddha's light behind his head, as bright as the sun. The breath is ancient, like the gate to the fairy world. This is Buddha, the real Buddha. Among the 3,000 Buddhist records, there is a true Buddha who saves people, subjugates demons, possesses great wisdom, great compassion, and great power. The real Buddha was only seen in the pictures in the scriptures, and no one had ever seen it. However, at this moment, he really appeared in front of Luli. Luli couldn't help but be shocked, not only because he saw the real Buddha, but also because this real Buddha has fallen. Although the Buddha's sun was still shining brightly, Luli used the Qing Emperor's heaven refining technique to sense that the vitality in this Buddha's body had been exhausted. This is just a Buddha corpse. However, looking at this Buddha corpse, Luli also felt a trace of Buddha's charm. The 4-faced Buddha on top of his head also underwent a mysterious transformation while Luli was observing the real Buddha, becoming more agile and majestic. The body shape is more solid. Luli! Eat this Buddha quickly. The Buddha's palm will definitely evolve. At this time, Gene K on his shoulder also saw the Buddha's corpse, and his eyes glowed green. Luli's heart moved. However, he still shook his head. After all, this was the corpse of a real Buddha. It was a direct offense and seemed a bit inhumane. What's more, to be able to survive in this terrifying world of ice and snow for thousands of years, there must be residual mysterious magic in this Buddha's corpse. If he devours them casually, wouldn't that be courting death? It's better to be cautious. Thinking of this, Luli looked indifferent, bowed to the Buddha's corpse, and began to recite the Heart Sutra silently. Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva. Seeing that all 5 aggregates are empty, half of his cultivation was achieved through Buddhism. For this reason, he should simply be saved. No idea. As soon as he finished reciting the Heart Sutra, there was a sudden click from the Buddha's corpse in front of him. A crack appeared out of thin air on the chest of the Buddha's corpse. Luli! You're done! You worshipped this Buddha corpse and broke it into pieces. No! It's going to explode! Gene K screamed in surprise. The words just fell. The Buddha's golden body, which is 100,000 feet long, emits billions of golden lights. That round of Buddha's sun was even more blazing, spinning around, emitting an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation. Luli's expression changed, and he turned around to run away. At this time, the supreme Bodhi cassock on his body also shines with golden light. Luli had a thought in his mind. The cassock immediately flew out and expanded 10,000 times in the middle of the road.
With a slight roll, it wrapped up the blazing Buddha's son. Randomly, the supreme Bodhi cassock flew down, shrank back to its normal size, and draped over the four-faced Buddha above Lu Li's head. If you look carefully, you will see that the Buddha's son has turned into a mysterious golden Buddhist text, twisted like a dragon, imprinted on the cassock, integrated with other scriptures, and flowing indefinitely. The aura becomes more powerful.
Can this cassock be strengthened after the Buddha's death?
Lu Li was thoughtful. How about continuing to search for the fallen Buddha in this demon crossing tower? That's it. It would be better to find Fan Yinli, obtain the demon crossing tower, and leave directly. There is a group of ancient monsters lurking in the demon crossing tower, and the demon emperor is eyeing them. The longer they stay, the more dangerous they become. Lu Li made up his mind and continued to escape forward without wasting any more time. Soon, Lu Li saw the second fallen Buddha between the world of ice and snow. This is a female Buddha, beautiful in appearance, merciful and compassionate. The same golden body is 10,000 feet tall. However, what is suspended behind the head of this female Buddha is not a blazing Buddha's son, but a vase, as white as mutton fat jade. As it swayed gently, it seemed like there was endless sea water rippling in it.
I'm afraid this is another mysterious Buddhist scripture. Since we happened to bump into it, let's save it by the way.
Lu Li recited the Heart Sutra silently as usual. Just after he finished reciting, cracks appeared on the Buddha's body, and billions of rays of Buddha's light emitted. The vase shook violently. The divine light trembled wildly, and seemed about to burst. At this moment, the cassock flew into the sky again and turned into an infinite size, asking for the treasure vase to be taken away. However, suddenly, the wind and snow in the 9 heavens disappeared, and a large red gold claw tore through the sky, earth, and sky, and fiercely grabbed the cassock vase. At this moment, Lu Li felt a terrifying aura that was several times stronger than King Jinping. It's an ancient demon. Another ancient monster appears. Chapter 490 Sword 23.
Another ancient demon is coming? How much more ferocious is this aura than the Huntian demon ape?
The cassock covered the sky and the sun, shrouding the vase. However, this big red gold claw suddenly appeared and grabbed down unstoppably. The sky collapsed and shattered, giving people the feeling of grabbing the stars in their palms. All of a sudden, Lu Li only felt that he had nowhere to escape. The space around him was extremely tight and solid. The next moment, the supreme cassock and the treasure vase would be snatched away by the big claws of red gold. The power is so majestic that it transcends everything in the world and is irresistible.
Ha ha ha! Boy, I finally waited for you. Just be my food. Let me swallow you. Refine your reincarnated Buddha body, and then get the secrets of all the treasures in your body, and summon the gate to the fairy world. Break through to become an immortal and return to the world of demons and immortals. It's not in vain that I waited for you in the demon crossing tower for so long.
The eerie voice came from the depths of the void, vague and uncertain. It seems to be billions of parallel spaces away.
This ancient monster actually lurked here waiting for me. But how dare you be so arrogant in this demon crossing tower? Buddha, get up!
Lu Li snorted in his heart. Boom! The four-faced Buddha above his head suddenly shook, bursting out with immeasurable Buddha light, and his body expanded 1,000,000 times in a billionth of an instant. In an instant, a 1,000,000-foot-tall golden Buddha appeared between heaven and earth. Majestic and boundless, the heaven-covering cassock was automatically draped on the Buddha. Then, 3,000 Buddha's hands suddenly appeared behind the infinite Buddha. Each of them formed a powerful Buddha seal, soared into the sky, and struck together towards the red gold claw that had been caught. Boom! 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 3,000 Buddha seals overlapped each other and slammed into the giant red gold claw, erupting with boundless and terrifying power that was enough to shake the heaven and earth. What's weird is that the big red gold claws flashed with a strange white light, and they grabbed it straight down, crushing the bones and tearing apart 3,000 Buddha seals. Crack, crackle, crackle. 3,000 Buddha palms were caught and exploded on the spot, scattering the entire sky with golden Buddha light. Then, the big claws drove hard towards the 1,000,000-foot-long golden Buddha's head and grabbed it hard, as if he was going to explode the Buddha's head. Lu Li was shocked. This ancient monster appeared out of nowhere. Its attacks were extremely ferocious. Its giant claws were sharp, and when it exploded with all its strength, its power was terrifying and astonishing. He felt that his Buddha Dharmakaya could not withstand the blow. I'm afraid even the Huntian demon ape won't be able to catch it.
Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum.
At the critical moment, in the void, the vast Buddha's voice suddenly sounded. The million-foot-long golden body of the Buddha, which was about to be caught and exploded by the giant claws, suddenly retracted, got into the center of Lu Li's eyebrows, and disappeared. Next moment, Lu Li's whole body flashed with immeasurable golden light, as if billions of bright suns were exploding, and his body suddenly expanded, turning into a 120,000-foot golden Buddha. The whole body is crystal clear. It is made of 1296 million crystal Buddhas. In every Buddhist kingdom, there is an incomparably vast phantom of the gate to the fairy world floating.
Dare to ambush me? Watch me swallow your golden claws. Hold the Buddha's kingdom in your palms. Devour all things.
Lu Li's eyes flashed with fierceness. He raised his big hand to the sky and struck hard at the big red gold claw that he had caught. At the same time, the supreme Bodhi cassock draped on his body shone with bright golden light, and countless mysterious Buddhist inscriptions on it spurted out and merged into the crystal clear Buddha kingdom. Mysterious supreme power erupted and blessed Lu Li's body. Boom! Finally, Lu Li's big hand collided with the red gold claw. A million miles away, the wind and snow suddenly stopped. The sound also seemed to disappear. Lu Li's big hand, composed of countless crystal Buddha kingdoms, seemed to be infinitely magnified, grasping hundreds of millions of stars and the eternal universe. The red gold claw was directly trapped in it. Then, a blue kunping, with millions of supreme Tao patterns wrapped around its body, was born out of thin air in the center of the Buddhist kingdom. It grew infinitely, and with a sudden bite, it actually bit the big red gold claw. It is the devouring avenue.
Swallowing the avenue. Look at my gate of hell.
Along with that eerie sound, the big red gold claw flipped violently. Suddenly, an extremely cold aura shone, and then it slashed hard. Space is torn apart. Then, a mysterious giant door that was cold and bright yellow and froze the soul appeared out of thin air. When it came down, it directly knocked open the cyan kunping. Immediately afterwards, mysterious black lines fell off from the mysterious giant door, flickering and converging into a dark stream of light that was as turbulent as the Nine Sky Galaxy. Boom! This stream of darkness rushed out with great force. Wherever it passed, the Buddha's light dimmed, and all the Buddha's crystals in his palm were annihilated into ashes. Even the mysterious Buddhist inscriptions on the supreme Bodhi cassock immediately dimmed. The thick aura of death began to fill Lu Li's body rapidly.
What kind of great law is this that is so ferocious? Golden K.
Lu Li was slightly startled. A thought came to my mind. A long brass sword appeared in the palm of his hand. Without any hesitation, Lu Li held the golden K sword in hand and directly drained the immortal energy stored in the body of hundreds of millions of Buddhas, and poured it into the Tao sword. Buzz! The crisp sound of the sword resounded throughout the world.
Hey! Yeah! 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 If you dare to bully Lu Li, don't look at who is covering Lu Li. Watch me chop you to pieces.
Along with Jean K. Nai's fierce cry, green sword light shot up into the sky and condensed into a line. The extremely slender golden sword wire splits the chaos. In an instant, the light of the sword is as cold as a star, shining like an explosion, illuminating 3,000 worlds. The world in 10 directions, and billions of parallel spaces are divided into two halves under this sword thread. Lu Li finally saw the ancient monster. It was a terrifying black python with a human face, a tiger head, fangs as curved as hooked moons, and a body tens of thousands of feet long, very similar to Xiantian black python. And that big red gold claw that came over to grab it actually grew out of its chest. At this time, the golden sword wire was like a sharp arrow shooting into the sun, piercing one of its white fangs and piercing deeply into it. It seemed as if this 1,000-mile-long fawn would be cut off in the next moment.
Boy, you fell into a trap.
The ancient demon roared with great pride, and with a backhand hook of his red gold claws, he grabbed the mysterious giant door and slammed it onto the golden sword wire. Crackle! The golden sword wire was smashed to pieces on the spot and reappeared into a 5-foot-long brass sword. Next moment, this ancient monster opened its huge mouth with a human face and a tiger's head, swallowed the sky and the moon, and bit down hard on the brass sword. Its original purpose was to obtain Lu Li's golden K Dao sword.
Wow! 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 Lu Li! Help me! This guy hasn't brushed his teeth in I don't know how many years. His mouth stinks. The smell makes me faint.
Jean K was so frightened that he shouted for help on the spot. It wants to escape. However, Just now, it was slapped by the mysterious gate of underworld. And the sword was stained with strange black lines, making it unable to move. Seeing that the ancient demon is about to swallow Jin K. At the critical moment, terrifying demonic aura emerged from Lu Li's body, and a line of Dowson's cold black ink sword aura emerged from the Buddha kingdom in his billions of palms. Next moment, Lu Li's eyes were cold. He pinched his sword fingers, pointed towards the ancient demon, and spat out 10 cold words.
23 swords of the devil! 23 swords!
Chapter 491 Escape from the Door. The 23 swords of the demon sect are the most evil sword techniques of the demon sect. By practicing the way of the demon, you can use the power of the 7 human-eating souls and 7 emotions to condense the supreme sword energy, kill souls and destroy people, and kill people invisible. After Lu Li obtained this sword technique, he has been practicing diligently, relying on his own efforts. He integrated all the supreme sword techniques in the sword world. He reached the 14th sword in the realm of God transformation, and he transformed into the Zizui demon sword. The realm of swordsmanship has also been deduced to the 25th sword. Not long ago, Lu Li broke through the void refining, swallowed the great vitality of the immortal world, and the immeasurable mysterious laws, and his swordsmanship realm advanced by leaps and bounds. After his body transformed into the Buddhist kingdom of 129,600,000 palms, he summoned the phantom of the gate of immortal realm worth 1 yuan, refined the rules of infinite swordsmanship, and the speed of cultivation was even more terrifying and astonishing. The 23rd sword finally succeeded. As soon as this sword came out, a deadly and terrifying aura of heavenly demons immediately filled the entire place and enveloped the world of Bahuang. The sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling resounded throughout the world. Next moment, in the void, billions of heavenly demons roared out, overwhelming the sky and the earth, and rushed into the bloody mouth of the ancient demon with a human face and a tiger head. Explosion. At the very center of the explosion, a dark bloody sword light condensed the most sinister, evil, ferocious and cruel power between heaven and earth. In a sudden flash, it directly tore apart the defense of the soul of the ancient demon and rushed directly into the sea of consciousness.
Not good!
The ancient monster roared in fear, and then had an idea. The gate of underworld flickered on the spot, appeared in the sea of consciousness, and then fiercely suppressed the dark bloody sword light. Unfortunately, it's too late. At this moment, the bloody dark sword light suddenly expanded, like a bloody bright sun, exploding in the sea of consciousness of the ancient demon. The fierce explosion of demonic energy sprayed out in all directions, and turned into countless bloody and dark sword lights. Another explosion. Boom! Boom! Countless dark sword lights, like stars exploding in succession, exploded in the sea of consciousness of the ancient demon. All of a sudden, the sea of consciousness of the ancient demon is like the Big Bang of the universe. The mysterious gate of underworld was also shaken violently by the explosion, and the countless mysterious black lines lingering on it were broken and annihilated. The breath of death has become extremely thin. What's even more terrifying is that at this moment, at least tens of billions of extraterrestrial demons are raging in the ancient demon sea of consciousness, wantonly devouring, tearing, and gnawing at the ancient demon's soul, mana, and even the memory of the soul. This is the 23 swords of the demon. The 23rd sword, the extermination yuan explosion sword. Summon the infinite demons and kill the soul.
Ah!
The ancient demon roared with great anger and pain. In the sea of consciousness, a ferocious demon yuanshan emerged, swallowing the rampant extraterrestrial demons with large mouths, just when it was about to raise the gate of underworld to suppress the demon.
Jin K! Kill it!
Lu Li shouted coldly, and when he was a little empty, boundless vitality surged out and poured into the golden sword thread. The golden sword thread was extremely agile, directly tearing apart the strange black lines wrapped around it, rising into the sky, and slashing hard at the left eye of the ancient demon. In an instant, the extremely sharp power of the sword's law spurted out. Unrivaled.
Where did this kid get his magic power? How could he continuously activate the Tao sword? Gate of underworld. Suppress it!
The ancient demon roared in shock. A black light suddenly shot out from the left eye, blocking the incoming avenue's sword thread. Snapped. The Tao sword silk slashed forward and hit the mysterious gate of underworld hard. Then, the sword silk broke into pieces and reappeared into a 5-foot-long Tao sword. This is actually a sword in disguise.
The
ancient demon was stunned for a moment.
You want to swallow my Tao sword? Why don't I want to get your gate of H.L.? So, hold the Buddha's kingdom in your palm and suppress it with the supreme Bodhi cassock.
At the moment when the ancient demon was stunned, Lu Li was extremely indifferent and pinched out a Buddha seal. Boom! Thousands of feet of Buddha's light soared into the sky. An extremely majestic Buddha with 1,000 hands and 4 heads, 1,000,000 feet high, appeared out of thin air above his head, clad in a golden and red cassock with flowing scriptures. The next moment, thousands of Buddha palms descended from the sky, magnified infinitely, and all displayed the Buddha kingdom in their palms. Just for a moment, that door to the underworld was firmly grasped in the palm of the infinite Buddha. The supreme Bodhi cassock flashed, expanded 10,000 times, and directly wrapped the gate of the underworld. The mysterious Buddhist inscriptions on it flowed violently, blooming with immeasurable golden Buddha light. Crackling. Even though the gate of the underworld trembles violently and spews out the terrifying breath of death, it is still not afraid of the seal of the supreme Bodhisattva cassock.
Ah! Boy! How dare you accept my gate of hell?
Seeing this scene, the ancient demon was completely angry. The eyebrows suddenly cracked. An extremely fierce demon soul, carrying the terrifying demon energy that shook the 3 realms, rushed out directly, expanded tens of thousands of times, broke through the sky and the earth, opened its mouth, and took a bite. This mouthful seems to swallow the entire universe of stars into it. Extremely fierce. What is even more frightening is that above this great demon spirit, there is a hint of terrifying coercion that surpasses the demon emperor and suppresses all things. This is the breath of a true immortal. This is indeed a terrifying monster exiled from the demon world.
As expected of an ancient demon, he was hit by one of my moves, the 23 heavenly demon swords, and he actually suppressed hundreds of millions of heavenly demons in a matter of millions of seconds. He recovered and was so fierce. However, if I want to leave, can you keep me? The Buddha's Dharmakaya returns. The wind, fire and thunder escape technique.
Just when the ancient demon manifested the demon immortal soul, and was about to swallow Lu Li in one gulp, Lu Li shouted coldly, and suppressed the 1,000,000-foot Buddha that sealed the gate of the underworld. Suddenly it shrank rapidly, turned into a golden light, and flew away. It entered Lu Li's eyebrows and disappeared. Then, there was a boom and explosion. Lu Li's body exploded. It was as if thousands of thunderous suns and stars exploded, erupting into thunder and flames that swept across the universe. Thunderbolts exploded and spread thousands of miles before the great demon Yuanshan could react. For thunder and fire clones condensed and slammed into the middle. Boom! Another huge explosion. Incomparably blazing sunlight and thunder rose into the sky, illuminating the 9 secluded areas of the sky and the endless void. Even the soul of the ancient demon felt a stinging pain. When it reacted, it took a closer look and saw countless figures of thunder and lightning and flames in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, each using their supreme escape technique to escape in all directions. Even many of the thunder and fire clones are continuing to use the wind and fire immortal thunder escape method. Suddenly, the sky and the earth in all directions were filled with figures of Lu Li. The number is in the hundreds of millions. It is impossible to tell who is the main body and who is the clone. What shocked this ancient demon even more was that it could no longer sense the aura of the gate of underworld. This made it stunned for a moment. In this stunned moment, countless thunder and fire clones tore through the void and escaped into billions of parallel spaces. Their auras completely dissipated and disappeared without a trace. Ran. Chapter 492, Losing His Wife and Losing His Troops.
Ah! Lu Li! How dare you seize my gate to H.L.? I will make your life worse than death. I curse you. Give birth to a son with 9 skin swallows. I curse you. Give birth to a daughter with no hands, feet, eyes, or anything else. Nose.
The big demon with a human face and a tiger head let out an angry roar, turning into an extremely terrifying curse power, condensing mysterious dark gold runes in the air, which was strange and cold. These dark gold runes flickered and disappeared directly into the endless void. It's cursing. Curse in the air. Every time a curse is issued, visible to the naked eye, the figure of the monster with a human face and a tiger head shrinks rapidly, and the majestic and terrifying blood in his body is also quickly disappearing. This ancient monster actually directly consumed its original power to curse. It doesn't believe it. That guy Lu Li can suppress the gate of underworld that he brought down from the demon world, as long as Lu Li dares to refine it. The demon soul mark on the gate of underworld will immediately attract the power of the supreme curse and wrap around Lu Li's body like gangrene attached to his bones. making Lu Li's life worse than death. Then, it can also follow the clues, sense the location of the Gate of Underworld, and regain this supreme Taoist artifact. In a world of ice and snow, the wind was like a knife and was as long as 1,000 miles. And the blizzard was like stars, crashing down and hitting the ice field, erupting into shocking and terrifying wind, fire, thunder and lightning, which was extremely terrifying. The whole world was in chaos, as if the world had just opened. Even the Demon Emperor would be frightened by such a scene. Call out. A bit of golden Buddha light escaped out of thin air and shuttled through the wind, fire, thunder and ice with ease, as nimble as a small fish in the rain of arrows. At this time, an eager and excited voice came out from the golden light. Quick! 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 Lu Li, let me swallow this Gate of Underworld. There is an extremely pure and huge source of Taoist artifacts in this Gate of Underworld. As long as I swallow it, I will be the strongest Taoist artifact in the world and the most powerful one in the world. The first sword can kill immortals and destroy gods, and it will bring no harm. When the time comes, even if you fall in love with the Qinghuan Demon Emperor and want to ride her as a mount, I will put it on her neck, and you will have to agree even if she doesn't agree. GK, don't make trouble. In the golden Buddha light, Lu Li's voice also came out. That ancient monster is very ferocious. Killing him with one sword has already consumed a lot of mana. Now he still has to suppress the Gate of Underworld. If you are not careful, I'll be attacked by the Gate of Underworld, and I'll wait until I recover. Maybe that ancient demon knows some secret tracking skills and will come after me. The stop just now was thrilling and frightening. The ancient demon made a surprise attack. If Lu Li hadn't been promoted to void refining and his magic power increased greatly, comparable to that of the Demon Emperor, he would have perished in the hands of that demon. Fortunately, with the help of the supreme Bodhi robe, the golden Taoist sword, and the immeasurable vitality in the shadow of the immortal gate, he was lucky enough to injure the ancient demon, seize the underworld gate, and escape. However, when he finally escaped, he exposed his body and was seriously injured. Now, he could only form a Buddha kingdom in the palm of his hand, suppress the gate of HL, and escape far away. Hee. Don't worry. I cut through the void with my sword just now. By now we have probably reached the second and third floors of the Demon Crossing Tower. Now that the space of the Demon Crossing Tower has been repaired, the demon can't catch you. In the Buddha Kingdom, GK put his hands on his hips and said proudly, Have you reached other levels of the Demon Crossing Tower? Lu Li immediately felt relieved. However, he still had to find a place to heal his wounds and restore his mana first. Suddenly, the Buddha's light in the palm suddenly paused, and mysterious and strange dark gold runes, like earthworms, dragons and snakes, appeared out of thin air, rushed over through the wind and snow. A creepy aura immediately enveloped him, leaving him with nowhere to hide. In the blink of an eye, all the dark gold runes rushed into the Buddha's light. The immeasurable glass scriptures holding the Buddha's light in the palm cannot resist these dark gold runes. No! This is the aura of that ancient demon. That ancient demon really knows the secrets of the demon world, and is chasing it. Huh? Lu Li was slightly startled, grabbed the sword with his big hand, and was about to kill the rune. At this moment, a stone altar suddenly appeared and floated above Lu Li's head. The stone platform was dark, about 2 feet high and 1 foot wide, with dark red blood stains on it, and it was in the shape of a sloping ladder. It turned out to be the cursed altar of the Witch clan. Before Lu Li could react, the dark gold runes that rushed into the Buddha's kingdom in his palm and were about to pounce on Lu Li seemed to be pulled by some strong force. They turned halfway and flew towards the cursed altar. Buzz! Only a trembling sound was heard. The cursed altar suddenly burst into blood, and the shadow of a shaman god emerged from the stone platform, looming. 12 statues in total. These ferocious shadows of the witch god opened their mouths and swallowed up the dark gold runes that were still trying to break free and fly away one by one. The bloodlight is even more blazing. A chilling and frightening aura immediately emitted from the cursed altar. Lu Li had a thought in his mind. The bloodlight automatically flowed over and penetrated into his body. The vitality recovered extremely quickly. At the same time, on the top of Lu Li's head, a gray talisman the size of a fingernail and shaped like a beetle condensed out of thin air, and the astonishing aura of the avenue immediately filled the surrounding area. There was a hint of surprise in Lu Li's eyes. This great talisman exuding powerful evil and cold power is the Great Tao Talisman. He directly evolved the Great Curse Talisman from
the art of witchcraft,
borrowing its form from objects to kill people from a distance. He never expected that the ancient demon actually wanted to curse him from the air, but instead helped him make the cursed talisman even more powerful.
Yeah. Luli, your great curse is powerful again. It's more powerful. Maybe it can curse the demon emperor. Ha ha ha. Now, the ancient demon not only lost his wife and soldiers, but also lost his troops. I've lost everything.
GK jumped out and laughed happily.
What a good man. Not only did you give me a gate of hell, but now you actually want to help me strengthen the cursed talisman. Help me heal my wounds. That ancient demon is indeed a good man. Come back and give him a happy life.
Luli chuckled, completely letting go of his defenses, and allowed those dark gold runes to rush into the Buddha's kingdom in his palm. At the same time, within the first floor of the demon crossing tower, the big demon with a human face and a tiger head had an extremely sluggish aura, and his whole body was gray and white, and his vitality was weak.
Luli, I cursed you. Something's wrong. Why hasn't the Gate of Underworld responded yet? Could it be that guy has suffered all my curses and is safe and sound? Impossible. How could that guy withstand so many of my curses?
The ancient demon's blood-red eyes widened to the extreme, full of anger and shock. This is the blood curse technique spread in the world of demons and immortals. It consumes an unknown amount of its original lifespan. Even a demon emperor will be seriously injured if it is so cursed. How could the land carp not react? Could it be that Luli has someone to help him?
No. The mark of the demon soul I left behind at the Gate of Underworld is disappearing. That boy is refining my Gate of Underworld. How could he recover so quickly when he exposed himself as a mortal and escaped? Ah! Boy! How dare you! I curse you!
The monster with a human face and a tiger head roared high into the sky. At this moment, amidst the violent storm and snow, Luli had already arrived under the corpse of the Buddha holding a pipa, and began to refine and suppress the Gate of the Underworld. Chapter 493 Complete Refining.
This Gate of the Underworld seems to be made of the same material as the Naya Golden Bridge.
The kingdom of Buddha is in the palm of your hand. Luli looked at the Gate of the Underworld with the death energy rising into the sky in front of him, with a look of surprise on his face. This door of death seems to be made of brass, but upon closer inspection, it is discovered that its material is exactly the same as the Naya Golden Bridge of the Yinming Ghost Emperor. What's even more amazing is that on the base of the Gate of Underworld, two twisted and mysterious golden characters are engraved, exuding a frightening aura of the avenue. These two characters are called Huangquan, like the 6-character mantra talisman and Naya Golden Bridge. The two characters, Yellow Spring, are also written in the original world script.
But Jinxiao is the inheritance of Emperor Huangquan. It seems that the mysterious Emperor Huangquan is also a fellow countryman.
Luli was thoughtful.
Luli, the aura of death in the Gate of Underworld is very overbearing. My Kendo laws are not contaminated at all. If I touch it, it will be destroyed and decayed. Quick! Quick! Help!
At this time, Jean K emerged from the Gate of Underworld with a panicked look on his face, his body wrapped with a mysterious black pattern, like a tarsal maggot, trying to penetrate into its body.
I can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. You're too anxious.
Luli shook his head and chuckled, and with a backhand move, the 6-character mantra appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, Luli slapped the 6-character mantra talisman on Jean K's body with one palm. The strong Buddha's light directly shook away the mysterious black pattern and turned it into wisps of black smoke. The wisps of black smoke immediately condensed into black pythons with human faces and tiger heads. They roared silently and ferociously, trying to bite Jean K. Obviously, these are the soul clones of the ancient demon. At this moment, Luli flicked his fingers. A wisp of devouring Dao talisman appeared out of thin air and turned into a blue kunpeng. One by one, it swallowed the clones of the great demon Yuansh and transformed into black smoke.
The Gate of the Underworld was branded with the soul marked by the black python with a human face and a tiger head. It is its natal magic weapon. It is still resisting stubbornly. It is naturally ferocious. Wait until I completely swallow up the soul mark of that ancient monster. This Gate of L is mine,
Luli said, and with a wave of his hand, he summoned 4 powerful Dharma bodies. The 4-headed, 1,000-armed Buddha body, Kunpeng Dharmakaya, Chingdi Dharmakaya, the 3-legged golden crow Dharmakaya. The 4 powerful Dharma bodies are floating in the east, south, west, and north of the gate of Underworld. Their auras are connected and as thick as mountains, suppressing the restless gate of Underworld. Then, dazzling Buddha light burst out from the four-headed Buddha's body with thousands of hands. Thousands of Buddha's hands shot out the Supreme Buddha's palms and hit the gate of the Underworld. On the other side, Kunping's Dharma body opened its mouth. And with a bang, a black torrent spurted out. It is the law of swallowing the avenue. At the same time, Green Emperor's Dharma body emitted green light, turning into green vines that shot out and entangled the gate of the Underworld. This is the Dharma body condensed from the Qing Emperor's heaven refining technique. It can seize the vitality of heaven and earth. It is extremely powerful and domineering, and can also restrain the death aura of the gate of Underworld. Finally, there is the three-legged golden crow Dharmakaya. With a clear sound, it turns into a ball of scorching sun with a bang. The rolling golden flames are like the Milky Way pouring down, burning at the base of the gate of the Underworld.
Wow! Luli, you are not trying to refine the gate of Underworld, but you are trying to kill it directly.
Witnessing this scene, Gene K on the side widened his eyes in shock.
That's right.
Luli exploded his magic power with all his strength, his eyes flashing sharply.
This gate of Underworld is the natal magic weapon of that ancient demon. I don't know how many insidious restrictions are hidden by that ancient demon, and it may backfire at any time. I want to get it. It must be completely surrendered. The magic circle inside be completely opened, and a new soul mark be planted, and then be refined again to reach the point where it can be used like an arm and a finger. Otherwise, keeping it will be a disaster. It's better to just destroy it.
Oh,
I get it.
After hearing this, Gene K showed an expression of sudden realization.
It's like if you captured the queen of the enemy country and want to take her as your concubine. You must let the queen completely open her body and mind, tell all the secrets of the enemy country, and get pregnant. Your child. Let you manipulate it. This is true subjugation. This seems to be correct.
Luli frowned. But then again, Gene K was a bit greedy at the beginning and didn't understand the affairs of men and women. Who taught it to become what it is today? As the saying goes, those who are close to vermilion are red, and those who are close to ink are black. Gene K has always been by his side. Oh, that's okay. Luli cleared his mind and continued to suppress the gate of Underworld. All of a sudden, at this moment, the golden light, fire, green light, and black light in the Buddha's kingdom in the palm of my hand were shining dazzlingly, like four great suns, constantly rotating around the gate of the Underworld. Visible to the naked eye, the mysterious black lines wrapped around the gate of Underworld quickly disappeared. The aura of the avenue of death emanating from it also weakened rapidly. The gate of Underworld became more restless and struggled fiercely. As the gate opened and closed, more death energy spewed out, trying to break through the seals and imprisonment of the four Dharma bodies. However, Luli relied on the phantom of the gate of the immortal realm to absorb the vitality of the immortal realm. His magic power was almost endless. The power of the four Dharma bodies he sacrificed reached the level of the Demon Emperor. Together, they suppressed the gate of Underworld.
Hurry! Hurry!
Gene K on the side also kept waving thousands of sword lights, slashing at the gate of Underworld, and said excitedly,
Luli, I already feel that the weapon spirit of the gate of Underworld is about to be unbearable. It must be looking for an opportunity. Fight with all your strength. Break through the seal, and escape thousands of miles away. Don't worry. It can't escape,
Luli said coldly, and with a thought, the supreme Bodhi on his body flew up out of thin air, magnified infinitely, and covered the sky and the sun. Billions of Buddhist inscriptions floated out from the cassocks, shining with sacred Buddha light, forming a vast sky of Buddhist scriptures, like rounds of bright sun, shining through all heavens and all realms. Boom! At this moment, the gate of the Underworld suddenly opened, and a Xiantian black python with a human face and a tiger's head suddenly swam out from it, opened its mouth to swallow the sky. Click, 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 and actually swallowed the Buddha's body and Kunping directly. Dharmakaya. Before Luli could react, this black python with a human face and a tiger head turned around, rolled up the gate of H.L., rose into the sky, and bit hard. The Buddhist scripture sky was as crisp as a biscuit, and it was bitten into pieces and exploded into a golden light that filled the sky. The sealed space and time in all directions also shattered. Obviously, this is the last bit of soul imprint hidden by the ancient demon in the gate of Underworld. Just as it was about to rush into the void and flee away, Luli's cold voice sounded.
You want to escape from my Wuji mountain? How can it be so easy?
The words just fell. A multicolored divine pattern, like a Milky Way streamer, lay in front of the great demon Yuanshan, with a human face and a tiger head. The aura of the avenue instantly filled the world. It is the poisonous avenue divine pattern. Boom. The great demon Yuanshan with a human face and a tiger head did not dodge. He hit the poisonous avenue divine pattern that was more than 10,000 feet long. It was like hitting a pillar of heaven. And both of them were shocked. Next moment,
Ah!
only a heart-rending roar of pain was heard. The head of the great demon soul, with a human face and a tiger head, exploded in the air, and was directly corroded. Then, the golden sword light split the sky and the earth, cutting it in two. Take this opportunity. Luli grabbed it with his big hand, and completely grasped the gate of underworld in his hand. Chapter 494 Lifespan Oil Lamp. As soon as he grabbed the gate of underworld, Luli was not polite, and punched a soul mark, imprinting it deep into the gate of underworld. At the same time, mana was pouring into it like a river of stars. I don't know how much time passed. There is a vague connection between Luli's soul and the gate of underworld. The training was successful. Little. As soon as Luli thought, the gate of the underworld, which was 10,000 feet high in his palm, shrank rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it became the size of a sunflower fan, floating in front of his eyes. It exudes wisps of mystery, ancient and amazing aura of the avenue. It is indeed very similar to the aura of Naiha Jinqiao. Luli was thoughtful, staring at the mysterious black lines wrapped around the gate of underworld, with a sharp light flashing in his eyes.
These mysterious black lines are full of the aura of death, and they are so powerful and domineering. I don't know if they can be condensed into a death weapon after being refined.
Doubt talisman?
Before he finished speaking, the Jinke bar next to him took a bite and bit directly on a mysterious black pattern. Next moment, its eyes were bright, and it said excitedly,
Luli, this thing is delicious. It tastes better than the vitality of the immortal world. It tastes better than those ball of relics in the Buddhist world. Crunchy and crunchy. Hey, how do I know that the relics are good? Food?
Jinke was stunned on the spot. Luli didn't care. He tried to sacrifice the devouring avenue talisman and carefully refine a trace of mysterious black lines. Boom! This mysterious black streak went straight into his brain, carrying the violent aura of death, piercing Luli's soul. Obviously, this was also the backup plan of the ancient demon. Again? Luli sneered. He had already prepared that his soul would manifest into a three-legged golden crow and directly melt this mysterious black pattern. But at this moment, in the soul, the shadow of a golden bridge suddenly rushed out and hit this mysterious black pattern. Then, this mysterious black streak turned into two golden lights, merged into his eyes, and disappeared.
Huh? What's going on? The golden bridge is a protective spell left by the Yiming Ghost Emperor. Why did he rush out at this time?
Luli was slightly startled, but the next moment, he froze. I saw an oil lamp as big as a baby's hand, floating quietly on Jink's yellow head. What is this? Luli looked solemn and looked at it carefully. I saw that the base of this oil lamp was made of dark gold, and in the middle was a snow-white wick as thin as a hair, burning with a faint golden fire. Luli blew a breath. This faint golden fire did not waver at all.
Luli, don't you want to eat? Then I'll eat them all.
Jinke had no reaction. His eyes were glowing green, chasing and biting the mysterious black lines that were dancing around like a greedy snake. It didn't notice that there was an oil lamp above its head.
Interesting.
Luli narrowed his eyes slightly and began to devour and refine those mysterious black patterns. An hour later, all the mysterious black patterns were divided and eaten by Luli and Jinke. Luli's eyes had turned dark gold. It's the dark gold color of Naiha Jinqiao. At this time, he stared at the oil lamp above Jink's head, and a string of numbers automatically appeared in his mind. 7 quarters on March 10th. 42,852 years. This is the remaining life of Jinke. This oil lamp is Jink's lifespan oil lamp.
It turns out that this is the real power of the Gate of Underworld. A glimpse into the secret of life and death.
Luli's eyes flashed sharply, and there was a hint of excitement in his heart. Moreover, he seems to have mastered another use of the Gate of Hell.
Rise.
Luli threw it casually, raised the Gate of Underworld, and floated on top of Jink's head.
Jinke, don't move yet. Let me try the power of the Gate of Underworld first. Okay, hiccup.
GK burped, touched his swollen belly, and lay down directly. Next moment, Luli mobilized the gate of Underworld with all his strength, erupting mysterious black lines, condensing a pure black giant sickle in midair, and waved lightly towards the lifespan oil lamp above Jink's head. Sizzle! A small ball of golden light was chopped out by the pure black giant's side, flew out of the gate of Underworld, and disappeared. In an instant, Luli also sensed the remaining lifespan of GK. 7 quarters on March 10th. 32,852 years. That small ball of golden light is lamp oil with a lifespan of 10,000 years. Huh? Something's wrong. It seems like my origin of the avenue has been taken away. Luli, what is this ghost hand? At this time, GK seemed to notice something, and jumped up suddenly, looking at the pure black giant side above his head in horror. Luli looked at the obviously lighter oil in the longevity oil lamp, and couldn't help but exclaim, control life and death. Increase or decrease lifespan. This is the real door to H.L. As he spoke, the pure black giant hand dispersed as soon as he thought about it. The ball of lifespan lamp oil also ejected from the gate of the underworld and fell back into the lifespan oil lamp above Jink's head. What's going on? It seems that my origin of the avenue is back? Luli, what on earth is going on? GK blinked his eyes, with a look of surprise on his face. This gate of the underworld can help me see the lifespan of all things, and it can also help me take away the lifespan of others out of thin air. Luli held the gate of the underworld and explained with a smile. What? Can you see the lifespan of all things? GK was also shocked. His eyes widened. Yes. Luli nodded. In my eyes, the lifespan of all things is turned into a lifespan oil lamp, burning quietly. Just now, I raised the gate of the underworld, manifested the law of death, and condensed it into a life-threatening sickle, out of thin air. It took away your 10,000 years of life, but it was put back just now. After listening to Luli's words, GK's face was full of surprise. Really? Why didn't I see anything? This is the power of this gate of underworld. You can only see the manifested life-killing scythe, but not the lost lifespan. When Luli said this, he couldn't help laughing. This is really thanks to the big demon with a human face and a tiger head, for giving me such a magical and powerful Taoist weapon. In return, if you encounter it later, send him to be reincarnated first, so that he will not suffer in this world. That's not right. This gate of underworld can cut off a person's lifespan out of thin air? It's so ferocious and powerful. Why didn't you sacrifice that ancient monster just now? If it sacrificed this life-threatening sickle, wouldn't you and I have to sacrifice it? Are they reduced to short-lived species, like summer insects and autumn cicadas, and will never die again? GK asked doubtfully. Luli pondered for a moment, suddenly realized something, and said with a smile, because that ancient demon doesn't know that the gate of underworld is the inheritance of Emperor Underworld. Only by integrating the aura of Naya Golden Bridge can this gate be truly transformed. Take the gate of the underworld as your own and unleash its true mystical power. Speaking of this, Luli suddenly frowned. Why does this feel so arranged? Is there an invisible hand of fate somewhere that allows that ancient demon to deliver the gate of underworld to itself? Chapter 495, meeting Fong Yinli again. Forget it. No matter how many hands he has, he should first obtain the demon crossing tower and leave the demon world. It's still very dangerous here. Luli raised the gate of the underworld. His eyes flashed with crystal blue light, and he looked thousands of miles away through the violent storm and snow in the sky. This is the ghost eye. Penetrate the 9 netherworlds. Moreover, with the help of the gate of underworld, this spell seems to have been greatly improved. Not only can it see through the virtual and real vacuum, but it can also see the flow of heaven and earth's vitality. Sure enough, Luli saw a faint golden Buddha light on the Buddha corpse above his head, flowing and seeping into a dark void. There, a powerful ray of sacred Buddha light was revealed. It gives people a feeling of being as majestic and vast as the eternal universe, suppressing all monsters. If you guessed correctly, the place where the Buddha's light shines is the treasure of the Buddhist world, the artifact of the Demon Crossing Tower. Luli's eyes sparkled. The Demon Crossing Tower is the treasure of the Buddhist world. Although there is only a small fragment here, there are countless dead Buddha corpses in the entire tower. This is the best healing tonic for those ancient monsters who have escaped from trouble. Therefore, this group of big demons will definitely gather there to compete for the Buddha's body and the spirit of the fragments of the Demon Crossing Tower. If you go there rashly,
You may be in danger. The Huntian demon ape and the black python monster with human face and tiger head that we encountered before will definitely encourage other ancient monsters to attack.
However, the Gate of Underworld and the Altar of Curse are enough to make those ancient monsters afraid.
Lu Li's eyes flashed sharply. His left hand is the Gate of the Underworld, and he has a life-killing sickle that cuts off people's lifespan from a distance. His right hand curses the altar, borrows objects to represent people, and kills people from a distance. Who is not afraid? Even the Demon Emperor is afraid of him. Thinking of this, Lu Li became extremely ambitious and called out,
Jin K, let's go! Go get the Demon Crossing Tower. Get revenge on that big monster with a human face and a tiger head. Go! Go! Go!
When Jin K thought about how he had almost been swallowed by a monster with a human face and a tiger head, he became filled with murderous intent and followed Lu Li straight into the snowy sky. I don't know how much time passed. Lu Li used the Gate of Underworld to escape through layers of space and finally entered the world of Buddha's light. This is a world where golden Buddha light is as rich as water. A huge repulsive force suddenly surged in, trying to blast him out. At this moment, the Supreme Bodhi cassock automatically appeared on the body, and the 6-character mantra talisman shone with gleaming golden light, condensing into 10 feet of golden light all over the body. In an instant, the repulsive force disappeared. On the contrary, there is still a trace of pure Buddha light, which is integrated into his body, making the 1296 million Buddhas in the palm of his body stronger and exuding the aura of immortality.
These Buddha's lights are actually comparable to the immortal energy flowing out of the phantom of the gate to the immortal world.
Lu Li was shocked. His mana is increasing rapidly. In the sea of consciousness, the Dharma body of the four-faced, thousand-armed Buddha becomes more majestic, and the golden light flows, condensing into a round of great suns. There is actually a kind of artistic conception that sits in 3,000 worlds and is eternal. At the same time, Lu Li also saw the real world under this ocean of Buddha's light. Mountains of gods and Buddhas rise into the sky. On the mountain, there are many ancient temples and temples in the Mahabharata, one after another, endless at a glance. There is also a stone statue of Buddha, which is like a pillar of heaven, standing between heaven and earth. At first glance, it seems like you have arrived in the land of ultimate bliss, the land of 10,000 Buddhas. However, the world is dead silent. Lu Li's consciousness spread out, covering thousands of miles, and no trace of life was found. Those Buddhist temples that were once prosperous have long since collapsed, and the ground is covered with ruins, covered with moss, and no one cares about them. It gives people the feeling that people have left the building empty, and that it has been in depression and decay for thousands of years.
Where's the Demon Crossing Tower artifact spirit?
Jin K lay on Lu Li's shoulder, sniffing around like a little mouse, but did not detect a trace of Taoist artifacts. Suddenly, its eyes lit up, and it pointed to the west and shouted,
Lu Li! There! There is the breath of Taoist artifacts in that big temple where the 9 dragons protect the Dharma. Huh? Don't worry.
Lu Li did not rush out immediately, but held the Gate of the Underworld with his hand, stimulating mysterious black lines to cover his body, hiding all aura, and his crystal blue eyes scanned the 9 heavens and 10 places. His expression suddenly turned cold. Something is wrong here. It seems that the Buddha's light is shrouded in peace, and the land of 10,000 Buddhas is peaceful. The Baiyang Golden Temple, surrounded by 9 celestial dragon statues, does exude wisps of pure Buddha's light. However, Lu Li is keenly aware that there is a trace of death under that temple. The breath is looming. The Gate of Underworld, also known as the Gate of Death, is the most sensitive to the aura of death.
There is a trap there!
Lu Li sneered, and his eyes flashed with dark golden light. He saw it. In the void of that temple, a lifespan oil lamp appeared clearly in front of the eyes. Lifespan: 387,321 years. May 4th and 4 quarters. This is a terrifying existence, with a lifespan of 380,000 years. Obviously, this guy hiding in the dark is definitely a Demon King level demon. It's very likely that it's an ancient demon.
This ancient demon has such sharp supernatural powers that it is actually hidden under a temple,
making it undetectable. If I hadn't obtained the Gate of Underworld and developed a pair of eyes that can see into life and death, and saw the longevity oil lamp of this demon, I'm afraid it would have really I can't detect its presence. This breath?
Lu Li suddenly sensed something, and suddenly turned his head to look east. His 25 heavenly demon swords captured a very familiar power of the 7 emotions. Not far away. It's Fong Yinli. That stupid foodie is indeed here. Lu Li raised his eyebrows and decided to ignore the big demon hiding under the Kowloon temple. He went around and found Fong Yinli first. So, he folded his body with Jean K and flew towards the east quietly. Rumble. After half a cup of tea, Lu Li heard the sound of thunder rolling from the distance. Moreover, the strong vibration turned into spatial waves visible to the naked eye and spread in all directions, shaking the temples and Buddha statues on the ground into powder and flying all over the sky. Someone is fighting! Lu Li's expression was slightly stern, and his figure flashed across thousands of miles. After a few flashes, he saw a terrifying battle scene. The sky is falling apart. The water waves cover the sky. I saw hundreds of millions of hectares of blue waves surging above the shattered sky, condensing into water dragons more than 10,000 feet long, violently attacking a demon god. A crab demon god that is more than 1,000 feet tall and covered in red scales. The crab-like demon swung its 8 giant pincers and threw out a blade of pure black demonic energy as thick as lightning, slashing through the void, annihilating all things, and easily splitting the water dragon that attacked in half. The demonic energy is overwhelming. This turned out to be a pure demon god from the demon world. However, Lu Li only glanced at the crab demon god, and his eyes were immediately attracted to a golden figure in the blue waves that covered the sky. The guy was holding a steaming big crab leg in each hand and was chewing it happily, making his cheeks bulge like a golden bear hamster. It's Fong Yinli. Chapter 496 Red Scale Demon God. Are you the demon god of the demon realm? Is this the devil's spiritual thought? Lu Li's thoughts changed, and he immediately understood. This crab demon god sensed the appearance of the white bone demon god that he practiced and thought that he was also the demon god of the demon realm. In this case, there was a gleam of light in Lu Li's eyes, and as his mind moved, demonic energy surged out. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped his entire body, condensing into the form of the white bone demon god. Then, he stepped out of the void and appeared between heaven and earth. His identity cannot be exposed easily. Once exposed, the Huntian demon ape and the monster with a human face and a tiger head will come after him. Simply pretend to be the demon god of the demon realm and make the ancient demon in the demon crossing tower fear you. More importantly, he wanted to get a drop of real demon blood from this demon god, break through to the second level of the Brahma demon's true holy skill, and condense the second demon god's dharma. When the time comes, he can easily break through the second level of void refining. Huh? It's actually another demon? The other side. Seeing Lu Li's figure revealed and filled with demonic aura, the blue-eyed woman in gold and red robes expression condensed. Wow! Another demon. Sister Koi. Let's go quickly. Let's go find the second master. Fong Yinli was startled when she saw Lu Li's figure. Like a frightened rabbit, she pushed the crab legs away with both hands. Throw it away and hide behind the blue-eyed woman. Sure enough, this blue-eyed woman is the Koi Demon King. Walk. The Koi Demon King did not hesitate. Transformed into a jade water dragon, rolled up Fong Yinli, and fled thousands of miles away. In the blink of an eye, the two of them disappeared. After a while, the water dragon landed on the top of a Tontian pagoda. Sister Koi. Stop. Stop. Something's wrong. Fong Yinli frowned, always feeling that something was wrong. Huh? What happened? The emerald water dragon circled in the air, transformed into a human form, and landed next to Fong Yinli. The demon that suddenly appeared just now always feels familiar to me. The bone demon Dada. Could it be that guy? Fong Yinli suddenly thought of something and looked stunned. Huh? Who is it? The Koi Demon King asked. It's that Lu Li who I often tell you. He's good-looking but despicable. He often chases me in my dreams and wants me to have children. Is he really that guy? The more I think about it, the more he looks like me. But it's impossible. Why is this guy here? Fong Yinli chewed her thumb, her head filled with questions. It doesn't matter. It's better to find your second master first. Tao Tai. Your second master ate something from the demon god, which made the demon god from the demon world directly enter the demon crossing tower. If nothing else happens, there will be more and more demons here. We have to leave first. The Koi Demon King said solemnly. Hearing this, Fong Yinli hesitated for a moment, and his eyes lit up. Sister Koi, that guy is very capable. How about you let me confirm again? How to confirm? Run back?
The Koi Demon King asked helplessly.
Hee. That's not necessary. I'll just take a nap and be fine,
Fang Yinli said, closing her eyes. Then, the person fell directly into the arms of the Koi Demon King and fell into a deep sleep.
This little guy really has a big heart.
Seeing this, the Koi Demon King smiled helplessly and was about to roll up Fang Yinli and continue to flee thousands of miles away to escape the pursuit of the demon. In addition, those ancient monsters that escaped the seal are also a huge threat. At this moment, Fang Yinli suddenly woke up in her arms, her dark and bright eyes full of surprise.
It's him! It's him! It's him!
What? The Koi Demon King couldn't help but ask in confusion.
I was sleeping and dreaming just now. And sure enough, I dreamed that the guy grabbed me in my dream and asked me and Sister Ling to give birth to his child. Sister Ling? Could it be that Sister Ling has been poisoned by him and gave birth to his child?
Fang Yinli suddenly reacted, with an expression of disbelief on his face. At the same time,
you are not the demon god of the demon realm. You don't have the mark of the demon ancestor on your body.
Above the huge red-scaled crab demon, a red-scaled middle-aged man coldly said a divine thought. Hey, you were discovered so quickly? Lu Li raised his eyebrows and was not surprised. He said calmly,
Yes, I am indeed not the demon god of the demon realm. But I should be able to ascend to the demon realm in the future. Dare to pretend to be the devil of the devil world? Die!
The middle-aged man with red scales suddenly became murderous. The words fell. The huge crab demon suddenly raised a giant AO and slashed at the land carp from the air. Quick! Too fast! Lu Li felt his eyes flash. And a giant AO that was more than 10,000 feet long appeared above his head, like sharp scissors cutting through the sky and the Milky Way, appearing in front of him. When he wanted to escape, the demon giant AO appeared on both sides of him as if teleporting, and twisted and seized him hard. Crackling. The space of the demon crossing tower was completely shattered, thousands of miles around. Everyone is shrouded by this demon giant AO, and there is no way to escape. Boom. The bone demon god that Lu Li transformed into was directly cut by Ju AO, and exploded into a cloud of demonic energy that filled the sky. But the next moment, Lu Li's figure reappeared thousands of miles away, unscathed. Obviously, the one just now was just one of his Dharma images.
As expected of the demon god of the demon realm. He is so fierce!
Lu Li raised his eyebrows. The power of Ju AO just now was too fast. If he hadn't been careful and didn't reveal his true body, I'm afraid it would have turned into a ball of demonic energy now. Moreover, this giant AO is extremely sharp. No less sharp than Jean Quebec. I am afraid that even his Buddha Dharma body cannot withstand it. You have to sacrifice yourself through the gate of H.L.
He's not dead yet?
The red-skinned middle-aged man saw Lu Li alive. His dark eyes filled with anger, and he stamped his feet. Rumble. Rumble. The devilish energy of the red-scaled crab demon gushed out from his body, and pieces of red scales stood up, shining with strange and mysterious magic pattern talismans. Then, he raised his giant AO again and slashed towards Lu Li from the air. The sky is divided into two halves. The giant AO turned into two strange black lines, forming a pair of black scissors, and fell from the sky. In a billionth of an instant, it landed on Lu Li's head. This turned out to be an attack formed by the law of the Great Tao.
Well done!
Lu Li's expression was slightly condensed, and he flipped his big hand, and a 10,000-foot-long Buddha rushed out of the Buddha kingdom in his palm. Standing on top of the sky, he shot out thousands of Buddha's palms and hit the falling black scissors. At the same time, he grabbed the brass sword out of thin air with his other hand, pouring boundless and powerful mana into it. Jung. A crisp sword cry resounded throughout the world. The brass sword shined fiercely, ejected, and turned into a golden thread that cut through the sky. Earth, sun and moon appeared on one of Ju Ao's joints, and slashed hard. Boom. There was a shocking explosion. The 10,000-foot-long Buddha was cut into pieces by black scissors, as if made of paper, and exploded into a sky full of Buddha light, which was impossible to withstand. But at this moment, the golden thread struck at the joint of the giant AO. It was as powerful as breaking a bamboo, cutting open the red scales on it, and directly chopped off the giant AO. Then, a drop of ink-black blood, which seemed to be condensed from the darkness of heaven and earth, dripped from the broken wound. Chapter 497 Chapter 498 Second level of void refining. This red-scaled demon is so fierce that he can casually launch a law-based attack that is comparable to a Taoist weapon. All chaos seems to be cut open by black scissors.
Well done!
Faced with such an astonishing attack, Lu Li's expression was slightly condensed. But he was not afraid. He turned his big hand upwards, and a 10,000-foot-long Buddha rushed out from the Buddha kingdom in his palm. Scissors. At the same time, he grabbed the brass sword out of thin air with his other hand, pouring boundless and powerful mana into it. Jung. A crisp sword cry resounded throughout the world. The brass sword shined fiercely, ejected, and turned into a golden thread that cut through the sky. Earth, sun and moon appeared on one of Jueo's joints and slashed hard. Boom. There was a shocking explosion. The 10,000-foot-long Buddha was cut into pieces by black scissors, as if made of paper, and exploded into a sky full of Buddha light, which was impossible to withstand. But at this moment, the golden thread struck at Jueo's joint, with the force of breaking a bamboo, cutting open the red scales on it. Then, a drop of ink-black blood, which seemed to be condensed from the darkness of heaven and earth, dripped from the broken wound. The blood of the devil.
Oh! Boy! How dare you hurt me!
The middle-aged man with red scales let out a huge roar, and countless strange and penetrating black magic patterns began to shine all over his body, flying all over the sky and covering the 9 heavens and 10 places. Boom! However, at this moment, Lu Li's body swayed, and crackling thunder and lightning flames exploded in all directions, exploding tens of thousands of wind, fire, and lightning clones in an instant. The whole world turned into a sea of thunder. The next moment, countless magic patterns washed down, annihilating all the thunder and fire clones.
Damn it! You actually let this kid steal a drop of my true blood and run away. However, if you take my true blood, you won't be able to escape even if you run to the ends of the earth.
The middle-aged man with red scales looked up to the sky and roared angrily, then rushed out in one direction while controlling the sky-reaching red scale crab. In its induction, the true blood is there. The other side, Lu Li's whole body shone with golden lightning. He took one step forward, and a teleportation array of thousands of miles appeared under his feet. With a flash of thunder, the person moved millions of miles away. There was a hint of joy on his face. The devil's true blood is in hand. As long as it is refined, the Brahma demon true holy art can break through to the second level, and he can immediately break through to the second level of void refining.
Lulu! Run! Run! That big crab is chasing after you. If it catches up, we will become crab daddies.
Over his shoulder, Jean K looked back and exclaimed. Lu Li also felt it. An extremely strong murderous intent penetrated the void and locked firmly on him. At the same time, the drop of true blood of the demon god that was suppressed in the Buddha kingdom in the palm was also struggling violently, manifesting the appearance of a fierce demon god, as if it was about to escape from the trap.
Don't panic. That big crab can't catch up.
Lu Li smiled confidently. Say it. Golden light flashed all over his body, and a golden red cassock embroidered with mysterious Buddhist inscriptions was draped on him. In an instant, immeasurable Buddha light came from all directions and blessed the cassock. The 6-character mantra is infused with Buddha's light and emerges automatically, exuding a trace of supreme power and suppressing the blood of the devil. The blood of the demon was suppressed on the spot.
It really works. This supreme Bodhi cassock can indeed suppress all demons and evil gods with the help of the Buddha's power from the fragments of the demon crossing tower.
Lu Li was so happy that he directly summoned the devouring talisman, wrapped it in the drop of demon god's blood, and started refining it. At the same time, the white-boned demon god's dharma, manifested by the Brahma demon's true holy art, also appeared and began to eat away at the demon god's blood. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the drop of demon blood disappeared.
Impossible!
The red-scaled crab demon god who was chasing him suddenly sensed something, suddenly stopped, and let out a shocking and furious roar. In its perception, its true blood seems to be blurred by something. Moreover, it is still disappearing rapidly. Soon, the true blood has completely disappeared.
How did that kid come to refine my true blood so quickly? He also practiced the Brahma demon true holy art of the demon realm, and was not counterattacked by the demon god? Could it be that that kid is really the reincarnation of the demon god?
The red-scaled crab demon was shocked and confused. It froze on the spot and pondered for 3 breaths, then suddenly turned around and left. Snort. Anyway, as soon as that kid activates the Brahma demon's true holy power and manifests its dharma, it will sense it, And when the time comes, it won't be too late to pursue him. Now it's better to capture the Demon Crossing Tower artifact spirit first.
That guy gave up the pursuit.
At this time, in a Buddhist temple that had been abandoned for many years, Luli also sensed something and revealed his figure directly. The breath all over his body was surging. His Brahma demon true holy technique refined the blood of the demon god and officially broke through to the second level. Naturally, the realm also breaks through to the second level of void refining. Look at the system panel again. Host, Land Carp. Race, Lifespan, 27/999999.
Is this a million lifespan?
Luli's eyes widened slightly, with an expression of surprise. Unexpectedly, refining a drop of demon god's blood would allow him to break through to the second level of void refining, increase his mana, and increase his lifespan to such a terrifying level. Millions of lives, comparable to the ancient demon.
Now I directly sacrifice the cursed talisman. Maybe I can exchange my life for my life and curse a demon king to death.
Luli's eyes flashed sharply. However, it actually doesn't have to be so troublesome. With a thought in Luli's mind, immeasurable Buddha light immediately emerged from the 129,600,000 Buddha kingdom within his body. These Buddha lights present a divine aura that is flawless, immortal, and eternal. We are extremely close to the remaining Buddha light on those Buddha corpses. If you look closely, you will see that in every Buddha crystal in your palm, there is a Buddha with 4 faces and 1,000 hands, sitting cross-legged in the sky, holding various mysterious seals and reciting the supreme mantra. Under the blessing of Buddha light, Luli is like the ancestor of 10,000 Buddhas, coming to the world and saving everything.
Trillions of Dharma bodies and immeasurable Buddha light are enough to suppress the demon king.
Luli felt his own majestic magic power, and for a moment, he became extremely ambitious. Now, although he is only at the second level of void refining, his magic power has reached an extremely terrifying level, even more tyrannical than the Demon Emperor. If he were to meet the Jinping Demon Emperor again, he would be able to suppress him easily. Maybe I can even have a fight with Qingwan Demon Emperor.
What a powerful magic! The entire demon court is filled with such amazing Buddha light. It's like the reincarnation of Buddha. Are you not really just in the realm of refining the void?
At this moment, a suspicious voice came from outside the Buddhist temple. Who is it? With a thought in Luli's mind, he withdrew the Buddha's light and stepped out of the Buddhist temple. When he looked up, he saw a middle-aged woman wearing a golden and red robe floating in the sky, with eyes as green as jade. Behind the woman, a sneaky guy stretched out her round little face. The big black and bright eyes were full of surprise. Chapter 498 Laws of the Immortal Realm. Who is this guy if he's not Fang Yinli? Seeing this foodie, Luli couldn't help but smile.
My dear lady, why don't you come over to meet your husband? What kind of husband? Don't talk nonsense.
When Fang Yinli heard this, he immediately jumped out from behind the middle-aged woman, puffed out his mouth, stared at her eyes, and shouted angrily,
I have saved you so many times. Shouldn't you pledge yourself to me? However, your sister Ling Jinshuang has married me and become a Taoist couple. So from now on, she will be the big one and you will be the little one.
Luli joked.
You really are still so shameless. What nonsense! Sister Ling will never become a Taoist partner with you. I won't treat you as your little wife either.
Fang Yinli curled her lips. Luli smiled and said slowly,
If you become my little lady, I will take care of your food from now on. Really?
Instantly, Fang Yinli's eyes lit up.
Also, I will also pack your snacks from now on. I can get whatever you want to eat for you. How about it?
Luli asked with a smile.
This?
Fang Yinli started to get confused. The middle-aged woman on the side shook her head helplessly and said with a smile,
You should be the Luli that Yinli often mentioned. Right. The peerless genius in the Xianwang world? When I saw you today, it was indeed extraordinary. You have actually cultivated such amazing magic power. Exactly. My senior is the Koi Demon Emperor?
Luli nodded and asked,
It's me. You are a human being. How come you came to this demon world and entered this demon crossing tower?
The Koi Demon King asked curiously.
Of course I'm here to see this glutton.
Luli pointed at Fang Yinli. Hearing this, Fang Yinli felt warm in her heart, smiled silly, jumped over, flipped her little hand, and took out a lot of things.
Luli, these are all the strange things I collected in the demon world. Rare fruits and elixirs of various flavors are specially reserved for you.
As he spoke, a smile appeared on his face like a puppy asking for credit. and he was just wagging his tail behind him.
I don't need it. Let's leave it for your sister Ling to eat after we go back. By the way, how did you come to this demon world?
Luli touched her head and asked with a smile. Although there was a system to record Fan Yinli's incident, Luli still asked for more detailed and clear details from Fan Yinli.
I don't remember exactly. I was eating on the road when a dragon boasted about falling from the sky and swept me away. It even treated me as a pet. It turned out that I ate too much and was killed by me halfway. Throw it away. Didn't I just take a few of its stored elixirs?
Fan Yinli said angrily.
Eat a few?
Luli raised his eyebrows, expressing doubt.
It's true.
Fan Yinli blushed and murmured in a low voice.
I finally left a pill and an elixir seed for that dragon. Dot!
Luli was speechless. No wonder the real dragon threw Fan Yinli away. If he didn't eat her, it was because the real dragon had a good temper.
And after?
Luli asked again.
Later, I turned into a monkey demon, wandering around looking for food. As I ate, my cultivation level reached the nascent soul level. Then, I met my second master.
Fan Yinli recalled while chewing her fingers.
Second master? Who?
Luli immediately asked.
It's Tao Tai, the innate celestial spirit. Tao Tai,
the Koi Demon King on the side said with a solemn look.
Although it is just a clone from the lower realm, it has also turned the demon court upside down. Yes, the second master is very powerful. He took me all the way to eat. He also taught me a practice method of swallowing heaven and earth. He refined all the spiritual pills and fruits I had eaten before and helped me cultivate to the point of becoming a god. Realm,
Fan Yinli said excitedly, with a happy face. A clone of the Xiantian Tao Tai? No wonder. Luli nodded and turned to look at the Koi Demon Emperor.
Then this Koi Demon Emperor is also your master? He. Sister Koi is not my master. She is my adoptive mother. However, calling me mother is too old. So I will just call you sister? Luli. Now I have a Xiantian Tianling master. And a demon emperor. Mom, you can't bully me casually in the future.
When Fan Yinli finished speaking, she put her hands on her hips, her little face full of pride. The words just fell. Luli's brain suddenly hit her nose.
You are a foodie, running around all over the place. I don't know how worried your sister Ling is about you, which made me come all the way to find you. And I was almost eaten by a few ancient monsters.
How dare you be so arrogant after causing such a big disaster? Whoa, Sister Koi. This guy is bullying me.
Fan Yinli covered her red forehead, curled up in the arms of the Koi Demon King, and screamed in grievance. The Koi Demon King rubbed Fan Yinli's head helplessly and lovingly, turned around and said with a smile,
Friend Lu Dao, this place is very dangerous. The ancient Demon King is rampant. It's best for you and me to leave quickly.
Although Lu Li was only in the void refining realm, his magic power was already so powerful that even Koi, who was the Demon King, was quite frightened. Therefore, the Koi Demon King is also regarded as a fellow Taoist of the same generation.
Leave now? I'm afraid not yet.
Lu Li shook his head.
Qingwan Demon Emperor asked me to come in and obtain the artifact spirit from the Demon Crossing Tower before I can leave. Otherwise, the Demon Emperor will probably let me stay in the demon world forever. Qingwan Demon Emperor?
Hearing this, the Koi Demon King's expression tightened. This person is one of the 3 demon emperors in the demon court, with boundless magic power. She actually wants Lu Li, a human race, to come into the Demon Crossing Tower and take away the spirit of the Demon Crossing Tower?
Sister Koi, it's better to find the second master first. With the second master here, you won't be afraid of any ancient monster. Eat them all in one bite.
Fan Yinli clenched her fists and said excitedly,
Friend Lu Dao, what do you think?
The Koi Demon King asked.
That's fine.
Lu Li pondered for a moment and nodded. Although he has powerful magic power now, after all, he is just cultivating the void. It's okay to fight an ancient monster, but he can only run away when he encounters a group of ancient monsters. What's more, there is a demon from the demon world here. If there is an innate true spirit as a backer, then there is no need to be afraid. Maybe you can directly subdue the weapon spirit of the Demon Crossing Tower.
Yinli, please lead the way.
At this time, the Koi Demon King said,
No problem.
Fan Yinli patted her chest, spit out a piece of emerald green leaf, blew out a breath, and the leaf grew bigger out of thin air. And in the blink of an eye, it turned into an emerald green boat.
Come up quickly. This is the empty boat left to me by the second master. It can travel across all realms and lead us to find the second master automatically.
Fawn Inly shouted to Luli. When Luli saw it, his expression immediately showed a bit of surprise. Because, on this leaf jade boat, there are actually radiating mysterious laws, which are very similar to the laws of the avenue that spewed out from the shadow of the gate of the fairy world. But it feels a bit more magical. This is probably the real law of the fairy world. Chapter 499, The Gathering of Monsters. Fairy world law? Is this leaf jade boat a treasure from the fairy world? Luli couldn't help but secretly exclaimed. That Talai was truly an innate spirit. And whatever he took it were treasures from the fairy world.
Luli, this is the pure breath of the laws of the fairy world. Let me eat it. If I eat it, it will transform into a fairy sword.
In the sea of consciousness, Jinke also smelled the mysterious aura of the laws of the immortal world, and his eyes glowed green.
You eat this treasure from the fairy world, and later you and I should enter that glutton's belly and be directly refined into a trace of vitality.
Luli replied angrily. Then, he stepped onto the jade flying boat. Koi Demon King and Fawn Inly also flew up.
Baby,
let's go. Fawn Inly gently patted the edge of the jade boat.
Take us to find the second master.
The words fell. The jade boat trembled slightly, and it emitted streams of colorful, mysterious light,
lingering around and forming a layer of colorful spiritual cover. Luli narrowed his eyes slightly and felt shocked. These colorful, mysterious lights are actually made up of billions of extremely small and mysterious golden seal characters, and they look vaguely familiar. It is exactly the same as the shadow floating around the gate of the fairy world. Immortal Seal script. Call out. At this moment, the jade boat under his feet shot out violently, accompanied by bursts of sharp sounds breaking through the air. It seemed to have penetrated countless parallel time and spaces, and was escaping into the mysterious void. Luli immediately felt that the aura of Buddha's light was getting stronger and stronger. The supreme Bodhi cassock of the Buddha in the palm of his hand was also trembling slightly, emitting circles of Buddha light, turning into mysterious power and flooding Luli's body, making his body stronger. There is an aura of immortality and eternity. This is obviously blessed by the power of the supreme Buddhist treasure, the Demon Crossing Pagoda. This fairy boat is really breaking through the layers of blockades of the Demon Crossing Tower and heading towards the location of the Demon Crossing Tower's weapon spirit at a high speed.
Fawn Inly, you are really lucky to be so favored by the innate soul. Is it true that stupid people are blessed with stupid things?
Luli couldn't help but exclaimed.
You're such a fool. But you're so lucky. The second master and I obviously have the same goals. We both like to eat. That's why the second master accepted me as his apprentice.
Fawn Inly puffed up his mouth, a little unconvinced.
That's right. However, pigs also like to eat. Why don't you see that innate spirit accepting pigs as disciples? It seems that you are a little smarter than pigs.
Luli smiled.
Humph. Of course.
When Fawn Inly heard this, she immediately smiled like a flower, her round face full of pride. Seeing this, Luli and Koi Demon King looked at each other and smiled helplessly. This guy is really blessed. However, it should be exchanged for IQ.
Huh? Not good.
Suddenly, the expression of the Koi Demon King changed slightly. Luli also looked solemn. The mysterious jade boat under my feet passed through billions of time and space, and suddenly stopped. All around, powerful and terrifying auras enveloped the world and suppressed it fiercely.
Ancient great demon. So many ancient great demons.
Luli's pupils shrank. In this mysterious void shrouded in golden Buddha light, the corpses of Buddhas stand tall in the sky. At this time, ancient monsters stand on top of these corpses of Buddhas, unscrupulously exuding their demonic power at the level of demon emperors. There are a total of 108 Buddha corpses, 108 ancient monsters. Among them were the Huntian demon ape that Luli had encountered before, the Xiantian black python demon with a human face and a tiger head, and other terrifying demons. Some of these big monsters have eyes as big as the bloody sun. Some spread their wings to cover the sky, and some have stars and meteorites floating around. They are all extremely powerful, no less terrifying than the Qingwan demon emperor.
What on earth is going on? Why are there so many ancient monsters gathered here?
The Koi Demon King was also shocked and turned pale. With so many big monsters rushing out of the Demon Crossing Tower, I'm afraid the entire demon court will be overturned, and monsters big and small will all die.
No wonder Qingwan Demon Emperor himself didn't come in to get the Demon Crossing Tower artifact spirit. There are so many ancient demons. With one claw and one claw, they can capture Qinghuan Demon Emperor into a hairless chicken cub.
Lu Li was also secretly frightened. Fang Yinli on the side was also stunned at this moment, and quickly took out 2 pork knuckles and ate them in his mouth to calm down his shock. Fortunately, the Jasper ferry boat under his feet was extremely mysterious, and the 7-colored mysterious light shield blocked out all auras. Even though those ancient demons had their demonic eyes reaching into the sky and penetrating the 9 netherworlds, they could not even see the existence of Lu Li and the others. Lu Li also felt a little relieved. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he glanced at the 108 Buddha corpses and frowned. The corpses of these Buddhas are floating between the heaven and earth, where the golden Buddha light is as rich as the sea, and they are also emitting a faint golden light. Some are like Vajras with angry eyes. Some are like Bodhisattvas with lowered eyebrows in compassion. Some are like sleeping arhats with their eyes closed. Different. They all look dead. But the strange thing is that Lu Li clearly heard the sacred and solemn Zen singing floating in this mysterious space. It seemed like a monk was chanting ancient Buddhist scriptures in a low voice. Listening to these Buddhist scriptures, Lu Li couldn't help but have the idea of converting to Buddhism. He wanted to immediately cut off all worldly ties and escape into Buddhism.
Is this the legendary Buddha sound that saves people? Rumor has it that after the death of the Buddha in the Buddhist world, his body becomes immortal, and the supreme Buddha sound is solidified and exists in his true body. It will be immortal for eternity. It can directly save all living beings. It seems that these Buddhas, the corpses, are all true Buddhas in the Buddhist world.
The Koi Demon King on the side was also quite shocked.
Since there are so many corpses of Buddha Jintua here, then the artifact spirits of the Demon Crossing Tower should also be here. Could it be that they have been taken away by one of the ancient demons?
Lu Li asked with a serious expression. In this case, it would be better for him to go as a best strategy, lest he be besieged by a group of monsters and unable to escape as soon as his identity is exposed.
No! The Demon Crossing Tower is the treasure of the Buddha realm and a supreme existence that can compete with the demonic immortal realm. Although this is only a small fragment, it is not something that these ancient demons, who were exiled from the demonic immortal realm, can contaminate. Unless they join forces.
The Koi Demon King shook his head solemnly. Hearing this sentence, Lu Li felt relieved for the time being. This group of lawless and ferocious ancient demons refuses to obey anyone. It would take 10 lifetimes for them to let go of their prejudices and hatred, because these ancient monsters were hostile and wary of each other. They all looked at each other with anger, and some of them even roared and roared at each other. I don't know what kind of nonsense they said, but it sounded like they were greeting each other's maternal relatives, and it looked like they were about to start a fight. The peaceful Buddha light of the entire mysterious void could not suppress their gunpowder smell. A fight is about to begin. Lu Li also wanted to see the ancient demons fighting each other, with rivers of blood flowing. And by the way, pick up the scales, claws, feathers, etc. of the ancient demons. At this moment, the Huntian demon ape actually spoke.
Fellow Taoists, there is no need to argue anymore. You should all sense the existence of that innate true spirit. Therefore, it is better to work together to find the artifact spirit of the Demon Crossing Tower and escape from the Demon Crossing Tower. By then, the world will be vast. The universe is vast. We can control it anywhere.
Chapter 500, Zodiangian. The Huntian demon ape's giant arms had grown back, and it opened its huge mouth of sky-swallowing fangs. It roared so loudly that the entire void buzzed, as if it was exploding.
Humph! We have all used our supreme Dharma eyes and all kinds of magical powers, but we have not been able to find the location of the Demon Crossing Tower artifact spirit. We have not even seen half of its shadow. Even if we join forces, I am afraid the result will be the same.
An ancient demon spoke. This is a snow-white leopard monster lying on top of the Buddha's corpse. In between breaths, it spits out thousands of miles of ice, penetrating the heaven and earth. The ancient monsters all around were far away from each other, and their expressions were a bit fearful. Obviously, this leopard demon is extremely powerful, and is one of the strongest among this group of ancient demons.
Mrs. Huntian demon ape gritted his teeth and said, there was endless anger in his blood-stained eyes. Hearing this, Lu Li's heart skipped a beat.
Lu Li? Who is it? Is he the demon emperor of Demon Court? Where is he now?
Another big demon immediately asked. This is a mysterious monster covered in black and white light. When he opens his mouth, the black and white light around him surges unsteadily, and the yin and yang flow, giving people a terrifying aura that swallows the universe. This kid is just practicing virtual cultivation. But he is the reincarnation of the real Buddha in the Buddhist world. He also has a Tao sword. What's even more amazing is that this kid can actually summon the legendary gate of the fairy world. This kid is here in this demon crossing tower. The cassock on his body is embroidered with all kinds of supreme Buddhist inscriptions. And his aura is exactly the same as that of the fallen Buddha in the demon crossing tower. As long as you find him and get the Buddhist cassock on him, you can do it. Find the demon crossing tower artifact spirit.
Huntian Demon Ape said bitterly. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the audience was shocked.
What? The phantom of the gate to the fairy world? How did this kid come to be able to summon the phantom of the gate to the fairy world? It is said that the immortal realm was destroyed by the demonic realm. And even the gate to the immortal realm is missing. Now it actually appears in the body of a boy who is refining the void? Or is it the reincarnation of the real Buddha in the Buddhist world? Be good. The reincarnation of the real Buddha in the Buddhist world? If you eat him, wouldn't it mean that your lifespan will increase by millions? You will live forever. Don't waste time. Take action. Since this kid is here in the demon crossing tower, find him, capture him here, peel off his cassock, refine his soul, and find out the secrets of his past and present lives. Take away his sword and eat his flesh and blood.
Accompanied by bursts of ferocious laughter. One by one, the big demons opened their pupils and used their divine eyes to search the world, penetrating through billions of parallel spaces, and began to search for traces of land carps. Even more, Luli sensed that wisps of mysterious aura appeared outside the jade boat out of thin air through the void, trying to wrap around it. At this moment, Yujo's seven-colored mysterious light spiritual shield flashed slightly, directly annihilating these auras. The divine light emitted from the eyes of those ancient demon gods fiercely penetrated the colorful spirit shield. But I don't know where it was refracted. It didn't shine on Luli.
Fortunately, this fairy boat's mystery can withstand the calculation techniques of these ancient monsters. Otherwise your traces will be calculated.
The coy demon king sensed the changes around him, and a smile appeared on his face.
Hee hee. Luli, it was the second master who saved you this time. That means I saved you. How can you repay me?
Fang Yinli asked proudly while chewing on the chicken leg.
Okay. From now on my food will be half of yours. My clothes will be half of yours. My spiritual stones will be half of yours. And my bed will be half of yours.
Okay.
Dot.
Luli smiled helplessly.
That's pretty much it.
After hearing this, Fang Yinli's eyes smiled and curved into the shape of the moon. He didn't even notice that Luli had taken advantage of him. Luli shook his head secretly. Why does this girl have higher magic power, but lower IQ? It seems that there is something wrong with the method she practiced. Let's help her find a better method later.
No! Why can't my divine eye see this kid's existence? My 9 netherworld spiritual eyes can't find it. This is impossible. My 9 netherworld spiritual eyes can penetrate all creatures in the universe. No matter they are Buddhas, demons, immortals or ghosts. They can't escape. I can't find this. The trace of the boy? My heavenly evolution technique can't be calculated? Huntian Demon Ape, are you lying?
At this time, this group of ancient monsters couldn't find the existence of Luli, and they couldn't help but be surprised and furious. Some began to question Huntian Demon Ape.
That boy is the reincarnation of the true Buddha in the Buddhist world, and an important chess piece in the rebirth of the fairy world. How can we, a group of exiled demons, easily figure it out? You'd better show your trump cards. Don't waste time. Otherwise, when that innate soul finds this place, half of us will become its food.
Huntian Demon Ape roared. As soon as these words came out, the group of demons fell into silence for a moment. Next moment, all the ancient monsters turned to look at the snow-white leopard monster.
Mrs. Xianling, it's your turn. Your Zheodianjian is the supreme secret treasure of the demonic immortal realm. You stole it from the treasure house of the demonic immortal realm, and you have been hiding in this lower world for so many years. You should have understood some of it. Mystery.
Now is the time to sacrifice this secret treasure.
The mysterious demon with its whole body shrouded in black and white demonic light spoke.
Okay. So you have always known that I stole the Zheodianjian. So, are you going to join forces now to force me?
Snow White sneered.
Mrs. Tianjian, it's better to use Zhao Tianjian as soon as possible. Find that boy Luli, seize his cassock, and steal the demon crossing tower.
At this time, the Xiantian python with a human face and a tiger head said in a sinister manner. There was murderous intent in his eyes. Obviously, it was crushed by Luli, and it also held a grudge. It wished to find Luli immediately and eat Luli alive on the spot to take revenge.
That's right. The longer it takes, the longer the night will be and the more dreams there will be. Mrs. Shamling, take action.
The group of demons also echoed.
Humph. Since you all said so, then I will use the Zeodiangian to find that kid.
The snow leopard demon said, opening his mouth and spitting out a ball of ice. Click, click, click. The ice cracked, revealing a simple silver mirror. In an instant, the Buddha's light surged all over the sky, and actually poured directly into this ancient silver mirror. Soon, a mysterious avenue of divine patterns erupted from the mirror, shining with colorful divine light, and projected between the heaven and the earth. The wonders of wind, fire, thunder and lightning, flowers, birds, fish and insects, the sun, moon and stars, and the birth and death of the universe are derived. It is as if the heaven, earth and universe are all reflected in this mirror. Witnessing this scene, all the ancient demons present were shocked. They looked at the silver mirror shrouded in divine light, their faces full of greed and envy.
Chapter 501 The Spirit of the Demon Crossing Tower appears.
Oops! It's actually Zeodiangian.
In the jade boat, the Koi Demon King's face changed drastically, and he exclaimed,
What kind of treasure is this Zeodiangian?
Luli asked quickly.
I once heard the Demon Emperor of Demon Court say that this Zeodiangian is the magical mirror of the demon immortal realm. It can illuminate the 9 continents of Demon Court, billions of time and space, and see everything. It can also illuminate the foundation and bloodline of all monsters in the sky, capturing his soul through the air. Capturing his soul. It's so magical.
The Koi Demon King looked extremely solemn.
The magical mirror of the demon world? It shouldn't be able to reveal my traces. Right.
Luli was also slightly surprised. If the trace is really revealed, then he will probably be torn apart by these ancient monsters immediately.
How about we run?
Fong Yinli on the side blinked his eyes with worry on his face.
That's too late.
The Koi Demon King's expression darkened, and he raised his head suddenly. I saw the Zeodiangian in the sky suddenly trembled. An endless divine light spurted out, condensing on the mirror surface. And in the midst of the turbulent flow, pictures began to emerge. Mountains, rivers and seas, 9 nether stars. Bawang Cave Mansion. This Tianjin began to shine through the demon court, looking for traces of Luli. In just a few blinks, the screen suddenly froze, and a green mist appeared. This is clearly the Lost Realm. Immediately afterwards, the fog of the Lost Realm dispersed, revealing a majestic pagoda shrouded in Buddha's light, standing in a starry sky. Fragments of the demon crossing tower. Luli looked surprised.
This Xiao Tianjin is so magical that it can directly lock the location. I'm afraid that within 3 breaths, I can find this leaf jasper ferry boat. It's over. I really can't run away now. But let's try our best.
As the Koi Demon King spoke, he flipped his hand, and a treasure vase appeared out of thin air. It contained aquamarine divine water. As it swayed, it seemed as if billions of blue waves were washing out.
Koi Demon King. Actually, we don't have to fight so hard. These ancient demons are nothing to be afraid of.
At this moment, Luli suddenly sneered.
The
Koi Demon King was stunned for a moment, and his eyes widened a bit. This bunch of ancient monsters, let alone the Demon Emperor, would probably be a bit fearful even if the true immortals from the demon immortal realm came. Luli is not afraid. Then, she saw Luli swipe his hand and grab a large ball of golden red light out of thin air. With a flick of his fingertips, he blasted it directly out of the 7-color mysterious light spiritual shield. Taking a closer look, the Buddha's light shines in this large ball of golden red light. It is a cassock. Supreme Bodhi cassock.
Big foodie. Let's go!
Luli patted Fong Yinli's head. This Supreme Bodhi cassock should be the key to obtain the demon crossing tower. If nothing else happens, there should be backup plans for Demon Emperor Qingwan in it. Throw it out at this time. Save your life, and also cause chaos among the demons. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone.
Hee hee. 1 peach kills 3. I understand. Run away.
Fong Yinli was also extremely smart at this time, and gave a crisp laugh. Whoosh. This ferry boat directly drew a huge arc and escaped under the nose of a Buddha corpse that emitted immeasurable Buddha light and had thousands of giant hands. All this happens in the blink of an eye. The ancient demon was still staring at Zeodiangian at first, and was suddenly startled by the golden red light that appeared out of thin air. But he immediately reacted. Waves of powerful spiritual consciousness were locked on this ball of golden red light.
Huh? Where did this cassock come from? What a strong Buddhist aura. This is definitely a supreme Buddhist treasure. Hey, this posture is embroidered with all kinds of mysterious Buddhist inscriptions. And it's a cassock? Could this be? That's right. It's the supreme cassock worn by that boy Lu Li. That guy Lu Li is right here.
The eyes of the Han Tian demon ape and the big demon, with a human face and a tiger head, instantly turned blood red. And they were filled with anger. They looked up to the sky and roared wildly. Their pupils simultaneously shot out demonic light, blasting towards the supreme Bodhi cassock.
Bold! How dare you snatch the cassock? Do you two want to monopolize the spirit of the demon crossing tower? Act recklessly. Humph! This cassock is mine! Roll!
One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. These more than 100 ancient monsters took action one after another to snatch the supreme Bodhi cassock. In an instant, the heaven and earth shook, and the laws of the great avenues collided fiercely, as if the sun and the moon were exploding, with the aftermath impacting all directions. The corpses of the Buddha could not withstand it, and fell down like pillars of heaven collapsing. The war broke out instantly.
Get out of the way! This robe is mine!
At this moment, a soft hum rang out, and the snow leopard rolled its tail and took away the Tianjian. With a huge mouth, a 1,000-mile glacier rushed out, sweeping the cold air of the frozen world and penetrating through billions of spaces, hitting the supreme Bodhi cassock with a crash. Click, click, click. All the laws of the great avenue and the giant claws of divine light were frozen. The next moment, the snow leopard demon grabbed the supreme Bodhi robe through the air. Seeing that the supreme Bodhi cassock was about to fall into the hands of the snow leopard demon, suddenly, the mysterious demon, shrouded in black and white divine light, raised his hand to grab it. Roar! The roar of the dragon shook the world violently. I saw a ball of black and white lightning shooting out from the hand of this mysterious demon. It arrived first, as if teleporting, and bombarded the supreme Bodhi cassock. Boom! The lightning explosion erupted with unparalleled law energy, tearing apart space and annihilating all things. It actually turned the snow leopard demon's thousands of miles of glaciers into nothingness.
Manley! How dare you fight with me for my cassock?
The snow leopard was furious when he saw this.
Mrs. How about we capture the demon tower artifact spirit?
The mysterious demon said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Snow Leopard narrowed his eyes slightly, and sensed that a group of ancient demons were about to move around. Although his expression was angry, he did not refute.
It's better to find that boy Lu Li. That boy is here now. He is the reincarnation of the real Buddha in the Buddhist world. Refining his soul will surely reveal the true mystery of this cassock.
Huntian demon ape suddenly interrupted with murderous intent. A pair of blood-red eyes, piercing the world, searched everywhere, and did not give up the plan to find Lu Li. Lu Li frowned slightly after hearing this. This Huntian demon ape still doesn't give up. He will go back to practice and achieve great success, and suppress this guy for another 1,000,000 years. Just thinking about it. Rumble. Rumble. The distance between heaven and earth shook. No! It was the corpses of 108 Buddhas that shook. They floated back up in the Buddha's light all over the sky, and cracks appeared on their bodies. In the blink of an eye, they could be seen, like spider webs, all over their bodies. Finally, the Buddha's body fell into pieces like broken porcelain. At the same time, the supreme Bodhi cassock also exudes the sacred Buddha light, slowly unfolds, becomes thousands of miles wide, and spreads out in this mysterious void. The hundreds of millions of Buddhist inscriptions embroidered on it are flowing brightly, and the Buddha's light is scattering. Under the surprised gazes of Lu Li and a group of ancient demons, the fragments of the Buddha fell down and hit the supreme Bodhi cassock, directly integrating with the Sino-Buddhist inscriptions. In just a few breaths, the 108 Buddha corpses were completely broken into pieces and merged into the Buddhist inscriptions on the cassocks. At last, billions of rays of Buddha's light are transmitted from the Buddhist inscriptions, soaring into the sky. Intertwined in the sky, the light is blazing, like a ball of Buddha's sun. The Buddha's light is immeasurable. Faintly, during this round of Buddha's day, the shadow of a pagoda was looming. Chapter 502 Tao Tai. As soon as the shadow of this pagoda appeared, thousands of Buddha lights appeared in the sky and earth. Sanskrit sounds burst out. Golden lotuses surged into the sky. Countless Buddhas appeared out of thin air, and stars towered over the moon, worshipping devoutly.
The demon crossing tower artifact spirit,
an ancient demon said ecstatically. In an instant, the whole place fell into riot again. All the ancient demons once again used all their strength to capture the Buddha's son. In an instant, the 9 heavens and 10 lands were filled with rainbow light, thunder and lightning, flames and ice, and demonic energy exploded violently into the sky, causing the sun and moon to fight and shatter the void. It's like the universe is destroyed. All the ancient demons want to directly seize the demon crossing tower artifact spirit. Although this is just a fragment, it is the treasure of the Buddhist world. It has boundless power. With it, you can directly suppress all the ancient monsters present and make them your slaves. When the time comes, it won't be a problem to traverse the lower realm or even fight back to the demon fairy world. At the thought of this, all the ancient monsters roared wildly and unleashed all kinds of devastating attacks. Miraculously, during the Buddha's day, the shadow of the pagoda rotates brilliantly. With each turn, the surrounding Buddha's light becomes more intense and the shadow becomes more solid. It seems to be alive, absorbing the Buddha's light around it and strengthening itself. The sacred aura emanating from it is getting stronger and stronger. The spirit of the demon crossing tower has begun to awaken.
Luli, hurry up, grab the spirit of the demon crossing tower, and run away. Ascend to immortality.
At this time, Jean K couldn't help but pop up and stare at the demon crossing tower artifact spirit, his eyes glowing green.
If you really want to rob it, you will really die on the spot and ascend to immortality on the spot. Let's go. This place has become the battlefield of the ancient demon. In addition, the artifact spirit of the demon crossing tower has awakened and begun to regain control of the demon crossing tower. The cracks in time and space have emerged. Let's escape directly from the demon crossing tower and return to Nandingyu continent.
Luli shook his head and said to Fa Nianli, as for Qingwan Demon Emperor? Sorry. Her life is at stake. If she wants to transfer the spirit of the demon crossing tower, she should do it herself.
Hee hee. Let's go!
Fa Nianli stamped her foot, and the Jade Fairy boat roared out directly, passed through the ancient demon's attack of the Great Law, and escaped directly into the crack in the void. He was about to run away. At this time, a Buddhist verse suddenly resounded throughout the world.
Om Mani Padme Hum.
Buzz, together with the sound of Buddha. During that Buddha's day, the shadow of the pagoda suddenly shook and ejected billions of golden Buddha's lights, shining brightly and illuminating billions of voids. The entire void of the demon crossing tower was instantly enveloped by this blinding golden Buddha light. Then, time and space solidified. In addition to the Jade Fairy boat where Luli is located, which can also emit colorful mysterious light, the other ancient demons, as well as the various laws of heaven and earth, and the infinite divine light, are all in this golden Buddha light, as if frozen, completely freeze. At first glance, it looks like a huge golden amber solidifying everything. The ancient demon is like a bud condensed in amber.
How is this going?
The Koi Demon King was slightly shocked. All the ancient demons turned their pupils, with frightened expressions on their faces. Next moment, in the sky, a huge Buddha with golden light suddenly appeared. This Buddha has a majestic figure, thousands of feet high, and is like red golden glaze, shining with the sacred and solemn Buddha light. There is a mark of a snow-white lotus between the eyebrows. The lotus has 12 petals, and is extremely pure. He has a kind face, ears hanging down from his shoulders, and is wearing a golden red cassock that is the same as the supreme Bodhi cassock. His bare feet are huge, and he is stepping on golden lotus. He appears between heaven and earth, as if the Lord of the Buddha realm has descended, exuding infinite vastness. Its great power makes people feel insignificant and awe-inspiring. The Sanskrit sound in the void suddenly became loud and powerful, cleansing the soul and making people unable to help but worship devoutly.
The Lord of the Buddha realm? Shurchan?
At this moment, the big snow leopard monster let out a sharp and frightened roar, with a look of fear and disbelief on its face.
How can he be the Lord of the Buddha realm? Lord Shurchan Buddha. How come one of the lords of the Buddhist world appears here? Don't be afraid. This is just a remnant. It was the remnant left by Lord Shurchan when the Supreme Demon Emperor of the Demon Immortal Realm fought with Master Shurchan and smashed the Demon Crossing Tower. Let's work together to smash this remnant. The Demon Crossing Tower is ours. Crazy. This is a remnant of the Lord of the Buddha realm. Do you dare to go up? Go up and beat him to dust with a Buddhist mantra?
All the ancient demons were in panic, and they all had frightened expressions as if they wanted to escape.
No one would have thought that when the spirit of the demon crossing tower was awakened, it would summon the legendary lord of the Buddha realm. Although it was an extremely weak thought, it was enough to kill the ancient demon hundreds of times. Run! All the ancient demons, without saying a word, directly burst out their magic power, preparing to forcefully break the restraints and imprisonment of the Buddha's light and escape. Luli didn't run away, because, in my mind, a ding sound sounded out of thin air. Because your Vajratathagata Dharmakaya has seen the true body of the Lord Buddha. It has clearly understood the state of Buddha transformation and entered a state of enlightenment. And its cultivation speed has been increased by 1,000,000%. Progress increased by 300%. Current progress, level 25, 67%. Vajratathagata's Dharmakaya breaks through again. Naturally, Luli had to wait for a while, and let Vajratathagata Dharmakaya take another look. At this moment, a large blood-colored plier stabbed out of the void, turning into two pure black threads, crossing into a pair of giant scissors, and cutting them fiercely. Click. A crisp sound. The Buddha's light that filled the sky was directly cut into pieces by these two black threads. The confinement of time and space is broken. Immediately afterwards, billowing demonic energy rose into the sky along with a bloody pincer, manifesting into an extremely huge crab demon, appearing in the eyes of all the ancient demons. This crab demon is thousands of feet tall, covered in red scales, and wields 8 giant pincers, which is extremely fierce. What's even more shocking is that standing above it is a strange middle-aged man with 8 long hands and a face covered with red scales. In this man's hand, he held an extremely tall dark portal. Incomparably pure demonic energy rushed out from this portal, covering and contaminating the entire world. Even the Buddha's light has dimmed. Faintly, everyone seemed to see that in the dark portal that reached the sky, a supremely terrifying demon god was about to arrive. All the evil thoughts in my heart suddenly shot up into the sky. All the ancient demons had blood-red eyes, and murderous thoughts and evil thoughts rushed straight into their brains, directly possessed. No! This guy actually opened the passage to the demon world and summoned the power of the demon ancestor to bless his body. Leave quickly! If you don't leave, I'm afraid he will be directly demonized by the aura of the demon world. The look of the Koi Demon King changed drastically, and he said quickly. Hearing this, Fong Yinli was so frightened that he swallowed 2 eggs and immediately drove the ferry boat and fled away. However, the jade ferry boat under my feet remained motionless. What's going on with this ferry boat? Luli also felt his heart skip a beat. How could this ferry boat be stabilized at this critical moment? Huh? This is Dot, it's better now. The second master is here. Fong Yinli suddenly reacted and jumped 3 feet high. The words just fell. A powerful aura suddenly appeared, suppressing everyone's heart. It is the Buddha's light from the Lord of the Buddha realm. It is vast and awe-inspiring. The demonic aura of the demonic realm makes people become bloodthirsty and violent. The current terrifying aura makes people pure fear and despair, as if they are ants, like an ancient ferocious beast. Especially the ancient demons present could not help but tremble. Such terrifying innate suppression can only be achieved by the innate spirit. Tao Tai. Chapter 503 Fighting. Innate spirit. Lord of the Buddha realm. Demon ancestor of the demon realm. No one expected that this time the fight for the artifact spirits of the demon crossing tower would lead to such terrifying 3 supreme beings. All the ancient demons were so frightened that their eyes widened and their hearts trembled. In the space, powerful spiritual thoughts crisscrossed, triggering extremely terrifying explosions. Obviously, the 3 supreme existences of the innate true spirit, the Lord of the Buddha realm, and the demonic ancestor of the demon realm are communicating with each other across infinite time and space. No one could hear what these 3 beings were communicating with, but everyone could see that the 3 supreme beings were not communicating very friendly. Om Mani Padme Hum. Suddenly, a sound of Buddha's voice came from the Buddha's body. 2 Buddha's palms suddenly picked up the mysterious seal and punched it out from the air. Boom! Boom! In the sky, 2 ancient sacred mountains appeared. On the sacred mountain, thousands of little Buddhas and Bodhisattvas chant the supreme Buddhist sutras in unison, converging into the supreme 6-character mantra, flashing the supreme Buddha light, descending, as if the galaxy runs through the heaven, earth and universe, vast and endless. In the horrified eyes of all the ancient demons, an ancient sacred mountain was suppressing the strange middle-aged man standing on the crab demon god, holding the portal to the demon world. Another ancient sacred mountain fiercely blasted towards Tao Tai, whose true appearance was still revealed in the void. Crash.
In the dark portal of the demon world, boundless demonic energy surged out violently, and the roar of billions of demon gods seemed to resound in the void. The next moment, the dark portal increased countless times in size again, and there were actually countless demon gods washing out of the portal together. Summon billions of demons from the demon world. The leading demon god has an extremely huge body, with countless weird octopus-like tentacles, flashing with countless magic eyes, and sprays out streams of magic light, as if it is going to penetrate the heaven and earth. The demon god that followed was equally powerful and terrifying. It looked like a white earthworm that was more than 10,000 miles long. It had two terrifying huge mouths on its head and tail. When it opened, it sprayed out clouds of colorful magic light, bursting into the void and destroying the stars. Immediately afterwards, there was another demonic dragon full of the aura of decay and death. The Lord of the Demon Realm wants to summon the demons from the demon realm to completely occupy the demon crossing tower, and then take this opportunity to control the entire demon court. In an instant, the world became dark. The demons are dancing wildly. The sky is full of killings. Only the light of Buddha shines like the sun. At this moment, the innate celestial spirit Taotai, the divine dragon that had seen its head but not its tail, seemed to take action. A sword light that was so pure that it seemed to open up the world, cutting through thousands of demons and illuminating the world. This is clearly a claw. Pure black claws. On the claws, each scale is thousands of miles wide, shining with mysterious ancient runes, and the sharp hooks and long claws are like galaxies running through the universe, emitting an extremely sharp aura, sharper than a Taoist sword. Even the demon emperor might not be able to resist it. This is clearly an attack from the innate celestial spirit. Suddenly, the three supreme beings took action together, and the power of the law of destruction violently collided between heaven and earth, exploding one black hole after another in the Hunyuan void. Countless void worlds were destroyed at this moment, becoming chaotic and void. The aftermath washed over and swept away. Some ancient demons were unable to escape and let out roars of pain. Their bodies were submerged in the chaotic aftermath of the Great Law, and they did not know whether they were dead or alive. The land carp could not escape either. The aftermath of several terrifying attacks swept through the chaos, hitting the jade ferry boat and making the colorful mysterious light shield crackle. It seems to break apart at any time. It's absolutely terrifying. What was even more horrifying was that the jade ferry boat under its feet actually advanced instead of retreating, rushing into the center of the battle and shooting towards the flickering golden red light. The red light is the supreme Bodhisattva. The golden light is the weapon spirit of the demon crossing tower. That innate Tao I actually asked Lu and Li to steal the demon crossing tower. In an instant, the Jasper ferry boat under my feet was like a bamboo raft in the stormy waves, shaking violently, and the seven-color mysterious light shield around it crackled and exploded, as if it would break at any time. Not good! The Koi Demon King's expression changed drastically, and without saying a word, he threw out the treasure bottle in his hand. The vase exploded, and immeasurable blue water immediately poured out, wrapping Luli and fawningly, while she turned into a red carp, slithered and melted into the seawater. Boom! Finally, the seven-color mysterious light shield of the Jasper immortal boat could no longer hold on and burst into pieces. The supreme Bodhisattva wrapped in the spirit of the demon crossing pagoda suddenly rushed over, accompanied by the demonic light and demonic energy of the Buddha that destroyed the heaven and earth all around. Seeing this, Luli no longer held back his hand, revealing Vajratathagata's Dharma body to protect everything. In an instant, 10,000 feet of Buddha's light. Bless your body. The Buddha Lord in the Buddha realm seemed to have sensed it. From a distance, the supreme Bodhisattva suddenly expanded and enveloped Lu Li's body. At the same time, with a whoosh, the demon crossing tower inside turned into an extremely slender golden light, penetrated into the Buddha kingdom in Lu Li's palm, and disappeared. Boom! Just at this moment, the golden body of the Buddha manifested by the Lord Buddha in the Buddhist world was completely submerged by billions of demons, biting and biting him, and turned into a golden light that filled the sky. Taking this opportunity, the pure black giant claw with scales penetrated the space of all realms, and with a slight click, it grabbed Lu Li and Fan Yinli, the Koi Demon King, and was about to escape to the outside of the infinite universe. Want to leave? So what if you are an innate celestial spirit? The supreme demon obeys the order and exposes himself. The middle-aged man with red scales roared wildly. The next moment, the demon gods all over the sky, together with the crab demon god standing under his feet, suddenly exploded, blasting out one black hole after another of demonic energy, layer upon layer, converging on everything, integrating the power of countless terrifying and destructive avenue laws, bombarding the black hole. On top of the giant scaly claws, the billionaire demon god reveals himself. Although these demon gods are not the real demon gods from the demon world, they are also the clone projections of the demon gods from the demon world. They are endless in number and are exposed together. Their power is unimaginable. The world seemed to be extinguished at this moment. The giant claw with black scales that tore apart the universe seemed unable to withstand the blow. Its scales exploded inch by inch, raining blood all over the sky. The boundless blue waves of the Koi Demon Emperor could not withstand it, and they were instantly annihilated and evaporated, revealing the bodies of Lu Li, Fan Yinli, and the Koi Demon Emperor. Seeing that the circles of demonic black holes were about to sweep in, another black-scaled giant claw suddenly grabbed him from the infinitely high sky and earth. Tear. All the aftermath of the demon god's self-exposure were directly torn apart by this claw, shattering like bubbles and disappearing without a trace.
Saved!
The Koi Demon King looked overjoyed.
Ha ha! Second Master is awesome! Second Master, take us away quickly!
Fan Yinli looked up to the sky and shouted.
The innate celestial spirit is indeed strong!
Lu Li also breathed a sigh of relief and secretly praised him. If I have a chance later, I wonder if I can borrow a drop of true blood from this glutton. Seeing the giant black-scaled claw grab it again and take Lu Li and the three of them away from this place, the body of the middle-aged man with red scales exploded, shooting out an extremely small and strange blood light that penetrated billions of spaces in an instant, landed on Lu Li's chest. In the bloody light, the dark portal of the demon world flashed with terrifying black light, forming a mysterious vortex that seemed to be sucking Lu Li's body into it. At the same time, in the Buddha kingdom in the palm of his hand, the demon crossing pagoda weapon spirit also emitted a golden light that was boundless, spewing out layers of golden lotuses, seeming to transport Lu Li to another world beyond life and death. Lu Li's face darkened. He felt that two powerful forces were pulling on his body and soul, trying to take him to another supreme space. At this moment, even if Xiantian Lingtodi takes action, it may be too late. Lu Li no longer hesitated, and a spiritual thought suddenly rushed into the sea of consciousness, blasting into the phantom of the ancient and mysterious gate to the fairy world. Then, Lu Li felt like the world was spinning, as if he was falling into an endless abyss. Chapter 504 Transformation into Mortal. Crash. Snow-white waves surged onto the beach. Lu Li suddenly opened his eyes and woke up, spit out a large mouthful of salty sea water, and looked around in confusion. The sky was blue and cloudless, and the sea breeze blew gently, setting off waves. This is an island beach. All around is the endless blue sea. Lu Li took off the crab on his head and subconsciously thought that he would emit his spiritual consciousness and sweep away all living things in the surrounding area. However, there was nothing. His consciousness disappeared. Even his mana has disappeared. He is now immortal again.
How can this be?
Lu Li looked stern, muttered silently, and immediately summoned the system. The system panel immediately appeared in front of you. Host, Land Carp. Realm, second level of void refining, 99%. Lifespan, 120/10240000. Race? At the bottom of the panel. For buttons with gold letters on ink background shine golden. They are, friends, Taoist companions, masters and disciples, and the Hall of all heavens. Then, it was gone. Lu Li's magical skills, magic weapons, and magic power seem to be all gone. Only the realm is left, and there are more than 1 million lifespans left. Lu Li was shocked and quickly called Jean K. Still no response.
What on earth is going on?
Lu Li frowned and began to recall what happened before. He remembered that inside the demon crossing tower, the clones of the three supreme beings, the lord of the Buddhist realm, Tao Thai, and the ancestor of the demon realm, were all fighting for the demon crossing tower. In the end, he was involved and got the demon crossing tower. Later, he was captured by the portal of the demon world and pulled by the demon crossing Terra, as if he was about to enter the Buddhist world. With no other choice, Lu Li could only rush into the gate of the fairy world with a spiritual thought, hoping to use the gate of the fairy world to stabilize his body. It seems that, pulled by the demon world portal and the demon crossing tower, he was transported to a strange place. Lu Li's heart sank, and he rolled up his sleeves to take a look. I felt a little more at peace. There is a long brass sword branded on the left arm. In the palm of his right hand, he smelled a pagoda. It's the Golden Tower and the Demon Crossing Tower. Moreover, Lu Li sensed that all his techniques were sleeping in the Demon Crossing Tower.
It should be that during the teleportation, various techniques and the Golden Tower exploded to protect my life, causing them to fall into a deep sleep.
Lu Li guessed something and his expression became a little solemn. Because, during this period of time, he did not sense the existence of a spiritual energy at all. And his supreme body was also severely traumatized after being transferred. The 12.96 million Buddhist crystals in his palm were all shattered. Now, his physical body is only equivalent to that of a real person Jidon, which can be broken into pieces by any top-grade magic weapon.
Let's take a look at Fan Yinli, Ji Rong and the others first. By the way, we can pass the Zutian Palace and send a message back.
Lu Li secretly breathed a sigh of relief, muttered silently, and summoned the system log record.
In order to find traces of you, your Taoist companion Ling Jinshuang accidentally stepped into an ancient cave and got a fairy sword. Your friend Fan Yinli obtained the elixir collected by the Xiantian spirit, and his cultivation level has greatly improved, reaching the perfection of becoming a god. Your Taoist companion Ru Ji devoted himself to practicing the art of Tianyin. His soul left his body and escaped into the gate of the immortal world, and received a share of the inheritance of the immortal world. Your master has left the barbarian world. Your apprentice spreads his wings in the thunder world and becomes the lord of a city. The leader of the Tao Alliance entered the demon world again and found an ancient fairy weapon.
Fine. Nothing happened to them. Lu Li couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw the system log records. His age is now 120 years old, which means that more than 100 years have passed since he was transported to this mysterious world in the Demon Crossing Tower. Forget it. Enter the All Heavens Palace first and send a message back. Lu Li's heart moved and he started to connect to the All Heavens Palace. Next moment, Lu Li found that he had appeared in an extremely huge hall of stars. The mysterious, ancient and vast aura, like the might of heaven, shrouded it from all directions. Pure starlight blended into his soul, nourishing his dry and broken soul. Look around again. Stone pillars are carved with clouds, thunders, dragons and tigers, mountains and seas, sages, Buddhas, demons, gods and emperors, as well as swords, guns, swords and halberds, as well as all kinds of wonderful and mysterious words, which are extremely mysterious. In front of the main hall, a ball of black and white yin and yang tai chi slowly rotates, evolving the avenues of the heavens. This is the palace of all heavens. Nothing has changed.
It's a pity. If the body can enter the All Heavens Palace, I'm afraid the injured mana can be restored immediately.
Lu Li sighed softly and began to think. Which genius in the heavens should I find to help me deliver the message? Got it. With a thought, Lu Li raised his hand and pointed, and countless stars rushed down and gathered in the hall. During the violent rotation, a figure appeared out of thin air. Immediately, Lu Li waved his hand and dispersed the starlight. A woman with hair as white as snow, wearing gold clothes, and a face as cold as frost, appeared out of thin air in the palace. She was about 27 or 80 years old, with a purple gold pattern flashing between her eyebrows. And the divine light was dazzling, giving people the feeling of being as cold and arrogant as a 9-day fairy. It is as if he is the emperor of all races sitting in the clouds, superior to the way of heaven, commanding and enslaving all living beings, and treating all living beings like ants. It is Bu Lianhua, the holy maiden of the spiritual clan,
master of the Temple of War.
When Bu Lianhua saw Lu Li with the vast and terrifying aura in front of her, she looked startled and quickly bowed her hands. She had been practicing well in the holy land of the spirit clan, but she was suddenly pulled into this mysterious war temple. So naturally she felt a little panicked. Could it be that he wants to take back his Kuimping demon god skill? In the past 2 years, Bu Lianhua has devoted himself to practicing hard, with the help of the Ling clan's heaven refining technique and Lu Li's Kuimping demon god art. His cultivation has greatly improved. He has broken through to the 6th level of god transformation, and is still ranked among the top geniuses in the world. If Kuimping demonic god art is withdrawn, her cultivation speed may immediately drop by twice as much.
Nothing. It's just another genius from the Temple of War. He wants to ask you to do him a favor, and asks you to bring a message back, saying that he is not dead and will be back soon.
Lu Li said calmly.
Who?
Bu Lianhua was stunned for a moment.
Landcarp. What? It's been 2 years. And Luli is still not dead.
Bulianhua's eyes widened. 2 years? 100 years have passed here. But only 2 years have passed in the Xianwang world. Luli was thoughtful. And then said,
Luli is the #1 evildoer in the Xianwang world. So of course he won't die so easily. Why? Aren't you going to help him? Humph. Luli is so arrogant and shameless that he destroyed our spiritual clan's holy weapon, the remains of the Spirit Emperor. How could I help him?
Bulianhua snorted coldly.
I have nothing to do with your affairs. However, Luli asked you to help by name. He said that if you don't help, when he returns, he will directly tie you up and make you his concubine or nanny.
Li smiled.
Despicable. As expected of a vicious thief from the demon sect.
Bulianhua was so angry that a trace of irritation flashed across her face. She gritted her teeth, and finally said bitterly,
Please tell him, Palace Master,
that I will help you with this. However, I wish him an early death and a rebirth.
Okay,
I'll tell you.
Luli smiled and nodded. Then, with a gentle wave of his hand, Bulianhua was sent out of the Hall of Heavens. Immediately afterwards, Luli's soul returned, frowning, looking at the boundless sea, still surprised and doubtful in his heart. Is this the Buddhist world? Is it the fairy world? Or is it the demon world? Is this considered ascension? Chapter 505, Meeting an Old Friend. At night, the stars shine brightly. The moonlight is like water, spreading on the sea like a layer of silver sand. Luli stood under a tree, lit a fire, and roasted some crab and turtle eggs. There is no aura here. It took him some effort to light the fire. While looking for firewood, he also took a tour of the small island. This is a crescent-shaped island, about 3 miles long and 100 feet wide. There are some coral reef-like rocks on the island, as well as some tall and thin green trees with wide leaves and hard lead fruits like coconuts. Around the island, there are also sea fish such as ls, shrimps and crabs. From the looks of it, this is just an ordinary island in the human world. However, Luli sensed that there was a terrifying and dangerous aura hidden in the sea. This world is absolutely extraordinary. To be on the safe side, Luli decided to stay on the island and find a way to restore his mana. However, there is no aura between heaven and earth. Luli tried several times, but could not condense any magic power. What's even worse is that the phantom of the gate to the fairy world in the Sea of Consciousness seems to have been severely damaged. Not only is it closed, but it is also looming, as if it will disappear at any time.
It seems that the door to the demon world was hit, and even the door to the fairy world was damaged.
Luli's expression darkened slightly. Now, there is only one way left. Find a technique from this world and practice it again. Then, activate the Demon Crossing Tower and return to the Xianwang world with the help of this supreme Buddhist world-suppressing treasure. However, there are no monsters in the vast sea now, let alone people. Where can I find the technique? Luli was thinking as he broke open a turtle egg and started eating. After eating, I felt less hungry. Yes, Luli is now extremely injured. If he does not eat or drink water, he will really die. Now he is no longer a void-refining immortal who eats the wind, drinks the dew, and eats the essence of the sun and the moon, but an ordinary mortal. Wrong. He now has a lifespan of 1 million. Luli frowned. Although he has a lifespan of 1 million, his body is in pieces. He can get hungry. He can get sick. He seems to bleed. He can be poisoned. His head can be chopped off. And he can die. His Vajratathagata body is gone. This made Luli feel a little discouraged and defeated. But in an instant, this ray of despondency disappeared. Luli's eyes showed a firm gaze. It's just a spiritual journey. Just walking it over again. What's more, his system plugin is still there. And he still has a lifespan of 1 million. Which is equivalent to immortality. Making cultivation easier. Why should we be discouraged? Just stay put. Luli made up his mind to eat and drink enough. And then catch a bunch of fish to marinate. This small island does not have complete rocks. But it does have coral reefs. Obviously, it will be completely submerged by the seawater after a while and become a submarine reef. It seems that we need to get a bamboo raft. Just do it. After the land carp had eaten and drank enough, it dived into the sea and began to catch fish. There are plenty of fish and shrimps in the sea. And soon I caught some lobsters, octopus and the like. What's surprising is that the ls of fish, shrimp, clams and LS in this sea seemed to be very hard, almost as strong as steel. The land carp simply collected them and prepared to weave them into an armor. Although his physical body is now as strong as Jean Dangenrin, if he encounters danger, he will be prepared with an extra piece of armor on his body. Hoo ho ho! The weather at sea can change at any time. Luli had just caught a bunch of sea fish when a strong wind blew up on the sea, and billowing dark clouds obscured the stars in the sky. In the distance, huge waves surged several feet high.
Looks like there's going to be a big storm tonight. Luli looked solemn and didn't care so much. He directly put the caught sea fish, crab and LS into a coral reef. Afterwards, a bunch of coral reefs were forcibly moved and piled around to form a simple concave stone cave. In a blink, torrential rain poured down. A huge wave 10 feet high was set off on the sea, surging over unscrupulously. Fortunately, the highest point of this island is 20 feet. Luli hid in the cave, guarding the fire, listening to the heavy rain, howling wind, thunder and lightning outside the cave, feeling calm. I even grilled an octopus when I had time.
It's a pity that my body is so fragile that I can't get the good wine from the Buddhist kingdom in my palm. Otherwise, it would be nice to have a drink while listening to the rainstorm.
Luli sighed and looked at the sea through the cracks in the rocks. He's looking for something. This violent sea might rush in with something. If there were words or techniques from this world, it would be much easier to practice. However, after staring for a long time, there was nothing between the stormy waves. Even though Luli's divine eyes looked over 100 feet, he didn't see anything special washing up on the sea. Except water. Just water.
Is this a deep sea that is rarely visited by humans?
Luli couldn't help but feel doubtful. Sudden, Luli's ears twitched. He heard a loud roar coming from the rolling thunderstorm. It seemed to be the roar of a ferocious beast. Luli walked out of the cave without saying a word, stood on the top of the mountain and looked out, and finally saw it. On the horizon, where the thunderclouds connected to the sea, dazzling lightning flashed across, illuminating the shadow of a terrifying giant beast. Like a giant dragon. The giant dragon is like a python, wrapped around a huge humanoid beast. It's two ferocious beasts fighting in the sea.
Huh? No. It seems that the giant humanoid beast is being entangled by the giant dragon and is dragging it into the deep sea. Moreover, they seem to be coming towards this.
Luli squinted his eyes to take a closer look, and his heart skipped a beat. Immediately, Luli went back into the cave without saying a word, holding his breath, like a sleeping turtle or snake, and his blood and energy calmed down. It seems to have become a rock. The aura of these two ferocious beasts is very terrifying, and they may pose a threat to themselves. So it is better to hide them first. If they both lose, that's when he comes out and makes a profit. Of course, if these two big guys were to fight inextricably, Luli would not choose to take action, but would continue to hide. He has a million lifespan, so there is no need to take risks for two ferocious beasts. After a cup of tea, the two giant beasts were getting closer and closer. On the sea surface, a huge wave of hundreds of feet was set off, rushing over like a mountain, shaking the rocks on the island. The cave was also filled with sea water. Luli didn't pay attention and continued to stare at the two giant beasts fighting on the sea with a strange look on his face. One of the ferocious beasts is indeed a dragon-like ferocious beast. The whole body is golden. The body is thousands of feet long, and when it is tumbling, it is extremely terrifying and ferocious. Luli recognized another ferocious humanoid beast. It's actually the Huntian demon ape. However, at this time, the Huntian demon ape was in extremely miserable condition. There was not a single good patch on his body, and they were all scratched by the golden dragon. The bones are visible. The blood spurted out dyed the sea surface red. Between the claw attacks, there is no longer the power of Hun Yuan Yin and Yang's law of life and death. Apparently, its mana is gone too. Only a pure body and state remain. You might even choke on water. Seeing that the Huntian demon ape was about to be strangled by the golden dragon's limbs and dragged into the sea and drowned alive, the Huntian demon ape roared to the sky. And a ray of red light shot out from its blood-colored pupils and rose into the sky. The aura of the ancient demon reappeared between heaven and earth again. However, it was only for a moment. However, the golden dragon was also frightened and immediately let go of the Huntian demon ape. With a flick of its tail, it dived directly into the sea and fled. Huntian demon ape escaped from death, panting heavily, as if grasping a life-saving straw, and swam desperately to Luli's island. He tilted his head to the sky and fell straight down with a loud bang. Chapter 506. Incense becomes God. Luli threw a few stones and hit the Huntian demon ape. Huntian demon ape seemed to have fainted, without any reaction. The chi machine is extremely weak.
It seems that death is really not far away. How about going out and beating this demon ape to death and roasting it to eat? Maybe you can recover some of your mana?
Luli was thoughtful. After thinking about it, I gave up. After all, this demon ape is an ancient demon. Although it is seriously injured, it still has many uses. For example, being cannon fodder. The golden dragon just now was very ferocious, and it might be taken back soon. When the time comes, it is unlikely to be able to defeat it, so it can be thrown out as cannon fodder to cover its escape. Luli thought as he walked out of the cave. Then, he lifted a coral boulder 3 people high and threw it at the fainted Huntian demon ape. Boom! There was a thud. The boulder hit a wound on Huntian demon ape's head. Suddenly, blood flowed. This ancient demon has also lost its supreme demon body, and will bleed if it is hit by a boulder. And he hasn't woken up yet. It shows how badly he was injured. However, Luli was still worried after seeing this, and continued to smash 3 huge rocks. After confirming that the Huntian demon ape was seriously injured and on the verge of death, he jumped out and landed next to the demon ape. Without saying a word, he slapped his right palm with the demon crossing pagoda printed on it, and lightly hit the heavenly spirit cap of the Huntian demon ape. Then he retracted his palm. A golden light flashed. Faintly, Luli seemed to see a ferocious and violent demon ape soul being pulled out, roaring silently, and finally disappeared into the palm of his hand. The treasure that suppresses the Buddhist world. The demon crossing tower. Suppresses demons and crosses demons.
It really works.
Luli smiled. Then, he caught a bunch of sea fish and dumped them into the Huntian demon ape's mouth like trash, letting it eat them mixed with sea water and fish water. In this way, this ancient monster should not die. Luli ignored it and turned back to his coral cave to take a nap. The next day, the rainstorm stopped. The sea was calm and peaceful. The soft sunlight shines on the beach where the seawater is faded, shining with crystal light. The Huntian demon ape's body also shrunk to the size of a monkey, fell on the beach, and was washed away by the sea water. Suddenly, Huntian demon ape opened his eyes suddenly, turned over, jumped up, and looked around in fear. Apparently, he was afraid of the golden dragon. Next moment, its bloody eyes were wide open, and it looked at a man in tattered clothes walking out of the sea in disbelief, and shouted in shock.
Boy, you are not dead?
This person is naturally Luli. Luli carried a big lobster and walked onto the beach. He smiled calmly and said,
You are not dead. And I am not dead either. However, Huntian demon ape, I haven't seen you for a few days. How come you are so miserable? If it weren't for last night, I would if I feed you my sea fish. I'm afraid you will die immediately.
As soon as these words came out, Huntian demon ape was shocked. He subconsciously took a step back and bared his teeth.
Boy, what did you do to me? What do you think?
Luli smiled and raised his right palm. Under the dazzling sunlight, a pagoda mark on his palm shone brightly.
This is...
Huntian demon ape's face changed greatly.
No! How come I only have 2 souls, and 5 souls left in my soul? I exposed myself last night and frightened away the dragon. So I should have 3 souls and 6 souls left. Demon Crossing Tower. You actually captured the Demon Crossing Tower. You actually took the opportunity to take away my soul.
After saying that, the Huntian demon ape roared, jumped up, and pounced hard on Luli's face. Unexpectedly, as soon as it jumped into the air, it seemed to have been struck by lightning. It fell hard on the beach, then held its head, howled and rolled all over the ground. He looked like he was in agony. This situation reminded Luli of the image of Sun Wukong being cursed. Could it be that the Demon Crossing Tower still has such a wonderful use? Luli stared at his palm, thoughtfully. After a while, the Huntian demon ape stopped, stared at his eyes full of anger and fear, gasped and cursed.
Boy, you are so despicable. You actually used the Demon Crossing Tower to secretly steal my soul. Have the guts to release my soul and fight me to the death. It's a joke. You are an ancient demon, and I am just a little monk who has practiced for less than 100 years. How can I fight to the death with you? However, from the look of you, it seems that you are very familiar with this Demon Crossing Tower. Why don't you introduce it to me? Introduce?
Luli looked down and smiled.
Humph. Don't even think about it.
The Huntian demon ape bared its teeth and had a fierce look on its face. His temper is still fierce and manic. When Luli saw this, he didn't force it. He just stepped in front of the Huntian demon ape and kicked him out. Boom! The Huntian demon ape was like a stone. It was kicked dozens of feet away and hit a coral reef hard, causing the stone to explode. When the wound exploded, blood spurted out from the demon ape's body on the spot, and broken stones flew everywhere.
Boy! How dare you all!
The Huntian demon ape got stuck in the coral reef and let out an extremely angry roar with murderous intent. But the next moment, it covered its head and let out an extremely painful roar. Its pupils bulged and veins popped out on its face, which was very ferocious and terrifying.
No wonder the Supreme Demon Emperor of the Demon Fairy world wants to smash the Demon Crossing Tower to pieces. This treasure of the Buddhist world is indeed an innate restraint of monsters. The most ferocious demon in the world can be saved by the Demon Crossing Tower. I'm afraid he will become a good baby within 100 years. Not bad.
Luli looked at the mark of the Demon Crossing Tower on his palm with a satisfied look on his face. In this way, while watching the Huntian demon ape break free from the rocks, rolling on the ground in agony and wailing, he picked a coconut-like fruit and drank it. After a cup of tea, only then did the Huntian demon ape stop howling and lay sprawled on the ground, looking as if he was as angry as a gossamer and worse than dead.
You deserve to suffer this crime too. I can tell you that I saved your life last night, but you actually want to retaliate and hurt me. My savior, you deserve to die. However, considering that you are still an ancient demon, I'll spare your life and get up.
Luli held the coconut fruit, walked to the Huntian demon ape, and kicked it. Huntian demon ape glared at Luli hatefully, as if he wanted to say something, but his head immediately started to hurt, and his angry expression immediately turned into fear and fear. It stood up obediently, dragged its injured body, and crawled unwillingly at Luli's feet.
Tell me, what do you know about this world? And what kind of monster is that golden dragon? It can't even kill you?
Luli asked directly without any nonsense.
This is a world where incense becomes a god.
Huntian demon ape raised his head and said an astonishing sentence.
That golden dragon is the god of this sea. It can't be killed at all.
Chapter 507 Surrender. Incense becomes a god? Hearing Huntian demon ape's words, Luli was stunned on the spot. Such a strange world.
Tell me more. Even if incense becomes a god in this world, how is it possible that there is no spiritual energy? What is going on?
Luli frowned slightly and immediately asked.
I don't know much. When I was just teleported in, I was in a coma for decades and was locked in the temple by the golden dragon. As soon as I broke free, I was hunted for 10 days and 10 nights. I finally escaped with great difficulty. Get out of its sea area. However, the power of the incense of the golden dragon is almost exhausted, so it should not continue to pursue it.
Huntian demon ape said angrily. My heart was filled with regret. If I had known that I would encounter the nemesis of Luli, it would have been captured by the golden dragon.
It's not a fairyland, a Buddhist world, or a demonic world, but it's actually a world where incense can be gathered to become a god? Huh? No. Incense can become a god. This seems to be a way to become a Buddha in Buddhism. Could it be that this is a part of the Buddhist world? Living in a small world?
Luli held the coconut fruit, thoughtfully, inadvertently looking away. He found that the Huntian demon ape was looking longingly at the coconut in his hand, and couldn't help but smile.
Want to drink?
Luli asked with raised eyebrows.
Dot!
Huntian demon ape swallowed. A look of shame and anger flashed across his face, and finally lowered his arrogant and fierce head. Snort! It is a majestic ancient monster. How can it accept the food of this kid? Besides, wouldn't it pick them secretly? At this moment, Luli smiled and said,
By the way, I forgot to tell you that everything on this island, including you, the ancient monster, belongs to me. So, you can pick and eat whatever you want, and drink whatever you want. You have to get my permission. Otherwise, I will use you to practice my great son Tathagatapam. You?
Upon hearing this, Huntian demon ape immediately raised his head, his eyes showing fiercely.
Luli
raised his eyebrows and shook his right palm towards it.
What? You still want to experience the power of the Demon Crossing Tower? Don't dare.
Huntian demon ape gritted his fangs and spit out 2 words from between his teeth. Seeing this, Luli ignored it and looked up at the endless sea with a gloomy expression. Now there's trouble. This world is a world where incense becomes a god. If he wants to practice, He has to find a way to become a god through incense. Then, we have to gather incense. What is the source of incense? It's human. It's a demon. They are the creatures in the heavens who have opened their spiritual wisdom. Even if he has a system plug-in that can automatically practice the method. But if the incense is not enough, I am afraid that the level of cultivation still cannot be improved quickly. In this way, it would take years and months to shatter the void and ascend again.
If we directly capture the golden dragon and steal its incense, the speed of cultivation should be greatly improved.
Luli had a bold idea in his mind. But when he thought about it again, he thought that if he was just an ordinary person who could die, get sick, or be injured, and rashly challenge the immortal golden dragon, he would be asking for death. It's better to hold on and take your time.
With a lifespan of 1 million years, even if it takes 10,000 or 100,000 years, as long as you can ascend and return to the Xianwang world, it doesn't matter.
Luli secretly made up his mind. Gulu. At this time, Luli heard a clear sound. Turning around, he immediately caught a glimpse of Huntian demon ape staring straight at the coconut in his hand. His lips chapped. His face was also very pale. It seems that this ancient monster has been severely injured one after another, and was tortured by the demon crossing tower. It no longer has any power. With its tattered fur and thin body, it looks like a bald monkey suffering from dysentery. Thin and ugly. Very pitiful. But as long as it regains its strength, I'm afraid it will immediately turn into that extremely fierce, irritable and violent Huntian demon ape. You have to temper its ferocity. So Luli shook the coconut in his hand. Huntian demon ape swallowed. His eyes seemed to be glued to the coconut, moving left and right, unable to let go. This guy lost too much blood and was now terribly thirsty. But he couldn't drink seawater. He could only stare at the coconut in Luli's hand.
What? You want it?
Luli asked with a smile. Huntian demon ape pursed his chapped lips. It wants to nod. However, it knew that once it nodded, it would be completely surrendering to the human boy in front of it. How could this be possible? It is the famous Huntian demon ape in the world of demons and immortals. Well, at this moment, Luli sighed softly, squatted down, and handed the coconut fruit to the Huntian demon ape. Smelling the faint fragrance of the coconut, Huntian demon ape couldn't help but stretch out his paws, hugged the coconut suddenly, and was about to pour it into his mouth. However, coconut was caught tightly by the land carp and could not move at all.
You want it? You devil ape. If you want it, just say it. If you don't say you want it, how will I know that you really want it? Although you look at me with sincerity. But, you still have to tell me what you want. It's impossible for me to give it to you even if you say you don't want it. Besides, I, Luli, am also a happy person. Helper, you and I are here together. If you really want it, just take it. Hey, you don't really want it. Do you? I drank this. Are you really so thirsty and think so? Do you want?
Luli said slowly.
Stop.
The Huntian demon ape gritted its fangs, clenched its fists, and its bloodshot pupils protruded, staring at Luli. Then, its knees weakened, and it knelt down in front of Luli.
I now admit that you are the reincarnation of the true Buddha in the Buddhist world. Lord Buddha, stop chanting. Take away your magical powers. Please give me, I'll take a sip. Amitabha, I am compassionate. Since you have asked me to ask for help, how could I not help you? Go ahead and pick one yourself. Don't pick too many coconuts. There are not many coconuts on this island.
Luli smiled and waved.
Thank you, Lord Buddha.
Huntian demon ape clasped his palms together, bowed respectfully, and finally jumped up and rushed towards the nearest coconut tree. Seeing this, Luli smiled. The ferocity of this ancient demon has been reduced by 3 points. There are still 7 points left, so let's grind it out slowly in the future. Anyway, the days are long. After Huntian demon ape finished drinking the coconut, Luli said directly,
Go. You dive into the sea and catch some crabs and scallops. Today's dinner depends on you. By the way, don't throw away their LS. Find some tough fish.
The sinews are woven into armor. Yes, Lord Buddha.
After hearing this order, although Huntian demon ape was unwilling, he still jumped into the sea to catch fish. Luli was not idle either and started cutting down trees to make rafts. Mainly edited. Suddenly a monkey head appeared in the sea and shouted, Ship! Boat! There is a boat! Got a boat? Luli's heart moved. And with a few shots, he immediately came to the highest point of the island and looked in the direction pointed by the demon monkey Huntian. I saw only a little black shadow in the east, where the sea and the sky meet the line. That shadow was clearly a sea ship. Chapter 508 The Power of Incense. Let's go! Hide for a while. Luli narrowed his eyes and shouted directly. Hide? When Huntian Demon Ape heard this, his eyes immediately widened. It is a majestic ancient demon, and the boy in front of him is the reincarnation of a true Buddha in the Buddhist world. Now he sees just a ship, and he actually wants to hide? What a joke. However, people had to bow their heads under the eaves. Huntian Demon Ape muttered a few words secretly, and then followed Luli to drag the caught fish and the bamboo raft weaved into the cave high up on the island. One man and one monkey also hid, waiting for the ship to approach. As expected, the ship is heading this way. About half an hour later, the hull of the ship finally appeared clearly in Luli's eyes. This is a giant steel ship about 4 feet high. In addition to the sails hung on the tall ship's pole, there is also a flag. The flag is triangular, edged with gold, and embroidered with a cyan crab. There is also a pure cyan crab statue hanging on the bow, which should be made of some kind of metal. If you look closely, you can see that there are bronze cannon barrels protruding from both sides of the hull, looking murderous. Luli took a sniff and immediately smelled the murderous aura emanating from the boat. The people on this ship are all cruel and ruthless. This time I hit correctly. In the boundless sea, ferocious beasts appear and disappear, and a ship suddenly appears. It is obvious that the opponent has some strength. Moreover, there is a high probability that it is not easy to mess with. Luli chose to stay away for his own safety and to be on the safe side. What if there is a powerful being on the other side ship? Can a divine being like a golden dragon be directly summoned? When the time comes to fight, the other party will rely on the power of incense to survive, and his life may be in danger. Huh? At this moment, Luli suddenly let out a startled sound. The huge steel ship suddenly stopped 1,000 feet away from the island, and then a small wooden boat was lowered from the ship. Under Luli's gaze, several figures boarded the small wooden boat. They didn't see any movement. The small wooden boat actually started to move, shooting towards the island as fast as an arrow. A white wave immediately set off on the calm sea. Soon, the small wooden boat washed up on the east side of the island, and 4 people got out of the wooden boat. To be precise, 2 people stepped off the wooden boat, and the other man and woman were tied up and thrown directly on the beach. 3 of these 4 people are male and 1 is female. 2 of the men were in their 30s or 40s, fierce-looking, burly, covered in coarse linen clothes, and their faces were tanned. He also held a long knife in his hand. Like a pirate, the other man was similarly dressed, but he had a fair face and was tied into a knot with hemp rope, with a look of horror on his face. The person who was tied up, like him, was a pale woman with a pretty face and cool clothes. Both had a wad of cloth stuffed in their mouths. The next moment, one of the fierce men pulled out the cloth from the 2 people's mouths. A man and a woman shouted immediately. Luli raised his eyebrows. He couldn't understand. However, one could guess from the looks of it that he was asking for mercy or something like that. The 2 fierce men didn't care so much. After saying a few words, they drew their swords directly, then turned around and made a strange gesture towards the giant steel ship. His face was full of piety and awe, as if he was worshipping Buddha. Luli saw it. They were worshipping the blue iron crab on the bow of the giant steel ship. This situation is like pirates tearing up boats. However, Luli was keenly aware that these 4 people all had cyan crabs on their sleeves, so they must be from the same group. It's more like pirates clearing the portal. At this time, 2 fierce men turned around after bowing. Without saying a word, they swiped directly across the throats of a man and a woman. Puff. Blood spurted out, staining the beach red. A man and a woman fell to the ground. Immediately afterwards, 2 fierce men stabbed a man and a woman in the chest. After confirming that their breath was completely cut off, the 2 fierce men drew their swords and turned around to board the small wooden boat. Then, one of them waved his long knife, and a mysterious force enveloped the small wooden boat. The small wooden boat immediately shot out and ran towards the giant steel ship. Is this the power of incense? Luli couldn't help but feel surprised when he witnessed all this. This force seems to be a force of law. In this world, it is the only way of law. Under the suppression of this only law, the various techniques on his body actually lost all effectiveness. The only thing that can be used is the demon crossing tower. That man is not dead yet. At this time,
The Huntian demon ape next to him reminded him. Luli also saw that although the man was dead, his body seemed to have been tempered, and there was still a little life in his body. He was obviously pretending to be dead. The two swords struck by the fierce man just now seemed to be a little shallow and a little off, but not fatal.
Wait a moment. Wait until the giant steel ship leaves.
Luli was not in a hurry and said calmly.
What are you waiting for? Finally, an iron ship arrived. Let's go out and steal the iron ship. Do we have to stay on this island for the rest of our lives?
Huntian demon ape said fiercely with a fierce look in his eyes.
Huh? Are you teaching me how to do something?
Luli glanced sideways.
Don't dare.
Huntian demon ape trembled all over and immediately lowered his head. The land carp didn't bother to care about it either. I don't know if this Huntian demon ape has been locked up for a long time, and there is something wrong with his brain. At first glance, the ship is protected by the incense god of this world. The green iron crab statue was filled with astonishing mysterious power. Unsurprisingly, once they encounter danger, the incense gods that these pirates believe in will immediately come to protect this group of pirates. Luli didn't want to fight to the death with an incense god, especially on this sea. The other party seems to be another crab Poseidon. When the time comes to fight, the other party may use a powerful wave to drown himself. It would be too frustrating to die like that. Waited for a while. The handsome white man who fell on the beach finally opened his eyes, broke free from the rope, took out 2 pills from his hair, crushed one and applied it to the wound. Eat the other one directly. Miraculously, the man's stab wound healed quickly, and his life went from the brink of death to a minor injury. Dragging his injured body, the white handsome man walked step by step to the beach, sat down next to a rock, closed his eyes, gasped and began to rest. During the whole process, he didn't look at the woman. Sudden, he felt as if something was blocking the blazing sunlight. Open your eyes subconsciously. A person immediately came into view. Suddenly, the handsome white man was startled and screamed strangely. But before he could scream, the man in front of him stretched out his hand and put a sharpened wooden gun directly against his throat wound. It's over. The handsome man felt a chill in his heart. Unexpectedly, he faked his own death this time and still managed to avoid being chased. Suddenly, he saw this man facing the sun. His clothes did not have a tattoo of Poseidon. At his feet, there was actually a 1-foot-tall, ugly monkey standing. Not a Poseidon?
Dare you ask the good man's name?
The handsome white man pursed his lips and asked in a trembling voice. Luli heard this and raised his eyebrows. He really didn't understand. This is a bit troublesome. Chapter 509 Leaving. However, land carp have a lot of time. Don't know? Study. This is why Luli suddenly appeared, restrained this man, and left him alive.
Side up with him.
Luli tilted his head slightly and ordered. Hearing this, Huntian demon ape jumped up, stood on the rock nearby, and started gesticulating with the handsome white man. The two of them chatted and gesticulated, and after a full stick of incense, they managed to figure out something. The man in front of him is called Xiao Yu, and he is a semi-official pirate, because he had an affair with the sister-in-law of the boss on the ship. He was dragged to this small island to enforce family law. The gang the pirates belong to is called the Jingshan Gang, and the sea god they worship is the blue crab named Qing Xian. Qing Xian, sea god, has powerful magic power and owns 18,000 islands and 90 million people. 90 million people? When Luli heard this, he nodded secretly. Fortunately, he didn't directly rob the giant steel ship. If he did, the crab god might come directly. Although I don't know if Xiao Yu in front of me is exaggerating. But even if there are 40 million people and the power of Xiang Hui is strong, it is not that easy to deal with.
Come on! Come with me and teach me the words of this world.
Luli gave instructions and walked towards the cave. Huntian demon ape also followed.
You continue to catch fish. If you can't catch fish, don't eat at night.
Luli turned around and said. Huntian demon ape was so angry that his teeth itched. However, it finally lowered its head obediently, jumped into the sea helplessly, and vented its anger on those fish, shrimps and crabs.
Let's draw a map first.
Luli took Xiao Yu to the stone cave and made some gestures. Soon, Xiao Yu understood, picked up a tree branch and started drawing on the ground. After a cup of tea, a simple map appeared on the ground. There is a crab drawn in the upper left corner. In the lower right corner is a long worm. Finally, draw a human-shaped pattern in the middle. Xiao Yu bowed devoutly to the crab 3 times, and then began to make gestures. Luli looked at it for a while, and immediately guessed something. This sea area should be divided into 3 parts. 1 part for the crab Poseidon that Zhao Yu believed in, and 1 part for the golden dragon. The last and largest piece is occupied by a humanoid god.
Where am I?
Luli pointed at himself, and then at the map. Zhao Yu took a look and immediately understood that at the bottom of the map, a small circle was drawn between the crab and dragon sea areas. Luli couldn't help but nodded. The location of this small island is indeed good. It is stuck between 2 seas of gods. There are few human traces, and it is the furthest away from the humanoid god at the top. It's really nice to stay here. However, how to get a method to cultivate into a god? Luli frowned slightly. This kind of magic should be very precious, and should not be easily spread to others. Otherwise, if everyone cultivates to become a god, wouldn't it mean that the master is starving to death? Moreover, if you want to obtain this method, you definitely need something.
Money!
Apart from a few LS, nothing else on this desert island is worth much.
Forget it. Teach me how to read first.
Luli decided to take his time first. He has a million lifespan and is not in a hurry.
Yes!
Zhao Yu looked at Luli with some awe and fear, and immediately agreed. Although he didn't know the origin of Luli, there was a kind of monkey around him who could talk and understand human nature. He was obviously not an ordinary person. Moreover, although the Luli in front of him looks elegant and easygoing, he gives people the feeling that he controls the life and death of hundreds of millions of creatures. Zhao Yu had only experienced this feeling once, when he worshipped the god of Poseidon in the temple, and saw the god of Poseidon appear. This made Zhao Yu even more frightened. Could it be that the person in front of me is also a god? In this way, Zhao Yu was frightened and tried his best to teach Luli the words of this world. And at the same time, he told Luli everything he knew. 5 days later, the land carp stood on the reef, looking at the sparkling sea in the distance. Next to it is a raft that has been braided, and a bunch of coconuts. Zhao Yu stood respectfully behind Luli. At this time, Huntian Demon Ape was holding a fish in each hand and one in his mouth. He climbed up to the shore and asked angrily,
Are these fish enough for us to eat while floating? Enough.
Luli nodded, turned around and said,
Zhao Yu, are you sure you can really get the secret to becoming a god? Master Lu, I am absolutely sure.
Zhao Yu nodded immediately and said,
Okay, if I become a god, I can help you practice and transform you into a divine soldier and general. However, if you want to harm me...
Luli kicked Huntian Demon Ape. The Huntian Demon Ape immediately bared its teeth and made a fierce and devouring look.
Don't dare. I'm sure there is a way to become a god. It's in a lair of the previous boss. This lair is very secret. My best friend heard about it from the boss, who made a drunken mistake.
Zhao Yu was startled. He replied with some fear,
Okay, let's go.
Luli didn't show any nostalgia and stepped directly onto the bamboo raft. Zhao Yu followed closely behind. Huntian Demon Ape also walked up, picked up a piece of wood pulp, and propped the raft to the sea. The raft swayed with the seawater and rowed towards the nearest island. According to what Zhao Yu said, it would take them about 10 days and a half to paddle to a divine island under the jurisdiction of Poseidon. This divine island is ruled by a servant of the crab Poseidon. The business is extremely prosperous, with tens of millions of people. However, Zhao Yu is a pirate and generally cannot go to the island. The land carp did not want to go to the island. He just wants to get the method of becoming a god mentioned by Zhao Yu, and then find a remote island to start practicing, accumulate strength, break and ascend. Besides, this island is no longer safe. As far as Zhao Yu knew, the crab Poseidon and the golden dragon were not easy to deal with. The golden dragon appeared here a few days ago. Maybe the crab god will appear soon and search everywhere. Luli didn't want to meet the crab Poseidon at sea, so it's better to go. Next, Luli did not let the demon monkey Huntian work, but asked him to pretend to be an ordinary monkey, while he rode with Zhao Yu day and night. Under Zhao Yu's prayers, the weather was calm and the sea was not attacked by any sea beasts along the way. This allowed Luli to see the magic of this world. In this way, 10 days passed. The land carp is still floating in the sea. The fish on the raft were also eaten cleanly. Only a few coconuts remained.
Zhao Yu, are you on the right track?
Luli asked with a frown, holding a simple fishing rod made of fish tendons in his hand.
It should be right. I have the guidance of Poseidon. As I move forward, I should be heading towards the kingdom of God.
Zhao Yu was also a little unsure.
Is this so?
Luli thought for a while, and continued fishing and rowing without urging. Finally, 2 days later, Luli saw another huge ship with a green iron crab statue hanging on it. This time, it was not a pirate ship, but a merchant ship. Chapter 510 The Monkey Showman.
It's a merchant ship from the Miaohao Chamber of Commerce.
Jiao Yu also saw the merchant ship and immediately said with surprise on his face.
How reputable is this Chamber of Commerce?
Luli asked. Jiao Yu nodded repeatedly.
The goodwill is very good. Last time our pirate ship robbed a batch of their goods, and also held one of their young bosses hostage, demanding a ransom of 3,000 taels of gold. The shopkeeper of the Miaohao Chamber of Commerce gave the money without saying a word, and didn't cause any trouble for us. This reputation is indeed quite good.
Luli also agreed. Immediately, Jiao Yu waved and shouted.
Is it the merchant ship of the Miaohao Chamber of Commerce? Our ship sank and has been drifting at sea for several days. Could you please help me?
As the sound spread, the merchant ship immediately responded and raised a yellow flag on the bow. The giant ship is also heading this way. Soon, the raft was rowed several feet away from the giant ship. A rope was thrown down from the high deck and landed on the raft.
Thank you very much. Mr. Liu, please go first.
Jiao Yu humbly surrendered in awe. Luli was not polite. He grabbed the hemp rope, gently connected it, and after a few swings, he jumped up to the deck. At the same time, Huntian Demon Ape also climbed up smoothly. Jiao Yu also used some skills, and his speed was not slow, and he boarded the deck immediately. However, as soon as he boarded the deck, he saw a group of large men with swords, hundreds of them, surrounding the two of them, their faces full of vigilance and fierceness. Luli was calm and turned around to give Jiao Yu a look, asking him to speak.
Everyone, what do you mean by this? We are just poor people who were shipwrecked at sea. Why do you want to use your swords against us?
Jiao Yu cupped his hands and asked in confusion.
Humph. Let me answer you.
With a cold snort, the crowd dispersed, and a young man wearing brocade clothes with a cold face walked out from behind the crowd. This is a young man with a tan face, wearing a 7-star crown on his head, golden boots with pattern on his feet, a 5-foot-long sword on his waist, and a trace of mysterious power surrounding his body. It's the power of incense. Ahem. At this time, Jiao Yu looked over, coughed lightly, and whispered,
Master Liu, what a coincidence. The person in front of me is the young boss of the Miaohao Chamber of Commerce, who was kidnapped by us before. Qiyu. He should have recognized him. Me.
Luli raised his eyebrows. The sea is really small.
Humph. That's right. I am Chi Tong, who was kidnapped by your snake dog gang.
The young man named Chi Tong snorted coldly.
I recognize you. You are the confidant of Ji Lin, the boss of the snake and dog gang. Jiao Yu, you are really a network of heaven and earth. I actually met you again at sea. What? This is the first time you've done this trick of being in trouble at sea. So you want to tie me up again? That Mr. Chi. You misunderstood. I have been kicked out of the snake and dog gang. And now I have changed my ways and become a good person.
Jiao Yu explained. However, this explanation was very weak and could not be deceived even by a 3-year-old child, let alone this group of smart people doing business at sea.
Tie them up.
Chi Tong was too lazy to talk nonsense and said with murderous intent.
Then, hang them on the sail and expose them to the sun for 7 days and 7 nights. Don't let them drink a drop of water. Expose them to death. Wait.
At this time, Luli finally spoke.
What do you want to say?
Chi Tong glared at Luli. Luli pointed at Jiao Yu.
He and I are not in the same group. I'm just a charlatan who performs monkey tricks.
Instantly, Jiao Yu's eyes widened. He didn't expect that Luli would sell his teammates so quickly. Besides, didn't he want the method of cultivating to become a god?
Monkey busking?
Chi Tong frowned and stared at Luli several times, then glanced at the Huntian Demon Ape. A big man with a beard on the side said fiercely.
Young master, pirates are all lying nonsense and cunning. Don't listen to them. Why not just chop them and throw them into the sea to feed the fish? Leave them on the boat and say it may cause trouble. Right. Cut them. These 2 pretty boys are not good people at first glance. Hee. My young master, why don't you give me this pretty boy with a monkey, and I'll punish him for you.
The crew members on the side spoke in agreement. There were also several burly female sailors, their eyes spitting out salivating glances at Luli.
Stop!
As soon as Chi Tong raised his hand, the surroundings immediately became quiet. He looked extremely serious, stared at Luli, and asked in a deep voice,
You said you are a monkey entertainer. What proof do you have? It's very simple.
Luli smiled and pointed at the Huntian demon ape.
I am a monkey who understands human nature and is extremely intelligent. I can do somersaults, break boulders from my chest, lock my throat with a golden gun,
swallow swords, ride a wooden ox cart, throw darts, etc. If you don't believe it, give it a sword and let it try.
Hearing this, Huntian demon ape's face was also filled with shock and anger. It is a majestic ancient demon, and you want to let it do such a thing of being ugly and performing? How unreasonable. It's simply an insult to its character. When Chi Tong threw away the sword in his hand and threw it in front of the Huntian demon ape. When the Huntian demon ape saw it, his eyes widened with anger, his teeth bared, and he was about to go berserk on the spot, grabbed his sword and chopped down the entire boat. At this moment, Luli floated down with a soft hum. Hateful. The tiger fell down and was bullied by the dog. Huntian demon ape was so angry that his teeth itched, but he could only pick up the sword on the deck obediently, pulled out the long sword, and then performed a swallowing sword in front of everyone. Seeing the 5-foot-long sword, together with the hilt, disappear into the Huntian demon ape's mouth, Chi Tong and the other sailors were stunned, with expressions of disbelief on their faces.
Where did this sword go?
Chi Tong asked in shock. He really couldn't believe that a monkey that was over a foot tall could actually swallow a 5-foot-long sword. Luli smiled.
It's just acrobatics and trivial tricks that make you laugh. If you are happy to see it, why don't I let him perform a swallowing of 800 steel needles?
Hearing this, Huntian demon ape's eyes widened again, as if to say, I am not a human, but you are a real dog.
No need. Just let it spit out my sword.
Chi Tong waved his hand.
Good.
Luli nodded and gave Huntian demon ape a look. The Huntian demon ape opened its big mouth and obediently spit out the swallowed sword. Come here.
Tie up this pirate Jiao Yu and expose him to the sun. As for this one, invite him and his monkey to the guest room so that he can be well served.
Chi Tong took back his sword, pondered for a moment, and gave direct instructions. Everyone was stunned. Then, a group of sailors swarmed up and tied up Jiao Yu. The other person led Luli into the cabin, walked around several corridors, and came to a slightly cramped guest room. During this period, Jiao Yu naturally called for help repeatedly. Luli paid no attention to it. There are no good pirates, so it would be better if this guy was dead so that he wouldn't have to do it himself. At this time, Chi Tong had already reached the deepest part of the cabin and knocked on a bronze door with a gold ring doorknob.
Sister, I just saved a weird person. Chapter 511 Divine Treasure. There was a boom. The copper door slowly opened. A woman wearing a sky blue gown appeared in front of Chi Tong. She had a beautiful face and clear autumn eyes. She looked about 25 or 6 years old. It's just that his face is a little pale, giving him a weak look that I feel pity for.
Ahem. Brother, come in and talk.
The beautiful woman coughed lightly and called Chi Tong into the room. The layout of the room is very simple, with only a high altar table in the middle, with tea, fruits, and other offerings placed on the table, and a bronze crab. The crab is carved in a very majestic way, with its fangs spread out, giving it a domineering and arrogant attitude. Miraculously, the wisps of burning incense on the altar floated directly into the 2 eyes of the bronze crab and disappeared. It was as if the gods were eating incense. The beautiful woman bowed to the bronze crab, turned around and asked,
Brother, what happened? Sister, a raft just floated on the sea. There are 2 people and a monkey on the raft. One of them is the confidant of Ji Lin, the leader of the Snake Dog Gang. Jiao Yu?
Chi Tong said solemnly.
Jiao Yu? Where is the other person?
The beautiful woman asked again thoughtfully.
The other person is very strange. His accent is not like that of our Qingxian kingdom. When he speaks, he seems to have just learned the pronunciation of Qingxian kingdom. Moreover, he also brought a very understanding monkey, who swallows the sword with his mouth. This man claims to be a charlatan, but I don't think he is.
Chi Tong frowned at the end. After hearing this, the beautiful woman nodded slightly.
It is really strange that a monkey showman suddenly appeared on the vast sea. Moreover, this person is also hanging out with pirates. Could it be that this person is also a pirate from the Snake Dog Gang? No.
Chi Tong immediately shook his head. Then, he thought about it again and said with great certainty,
"This person is definitely not a pirate. Why is my brother so sure?"
The beautiful woman couldn't help but be a little curious.
"Sister, although I have only followed you to sea 3 times, I have met all kinds of characters. Those pirates who lick blood from their swords are unscrupulous and lawless, live a day-to-day life, and they definitely don't have the momentum and demeanor of that person."
Chi Tong's expression became more serious as he recalled Lu Li's demeanor. Oh! The beautiful woman couldn't help but let out a sigh. Although her family's merchant ship is not the largest in Qingxian Kingdom, it is still worthy of the title. And she is a relative of the emperor. An ordinary wealthy young man is not taken seriously by his younger brother at all. Who is it that makes this brother so serious just by his aura?
How strong is that person?
The beautiful woman couldn't help but ask.
It looks elegant and easygoing, but it gives people the feeling that the sun and moon are at their feet, and the mountains and rivers are in the palms of their hands. Just like Dot, the king of the country,
Chi Tong said in a deep voice. As soon as these words came out, the whole room seemed to feel a little heavier. The beautiful woman blinked, thought for a moment and said,
"Strange accent? Coming from the sea? Could it be that this person is from the royal family of Jiao Kingdom? He fled to Qingxian Kingdom because he was in trouble?"
Qingxian Kingdom worships Qingxian Sea God as its main god, and its 800,000 people worship him and receive his blessings. The weather is smooth. However, the Jiao Kingdom did not give up and always wanted to invade the Qingxian Kingdom, especially the god lord of the Jiao Kingdom, a golden dragon, who made waves on the sea every day. I don't know how many merchant ships sank at the bottom of the sea for no reason. In recent years, the relationship between the two countries has become increasingly tense and somewhat incompatible. If it was really the royal family of Jiao Kingdom, then they would have to be captured and handed over to the government for processing.
Probably not.
Chi Tong shook his head again.
No!
The beautiful woman was stunned for a moment.
Other than the royal family, who else can be so powerful? The moment this person raised his hand and carried him away, it gave people such a terrible feeling. I have met the king before, and to be honest, the king did not have the domineering aura of this man. It felt like meeting the god.
Chi Tong said, glancing at the bronze crab on the altar.
"Shoo! Brother, don't say this nonsense." Ahem.
The beautiful woman frowned and asked,
"Is that man's aura really so terrifying?"
Chi Tong nodded heavily. This is why he came to see his sister. This matter was of great importance, and he was a little unsure of it.
"Where is this person now?"
The beautiful woman asked with a frown.
"I asked someone to take him to the guest room to rest,"
Chi Tong replied.
"I'll go see him."
The beautiful woman pondered for a while, and then stood up directly.
"Sister, you must not. You are already weak. If that person is also a god, I am afraid he will covet your sacred treasure."
Chi Tong quickly dissuaded him. The so-called divine treasure is a treasure given by the gods, which possesses various mysterious abilities. His sister has a magical treasure that can guide the direction of the treasure in her heart. These divine treasures were refined by the gods using a huge amount of incense power, and they were treasures that all gods dreamed of. Not long ago, there was a wild spirit in the sea who possessed a sailor and wanted to steal the divine treasure. After he was discovered, he wanted to kill him. Fortunately, there were several sailors on their ship who had been infused by the god lord and were born with divine power and could control water and fire. Only then were they able to restrain the people and drive away the wild god. It was for this reason that his sister also stayed in this impenetrable house. Moreover, using the divine treasure required the consumption of the power of incense. His sister was a weak woman. She had suffered from too much power of incense before, resulting in a weak soul.
"Brother, don't worry. If the other party is a god and covets my sacred treasure, then if he rashly attacks on this ship, it will only attract the Lord of God to come and directly devour and kill it."
The beautiful woman smiled lightly.
"Sister is right. However, just be afraid. If that person is sent by our colleagues and just wants to kill people, sister, you will be in danger. So don't go."
Chi Tong continued to dissuade.
"That's fine."
The beautiful woman pondered for a moment, nodded, sat down again, frowned and said,
"Since this person has an extraordinary background, we shouldn't mess with him or offend him. If we put him on the boat, he might cause trouble. Brother, when the boat reaches the offshore, you will put him off the boat." "Sister, I think so too."
Chi Tong nodded in agreement.
"By the way, does that person have any money? If not, give him some."
The beautiful woman added,
Okay. I'll get ready right now.
Chi Tong nodded. After saying that, he turned around and left.
Wait a minute.
The beautiful woman raised her jade hand and called to Chi Tong.
Send some more people to keep an eye on him. Don't let him run around. And don't let him have the opportunity to make any marks to attract pirates. I bought a lot of precious goods on this trip to sea. Nothing happens before we dock. Sister, you are thoughtful. I will remember it.
Chi Tong nodded, opened the door and left. Soon, Lu Li was resting in the guest room when he saw Chi Ting walking and carrying a silver basin. Chapter 512 Yukong.
Brother Chi, what can I do for you?
Lu Li got straight to the point and asked directly.
Since the young master asked, I will not hide it. I would like to ask the young master to stay in the house these days and not to wander around. When we reach the offshore sea, I will put the young master down immediately. At that time, the young master can look for passing ships on his own, boarded the sea and entered the Qingxian kingdom.
Qishio sat down and answered readily.
Can.
Lu Li thought for a moment and nodded. This made Chi Tong stunned for a moment.
Master, why don't you ask? Brother Chi helped me get on the boat, which is already a great favor. I naturally have no objection to this mere request.
Lu Li smiled.
Young master is a sensible man.
Chi Tong bowed his hands. Then, he reached out and pushed the silver basin in front of Lu Li. In the basin, there are 10 white silver ingots.
Brother Chi, what does this mean?
This time it was Lu Li's turn to be a little confused.
Nothing else. Young master, you have a dignified appearance and extraordinary momentum. And your origins are obviously extraordinary. Although I don't know why the young master ended up at sea, I am willing to help the young master. Although these silver taels are not much,
I hope it can help the young master survive difficulties,
Chi Tong said solemnly. Hearing this, Lu Li was a little surprised. He raised his hands and praised.
Brother Chi is so young, but he has such a chivalrous heart. I admire him. Then I won't shirk it.
After saying that, he reached out and took out a piece of silver.
But you don't need so much. 1 ingot of silver is enough. Brother Chi, please take the rest back.
Lu Li smiled and pushed back the silver basin.
Okay. Then, young master, please have a good rest. I won't disturb you anymore.
Chi Tong didn't show any politeness. He just took back the silver basin and stood up to leave.
Wait a minute.
Lu Li raised his hand and shouted.
I wonder if Brother Chi can lend me someone to teach me the writing and language of Qingxian Kingdom.
Hearing this, Chi Tong nodded secretly in his heart. This person is indeed not from Qingxian Kingdom. He thought for a moment and nodded.
Okay. After sunset, some sailors will take a rest. At that time, I will send someone over to teach the young master. Thank you so much. This kindness will never be forgotten.
Lu Li stood up and solemnly thanked him.
You're welcome.
Chi Tong waved his hands, turned around and walked out of the room. After waiting for the others to leave, Hutian Demon Ape jumped onto the table with a fierce look in his eyes.
No one on this ship is my opponent. Why not just rob this ship? Find an island. Establish a country and become a god? Recover your strength soon.
This monkey's devilish nature will never change. Lu Li frowned slightly and scolded in a cold voice.
Hutian Demon Ape, you are now my demon servant. Don't make your own decisions without my order. Otherwise, I will make you perform on the street every day. Sleep every day in a cage the size of a pickled cabbage jar. Everything you eat is swill. Wow 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 wow. You are so poisonous.
When the Hutian Demon Ape heard this, he screamed in anger. The majestic ancient monster actually eats swill? If it spreads to the world of demons and immortals, where will its reputation go? This guy is so cruel. However, it did not dare to attack Lu Li, and could only scratch its ears and cheeks like crazy.
Stop screaming. Look for a chance to see the pirate who was hung up, and ask him about the secret to becoming a god.
Lu Li looked coldly and ordered again.
Good.
Hutian Demon Ape grinned and agreed. Lu Li glanced at its wandering eyes and couldn't help but sneer.
You're not planning to monopolize the method of becoming a god. Then run away and practice on your own. Are you? No. It's nothing.
Hutian Demon Ape was shocked and quickly denied it. How did this kid see through its mind? Could it be that the Demon Crossing Tower still knows all its thoughts?
Every soul of yours has been sealed in the Demon Crossing Tower. Although I don't know what the rules are for incense to become a god in this world. However, your soul is incomplete. No matter how powerful you are in cultivation, you will never be able to achieve this. The pinnacle of the world. If you want to return to the demon world, You can only rely on me. So, don't have any evil intentions. Help me. Just help yourself.
Luli said slowly.
Dot.
After hearing this, Huntian Demon Ape was completely silent and unable to refute, although it was so angry that it wished Luli would die suddenly on the spot. In this world where incense became a god, only Luli could cultivate and become a god. Only Luli, the monster who summoned the gate to the fairy world, could take it through billions of time and space and return to the monster world.
Also, swallow this money.
Luli casually threw the piece of silver ingot in front of Huntian Demon Ape.
Why?
Huntian Demon Ape stared with blood in his eyes and was very angry. What does this landcarp think it is? A glutton who eats everything?
There's no reason. It's just that I don't want to put this silver ingot on me. Anyway, you have a big belly, and you can spit out whatever you eat. It's not a bad piggy bank.
Luli said while drinking tea leisurely. How unreasonable. The majestic ancient monster is actually used as a piggy bank? Bullying a monkey is too much.
What? You don't want to swallow it? That's fine. If I accidentally lose this silver ingot one day, it will be a problem for you and me to eat. Then I really can only find swill for you to eat.
Luli glanced at it as if nothing had happened.
Dot. Hearing this, the anger of Huntian Demon Ape's blood pupils was instantly extinguished. He obediently stretched out his paws, picked up the silver ingots on the table, and swallowed it in one gulp. An expression of despair. Luli glanced at it and nodded secretly. This demon ape really needs to be tempered by being a bad person like himself. No. At this time, he is carrying the treasure of the Buddhist world to cross the demon pagoda. He should be regarded as a real Buddha. This should be the demon ape crossing to do good. It's a great merit. Thinking of this, Luli raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile.
Huntian Demon Ape, you should have your own name. Right. What else do you want to do?
Upon hearing this, Huntian Demon Ape immediately became hairy and stared at Luli with great vigilance.
Don't worry. I'm asking for your real name, not to put a curse on you. Besides, your soul is all in my demon crossing tower. So why should I bother you?
Luli said calmly. This is true. Huntian Demon Ape sulked and uttered two words.
Kunwu. My name is Kunwu. Not nice.
Luli shook his head.
I thought of two names for you. Gooden and Yukong. You choose one. I think you look very ugly, so the name Gooden should suit you quite well. Boy, don't go too far.
When Huntian Demon Ape heard this, he was so angry that he slammed his fists on the table.
Gooden, don't be angry. This table doesn't belong to us. If it's broken, we'll have to pay for it.
Luli frowned.
Don't call me Gooden.
Huntian Demon Ape was so angry that his orifices were filled with smoke, and he roared wildly.
Why are you roaring so loudly? If you don't want to scream, don't scream. Then, let's call you Yukong.
Luli said while drinking tea.
My name is Kunwu. Why don't you call me Gooden Yukong?
The Huntian Demon Ape roared again, baring its teeth and looking fierce, as if it wanted to eat people.
Okay, Yukong. Let's go to work. Yukong. From the pirate's mouth. Find out the incense to God method. This is a major event related to your return to the demon world. Yukong. Don't delay.
Luli waved his hand.
Dot.
Huntian Demon Ape suddenly became sluggish, as if all his energy had been drained. His eyes were dim. He turned around, dragged his body, hid in the corner, and huddled up. Chapter 513 Female Mister. After all, the Huntian Demon Ape is an ancient demon with a ferocious and violent nature. Unless its madness, ruthlessness, and ferocity are tempered, it will be difficult for Luli to keep it by his side with confidence. Don't look at it huddled in the corner now. Harmless to humans and animals. That's because of the Demon Crossing Tower. If this guy thinks of how to break away from the suppression of the Demon Crossing Tower and escape secretly, he will definitely think of how to take revenge. In this world without magic power, Luli is really a little afraid of this ancient monster. Therefore, Luli planned to train this devil ape to be honest just like he would train a monkey.
Remember? At night when no one is around, go find the pirate and torture him about the method of turning incense into a god. If you can't do it, hee.
Luli sneered, and the threat was self-evident. Upon hearing this, Huntian Demon Ape trembled all over and huddled into a ball. Afterwards, Luli ignored it, sat cross-legged on the wooden bed, and continued to try various methods to condense a bit of magic power. But it was no use. It's dark. A voice that soothes the soul like a clear spring came from outside the door.
Is the guest here? I am sent by Mr. Chi.
Female? When Luli heard this, he was slightly startled. But he didn't think much and said,
Please come in.
As he said that, his eyes glanced at the Huntian demon ape in the corner. Huntian demon ape sensed Luli's sharp gaze and moved slightly. Then he rolled his body resistingly and rolled to the door. With a big hand, he opened the wooden door. After doing all this, it curled up like a hedgehog and automatically rolled into the corner. The woman who walked in and saw this scene couldn't help but show a bit of surprise in her eyes.
Girl, what are you doing?
Luli walked to the table and looked at the cloaked woman in front of him, and couldn't help but have some questions.
I've had a headache from the sea breeze in recent days. I'm sick and can't get a breath of wind, so I put on a cloak. I hope the guests won't be offended. Now there's a shortage of people on the ship.
And they're all working. That's why Mr. Chi sent me. Come and teach the guests. In addition, the new family has tried to teach children to learn pronunciation and calligraphy, so guests can rest assured.
The masked woman said softly, with her soft and gentle demeanor and gentle voice. She is obviously a lady. It can't be those rough sailors who are exposed to the sun and rain at sea. Could it be that this person is a member of Chi-Tong's tribe? What is she here for? Several thoughts flashed through Luli's mind, but he didn't show it on his face. He just cupped his hands and smiled slightly.
Girl, I'm very grateful for coming. Please sit down.
This man is truly extraordinary. The masked woman looked at Luli in front of her and couldn't help being shocked. Such a figure, when he raises his hands and feet, seems to be surrounded by the sun, moon and stars, and the clouds and rivers are overturned. He is definitely the king of the country, or the existence of the god. She didn't dare to neglect, and nodded lightly.
Young master, please sit down too. Then, why don't we get straight to the point? Please also ask the girl to teach me the national dialect of Qingxian Kingdom.
Luli sat down and suggested.
Good.
The masked woman didn't waste any time. She took out a book from her arms and put it on the table.
This is the Qingxian Kingdom's 10,000 character classic. If you learn this 10,000 character classic, you will be able to understand the Chinese language in just a few books. Please read it. Sir, I taught word by word. Good.
Luli nodded. Afterwards, Luli and the woman began to teach one-on-one. The Huntian demon ape huddled in the corner trembled when he heard the sound. One of his ears stood up, and he was obviously eavesdropping. This person and monkey are both supreme beings who can move mountains and reclaim seas. Learning some pronunciations is naturally extremely simple. In just 1 hour, I have learned half of a 10,000 character text. The masked woman was even more certain that the young man in front of her was definitely not some monkey showman, but a god-level existence. I couldn't help but feel a little tangled in my heart. Regarding this matter, should I pray to Lord Qingxian later? When she thought about it, she couldn't help covering her mouth and coughing a few times.
Sir, he doesn't seem to be in good health.
Seeing this, Luli expressed some concern.
This is an old illness of the slave family. It's not a problem.
The masked woman shook her head, with a hint of bitterness in her voice.
Why don't you let me take a look? I have also learned Huang Chi's technique and cured some difficult and complicated diseases.
Luli said with a smile. He was returning the favor. That Chi-Tong gave him money and sent someone to teach him calligraphy. This was considered a great favor. Luli was now on the second level of void refining and had already glimpsed the mystery of the combined realm. Combination is in line with the way of heaven, and the less human relationships and causes, the easier it is. Because of this, Luli only took a piece of silver from Chi-Tong, not wanting to owe a favor.
Sir, do you really know medical skills?
The masked woman's voice was slightly excited, and a glimmer of hope appeared in her eyes. But it quickly dimmed. Even the Lord Qingxian was helpless to deal with her illness. So what if the man in trouble before him was the Lord? He is always just a wild god without the incense and fire god domain. How can he be compared to the Qingxian god Lord?
It doesn't hurt to try. Sir, hold out your hand and let me feel your pulse.
Luli smiled.
That's fine.
The masked woman pondered for a moment and gently put her hand on the table. The bright wrist is like frost, and the jade is like snow. This woman doesn't look like an ordinary servant. She is obviously a pampered lady. Why did she come here to teach me the pronunciation of Chinese characters? Could it be a test? Luli raised his eyebrows. His face remained calm. He put his hand on the woman's wrist and began to feel her pulse. Although he has lost his magic power, Luli has practiced many magic techniques, including the heaven refining technique from the Spirit Clan, and the immortality technique of the Evening Ghost Emperor, all of which are related to medical skills. After practicing them all, he can be regarded as a miracle doctor. However, when Luli lightly probed his pulse gate, he didn't sense anything strange. The woman in front of her had a steady and strong pulse, and her internal organs were full of vitality. She did not look like a seriously ill person at all. Ahem. Master, if you can't see it, it's better to give up. My old disease is difficult to cure. The masked woman frowned slightly when she saw Luli and coughed lightly. Wait a minute. Luli shook his head, and with a thought in his heart, the poisonous talisman and cursed talisman began to rotate within the 129.6 million divine crystals in his body. Somehow, Luli sensed it immediately. There is a trace of cursed power hidden in the woman's body, taking away her life force out of thin air. It's actually a curse? Luli frowned even more tightly. In this trace of cursed power, Luli also sensed a trace of strange power, which was the power of incense. Obviously, it was a god who planted this life-threatening curse on the woman in front of him. In less than 3 years, this woman will die due to the passage of her lifespan. Luli took back his hand and fell into deep thought. Sir, it's okay. I'm used to this disease. The masked woman smiled lightly. There was a hint of bitterness and helplessness in the laughter. If the girl becomes seriously ill in the future, she can come to me, and I may be able to help her solve this problem, Luli said solemnly. Oh? The masked woman was stunned for a moment, her eyes shining. Sir, have you seen the cause of my illness? Well, I can see it, but I can't say it. Luli shook his head. This woman was cursed by some god, and even the crab god couldn't eradicate it. Maybe she didn't dare? Luli now has all his divine power, and without a trace of mana, he will naturally not take action. First, I was afraid of provoking the cursed god and becoming enemies with him. Secondly, he has no mana now, and indeed, he cannot activate the cursed talisman or the devouring talisman. The laws of this world are too restrictive. Even the cursed avenue and the swallowing avenue among the 3,000 avenues can be imprisoned. Very weird. Before he understands all this, Luli will not take action easily and expose himself. We still have to find a way to use incense to become a god. And we need to become a god first. Chapter 514 Pirates. In the end, the masked woman left with some regret. Luli glanced at the sky. It's dark. Time to find that pirate. Luli kicked the Huntian demon ape, who was huddled in the corner. With your methods, you should be able to force out the method of incense becoming a god that the pirate knows. Go ahead. Huntian demon ape didn't say anything. He was dejected and walked out of the room helplessly. It looks a bit pitiful. Luli saw it, but his heart was not disturbed at all. This Huntian demon ape is an ancient demon, naturally ferocious. How could he give in so easily? All this is happening on purpose. If it is an ordinary person, it is really possible to be deceived. Luli fought his way out of the demon cult. How could he believe it? How can we allow others to sleep soundly on the side of the bed? Therefore, we cannot enter Qingxian Kingdom to cultivate as a god. Otherwise, we will be regarded as a thorn in the side of the crab god competing with it for incense. It seems that we still have to stay secretly in this offshore sea. Accumulate the power of incense. Luli sat on the bed, thoughtful. However, what kind of god should be believed in and offered incense? If you want to get incense quickly, of course you have to become a god who can make wishes for anything. Ordinary people want wealth. Luli escapes from heaven to earth, sees treasures, and passes messages in dreams, which can make people rich. But what if they want children? Does he still have to go find their wives? What if they want siblings? Luli still has to help their mother take care of 2 children in 3 years? This is too much work. Even a god would probably be exhausted. I have a poisonous talisman that can swallow 48,000 kinds of diseases and insects in the human body. If I can be a god who protects believers from illness and pain, it is more than enough. Moreover, by being close to the sea, it can also bless fishermen who go out to sea to fish. There is a harvest, and you will never leave empty-handed. This should be able to gain a group of believers. Luli quickly had a plan in mind. Just as he was thinking about it, a dark shadow slipped in from outside the door. It's the Huntian demon ape. So soon? The method of incense becoming a god has been forced out? Luli asked slightly differently. No. However, pirates are coming to kill us. Huntian demon ape told an unexpected news. Pirate? Luli raised his eyebrows
and looked through the mirror in the cabin. He found a thick fog on the dark sea, and the sea water was turbulent with the wind and waves. There were many dark shadows in the distance, as if some terrifying monster was about to rush out.
There is a pirate agent on the ship. I just asked that boy, and he said that the magic method of incense becoming a god is real, but it was separated into 3 parts by his boss and hidden in 3 places. Where is it specifically? He is not too sure. In addition, he has contacted the pirates on the ship and left a mark for the pirates to hunt down.
Huntian Demon Ape looked unhappy. 3 places? Doesn't it have to make 3 trips? The majestic ancient demon turned into an errand boy. It was furious in its heart, but it didn't dare to show it, so it could only gnash its teeth secretly.
Isn't this just right?
Luli smiled.
This group of pirates is eyeing this merchant ship. It is estimated that they are bound to win. There will definitely be many people coming. Maybe even the pirate leader is here. Go, find the pirate leader and ask where the law lies. Then, let these pirates die at the bottom of the sea. Good.
Upon hearing this, Huntian Demon Ape's bloody eyes suddenly glowed fiercely. Murderous intent rose, and he turned around to rush out.
Correct.
Luli suddenly thought of something and said again,
It was a great merit for me to let those pirates sleep peacefully at the bottom of the sea. In order to repay me, they gave me their gold and silver treasures as a reward. That was also a great thing.
It's a reasonable thing. Don't forget to get the gold and silver treasures back.
Hearing this, the demon ape turned around. His eyes widened, and he was extremely shocked. It has been a great demon for millions of years, and has never seen such a shameless person. So shameless.
What's wrong?
Luli glanced at it sideways.
It's nothing. You are really a talent. With a talent like you, the human race has really found a treasure. No wonder it has risen.
Huntian Demon Ape shook his head, turned around and left quickly.
Sister, that person said he could cure your disease? He can't lie.
Right? In the secret room, Chi-Tong looked at the masked woman in front of him with a foxy look on his face. The masked woman took off her cloak, revealing a beautiful face, and shook her head slightly.
Probably not. That man is definitely not an ordinary person. He said there is a way, and there should be a way. Unfortunately, he can't be cured now. My illness just makes me sick. If I go to him again, maybe he can find a solution. This?
Chi-Su frowned, then relaxed. This is good. It gives my sister a glimmer of hope, and she doesn't have to worry about getting sick and dying all day long.
Sister, you have been busy all day. Please rest first,
Chi-Tong said with concern.
Good.
The beautiful woman nodded. At this moment, the bronze crab eating incense on the altar trembled suddenly, and its eyes suddenly lit up with green light.
This is not good. Enemy attack.
When the beautiful woman took one look, her beauty turned pale. Chi-Tong's expression also changed drastically. The two looked at each other, and without saying a word, they immediately rushed out of the cabin, boarded the deck, took out a sacred treasure, and looked hundreds of miles away. The next moment, they saw it. 10 giant steel ships, like 10 ferocious beasts on the sea, flew out of the thick fog and rushed towards the merchant ships.
Flying black snake
flags. If you look carefully, you will see that the dark gun barrels on the giant ship are flashing with light. Boom, boom, boom. Before the two of them could react, bright firelight shone on the sea. Groups of cannonballs swept across dozens of miles of sea at an astonishing speed, drawing an arc in the sky and hitting the ground hard. On the sea surrounding merchant ships, bang, 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 bang. Groups of black mushroom clouds rose into the sky along with hundreds of feet of water. In an instant, huge waves of 100 feet rose around the merchant ship, and they were so turbulent that they seemed to overturn the entire sea. The merchant ship also shook violently and seemed to be about to capsize. No! It's a pirate! Enemy attack, enemy attack! Alert! It seems that Snake and Dog are helping those Japanese donkeys. Don't panic! Ding Hai Fan! Get up!
Seeing this, Chi-Tong suddenly drew out his sword and shouted loudly. Crash! The ropes on the ship rose automatically like a snake that came to life, raising a sail flag embroidered with a mighty blue crab. Suddenly, a mysterious force spread out, freezing the surrounding waves. The violently shaking ship immediately stabilized.
Everyone on alert! Return to your positions and prepare to fire back.
Chi-Tong calmly raised his sword and shouted. Seeing this, the panicked sailors calmed down and obeyed the orders. Some ran into the cabin to carry the artillery. Others spread out to the sides of the surrounding ships and drew huge bows. There are also bronze crabs engraved on the giant work, which shines with a faint green divine light. It is obviously a sacred treasure blessed by the magic power of the gods. Luli, who boarded the deck, saw all this and nodded secretly. It's quite interesting. All attacks and defenses are actually related to the gods. Just when everyone was preparing to beat up the pirates, in the thick fog on the sea in the distance, black shadows suddenly appeared again. Astonishingly, 20 dragon-like pirate ships. On every dragon-shaped pirate ship, there is a golden dragon flag.
How could it be? How could the pirates of Jiao Kingdom join forces with the Snake Dog Gang?
Shi Tong was shocked. A trace of panic appeared on his face. The beautiful woman on the side also turned pale and immediately said,
Brother, you are in control of the whole place. I will go back to the secret room to pray to the Lord of God and ask the Lord of God to come. Sister, it's useless. The pirates from Jiao Kingdom came here, which means that the Lord of God has no time to take care of us.
Shi Tong said desperately and bitterly. The same was true for the sailors on the ship, who looked at the 30 pirate ships rushing towards them with extreme shock, fear and despair. There was no resistance in my heart. It's completely over now. However, the corners of Lu Li's mouth could not help but curl up slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. This group of pirates arrived just in time. Chapter 515 Willing Power.
Ji Lin, we will capture the Qi family's merchant ship later. I want 80% of the items on board.
On a giant keel ship, a young man wearing blue clothes and a 7-star feather crown said calmly. This person is none other than Xiao Bo, a notorious pirate in the Jiao Kingdom. Standing next to him, a thin middle-aged man dressed in black and with a sinister face, was Ji Lin, the boss of the Snake Dog Gang.
I know that 80% of the treasures on the ship belong to you. However, are you sure that your God will grant me the position of God after everything is done?
Ji Lin asked coldly.
Of course. The Divine Master is not stingy like your crab Divine Master from the Qinxian Kingdom. He will definitely help you do what he promised personally. As long as you help the Divine Master collect all the incense artifacts of the Qinxian Divine Master, I will definitely use the incense and wish power to help you refine your physical body and transform directly into a god. Immortality.
The great pirate Xiao Bo said slowly.
Okay, I will believe you just once. However, the incense artifact of Lord Qinxian is enshrined on that merchant ship. The woman from the Qi family seems to be unusual. She can communicate with Lord Qinxian directly. If Lord Qinxian comes, I'm afraid you and they all have to die here.
Ji Lin was still a little apprehensive.
Don't worry. The Lord Qinxian was seriously injured and is still recovering from his injuries. He can't come here rashly. With our more than 20 giant ships with divine artillery, it is more than enough to deal with the merchant ship of the Qi family. What's more, I will do it this time. Come out and bring my baby.
Xiao Bo smiled mysteriously. Hearing this, Ji Lin seemed to hear something terrifying, and his pupils could not help but shrink. While the two were talking, the Qi family's merchant ship began to fight back. I saw a huge vortex forming on the sea surface, covering the Qi family's merchant ship. As the vortex grew larger and larger, the sky was filled with dense clouds and thunder. Rumble. Huge thunder rolled down, covering up the sound of cannonballs on the sea. Boast. One after another silver lightning, like a giant python in the sky and earth, rolled in the thunder clouds, covering everything for hundreds of miles in radius. In the air, water vapor gathered, and wisps of electric current shot through, making the hair on people's bodies stand on end, making them feel numb and weak.
Hurry up and take action. Once the woman from the Qi family sacrifices the divine treasure, I'm afraid our giant ships will be smashed to pieces.
Ji Lin looked at the thundering sky with a solemn expression.
Good.
Xiao Bo nodded, then took out a jade flute from his sleeve robe, placed it across his mouth, bit his lip, and started blowing with blood in his mouth. Invisible sound waves instantly spread across thousands of miles of sea. Soon, a huge black shadow appeared out of thin air under the giant ship, as if some terrifying undersea monster had awakened and was lurking up from the bottom of the sea. Seeing the vortex of the Qi family's merchant ship spreading, it was about to pull all the pirates' merchant ships into it. Boom! An extremely huge, jet-black tentacle, as long as 100 feet long, suddenly rushed out from under the sea, and swung it hard in the middle of the whirlpool. Poof! In the secret room of the Qi family merchant ship, the beautiful woman kneeling in front of the bronze crab altar turned pale, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and collapsed to the ground.
Miss! Miss! Are you okay?
The maid who was guarding the side quickly stepped forward to help him up.
Ahem. Cough. Cough. I'm fine. Divine treasure.
The beautiful woman held on and wanted to stand up and continue. However, at this moment, the bronze crab on the altar clicked, and a crack visible to the naked eye emerged. Then, spread to the entire bronze statue. Boom! With a loud sound, a bronze crab's giant claws split open and fell onto the altar, smashing the fruit tributes on the altar. The divine treasure is damaged. Witnessing this scene, the beautiful woman's face instantly turned as white as paper, and her eyebrows were full of despair. It's over. It's over now. Once the divine treasure is destroyed, even the god's incarnation cannot descend. At the same time, the sailors on the deck were also in despair and fear. Under the whirlpool on the sea surface, they saw a terrifying monster with hundreds of thick hands and lava covering its body, which looked like a giant squid, swimming towards them. The monster is so huge that it looks like a mountain. Every time the huge tentacles are waved, they can create huge waves thousands of feet high on the sea. Incomparably terrifying power. The flying magma was like balls of skyfire meteorites, smashing everywhere. In front of this terrifying monster, all the giant steel ships seemed like ants, which would be shattered into pieces if hit casually.
Ah! It's the molten sea squid from Jiao Kingdom. This guy will drag the boat into the sea. Run! You can run there and wait to die. Ah! Light the cannon and die with him.
Everyone on the deck fell into fear and commotion when they saw this huge sea monster. Chisu was also in despair. He knew that even if the God Lord came this time, they might not be able to escape death.
Don't panic.
At this moment, a calm voice came into his ears, with a soothing power that directly calmed Chi Tong. He looked back and found that it was the mysterious young man he had rescued.
Don't worry. It's okay.
Luli smiled at him. The words just fell. A giant steel pillar suddenly rushed out from the bottom of the sea and hit the big sea monster hard on the chest. On. The sea monster let out a donkey-like cry of pain, and its entire huge body was knocked over and fell into the sea.
Not good. What's going on? What is that?
On the giant ship, Ji Lin and Xiao Bo's expressions changed drastically, and they lost their voices in horror. This molten sea squid is the God Lord's right-hand man and is almost invincible. How could it be suddenly knocked into the sea? If you look closely, you will see that the giant steel pillar is the hand of a giant beast. Before they could see the appearance of the giant beast's big hand clearly, with a bang, the giant beast's big hand grabbed the molten sea squid and pulled it into the seabed. Then, the sea seemed to be boiling, violently tumbling and boiling. Huge waves surged up one after another. Everyone held their breath and stared in disbelief at the two black figures under the sea, watching them entangled together, seemingly biting and fighting desperately. The bright red blood smeared out in an instant, dyeing the sea surface thousands of miles away red. Then, everyone disappeared.
Dot! This.
Ji Lin and Xiao Bo looked at each other with extremely shocked and horrified expressions. There is actually a sea monster in this sea that is as terrifying and powerful as the molten sea squid? How can this be?
Quick! Blow!
Ji Lin quickly urged. Xiao Bo reacted, gritted his teeth, bit the tip of his tongue, held the jade flute in his mouth, and started playing. The invisible sound waves spread again. However, it has no effect. It just makes the water at the bottom of the sea more turbulent and violent. For a moment, everyone, whether it was the pirates or the Chi family's merchant ship, froze in place, not daring to move, just waiting for the two giant beasts on the bottom of the sea to decide the winner. Unexpectedly, the boiling sea water quickly became calmer. This means the winner has been decided. Boom. At this moment, a huge tentacle threw out huge waves and rushed out of the sea. Ji Lin and Xiao Bo were overjoyed when they saw it. However, before the smiles bloomed on their faces, the huge tentacle came down hard and broke the two dragon-shaped pirate ships directly in half. Immediately afterwards, the severed hand floated on the sea, motionless. Molten sea squid, dead. Witnessing this scene, Ji Lin and Xiao Bo were shocked, and their faces instantly turned pale. On the contrary, the sailors on the Chi family merchant ship cheered instantly, shouting out the ecstasy of surviving the disaster. Luli also smiled. At this moment, he sensed that a trace of mysterious power floated out from the demon crossing tower in the palm of his hand and wrapped around his body. This power is the power of incense and wish. Chapter 516 Conquer. How can there be incense and desire? Luli was a little surprised.
Could it be?
He looked thoughtfully at the sailors hugging each other in front of him. Could it be that these sailors saw the Huntian demon ape take action to destroy the squid sea monster and directly became followers of the Huntian demon ape? Because the Huntian demon ape is his pet. The demon crossing tower directly transfers the incense and wish power to him? Luli thought for a while and realized that this was indeed the only possibility. At this time, huge waves arose on the sea. The giant hand of Huntian demon ape rushed out from the bottom of the sea again, grabbed a huge dragon-shaped ship, and shook it violently, like holding an exploding egg. Boom! The entire giant ship exploded into fragments that filled the sky. The pirates on the ship naturally did not escape and died on the spot.
Run! There are such terrifying gods in Qingxian Kingdom. Run! Why are you running? Fight him! Blast him to death! Boss, please bring out the magic treasure quickly and lead us to escape.
No. The pirates were panicking and crying, wishing they could grow a pair of wings and fly away. However, Huntian demon ape was angry at Luli, and now he naturally used these pirates to vent his anger. Suddenly, the ships exploded and sank into the sea. Unknown how many pirates fell into the sea and died in the huge waves. On the dragon-shaped ship, Xiaobo watched his ships explode one by one and sink to the bottom of the sea. He felt angry and horrified at the same time. What kind of monster was that? How could it be possible that even the molten sea squid is no match?
Quick! Sacrifice the divine treasure and summon your divine master for rewards. Otherwise, it will be too late to escape.
Jilin on the side had a look of fear on his face and quickly urged Xiaobo.
Yes! Summon the God Lord!
Xiaobo reacted and subconsciously took out the magic treasure. However, at this moment, the ship beneath his feet shook violently.
Not good! That sea monster is coming!
Xiaobo and Jilin's expressions changed dramatically. As soon as he finished speaking, a giant furry hand that covered the sky and the sun suddenly jumped out of the sea, grabbed the deck of the ship, and pulled hard. Boom! The entire dragon-shaped giant ship was actually dragged directly into the sea. Then, Xiaobo and Jilin saw two bloody pupils in the deep sea, as big as the sun and the moon, revealing extremely ferocious violence. Immediately afterwards, a bloody mouth that swallowed the sky and the earth slowly opened in front of the two people. The two of them felt endless despair. It's over. The sea gradually returned to calm. There were only some broken wooden boards drifting with the tide to prove what had just happened. Qixio ordered his men to clean up the mess. Looking back, I found that Luli had already disappeared. He frowned, as if he had guessed something, and went straight to the depths of the cabin, knocked on Luli's door, and said respectfully,
Master, Qixio has something to ask. Please come in.
Luli's voice came from inside the door. Call. Qixio took a deep breath and pushed the door open directly. What came into view was the land carp sitting on the wooden bed, and the loveless red monkey curled up at his feet. Is not it? Qixio was shocked and doubtful. He cupped his hands and said,
Thank you so much, sir. Otherwise, I might have lost my position long ago and lost my life in the hands of pirates. Mr. Qi, you're welcome. You and I are in the same boat now. If I help you, I'm helping myself.
Luli smiled.
Yes. By the way, young master is well informed. Have you ever seen that mysterious sea beast just now?
Qixio asked tentatively. While speaking, he glanced at the Huntian demon ape inadvertently. He always felt that the giant hand of the terrifying sea beast looked familiar, just like the red-haired monkey in front of him magnified 1,000,000 times. Exactly the same.
I don't know, but that sea beast suddenly took action and killed the pirates, and now it has disappeared. Thinking about it, it probably won't harm us,
Luli said, kicked the Huntian demon ape, and reprimanded.
You monkey! Mr. Qi is our savior, but when he comes, you don't even know how to use a stool to pour tea? What's the use of raising you? Upon hearing this, Huntian demon ape felt anger rising in his heart. However, it didn't dare to show it, so it could only curl up into a ball and roll to the corner, sulking. Seeing this scene, all the doubts in Qixio's heart dissipated. The mysterious sea monster just now was so fierce. It killed the squid sea monster directly on the seabed and wiped out all the pirates in an instant. How could such a terrifying sea beast, whose strength is comparable to that of a god, stoop to the hands of a single person and suffer such injustice?
By the way, is the girl who came to teach me how to read okay?
Luli asked.
My sister?
is not good. I'm leaving first. Chishio suddenly reacted, cupped his hands, turned around and left the cabin. Wait until people leave. Luli looked slightly cold and looked at the Huntian demon ape. You didn't kill that pirate boss directly, did you? No. Huntian demon ape shook his head and patted his belly. Good. Luli nodded. When you get to the shore, you spit him out and let him take you to get a magic formula for incense to become a god. If he doesn't obey, you should know what to do. Huntian demon ape nodded. Then, he opened his mouth and spat out a lump of black stuff. It's a conch. The surface is smooth, imprinted with a golden dragon, lifelike and shining with a faint light. This is... Luli reached out to grab the conch and immediately sensed the incense and wish power contained on it, as well as a little mark of the gods. Divine treasure. This is a divine treasure. Where did it come from? Luli asked while playing with the conch. Swallowed a guy and found it from his body. It was this guy who summoned the squid and sea monster. Huntian demon ape answered. Where's the squid sea monster? Luli asked. Huntian demon ape patted his belly again. Eat. Spit it out. Luli suddenly thought of something and said immediately. Dot. Upon hearing this, Huntian demon ape was a little reluctant. But in the end, he opened his mouth and spat out a ball of red stuff, with little red flames all over its body and more than a dozen tentacles dancing around. It was the molten sea squid. However, as soon as it saw the Huntian demon ape, it immediately slid to the corner with great fear and danced a dozen flaming tentacles to protect itself. You don't want to keep this squid, do you? Huntian demon ape glanced at the molten sea squid with disgust. Obviously, it doesn't like this little sea monster. Luli glanced at it and said with a faint smile. So, do you want me to continue to use you? Hearing this, Huntian demon ape's expression changed, and he quickly said, No. This little squid is pretty good too. Just accept it. After saying that, he curled up into a ball and stopped talking. Seeing this, Luli ignored the creature, walked up to the squid, stretched out his right hand, and gently grabbed it. Boom. When the molten sea squid looked at it, flames sprouted from its tentacles, like fire snakes, and they suddenly wrapped around Luli's arm, as if they were going to burn him to ashes. But the next moment, the shadow of a mysterious and ancient golden pagoda appeared above the squid's head and turned around. The molten sea squid disappeared immediately. When it appeared in Luli's palm again, it already had a well-behaved posture, blinking its big black eyes, and a flattering look on its face. Chapter 517 The Secret to Becoming a God. This molten sea squid has been subdued by the demon crossing tower. To be precise, it's degreed. Luli clearly sensed that a trace of incense and will power floated out from it and wrapped around his body, causing the divine power to gradually grow. Interesting. Fire breathing? Luli raised his eyebrows slightly and gave instructions to the molten sea squid. Boom. The molten sea squid immediately danced with more than a dozen tentacles, and each tentacle spurted red flames. The high temperature spread, burning the tables, chairs and bedding around it, and turning it black. Take it. Squirt. Seeing this, Luli ordered again. Immediately, the molten sea squid put away all its tentacles, and its head expanded as if it was blowing air, and the sound of roaring waves came from it. It seems like water from the 3 rivers and 5 seas is about to pour out. Stop! Luli said immediately. Grrrr! The molten sea squid spewed out several water bubbles in succession, and its spherical head immediately flattened down. It's strange. This molten sea squid has the power of yin and yang, water and fire, and is quite powerful. It has revealed its true form and has the power to move mountains. But it hasn't started practicing spiritual wisdom yet? Could it be that the monsters in this world need to become a god in order to practice? Luli stared at the molten sea squid. Thoughtfully, the molten sea squid blinked its 2 black eyes and waited obediently for Luli's instructions. It looked similar to a puppy. Forget it. Let's keep it for now. I can enlighten it later, and it can be used even if it's barely used. It's better to be obedient than that unruly Huntian demon ape. Luli made up his mind and casually turned the molten sea squid over to take a look. Okay, it's a squid girl. Then he had a bold idea. As we all know, squid's tentacles will regenerate after being broken, and the tentacles of this molten sea squid can spit fire. In this case, this molten sea squid can bake its own tentacles and make them into sizzling squid. Then, this molten sea squid can also be used as a food reserve. Gulyulu. The molten sea squid ejected 2 bubbles, and its whole body shook involuntarily. It felt that the eyes of the new owner in front of it were a bit scary. There is even a chill in the smile. That feeling is simply scarier than the most terrifying sea monster in the world. Release those two pirate bosses. At this time, Luli gave instructions to the Huntian demon ape in the corner. It's time for interrogation. Huntian demon ape didn't waste any time. He spat out the two people with a loud bang. These two people are really Jilin and Xiao Bo. Already fainted from fright. Let's do it. Luli raised his hand and pointed at the two of them. Immediately, the molten sea squid waved dozens of tentacles, extended over, and bound and entangled the two people who had fainted on the ground. The two were immediately frightened awake. You? Who are you? Jilin was the first to wake up, and when he saw Luli, he pretended to be calm and asked. However, when he saw the scorching tentacles tightly wrapped around his body, his face instantly turned pale, and his face was full of horror. Molten squid! Along with a sound of surprise, Xiaobo also came to his senses. When he saw the molten sea squid, he couldn't help but look overjoyed. However, when he saw the sulfur-smelling tentacles of the molten sea squid wrapped around his body, his expression immediately turned frightened. What exactly is going on? Who is this young man who is several times more handsome than him? I ask. You answer. Otherwise, the flames of the molten squid will spurt out immediately. You should know how long you can last under this flame. Right? Luli said with a cold expression. As soon as these words came out, Jilin and Xiao Bo's pupils shrank and their hearts trembled. The flames of the molten sea squid burn the gold and boil the sea. It is extremely powerful. With their flesh and blood bodies, they may not be able to stop it even for a moment. Do you have any secrets on your body that can turn incense into a god? Luli asked directly without any nonsense. Hearing this, Jilin and Xiao Bo had different expressions. Their eyes flickered, and they looked like two little thieves with a guilty conscience. Oh, it seems that both of you have the secret to becoming a god from incense? Hand it over within 3 breaths, and I can give you a happy life. Otherwise, I will impose the cruelest punishment among you pirates on you. Luli raised his eyebrows and sneered. Hearing this, Jilin and Xiao Bo turned pale and were horrified. But they still gritted their teeth and did not speak. They knew that death was certain this time. But the young man in front of them wanted to use incense to become a god. Once he said it, he would definitely die. But if we delay, there might be a chance of improvement. Besides, they can withstand a little punishment. It seems that you don't want to talk anymore. And that's okay. I have plenty of time to play with you. You probably don't know. Right? The venom of this molten sea squid has a paralyzing poison. When sprayed on a person's body, it can amplify the person's senses by thousands of times. When the time comes, the torture you will feel will also be thousands of times. Luli said slowly. Jilin and Xiao Bo's expressions were astonishing. At this time, Luli said again. Besides, what I have here is the elixir of the flesh and bones of the living dead. Yukong. Bite both of their hands first. The words just fell. Roar. A roar. The Huntian demon ape in the corner jumped over, opened its ferocious fangs, and bit Xiao Bo's hand. Yes. Yes, it's that ferocious beast from the sea. When Xiao Bo saw it, he immediately reacted and stammered in a trembling voice. There was immense fear in the voice. Jilin on the side was even more desperate. It's really over now. The man in front of him is actually able to control such a terrifying giant beast. Even the molten sea squid is no match. He is obviously a god. If it falls into the hands of a god, the fate will definitely be worse than death. I say, I have a way to become a god by using incense, hidden in my gold tooth. Lord God, as long as you give me a pleasure, I will hand over this way to become a god immediately. Jilin thought of this and immediately begged for mercy. Oh, gold teeth? Luli took a closer look and saw that this guy had 2 gold teeth in his mouth. Without Luli's instructions, Huntian demon ape stretched out his claws, gently broke off the gold teeth from Jilin's mouth, and handed them to Luli. It contains a method of becoming a god? You didn't lie to me? Luli was a little skeptical. I don't dare to lie to you. This is a tooth infused with the power of will. It condenses a method called Qingyuan Life Lamp Lighting Divine Method. It is a true method of becoming a god by burning incense. Jilin quickly explained. Qingyuan's natal lamp lighting method? Tell me about it. Luli asked calmly. Yes. Jilin nodded and said immediately. I dug this method from the ruins of the island. As long as I or others have 100 years of life,
I can condense a trace of divine fire, ignite my own destiny, and possess a party.
The divine soil is called Qingyuan Dangshan. Unfortunately, the divine fire that is forcibly condensed by heretics is extremely unstable. It needs to continue to burn for a long time to maintain the divine status. Otherwise, the power of the incense will be exhausted. The divine status will be unstable, and the divine soil will collapse. I will also be annihilated and cease to exist. Because of this, I hid this technique and never practiced it.
Isn't this the magic way to become a god?
Huh?
Wrong. Luli suddenly thought that he had a lifespan of 1,000,000 years. Wouldn't it be just right to practice this technique? Chapter 518, Mountain Moving God General. Luli was a little eager to try. In this strange little world of incense, all laws are suppressed, resulting in him having all the magical power, but unable to use it, so he can only rely on the Hun Tian demon ape. However, the ferocity of this demonic ape is hard to get rid of, and it might come back at some point. You have to rely on yourself. But Luli then thought about it. 1,000,000 years of life sounded like a lot. Compared with those bright stars, it was just a blink of an eye. This method of burning incense to become a god requires a lifespan. If it were a bottomless pit, wouldn't it mean jumping into the pit yourself? Thinking of this, Luli frowned slightly and looked at Xiao Bo on the other side.
Tell me, what's your secret to becoming a god?
Luli asked coldly.
Xiao
Boyan swallowed his saliva, feeling the squid tentacles wrapping around him tighter and tighter. His whole body seemed to be strangled by a giant python, and his bones were about to break. He could no longer bear it. So he said directly,
I have a method of moving mountains. With the incense and wishes of the upper gods, I can transform into a body of diamond glass, which is immortal and indestructible, and has infinite power. Shortcoming?
Luli asked again.
Although this mountain-moving god is immortal, he endures the pain, curse, and even death of the superior god.
After Xiao Bo finished speaking, his face became paler. He knew that the man in front of him, who gave orders, raised his eyes and raised his eyebrows, and had the air to dominate the world, would never practice this method. My life is over. Sure enough, Luli frowned even more deeply after hearing this. This method of using incense to become a god has even greater drawbacks. It is actually a method controlled by others. If others are injured, you will suffer the pain yourself, and even die. But it's not a bad idea to use it to control your subordinates.
Hand over this method, and I will give you a pleasure,
Luli said coldly.
Good.
When Xiao Bo heard this, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and said quickly,
This method is in my sacred treasure finger. Injecting incense and wish power can activate it and reveal the divine spell.
Luli was not polite and directly took off the jade ring from his hand, with a thought in his mind. A wisp of incense and wish force floated out from the demon crossing tower in the palm of his hand and merged into the finger. Buzz! There was only a slight tremor, and a faint golden light immediately emanated from the finger, condensing into mysterious words in the air, like golden worms. In the same way, Luli followed the same method and injected the power of incense and wish into that tooth. Golden light flashed. Another recipe for becoming a god appeared in the air. Every word is like a golden worm, twisting and changing in mysterious ways.
This is obviously a Buddhist method.
Luli was thoughtful. Now, he can be sure that this small world of incense is definitely a lower realm of the Buddhist world. Maybe there is a real way to become a Buddha here. Come to the right place this time.
Well, no.
Luli suddenly thought of something, and his expression suddenly changed. When he comes to this place, then will the demon gods from the demon world follow him. Moreover, the crab god lord and the golden dragon god lord were incompatible with each other before. Why did the pirates from the dragon kingdom come in this time? But the crab god lord still didn't respond? Unless that crab lord is dead, or injured.
Let me ask you, how dare you run to the Qingxian kingdom's coastal waters to plunder? Aren't you afraid that the Lord Qingxian will come and kill you?
Luli said, giving the molten sea squid a wink. The tentacles of the molten sea squid tightened suddenly. Kijiji. Xiao Bo's bones were entangled so much that his whole body crackled, and his whole body seemed to fall apart. With a scream, he quickly replied,
Master Qingxian is injured. It is currently hiding in the temple to heal its wounds, and does not dare to come out at all. Injured? Who hit you?
Luli asked coldly.
Yes, it is a very terrifying god. As soon as it appears, there will be thousands of miles of black energy covering the world. The aura is so terrifying that even the golden dragon god is frightened.
Xiaobo recalled it, with a very scary look on his face. Demon. This is definitely a demon. Lu Li's heart sank subconsciously. Unexpectedly, the demon god also came to this small world. But it is not surprising when you think about it. Even the Han Tian demon ape fell into this small world. And it was normal for the demon god to follow him. If nothing else goes wrong, this demon god will find ways to open the passage to the demon world. Summon all demons to come. And then use this as a springboard to attack the Buddhist world.
Now Shimen Qing has really fallen into a spider's nest. It doesn't matter if he runs or doesn't run.
Lu Li frowned secretly. His current identity is very embarrassing. It is said everywhere that he is the reincarnation of Buddha and has a demon crossing tower on his body. In the eyes of the devil in the demon world, he is simply the flesh of Tang Monk. Once exposed, it is estimated that demon gods will swarm him.
First find a place to stay in peace, and then practice the Qingyuan life lamp lighting technique, and become a god directly. It is best to become a true Buddha before the devil world invades. There is no time to delay.
Lu Li immediately made up his mind, stood up suddenly, and snapped his fingers.
We are calling. Let's go. Go? Where?
The Huntian demon ape in the corner opened its blood-stained eyes.
That demon also fell into this small world. If you don't leave, will you wait for him to come over and roast you and eat your brains?
Lu Li said calmly.
What? That demon.
When Huntian demon ape heard this, he immediately jumped up and said in panic, its strength is greatly damaged now. Not long ago, it had a fight with the immortal golden dragon, which can be said to be more injured. If it encounters that demon, it may really die. Thinking of this, it scurried to Lu Li's feet, fearing that it would be dropped by Lu Li if it took a step too slow.
You don't have to be afraid. Although that demon is powerful, after entering this world, I'm afraid it will be suppressed by the laws of the world and its strength will be greatly reduced. If you really encounter it, you risk your life. Maybe you can still survive. Kill it.
Lu Li gave a rare word of comfort. Hearing this, Huntian demon ape couldn't help but roll his eyes 10 times in his heart. Why don't you fight for your life? This guy is so shameless. However, Huntian demon ape did not dare to say these words. He just glanced back at Xiaobo and Jilin.
What about them? These two pirates may be of some use if you keep them. After you become a god, you have 2 or 3 subordinates to help you. Subordinates?
Lu Li looked puzzled.
Aren't you and this squid my subordinates? Do you still need them?
As soon as these words came out, Huntian demon ape couldn't help but curse again. This guy just wants to control it. Hateful. The words have not yet fallen. There was a loud explosion. The 2 great pirates Xiaobo and Jilin died painfully in the red flames ejected from the tentacles of the molten sea squid, and were completely turned into a ball of fly ash. Lu Li was very trustworthy, and if he said he would give them a good time, he would naturally give them a good time. Lu Li also wanted to keep them. After all, these 2 people know the secrets of many gods' cultivation. It's a pity that these 2 pirates are the subordinates of the 2 god masters. Keeping them will be a big disaster. Maybe he will be tracked by the crab or the golden dragon at some point.
It's getting late. Let's go! Leave here and practice the Qingyuan life lamp lighting technique as soon as possible, and the incense will become a god.
Lu Li glanced at the sky, waved his hand, and quietly left the cabin with the Han Tian demon ape and the molten sea squid, sank into the sea, and disappeared. The second day, Qi Xiu brought his sister to seek medical treatment and felt disappointed when he saw the empty cabin. Chapter 519 Randing Heart Sutra.
This is it.
As the waves rolled, a man in green clothes walked out of the sea, walked on the waves, and landed on a small island. This is a deserted island 3 miles long and wide. It is surrounded by a black sea. The sea is shrouded in thick fog. Visibility is extremely low, and it seems to be shrouded in a strange power of law, making people feel powerless. However, Lu Li was not affected at all. He rode the molten sea squid and ran all the way, finally finding a sea area with few human traces. This is a great place to hide. If the demon world comes, those demon gods will definitely go to trouble the god masters first. If you are a god in a crowded place, you will never be able to escape the attack of the demon gods. Hiding here, you can advance, attack, retreat or defend.
Are you really planning to build your temple here?
At this time, Huntian demon ape walked out of the sea and asked doubtfully,
This black sea is a restricted area for mortals, and there is no bird droppings. Where will your followers come from?
Do you provide incense and wish power? You don't understand. Just go to work. Come and help me build a temple. It's majestic yet delicate. Magnificent yet elegant and simple. It should be similar to the supreme immortal palace of the demon emperor in the demon immortal realm.
Luli waved his hand and gave instructions casually. When Huttian Demon Ape heard this, his eyes widened and he wanted to curse. However, the monkey had to lower his head under the eaves. It could only open its belly and spit out a pile of strange stones and treasures, and began to build the temple with a clank. Although the molten sea squid was not enlightened, he still felt the overwhelming resentment and anger of this ancient monster. And he knew how to help. Luli casually made a jade bed and held the gold tooth in his hand. As soon as the thought arises, the power of incense and vows is infused into it. Golden light immediately emerged, transforming into a mysterious method before his eyes. This is the Qingyuan natal lamp lighting method.
System. Collect.
Luli muttered silently. Ding. The crisp system prompt comes to mind.
Congratulations to the host. You have learned the
Qingyuan life lamp lighting method.
Qingyuan natal lamp lighting method. The first level, false god.
Huh? No progress? Fake god?
Luli looked at the system screen in front of him and couldn't help but feel some differences. In the past, the martial arts methods that were practiced directly displayed the progress of practice. But now there is no more. Only the simple word false god. Before Luli could figure it out, a system prompt popped up. Your Qingyuan natal lamp pointing magic is extremely satisfied with your physical body, and is ready to occupy the magpie's nest and occupy your physical body as your master. Luli raised his eyebrows. Is this method of turning incense into a god so evil? Are you going to eat the master as soon as you come? However, he didn't panic. If a mere evil method can take over the physical body that he has practiced for many years, then all his hard work and cultivation over the years have been transferred to the body of a dog. As expected, the system prompts directly.
Qingyuan's natal lamplighting magic method was severely beaten by the palm of the Tathagata Buddha, which caused great psychological shadow and chose to escape.
The words just fell. Luli immediately sensed a trace of law power, which was about to emerge from between his eyebrows. Although the power of this law is very weak and cannot be sensed by ordinary combined demon emperors, it does exist. Luli reached out and grabbed this ray of law power in his palm.
Huh? Will this method escape? It also has a strong sense of autonomy and can devour the Lord? Could it be that the methods in these small thousand worlds are all the same? Are they born from the power of devouring the God Lord? Or is this the only one? Is this the method of lighting the natal lamp of Qingyuan?
A trace of surprise arose in Luli's heart. If it's the former, then this world of incense is a bit weird.
Forget it. Let's find a way to practice this method alone and improve our strength. However, this method has no progress in practice and can eat its master at any time. What should we do?
Luli was thinking about it. A golden light flashed across his palm. That ray of incense law power disappeared. Luli immediately sensed that there was an extremely weak being in the demon crossing tower. At the same time, Luli's consciousness spread suddenly, covering a 3-mile radius.
The power of law in this world no longer suppresses the magical consciousness? No. This is another divine consciousness.
Luli was shocked. He sensed that within a radius of 3 miles, people could fly to the sky and hide from the earth, call the wind and rain, sow beans into soldiers, turn the sun and the moon upside down, and dominate the life and death of all things. All in just one thought of his. He is the god within a radius of 3 miles. A radius of 3 miles is his sacred land.
Could it be?
A strange color flashed in Luli's eyes, and his thoughts moved. Call. A wisp of pale golden flame ignited out of thin air between his eyebrows, exuding a sacred and mysterious aura, although it was only the size of a green bean. This pale golden flame connected with the power of the laws of heaven and earth and possessed supreme power. This is the divine fire. Luli has become a god. However, at this moment, Luli began to feel that his lifespan had been lost for 100 years. Moreover, the lifespan continues to disappear, as if it is being peeled off and the silk is being peeled off, disappearing out of thin air. No! It is poured directly into the light gold divine fire between the eyebrows.
This is indeed a magical way to become a god. It burns lifespan, ignites the divine fire, condenses the divine position, and demarcates 3 miles of heaven and earth as the divine land. However, with a mere 100 years of life, in this small area, it can control the laws of life and death of yin and yang. which is comparable to refining. The virtual combination. This world is indeed mysterious and strange.
Luli sensed the changes all over his body, and his expression showed a hint of surprise. His magic is back. He has now become a god, and has been recognized by heaven and earth. He is no longer subject to any suppression in the divine land 3 miles away. As soon as he thought about it, golden light shot up into the sky, condensing into crystals, as clear as glass in the sky and earth within a radius of 3 miles. A total of 1,296 million crystals. In each crystal, there is a statue of Dharma, Buddha, demon god, Kunping, immortal, golden crow. In an instant, the immortal and supreme aura of destruction permeates the surroundings, shocking all things. The Huntian demon ape looked up and saw that Luli was surrounded by the sun, moon and stars, surrounded by gods and Buddhas, like a supreme master.
Have you regained your strength?
It asked, startled and horrified. Next to it, the molten sea squid had been so shocked that it turned into a puddle of soft mud and fell on the beach, not daring to move at all. The aura of the Luli in front of him was so powerful and terrifying that it was 1,000,000 times more powerful than that of the golden dragon god lord. The land carp ignored them. His strength has been restored. But there was no recovery either. As long as his divine soil is broken, the laws of heaven and earth will suppress him again, making his powerful mana sealed and unusable. This is a world where incense becomes a god. Other gods will definitely have secret techniques that can make their divine fire annihilate their divine earth and shatter them. In short, his divine soil is still too small, and his divine fire is not stable. As long as the divine fire is extinguished and the divine earth is shattered, he will be knocked back to his original form and left to be slaughtered.
It seems that we still have to feed the divine fire in the demon crossing tower to make it bigger, so that the divine soil becomes larger and immortal.
Luli was thoughtful. Then, without hesitation, recite the Heart Sutra silently.
Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, walking in the deep Prajnaparamita for a long time, saw that the 5 aggregates are all empty.
Next moment, the system prompt sounded in my mind.
Congratulations to the host. Your Qingyuan natal lamp lighting method has gained great enlightenment due to listening to the Supreme Buddhist Sutra, and evolved into the
Qingyuan natal lamp natal sutra.
Congratulations to the host. Your Qingyuan Dangshan Birth Sutra has been used to observe your various Supreme Buddha appearances. I have gained great enlightenment, and evolved into the Qingyuan Dangshan Heart Sutra. Congratulations to the host. Your Qingyuan Dangshan Birth Sutra has evolved into the
Branding Heart Sutra.
Through the enlightenment of the Supreme Buddha Treasure Demon Crossing Pagoda.
The words just fell. Among the billions of Buddhist crystals, a golden lamp appeared out of thin air. Chapter 520, Becoming a God. This is a unique golden burning lamp. It seemed like a wisp of flame, coiled into a dragon, and above the head, it condensed into a human figure, without sadness or joy, holding the mysterious seal. The golden light scatters in all directions, immeasurable and eternal. At first glance, it seems that he has clear wisdom, clearly understands the truth of the universe, and becomes a Buddha immediately. Luli took another closer look. This lamp Buddha clearly looks like my own face. He has created another image of the Buddha. A thought came to my mind. All of a sudden, infinite golden light emerged from the sacred land with a radius of 3 miles, illuminating the 9 secluded areas of the sky. It was as bright as stars in the bright sun above the Black Sea shrouded in thick fog.
This guy,
the Huntian demon ape, was shrouded in golden light. He raised his head with difficulty and looked at Luli in the light. He couldn't help but have the idea of bowing down devoutly in his heart. Soon, it woke up, looking frightened and horrified, as a majestic demon in the world of demons and immortals. Ferocious and manic, fearless of heaven and earth. He actually bows down to Luli once he takes one look at it. How terrible this is. Has this kid really become a Buddha?
It's really possible. This kid Luli holds the fragment of the Buddhist world's treasure, the Demon Crossing Tower. Now, with the help of the laws of this world, he can directly become a god, with the blessing of the supreme power of the Demon Crossing Tower. It's really possible. It's possible to transform all demons and ghosts, not to mention demons and immortals.
The Huntian demon ape thought about it again, and all the 18,000 ape hairs on his body couldn't help but tremble. This is so scary. However, Luli ignored the Huntian demon ape and waved towards the molten sea squid. Call out. The molten sea squid, which weighed about 3 mountains and 5 mountains, had no resistance and was directly summoned in front of Luli. Unable to move, This is the power of gods. In the divine land, the life and death of all things are controlled by just one thought. The molten sea squid felt the supreme power of the land carp, and only dared to blink its eyes without daring to move. Next moment, Luli raised his hand and pointed, and wisps of incense and wish force were directly forced into its body. A few blinks of an eye, the molten sea squid's body became golden, like glass, crystal clear, exuding a mysterious aura. It is the breath of the gods. This squid has become a god.
I became a god?
A wave of spiritual thoughts full of surprises immediately came from the mind of the molten sea squid.
This method of moving a mountain to become a god is indeed unique. It directly infuses incense and wishes to become a god, enlighten the spiritual wisdom, transform the physical body, and become immortal. It seems to be blessed with a trace of power and the law of the Great Road, making it infinitely powerful in the future. You can collect monsters and enlighten generals for your own use.
Luli looked thoughtfully at the internal and external changes of the molten sea squid.
I have met the Lord of God. Thank you, Lord of God.
At this time, the molten sea squid also reacted and sent his spiritual thoughts with great gratitude.
Well, you will be my subordinate from now on, so I'll call you Uwa. However, you don't look very good like this, so you should turn into a human form first.
Luli said calmly.
Thank you, God Lord, for the name. Uwa will transform now.
The molten sea squid said excitedly. The words fell. A ball of dazzling golden light burst out from within its body. When the golden light faded, what appeared in front of Luli was a 3-foot-tall boy with golden horns on his head and covered in a layer of dark red molten armor. He looked about 3 years old, and his hands were round balls of flesh with no fingers. However, Luli could see at a glance that the hands of this meatball were covered with thousands of tiny suckers. The aura around him was sacred and powerful, shaking the heaven and the earth. Not inferior to the Huntian demon ape over there.
Go and fight that demon ape.
Luli pointed casually.
Blackfire obeys.
Before he finished speaking, Wuwa turned around and punched Huntian demon ape. Huntian demon ape was slightly startled when he saw Wuwa's arm suddenly extending 100 feet strangely. And suddenly, a meatball-like fist hit him in the face. Boom. There was a shocking explosion. The Huntian demon ape had no resistance and was sent flying for several miles.
Ouch!
In pain, the Huntian demon ape roared angrily, revealed its true form, and transformed into the size of 1,000 feet. It grabbed hard with a pair of big claws, as if it wanted to catch the sun and the moon, and vowed to tear the molten sea squid to pieces. How could it, a majestic ancient monster, be bullied by this little monster? Next moment, the two giant beasts, the molten sea squid and the chaos demon ape, were fighting each other. The entire Black Sea surged with huge waves. Luli watched with interest and did not stop him. Anyway, Huntian demon ape has nothing to do, so it would be a good thing to help him train Wuhua, his new subordinate, and improve Wuhua's combat power. However, after watching it for a while, Luli couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Blackfire actually held it. Under the violent and ferocious attacks of the Huntian demon ape, the molten sea squid relied on its divine body, immortality, and indestructibility to actually block wave after wave of attacks. Moreover, no matter how seriously injured it is, it can actually consume the power of incense and wish to recover instantly.
This world is indeed unique. It can actually directly rely on the power of the God Lord to suppress the enemy. The molten sea squid is just a small demon. Now, with the help of the power of incense and wish, it has transformed into a god. It can actually compete with the ancient demon without falling behind. Wind.
Luli watched the battle and secretly marveled.
Master God, help me.
At this moment, a spiritual thought was transmitted into Luli's divine kingdom through the golden burning lamp. This was Wuhua's request for help. With a thought in Luli's mind, the Buddha, the demon god, the Kunping, the immortal, the golden crow, all of them in the kingdom of God surged out, turned into streaks of golden light, and threw themselves into the burning lamp. Boom! Next moment, countless powerful and monstrous Dharma statues rushed out directly from the head of the molten sea squid. Regardless of martial ethics, they beat the Huntian demon ape. All of a sudden, Huntian demon ape was beaten so hard that he howled and retreated steadily.
Is this the coming of the God Lord? Yes. Yes. The molten sea squid, this divine body, can actually fully accommodate the power of all my forms and exert 90% of its power. If there is a strong enemy coming in the future, I can hide my body, Fight with the help of the divine body of the molten sea squid, so that you can be invincible.
Luli immediately had a plan in his mind. Take another look at the system panel. Randing Heart Sutra. The first level, false gods.
Evolved twice. Still a false god? It seems that if you want to improve your realm, you still need a lot of incense and willpower. However, this place is deserted. Where can the incense and willpower come from? Hey, that's not right. I have the Temple of All Heavens. I still have a disciple in the ancient land of Thunder Prison. The White Lightning Thunder Turtle. That Thunder Turtle has multiplied into thousands, and even built a temple to worship it day and night.
Luli had a flash of inspiration and immediately thought of something. No hesitation. With one thought, Luli traveled across the heavens and all realms and arrived at the ancient land of Thunder Prison. Thunder Prison, ancient land. In a cave-like paradise, there stands a temple made of snow-white stone and jade. Reaching into the sky, countless thunder turtles prostrate themselves in front of the temple, worshipping devoutly. The leader was a divine turtle that was more than 1,000 feet tall and wrapped with white thunder and lightning. It has practiced the wind, fire, immortal and thunder escape technique taught by Luli, and has broken the elixir and formed an infant. It is a true nascent soul great demon. Boom. At this moment, the temple trembled, and golden light rose into the sky, condensing into the shape of a land carp under the sun.
This master? Master has arrived.
The white lightning turtle looked up, surprised and excited, and shouted as if he was worshipping a god.
Master, I will lead 30,000 descendants to pay my respects to the master.
The sound was heard, and thousands of the spirit turtle clan around them all shouted in obeisance. Rumble. In the dark, countless pure incense wishes flew out from their heads, gathered into a torrent, traveled through the heavens and the world, and washed into the golden lanterns above Luli's head. All of a sudden, the Dharma of Randing shines brightly. Chapter 521, Refining the Void to Perfection. Infused with incense, the Dharma blooms with immeasurable golden light. In an instant, the immeasurable golden light shines on the 1,296 trillion Buddhist crystals all over Luli's body. In the dark, the laws of heaven and earth follow.
The power of the laws of heaven and earth. Fusion!
Luli Fu Ling was so moved that he changed his mind and directly began to integrate the power of the laws of heaven and earth in this world. Within the kingdom of God crystal, all the Buddha's Dharma images bloomed with immeasurable golden light and chanted the supreme scriptures. What is even more surprising is that Luli has never heard of these supreme Buddhist scriptures. These Buddha images come alive. They have become true Buddhas. Vajra Buddha, Amitabha Buddha, Formless Buddha, Medicine Buddha, Glaze Buddha, Burning Lamp Buddha. The Dharma image Buddha condensed from each Buddhist power is chanting its own sutra at this moment. The sacred and solemn chanting sound echoed within Luli's body, shaking the world, and seemed to spread to all the heavens and worlds, and to the depths of the desolate universe. 10,000 Buddhas sing together. One by one, mysterious and boundless Buddhist inscriptions were spat out from the mouths of these Buddhas, gathered in Luli's body, flew around, and finally rushed into the demon crossing tower. Click. Only a crisp sound was heard. The demon crossing tower actually cracked at this moment. Then, it explodes, turned into symbols and Buddhist inscriptions all over the sky. Among them are the 6-character mantra and other supreme Buddhist symbols. The next moment, these endless Buddhist texts rushed directly into the 4-headed and 8-armed Buddha's Dharma body and disappeared. The entire body, 129.96 billion yuan of Buddhist crystals. Only the Buddha's law of the Buddha of the land carp, and the Buddhas of the heavens who are constantly chanting supreme sutras. If someone peeps with Dharma eyes, they can see that within Luli's body, there is boundless and immeasurable Buddha light. Balls of sacred and vast Buddha light wrap around the supreme Buddha, chanting mysterious and unusual Buddhist scriptures. In the center, there is the Buddha with 4 heads and 8 arms, sitting cross-legged in the sky. He is ancient, mysterious, and immortal. The Buddha looked down at the Buddhas. In the blink of an eye, he saw the compassion and wrath of the Buddhist path, the ruthlessness of the immortal path, the ferocious wrath of the demonic path, the cold and dangerous poisonous path, the cold killing of the sword, the greed and ruthlessness that swallowed up the path. I in turn. It circulates, rises and falls, remains unchanged forever, but evolves in countless ways. This scene is just like the pilgrimage of 10,000 Buddhas.
All magics are unified, with the help of the power of incense and wish, the power of the laws of heaven and earth. and the integration of the demon crossing tower. The power of all the laws of the great avenues are finally combined into one. Great improvement in magic power.
Luli was quite happy. At this moment, in the 10 directions of heaven and earth, the power of laws washed into his body, like the Milky Way in the 9 heavens pouring down. The realm is also improving rapidly. The 3rd level of void refining. 4th level of virtual refining. 8th level of virtual refining. 9th level of virtual refining. The momentum is overwhelming. Refining the void to perfection. The power of the great law is still rushing in. But unfortunately, Luli has already sensed the barrier in front of him. Break through the barrier of integration. This layer of barrier is as thin as white paper, and can be broken easily. But it is extremely solid, preventing Luli from going further, and breaking through to the realm of integration. Combination means conforming to the way of heaven. Every move you raise your hands and feet is filled with the power of the great law. Luli has already refined various avenues, and it should be easy to break through to fusion. However, under the suppression of the laws of this world, Luli cannot directly advance to fusion. He can only absorb the power of incense and wish to strengthen the gods. Only when the body reaches a certain level can it enter the realm of integration.
It's not urgent. The spirit turtles in the Thunder Prison ancient land have extremely long lifespans and devout beliefs. The incense and aspiration they offer are also extremely pure and endless. Sooner or later, they will break through and merge. Luli thought to himself and slowly opened his eyes. You? This sight caused the Huntian demon ape, who was approaching, to tremble violently. His eyes widened, and he couldn't help but take a step back. In Luli's eyes, he saw the birth and death of the universe, the evolution of all kinds of avenues, and the vastness. At this moment, it is like an extremely small ant, and the next moment it will be swept away by Luli's eyes. But suddenly, Huntian demon ape seemed to see an ancient Buddha surrounded by 10,000 Buddhas, chanting supreme sutras to him. He felt as if he had heard the great road, and felt admiration in his heart. He was so excited that he knelt down on the spot and raised his hands. Put your hands together and take refuge sincerely.
The Demon Crossing Tower. You fused with the Demon Crossing Tower, and you became a Buddha. You actually became a Buddha.
The Huntian demon ape stood up in fright. Its hair stood on end, screamed, and retreated continuously. He was actually frightened to the point where he was completely naked. It's no wonder it was so scared. The land carp in front of it was integrated with the Buddhist world's treasure, the Demon Crossing Tower. With a glance, it made this ancient demon almost lose consciousness on the spot and convert to Buddhism. What a horrible thing this is! In other words, even the demon emperor of the demon world will be influenced by Luli's eyes and convert him directly if he is not careful. If he really cultivates to become the master of the Buddhist world, wouldn't he be able to transform the entire world of demons and immortals in a single thought? This child is so terrifying. We must not keep him. When he thought of this, Huntian demon ape felt a violent and murderous intention in his heart, and his eyes began to turn blood red. However, at the moment when the murderous intention suddenly appeared, a sacred pagoda suddenly appeared in the depths of its blood-red eyes. The pagoda was 9,999 floors high. On each floor, there was a solemn Buddha sitting upright, wearing mysterious seals and chanting supreme scriptures. In an instant, a loud chanting sound resounded in the Huntian demon ape's body, filling every part of its body, every ray of its soul, and every thought. The killing intent dissipated instantly. I was wrong. I am willing to take refuge in the true Buddha. Huntian demon ape spit out a sentence. As soon as the words fell, there was a boom. The Huntian demon ape, who was more than 10,000 feet tall, knelt down like a jade pillar pushing down a mountain of gold. He clasped his hands and bowed down in front of Luli. The whole body bloomed with the sacred and kind Buddha light, without any fierceness at all. Luli raised his hand and made a move, and the Huntian demon ape quickly shrank, turned into a golden light, escaped into the palm of his hand, and disappeared. Immediately, within Luli's body, among the billions of divine crystals, there was another Buddha, Huntian demon ape Buddha. This extremely ferocious ancient demon was finally transformed and subdued at this moment. It would be too pitiful for the Huntian demon ape to be alone. In this case, it is better to transform all the ancient demons in this world one by one and let them have a companion. Moreover, the demon is also here, and it is estimated that it will be a long time ago. The teleportation array will be activated soon, and the demon gods from the demon world will be summoned.
I will try to subdue a few demon gods at this opportunity.
Luli raised his head and looked into the distance, as if he could see the end of the world, where a demonic cloud was brewing. Next moment, he raised his hand and pinched his fingers, picking out a white lotus flower from the void. The lotus flower turned in the air, and a white-boned demon god shrouded in Buddha's light bowed to Luli, and then rushed into the void on the monstrous demon clouds. Chapter 522 Natural Monster. The Unknown Depths of the Incense World. 72 crimson blood pillars engraved with demon gods stood at the top of the sky, spewing out demonic energy all over the sky. As they rolled, they condensed into a terrifying whirlpool formation. Suddenly, a bloody portal rose up in the formation. Then, countless demon gods came to life from the blood pillar, roared ferociously, and slammed into the blood-colored portal. Boom! There was an earth-shattering bang. The bloody portal opened, and extremely pure demonic energy poured in. This is the passage to the devil's world. Ha ha ha! There is such a small world of incense hidden in the Buddhist world, but it was still found by me in the demon world. Now, turn it all into my food.
Only a fierce laughter was heard, and a sky-swallowing python with a bloody coxcomb on its head swam out from the door. There are strange green eyes all over the body, which are densely moving. One look at it makes people crazy.
Ho 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 ho! I smell the aroma of Buddha's fat. There are at least a few golden bodies of real Buddhas hidden in this small world. If you bring them back to the demon world and provide them to the demon ancestor, you will definitely get a huge reward.
Another terrifying demon god roared out. This demon god has only 4 devil-like heads: green-faced fangs, red-faced fangs, white-faced fangs, and purple-faced fangs. They are connected by 4 long necks like flying kites, floating in all directions in the sky. A long snake spewed out from the head of each evil ghost. Snake Shinzi sniffed and instantly discerned the existence of the Buddha's golden body. Boom! At this moment, the bloody portal suddenly closed, and the bloody demon pillar in the sky retracted, manifesting into a demon god. This demon god looks very strange, like a red and green pineapple magnified 100 times, surrounded by pure black strange magic light. If you look carefully, you will see that on each pointed leaf there is a demon god being tortured by thunder, lightning, ice, fire and other tortures, and roaring and cursing in pain and anger. The energy of the true devil fills the sky and the earth. Extremely powerful. When they saw this pineapple demon, whether it was the blood-cocked python that devoured the world or the 4-headed demon god, they were all suddenly startled.
Prison! Master Prison!
There was a hint of awe and fear in the voice. In the demon world, the 72 demon ancestors are supreme. Most of the demon gods are transformed by the demon ancestors' true demon essence. They then swallow the demon world's energy and transform into different forms of demon gods, cultivating various supreme supernatural powers. These demon gods are all descendants of the 72 demon ancestors. Life and death depended only on the demon ancestors' thoughts. However, there are still some natural monsters who became demon gods by chance from the vegetation, trees, mountains and rocks in the demon world, and are not controlled by the 72 demon ancestors. The strength is still extremely strong, only lower than the demon ancestor. Moreover, they are monsters of heaven and earth, born with supreme magical powers, and have great restraint ability against ordinary demons. The pineapple demon in front of me, is this kind of natural monster with a fierce reputation.
There are several golden bodies of true Buddhas in this world of incense. I want you to help me find the golden bodies and bring them to me.
The demonic light around prison flashed, and a cold and violent demonic thought came out, which severely suppressed the souls of the 2 demon gods, making them tremble on the spot. The 2 demon gods were shocked. They know that if they resist even a little bit, they may be directly killed by the prison in front of them. Their souls will be taken away, and they will be imprisoned in the prison's demonic body and suffer all kinds of torture. Life is worse than death.
Yes, Master Prison. Please put it down. I will go find the golden body of the true Buddha.
Afraid of the powerful strength of the prison, the 2 demon gods expressed their surrender on the spot. But he had his own little calculation in mind. Humph! If you get the golden body of the real Buddha and eat it yourself, will you, a natural monster, get your turn? Moreover, in this small world, under the suppression of the laws of heaven and earth, everyone's strength is almost the same. Who is afraid of whom? The 2 demon gods looked at each other with evil intentions, turned around and flew away into the distance.
Huh? There is actually a demon god in this small world? This demon god is extraordinary.
Prison suddenly noticed something and was surprised. Immediately, it disappeared out of nowhere.
The prison actually opened a passage to the devil's world and allowed us to come here to help it find the golden body of the true Buddha. It must have wanted us to be its scapegoat. Hee. That's of course. Those Buddhas in the Buddhist world have been practicing for many years and value their golden bodies very much. How could they not set up a few traps? If the prison doesn't go out on its own and asks us to help it, doesn't it just want us to be cannon fodder?
The two demon gods concealed their bodies and auras, roaring in the 9 heavens. Although they are demon gods from the demon world, they did not wantonly devour the creatures in this world when they saw the prison. They also knew that this small world was not simple, so they carefully hid their whereabouts. At the same time, the coxcomb python demon gods' thousands of green eyes flashed with ghostly demonic light, scanning the underworld, as if searching for the golden body of the true Buddha. The four-headed demon gods were not idle either. They opened their big mouths, spit out the snake heads, and devoured the incense and wished power between heaven and earth. In the dark, the auras of these two demon gods became more and more powerful. It seems that it is not suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth. Obviously, these two demon gods are refining the laws of heaven and earth in strange ways and integrating them into themselves, making themselves more integrated with this world. At this moment, suddenly, a huge bone-white spear pierced the sky, pierced thousands of miles of sky, and fiercely stabbed the coxcomb snake demon god. With this stab, all the light, temperature, and energy in the world, time, and space in all directions were sucked away by the giant bone spear, directly forming a huge black hole vacuum. The coxcomb snake demon god couldn't resist it, and his body was involuntarily pulled towards the tip of the giant spear.
Where did the sneak attack come from?
The coxcomb snake demon god was shocked. He spun around and coiled up into a ball. The billions of green eyes around his body suddenly shot out immeasurable magic light, forming a sky-like shield. At the critical moment, he blocked the giant bone spear. Boom! The giant bone spear pierced the green light magic shield, causing a loud bang that shook the sky. Next moment, the golden Buddha's light flashed on the bone spear, and a 10,000-foot-tall bone demon god emerged, with thousands of big bone hands, each holding a giant bone spear. With a slight shake, thousands of giant white bone hands danced their spears, and stabbed fiercely at the coxcomb snake demon god. Every stab pierces the stars. The pure power of Buddha's light wraps around it, directly suppressing the magic light of the coxcomb snake demon god. It is going to be riddled with holes.
Is it you, Bone Demon? What move are you doing?
The coxcomb snake demon god was frightened and angry. He roared wildly, and the billions of green demonic eyes on his body suddenly floated up. During the rapid rotation, they condensed into a demonic hand that captured the sky, earth, sun and moon. With a fierce grab, the thousands of white bone giant spears that stabbed him were caught hard. Then, with a clicking sound, as if insects were eating away at the leaves, countless demonic eyes swam to the bone spears and directly swallowed the giant spears. In the blink of an eye, all the bone spears were eaten. Seeing this, the bone demon god did not continue to attack. With a flash of Buddha's light all over his body, he retreated to a high altitude thousands of miles away, with his feet on the bone lotus, and quietly looked at the coxcomb snake demon god and the 4 ghost demon gods, who had long hidden aside to watch the show. The faintly swaying golden demonic fire in the white skull showed a hint of satisfaction. The strength of these two demons is pretty good. Moreover, there seems to be a more powerful demon god hiding aside. Chapter 523, Fighting the Demon God. The world of mortals is billowing with emotions and desires. Lu Li's 24 heavenly demon swords have been deduced to an extremely mysterious realm, especially after integrating all the laws and avenues of the demon world, the fairy world, and the Buddhist world. It is even more sharp, faintly touching the limits of heaven and earth. Even though the powerful demon's spells were strange and his aura was completely hidden and restrained, Lu Li could still sense a trace of its existence. Without hesitation, the bone demon god transformed by Lu Li stepped out in one step. I saw a golden lotus flashing. The 1,000-foot white bone demon god has appeared thousands of miles away. Thousands of bone hands behind him pinch out a seal and strike hard into the void ahead. This blow was like the destruction of the world and the collapse of all realms. Boom! A pillar of pure black demonic light, like a sky pillar, suddenly burst out from the void and directly penetrated the skull of the bone demon god. together with the 2 golden Buddha fires inside the head. They were also annihilated. Next moment, a red-green pineapple-like demon god, supported by millions of ferocious demon gods, crashed out of the void, scattering countless demonic light. The energy of the true demon poured down like a river of stars, overwhelming and directly drowning the bone demon god. Just a blink of an eye, the bone demon god disappeared, completely disappearing between heaven and earth. Seeing this terrifying scene, the coxcomb snake demon god and the 4-headed demon god could not help but tremble in their souls, becoming even more frightened. This is the terror of the natural monsters in the devil world, an invincible existence under the demon ancestor.
Huh? He's not dead yet? Is this the way of incense?
At this moment, a clear and crisp cry suddenly came from within the pineapple demon god. As the words fell, infinite golden light emerged in the void. It is as dazzling as the scorching sun at noon in July. Like the purest gold in the world. It is the power of Buddhist incense and wish. I saw those fist-sized incense wishes flying and circling. In just a few breaths, they merged into a golden Buddha in the air. He was 10,000 feet tall and had thousands of Buddha hands on his back. No! When the golden light dissipated, it was revealed to be a white-boned demon god, also exuding extremely powerful real demon energy. Moreover, the 2 golden Buddha lights in the skull of the white-boned demon god are even brighter and dazzling, like 2 rounds of bright sun.
How is that possible? All the demon gods killed by the prison will be imprisoned in their demon bodies. The bone demon god, you are actually resurrected from the dead, and your soul has not been imprisoned by the prison?
The coxcomb snake demon god on the side was shocked and lost his voice.
TSK. 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 This bone demon is no longer a demon. It is a Buddha. It has become a Buddha in this small world of Buddhism. It's really interesting. A real demon in the demon world can actually become a Buddha? I don't know if he refined a Buddha's gold body, or became a Buddha by stealing the Buddha's fruition.
The 4 demons and demons were amazed. Everyone stared at the bone demon god with a salivating expression. Obviously, it wants to eat the bone demon.
Why did you guys come to this small Buddhist world? This place is already my territory.
At this time, Luli said slowly. There was no fear in his expression. The pineapple demon in front of him is powerful. But in this world, as long as his power of incense and wish continues, his clones can be reborn infinitely and remain immortal. Unless this pineapple demon finds the divine land where he is. But in that divine land, Luli was confident that he could seriously injure the pineapple demon god. This was a small Buddhist world, and this demon god would definitely not want to be hurt. Therefore, even if it knew where Luli's body was, it would not dare to come.
Demon god of bones! How dare you be so arrogant in front of Lord Prison? It seems that you have gained a lot of treasures in this small Buddhist world. Why don't you give them away quickly?
The coxcomb snake demon god shook his body, and his demonic eyes revealed a cunning and ruthless look.
Do you really think that if you become a Buddha, you can withstand the attack of Lord Hell? TSK, TSK. I'm afraid you have never seen the terror of Lord Hell. Back then, countless Buddhas were buried at Lord Hell's feet. If you don't want to die, quickly kill your hand over the treasure.
The 4-headed demon god threatened. These 2 demon gods seemed to be praising the pineapple demon god. But in fact, they were trying to make a fight to the death between the pineapple demon god and Luli. Their thoughts were really sinister.
Lord Prison, if you want my treasure, just take it.
When Luli heard this, his expression remained calm.
You're weird.
At this time, the pineapple demon god once again made a clear voice.
Your incense and wish power are extremely pure. In this small world,
mortals worship gods, and the incense and wish power is more or less mixed with mortal desires. However, there is almost none of your incense wish power. Your incense wish power comes from this small world. In other words, you do not belong to this small world. Ha ha ha. I am a demon, so of course I do not belong to this small world.
Luli smiled.
No, you are not a demon. You cannot be a Buddha in the Buddhist world. The Buddha in the Buddha world is using the power of the world to refine a Buddha treasure that creates the heavens. They cannot come casually, and you don't have any of the aroma of fruition. So, you are human. Only human beings can achieve such a perfect fusion of Buddha and demon.
The pineapple demon directly revealed Luli's identity in one sentence. As soon as these words came out, the 2 demon gods on the side were shocked and lost their voices again.
What? This guy is not a demon god transformed from the demon ancestor's true demon essence, but a human race? How is this possible? Human race. How did this guy withstand the pollution of the real demon's energy and didn't turn into a demon? However, since he is a human race, he will just eat you. Next moment, the two demon gods flashed fiercely, and their bodies expanded again, emitting countless true demonic energies, covering thousands of miles of space. The world instantly became dark. One by one, the bloody green demonic eyes appeared in the billowing true demonic energy. They were densely packed and squirming, exuding a strong poisonous aura, surging towards Luli. If you look carefully, you will see that there is an evil devil's head hidden in the evil eye, with a terrifying mouth open. Countless demonic snakes are about to swim out of this bloody mouth. The coxcomb snake demon god and the four-headed demon god have joined forces. Now that you've seen through it, I won't hide it anymore. As Luli spoke, a golden light suddenly appeared all over his body. Boom! A huge tower shadow, exuding an ancient aura that suppresses all things in the world, emerged in the golden light, and the Sanskrit sound that shook the world suddenly came out from it, rolling out, destroying the endless demonic energy. The next moment, a violent ape in the tower suddenly jumped out. Its body grew infinitely taller, stretched out its two big claws to capture the sun and moon, and grabbed it hard. In both palms, blood and light rotate. Yin and yang are chaotic. Crack, crackle, crackle. Countless demonic eyes exploded directly in the terrifying blood light. Not good. Is this the breath of demons from the demon world? The two demon gods screamed in horror. The words have not yet fallen. The two palms of Huntian demon ape were unstoppable, penetrating through thousands of time and space. And with a sudden grab, they violently grabbed the body of the coxcomb snake demon god and the four ghost demon gods, before the two demon gods could activate the secret skills of the demon world to escape. The shadow of the tower that covered the sky and sun descended, slamming into the deepest part of their souls. In an instant, the phantoms of 10,000 Buddhas appeared, and the Sanskrit chanted the 6-character mantra. The golden swastika character instantly spread all over the demon god's body. When the two demon gods fully reacted, they found that their bodies were shrinking infinitely and were being taken into the mysterious ancient golden pagoda. Chapter 524: The Body of the Demon Crossing Tower. Bang bang bang. The mysterious golden pagoda shook violently, expanded, and turned upside down, bursting out with dazzling golden Buddha light. It was obvious that the two demon gods, who had been taken in, were struggling desperately. Angry and ferocious roars came from it. But soon, bursts of Sanskrit sound sounded. The light of the Buddha soars to the sky and reaches the earth, like an eternal sun shining on the long river of time. It is immortal and suppresses all demons and ghosts. After the golden light subsided, the golden pagoda returned to the size of a palm and slowly fell. The terrifying demon ape grasping the stars, and the moon shrank rapidly. And in the blink of an eye, it turned into a man in green, gently holding the falling golden pagoda. This demon god. The two demon gods you just recruited have been subdued by me. You should also know the origin of this golden pagoda in my hand. Now, you have only two ways. Either to return to the demon realm, or to fight with those two like a demon god. He was suppressed in the demon crossing tower and transformed all the time, eventually becoming one of my Buddha protectors. Luli stood in the sky, holding the golden pagoda in his hand, showing no fear. He even vaguely suppressed this terrifying demon god from the demon world. Just you? The pineapple demon god faintly sent out a demonic thought. Although the demon crossing tower in your hand is a treasure in the Buddhist world, it is only one of the 36 trillion fragments. The two demon gods you just suppressed, it's only 1/10 of their original body, although your strength is strong. That's all. The words just fell. The magic light around it suddenly flashed. The figure disappeared directly on the spot. With a thought, Luli penetrated into the 9 netherworld and hundreds of thousands of parallel time and space, but found no trace of the existence of this demon god. Next moment, a circle of strange black magic light appeared out of thin air, covering Luli's body. With a slight twist, boundless power exploded. There was a pop. Luli's entire body, together with the demon crossing tower, exploded on the spot, turning into golden Buddha light. Not waiting for the Buddha's light to condense again, the circle of black magic light stirred violently like a whirlpool. All the golden Buddha light was completely annihilated and turned into nothingness, no longer existing. Huh? You actually escaped?
As the demonic thought dispersed, the demonic light turned, revealing the figure of the pineapple demon god again, and the demonic light from his body shot across the sky and the earth. The dead breath of Lu Li was not found. Obviously, at the last moment, Lu Li returned to the true form of the spirit with the demon crossing tower, and what was destroyed was just an incense clone. Although this kid ran away, he just sacrificed the demon crossing tower, which caused the laws of this world to resonate. It made me feel that the core of this world is also a fragment of the demon crossing tower. The pineapple demon god sent out a magical thought that was slightly surprising. Then it disappeared again. Wait until he appears again. People have come to a mysterious void. The void is filled with extremely rich incense and wish power, condensing into drops of water like golden Buddha light, which gather together like a sea of Buddha light. As the Buddha's light surges, golden waves roll up. If you look closely, you will see that this golden wave is clearly a golden lotus. When the lotus blooms, the phantoms of the sacred Buddha emerge. In an instant, countless Buddhas appeared in this endless void, like a paradise in the west. Wait until the golden waves disappear. These countless Buddhas also disappeared. Between birth and death, it seems to explain the operation of the universe and the principles of life and death of all things. What a grand formation of birth and death of the Buddhas of the 10 directions. The pineapple demon god's demonic light swept past and let out a sigh. Next moment, a ray of black magic light swam out of its body, and it transformed into a golden dragon, exuding pure incense and wish power, perfectly integrated into the Buddha's light. I saw this golden dragon swimming into the sea of Buddha's light, swimming freely among the golden lotus waves, passing through the phantoms of the Buddha, and diving into the deep sea. Neither fast nor slow. This pineapple demon doesn't seem to be in a hurry. His figure is looming, as if he has left this mysterious void. At the same time, it sent out a magical thought, connected with the golden dragon, and sensed the subtle changes in the formation of the birth and death of the Buddhas in the 10 directions. This large formation is composed of 10,000 Buddhas. It once exerted great power in the demon world and suppressed millions of demons. Even the blood demon, one of the 72 demon ancestors, suffered. It is a natural monster in the demon world. Its strength is only lower than that of the demon ancestor. It had also seen the terror of this large formation back then. Although the power of the great formation in front of it is not as powerful as 1/1000th of what it was back then, it does not dare to neglect it all and is still cautious. That's all. After not knowing how many layers of space it passed through, the golden dragon transformed by the magic light finally swam to the center of the formation and saw the fragment of the demon crossing tower. Like Lu Li's just now, this fragment is also a golden pagoda. The difference is that the aura of Buddha exuded by the golden pagoda is extremely rich and pure, and it also exudes the supreme power of the supreme treasure of the past heavens. The power of this fragmented law is very complete. There is also the aroma of Buddha's fat. There are at least 10 golden bodies of the Buddha stored in the fragments of the demon crossing tower. What a plan! With the help of the entire small world of heaven and earth, the Buddha in this Buddhist world continuously condenses the incense and aspiration power, and gathers them in the demon crossing tower among them. The golden body will be immortal forever. Once it wakes up and the true spirit returns, it will be the supreme existence. The pineapple demon couldn't help but exclaim. At the same time, a trace of greed emerged. If it can swallow the demon crossing tower and the golden body of Buddha inside, then it might be able to go one step further and peek into the realm of the demon ancestor. Without hesitation, the golden dragon suddenly swam to the side of the demon crossing tower, transformed into a huge golden dragon, and wrapped its tail around the entire demon crossing tower. Then, he opened his big mouth and swallowed the entire demon crossing tower. At this time, within the demon crossing tower, a powerful Buddha's aura suddenly burst out and hit the golden dragon hard. Boom! The golden dragon was directly blasted, and without even letting out a scream, it was completely wiped out by the golden light emitted by the demon crossing tower and ceased to exist. The power is really fierce. But that's all! The pineapple demon appears again. This time, the magic light all over its body turned into countless tiny golden dragons, swimming in the boundless sea of Buddha, passing through the defense formation, and entangled themselves in the demon crossing tower. The pure and incomparable true demon energy poured in, filling the infinite space of the demon crossing tower in an instant. Just a snap of a finger. This fragment of the demon crossing tower was contaminated by the pineapple demon god and branded with his demonic mark. At this moment,
The pineapple demon god also saw the golden bodies of Buddha enshrined in the fragments of the demon crossing tower. No more. No less. Exactly 10. Before it could be happy, the true appearance of these 10 golden bodies of Buddha was revealed. Next moment, when the pineapple demon god saw these 10 golden bodies of Buddha, he sent out a thought that was so horrifying that it shattered the demon's soul.
The 3 golden bodies of the Buddha. The king of freedom in the world? The 3 golden bodies of the Buddha of infinite life? The 3 golden bodies of the Dragon King. King Buddha? The great son Tathagata's evil corpse golden body? No. It's not a fragment of the demon crossing tower. It's actually the core of the demon crossing tower. They want to use my origin to repair the demon crossing tower.
Boom. The pineapple demon didn't hesitate at all, and his whole body erupted with immeasurable magic light. It was about to explode directly. Come and get a chance of survival. However, it was too late. The 10 golden bodies of the Supreme Buddha slowly stood up, and the vast Buddha palms came from the 9 heavens and 10 earths, covered by billions of voids.
That demon god is so fierce!
At the same time, in the Black Sea, Lucarp was floating in the air, absorbing the incense and wish power from the Thunder Turtle clan to repair his divine body. If he hadn't been running fast just now, I'm afraid that the divine body he had just condensed would have been beaten to pieces by the demon god. However, it was quite rewarding. After surrendering the 2 demon gods and gaining the original power of their demonic ways, the Brahma demon true holy skill can be upgraded to 2 more levels. He can also officially break through to integration. At this time, Luli felt that the demon crossing tower inside his body began to tremble. Boom! A huge and boundless incense wish force suddenly rushed from the void and poured into the demon crossing tower.
This is...
Luli's expression changed. He sensed that this area of the world was getting infinitely smaller. When I looked up, I saw a very familiar tower shadow, emitting vast and boundless Buddha light. It was growing infinitely, breaking through billions of time and space, connecting all heavens and all realms. Chapter 525 Tao Ancestor Seed List. At this moment, the world was shaken. All living beings, from the demon ancestor demon emperor to the summer insects and ants, their eyes are filled with immeasurable golden light, penetrating all pervasive and penetrating directly into their souls. The Buddha's light shines through all the heavens and all realms. Countless powerful people were horrified by it.
Is this the immortal Buddha's light from the past and future? Did those bald men in the Buddhist world actually forge a supreme Buddha treasure? The Demon Crossing Tower. This is the Demon Crossing Tower. It has actually recovered. What on earth is going on? The Buddhist world suddenly appeared without making any noise. What big thing is this going to do? Amitabha! 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 Ba! You scared me. I thought that damn ghost of mine was back. Leave him alone. My good husband. Let's continue practicing.
Just when the heavens were shaking, Sanskrit sound sounded. The sacred Buddha's light is so bright that it condenses into a golden tablet in the sky of all heavens and all realms, reaching up to the sky and standing tall in the sky. If you look closely, on the golden steel, as the Buddha's light condenses, golden worms condense out, converging into a mysterious picture on the golden steel. Before the gods could comprehend it, these golden worms squirmed and twisted, and turned into various kinds of words. Human writing, monster text, ThunderClan writing, witch runes. Finally, the golden Buddha light slowly faded, and the words of evolution appeared in front of the eyes of all the beings. Another calamity and reincarnation is about to come. There is no one in the universe who lives forever. My Buddha is compassionate and cannot bear the destruction of all living beings. I gather the power of 10 Buddhas to see through the past, present, and future results of countless reincarnations, and find a glimmer of hope. It's for Tao Ancestor. If the Taoist ancestors do not die, then the heavens will not die. Witnessing this scene, the noisy voices in the heavens disappeared instantly. All the powerful people could not help but widen their eyes, and were shocked on the spot.
Another calamity of reincarnation has come? No one in the world will live forever. Even the 9 great demon ancestors no longer exist? How is this possible?
In the demon world, countless demon gods were so shocked that their souls almost dispersed. However, everyone knows that if the Buddha in the Buddhist world made such a big fuss, it would definitely be seen through by the powerful beings in the heavens if it was fake. Being teased like this, the Buddhist world may become the public enemy of all heavens. What's more, the group of Buddhas in the Buddhist world, who have participated in creation, are most afraid of being contaminated by cause and effect.
If today's scene is false, the cause and effect is big enough to make those Buddhas disappear. So it's all true. Thinking of this level, the mighty powers of all heavens and realms all look solemn, even fearful. The great calamity of reincarnation is really about to come. So, who is this Taoist ancestor? At this moment, the words on the golden monument suddenly flickered and changed again. The Taoist ancestor is a human, a demon, an immortal, a Buddha, a god, a dragon, an elephant, a tortoise. He is a member of all the heavens and all races. Taozu is everywhere. Tao ancestor is immortal. Therefore, those who connect with the heavens, reach all realms, cross the demon tower, and survive the 99 and 81 calamities without dying are the seeds of Tao ancestors. As this sentence emerged, the heavens shook. Time flies. Billions of time and space are flowing turbulently at this moment. Overlap. Fusion. Luli also sensed an extremely powerful force, which turned into a big palm and stirred up the universe in all directions, and the 8 desolate heavenly emperors. Suddenly, the world was spinning. When all the abnormalities disappeared, Luli found that he was still in the kingdom of God on that small island. However, outside the island, the mysterious Black Sea has disappeared. Instead, there was an endless stretch of desolate land. Above the earth, a black mist exuding a cold and icy aura rose from the soil, filled the low sky, and blocked the sky and the sun. Is this the aura of true demon? Luli's expression condensed. The black energy emerging from the soil is clearly the energy of the real devil. So pure. How is this going? Before Luli could figure it out, golden Buddha light shone down in the sky, and the huge golden tablet appeared again. At this time, 5 sacred and mysterious words were written on the golden tablet. Taozu seed list. Taozu seed list? Luli looked at it and raised his eyebrows. This person on the list should be the Taoist seed who survived 81 calamities? However, by announcing it to the world in such a big way, doesn't it mean that the so-called Taoist seeds will die faster? Just when he was surprised, the golden steel emits a burst of Buddha light, and golden words emerge. This is the 18,036th floor of the Demon Crossing Tower. This layer integrates the Devil World, Demon World, Fairy World, Buddhist World and other fragmented small worlds. And the spiritual energy is chaotic. All living beings can use the Tao Ancestor Seed list to exchange practice experiences and find Tao Ancestor Seeds. Amitabha. Soon, the golden text disappeared. Communicate with the help of Taozu Seed list? How to communicate? Luli looked surprised and tried to put a ray of spiritual thought into the huge golden tablet. Boom! At this moment, Luli sensed his spiritual thoughts, which seemed to connect all the heavens and worlds. At the same time, on top of the golden monument, strange magic patterns emerged one after another. Luli couldn't understand. However, in an instant, he understood the meaning of these magic patterns. Ha ha ha! I saw it! The demon tribe! What a fragrant blood! Those snake demons! Please turn them into the magic power of this demon. Immediately afterwards, a line of demon text appeared. It's the demon god of the demon realm. His cultivation is terrifying, and his pressure is comparable to that of the demon emperor. He is definitely in the realm of fusion. Run! With the emergence of magic patterns and demonic writings. Swish, swish, swish. On the Taozu seed list, characters from all ethnic groups poured down like a waterfall. Where is this world? It has such abundant spiritual energy? I have a chance of breaking through the nascent soul. Ah! I have been working in the Thunder World for 300 years, and I finally saved up enough Thunder Stones to buy a high-grade cave house. I haven't even moved in yet, but they actually teleported me here. I hate it. What does this mean? Let all the races in the world be packed into a pagoda and fight each other to find the seeds of the Taoist ancestors. TSK. TSK. Tao Ancestor Seed has survived 99 and 81 calamities. That's the person who will become an immortal and a Buddha. What bullshit Tao Ancestor Seeds? It's fake. It's all fake. Of all the tribes in the world, only my God clan is the emperor. They all must submit to my God clan. No. The gods have also appeared. Get out of here quickly. The Buddhist world is really a big deal. Tens of thousands of tribes are fighting and killing. Dragons and snakes are involved. Murderous intentions are turning upside down. With such great causes and effects, all the Buddhas in the Buddhist world may be wiped out. No. This Tao Ancestor Seed list can actually reflect your own qualifications. magical powers, and even talents? It's actually true. My talent is actually refining medicine? Mysterious level medicine refining? This talent actually has levels? My talent is heaven level horse raising? What does this mean? That I, the majestic god incarnation true monarch, are raising horses for others? The Tao ancestor seed list is simply fake. Ha ha! My talent is the heavenly true dragon king. I am the son of destiny.
At this moment, a golden Buddha light descended from the sky and evolved into a line of golden text in front of Luli. Your talent is Devour Evolution. Chapter 526 Union Immortal Palace. Swallowing Evolution? Why is there no grade? Is this talent good or bad? Luli looked at the golden words in front of him, and couldn't help but be a little surprised. Just as he was thinking about it, Divine Kingdom suddenly felt a tremor. The boundless true demonic energy surges from the southern sea, and wherever it passes, all vitality and spiritual energy are directly transformed into demons. In fact, even the incense and wish power in the void were contaminated, and the sacred and solemn aura immediately changed, exuding a dark aura of violent murder and destruction.
What pure demonic energy! What domineering power of law! No! What is in this true demonic energy?
Luli's expression froze, and he waved his hand gently. Rumble. The islands of the kingdom of God in the sea below were captured, shrunk to the size of a palm, turned into a golden light, and flew into the demon crossing tower in Luli's palm. Without any hesitation, Luli turned around and disappeared into the void. Next moment, an invisible Kunping demon god flew out of the void, spread its wings a few times, swept across thousands of miles, and rushed directly into the true demonic energy that filled the sky and the earth. In an instant, he saw grotesque and terrifying demons roaring, rushing out from the aura of the real demon like thousands of troops. These are the best nutrients for practicing the 25 heavenly demon swords. However, demon god Kunping ignored them and spread his wings lightly, diving deep into the depths of the true demonic energy. Here, demon god Kunping saw a huge bloody wall. On the wall, those mysterious and huge magic patterns shone with a strange red light, squirming like living creatures. Every magic pattern is like a placenta of flesh and blood. At first glance, this huge wall looks like it is made up of countless flesh and blood demon god placentas, which makes people shudder. The energy of the real demons and the demons roared out from this huge blood-colored wall, seemingly endless, and were about to directly submerge the world. If you look carefully, you will see that this is not a giant wall at all, but a small piece of skin of a huge demon god. The extremely powerful demon god's aura erupted from the skin, and the pressure was so terrifying that it was even comparable to the pineapple demon god. At this moment, a dark blue demonic eye suddenly appeared, staring at demon god Kunping. Boom! Kunping demon god had no resistance, and burst like a bubble, turning into a wisp of real demon energy, which was bitten and devoured by the surging demon.
What are those Buddhas from the Buddhist world doing? They actually moved such a terrifying fragment of the demon world into the demon crossing tower, and threw in such a powerful demon?
In the void, Luli trembled and his expression became solemn. The strength of his Kunping demon god clone is equivalent to that of the original body, comparable to the tribulation. But it cannot even withstand the gaze of the demon god just now. The strength of that demon is extremely powerful, and it is definitely a terrifying existence that dominates the demon world. This kind of thing should only appear in the devil world. However, it appears here. It is conceivable that once this demon god truly awakens, it will be enough to sweep away all the creatures in this level of the demon crossing tower. By then, let alone Daozu seeds, I'm afraid even the breeding pigs will no longer exist.
No! There are fragments of the devil world, demon world, fairy world, Buddhist world, and other small worlds in this level of the demon crossing tower. Maybe there are real immortals in the fairy world and Buddhas in the Buddhist world. Find them first!
Thinking of this, Luli's whole body aura changed, revealing a bit of immortal energy in Buddha light, and he wandered through billions of parallel voids, looking for the existence of the small world of the immortal world and the Buddhist world. At the same time, system logging is silently summoned.
Your Taoist companion Ling Jianchuang successfully refined the immortal sword in the ancient cave Heaven Blessed Land, and obtained the sword immortal inheritance among the immortal swords. Her strength has greatly improved. She has made breakthroughs one after another, and has been promoted to the combined state. Your friend Fang Yinli took the elixir and had endless aftertaste. At night, he dreamed that he had taken the elixir again and made a breakthrough. As a result, He really made a breakthrough in his dream, and was successfully promoted to void refining. Your Talos companion Rigi devoted herself to practicing the inheritance of the immortal world, and sends the gate to the immortal world in the dark. The world has changed dramatically. Your Talos companion Girong accidentally discovered an extremely magical purifying bottle in the mud of the seabed. It produces a drop of divine water every month, which can promote the growth of all trees in the world. Your master, the Demon King, just left the barbarian world and fell into a small world of disaster. With the great changes in the world, he entered the 3412th floor of the Demon Crossing Tower and awakened his supreme talent, the Body of Disaster. Your friend Bai Jinfei is practicing in Taimao Sect and was attacked X3654. Your friend's senior sister Yao Yao is still fighting in the demon world. Although the leader of the Dao Alliance obtained the ancient immortal weapon, he was severely injured by the demon. He used a secret method to escape and directly entered the phantom of the gate of the fairy world. Following the great changes in the world, he fell into the Demon Crossing Tower number 18,037. Ling Jianshuang merged. It turned out to be faster than his cultivation breakthrough? Do stupid people really have stupid blessings? Can Fa Nianli, a foodie, break through even if he sleeps? Ruji also sends the gate to the fairy world? Very good. However, Jirong, a mermaid, can pick up a sacred bottle when she goes shopping. Can it promote the growth of all things? Why does this feel familiar? It shouldn't be a trap. The true Demon King has become a body of disaster? You have to stay away from this master from now on. But, overall, it's all good news. Lu Li couldn't help but feel relieved after reading the system log. But at the end, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Is the leader of the Dao League injured? 18,037 floors of the Demon Crossing Tower? Lu Li looked up and immediately saw the golden steel of the infinite Buddha kingdom blooming in the void, as well as the golden words on it. Is this the 18,036th floor of the Demon Crossing Tower? Only one level missing? It seems that we have to find an opportunity to find the leader of the Tao Alliance. Now, let's protect ourselves first. Lu Li felt that the aura of the demon behind him was getting closer and closer. A golden lotus appeared under his feet, and he had escaped through countless time and space. Huh? Suddenly, Lu Li felt a familiar aura. It turned out to be the aura of the phantom of the gate to the fairy world. Immediately, a shadow of an immortal flew out from Lu Li's head and escaped directly into the void. Boom! The mountain exploded. The phantom of the immortal flew out from it and appeared in a forest. Looking around, it turned out to be an endless green forest, with eternal immortal trees, lush and lush. Under the 2 rounds of the bright sun, thousands of rays of light erupted into the sky. The vitality of life. Moreover, there are wisps of fairy energy floating in the air. Although it is extremely thin, it is indeed immortal energy. It's the same as the fairy energy spurting out from the shadow of the gate to the fairy world. Is this the fairy world? At this moment, 100 miles ahead, the void rippled, and 2 figures, one black and one white, appeared out of thin air. Who is coming? Both of them shouted loudly. How dare you break into my Xuanyun Immortal Palace's immortal gate? While talking, the 2 of them pinched out the mysterious magic formula at the same time. With a bang above their heads, a green fairy light shot up into the sky, breaking through the sky. Deep in the void, the vitality exploded, a majestic purple gas, mixed with countless laws of the Great Road, and all the heavens were filled with energy. The vitality, the divine light of immortality, suddenly descended here and manifested into a giant bronze door. This gate is mysterious and ancient, boundless, majestic, ancient and tall. The avenue is like a dragon, wrapping around, suppressing the 4 directions of time and space and the 10 directions of heaven and earth. It is the shadow of the gate to the fairy world. Chapter 527-36 Supreme Immortal Weapons. Xuanyun Immortal Palace? Asgard? Could it be that he is a monk from a small fragment of the fairy world? Lu Li was shocked when he saw the 2 people suddenly appearing in front of him, and sensed the extremely mysterious phantom of the gate to the fairy world. These 2 people can actually summon the phantom of the immortal realm gate at will? Could it be a true immortal? However, their coercion is only around Dujia, and seems to be a bit weaker than the leader of the Dao Alliance. But the faces and figures of the 2 of them are hidden under the shadow of the immortal realm gate. Maybe they are just hiding their strength. But they still can't be neglected. I am a monk in a small world. Suddenly the world changed dramatically. I fell here. I met the demon god of the demon world and escaped all the way. Unexpectedly, I broke into the mountain gate of your sect. Please forgive me.
Lu Li's mind was whirling with thoughts, and he bowed his hands, sending out a wave of spiritual thoughts.
Huh? Demon god of the demon realm?
Black and White were shocked when they heard this. The magic technique held by the man in white suddenly changed, and their figures immediately became illusory. The space around him also rippled like ripples on the water. Lu Li lost the consciousness lock between the two of them in an instant. Fortunately, the demon's 25 swords can still sense the power of the two people's 7 emotions and 6 desires. The two seemed to be hiding behind the gate to the fairy world. At this time, the man in black showed sharp and vigilant eyes.
You said you met the demon god of the demon realm. With your combined cultivation level, how could you escape the demon god's pursuit?
As he spoke, the immortal energy on the phantom of the immortal realm gate surged majestically, as if it was about to pour out at the next moment, turning into supreme immortal magic and killing Lu Li on the spot.
Don't be nervous, fellow Taoists. It seems that the demon god from the demon world has just been moved here by a group of Buddhas from the Buddhist world. There was no big fanfare to kill him, so I was able to escape easily. Moreover, I also practice the authentic immortal arts. If you don't believe it, please take a look,
Lu Li said, with a thought in his mind. A clear light rose into the sky in his mind, breaking through the void, billowing purple air, wrapped in an ancient door, and suddenly descended between heaven and earth. Extremely powerful. It is the phantom of the gate to the fairy world.
The gate to the fairy world.
The black and white duo were instantly shocked when they saw it. The phantom of the immortal gate in front of you is the real phantom of the immortal gate. Furthermore, with his combined cultivation, Lu Li was able to summon the phantom of the immortal realm gate alone. The summoned phantom of the gate of fairyland seems to be more solid than the one summoned by the two of them together. The immortal energy gushing out is even more majestic. More avenues surrounded by dragons. This shows that the immortal way inherited by Lu Li in front of him is more in line with the orthodox immortal way. At this moment, Lu Li raised his right hand and quickly produced a series of mysterious Taoist seals. Buzz! The phantom of the immortal realm gate trembled for a while, spewing out boundless celestial energy, which fell on Lu Li's head like a starry river pouring out of the sky, like mist swirling around. A phantom of an immortal standing tall on the sky with fluttering clothes appeared in front of the two of them. The gold and silver tadpole runes all over the sky are extremely mysterious, like butterflies, flying in the shadow of this immortal. At first glance, this immortal exudes boundless aura, standing proudly on top of the world, suppressing the world for eternity, like the king of immortals. At this time, Lu Li stretched out his hand and pointed. The immortal shadow sensed it, raised his big hand, and pointed out from the air. Call out. The gold and silver tadpole runes in the sky flew out along the fingers of the immortal shadow, condensing into a mysterious clear light, which seemed to penetrate the long river of time and penetrate the eternal space.
Is this an immortal guide? That's right. It's the immortal who guides the way. The magic of immortal King Lu Guan.
When the black and white duo witnessed this scene, their eyes widened and their whole bodies were numb. Lu Guan, immortal king? Could it be that the founder of Feishian Temple has already become an immortal king? Lu Li's heart moved. He dispersed the magic formula, silently took back the phantom of the immortal realm gate, cupped his hands and said,
"Two fellow Taoists, should you be able to confirm your identity now?"
"Sure." The man in white immediately nodded and dispersed the spell in his hand, and the two men became solid again. The shadow of the immortal gate also disappeared.
"Fellow Taoist, I wonder where you inherited this magical skill from."
The man in black immediately stepped forward and asked with great anticipation. His expression was even more exciting. The feeling was like a poor scholar meeting an Oiran who thinks about her day and night.
"I got this magical skill accidentally. I didn't expect it to be the magical skill of an immortal king. Regarding this immortal King Lu Guan, please give me some advice. By the way, the name of your sect is Xuanyun Immortal Palace. Must be a famous sect in the immortal world. Haven't you asked the two immortals about their names?"
Naturally, Lu Li would not answer honestly, so he raised his hand and asked,
"I don't dare to be an immortal lord."
The man in white raised his hand and returned the greeting.
"I am a disciple of Xuanyun Immortal Palace, Ji Xing."
As he spoke, the fairy aura on this man's face faded, revealing his true appearance. But he was a middle-aged man with a square face and thick eyebrows. He wore a 7-star golden crown and had an extraordinary aura. At the same time, the face of the man in black clothes also appeared on the side. He was an old man, no more than 6 feet tall, with a face full of purple energy and a fairy aura. Lu Li sensed it carefully and found that it was indeed similar to the leader of the Tao Alliance, who had broken through the tribulation before.
I am a disciple of Xuanyun Immortal Palace and possess the power of Zhong Shintong.
The old man in black bowed his hands and saluted, and immediately issued an invitation.
We know very little about the Immortal King, but our palace master should know a lot. If you don't mind it, fellow Taoist, why don't you go back with us too as guests? Please rest assured, fellow Taoist, our palace master is already at the peak of the true immortal realm, and is only one step away from advancing to the realm of heavenly immortal. Coupled with the immortal palace immortal formation, ordinary demons are not something to be afraid of.
A middle-aged man named Dian Xing.
This is not good.
Lu Li changed his mind and agreed on the spot. This is the gate of Xuanyun Immortal Palace. The palace owner is actually a true immortal. It is easy to force him to stay. Why not follow the trend first and find out the information? If the other party wants to do something small, don't blame him for attracting the demon god.
Fellow Taoist, please get on the ferry boat.
The old man in black named Zhong Shintong showed a friendly smile. With a flick of his sleeves, a white jade spiritual boat immediately appeared in the air. Lu Li's consciousness swept away, and he couldn't help but be surprised. This white jade spirit boat is more than 10 feet long and 3 inches wide. It is as white as flawless, and its whole body is like snow. It does not have any mysterious formations engraved on it. It only has a pattern of colorful auspicious clouds carved in the middle of the spirit boat, shining with a faint white light. However, it was this palm-sized cloud pattern that made the entire spirit boat exude an extremely mysterious and astonishing aura. The same aura as GK. GK is hidden in Lu Li's divine kingdom, absorbing the immortal energy emitted from the gate of refining the immortal world day and night, and seems to be transforming into an immortal sword. In other words, this spiritual boat is about to transform into an immortal weapon. What formation is this cloud pattern?
Do fellow Taoists not know about these 5-colored clouds?
Dian Xing, who was standing by, noticed Lu Li's surprise and asked.
I really don't know.
Lu Li shook his head. Hearing this, Ji Xing and Zhong Shitong looked at each other with happy expressions. Later, Zhong Shitong explained.
Fellow Taoist, this 5-colored cloud is one of the 36 supreme immortal weapons. The Xiantai Immortal Cloud. At that time, the immortal world was shattered by the demon world and the demon world, and the 36th heaven collapsed directly. 36 supreme immortal artifacts were broken and scattered. And we, Xuanyun Immortal Palace, were fortunate enough to obtain a fragment of the immortal talisman that Xian Fei transformed into Immortal Cloud. It is because of this immortal talisman that we, Xuanyun Immortal Palace, can establish a foothold in this small world and survive to this day.
Chapter 528 Palace Master.
Land Carp. Land Carp. I have seen this pattern before.
At this moment, an extremely clear voice sounded in his mind. It's GK. Lu Li couldn't help being surprised. Before he could send a message and ask, Jean K's annoyed voice sounded again.
I have seen this mysterious cloud transformed into immortals in that haunting Taoist palace. It is exactly the same. No. In addition to this colorful cloud, there are 35 other patterns, including swords, guns, swords and halberds, flowers, birds, fish and insects, thunder dragons, fire snakes. They all seem to contain a supreme law. But what a pity! I was so hungry after I was born that I ate all these things without knowing what they tasted like. Dot!
Lu Li was speechless as he listened to Jean K smashing his mouth. However, it seems that the Huangking Dao Palace has indeed an unusual origin.
By the way, haven't you asked fellow Taoist Gao for his name?
Zhong Shitong raised his hands and asked.
I'm from the Huangquan Sect. Lu Li.
Lu Li thought for a while, then directly revealed his real name, and then asked,
I wonder if you can explain the 36 supreme immortal weapons. Of course. Fellow Taoist Lu, please get on the spirit boat, and we'll talk as we go.
Zhong Shitong chuckled.
Good.
Lu Li Fei got on the spirit boat. The next moment, the spirit boat turned into a white light and fell into the endless eternal forest. Soon, Lu Li learned the names of the 36 supreme immortal weapons. The 36 supreme immortal weapons, also known as the 36 Haotian Golden Towers. The supreme immortal weapons suppress the 36 heavens of the immortal world respectively. The 6 items in the first heaven are Xiantai transformed into immortal cloud, Tai Wang Shengxian water, Tai Ming Ningxian earth, Yuan Ming gathering immortal light, Qia combined immortal grass, and Qingming Meteor Immortal Thunder. After being baptized by these 6 supreme immortal artifacts and understanding their immortal ways, a true immortal can be promoted to a supreme immortal, and from then on, there is no upper limit to his cultivation level. Otherwise, at most, he would be a golden immortal. It is impossible to break through to Daluo Jingxian even if you live forever. It can be said that the 6 supreme immortal weapons in the first heaven are the foundation of the entire fairy world. When these 6 supreme fairy weapons were smashed, more than half of the fairy world was destroyed. The other 30 supreme immortal weapons each have their own magical uses. The Gate of Creation, the Heaven Suppressing Ring, the Heaven Gathering Immortal Wheel, the Heaven Destroying Sword, the Tyrant Sword, the Tontian Bridge, the Rongtian Bracelet, etc., are all supreme immortal weapons. Unfortunately, during the war, these supreme immortal weapons were all shattered into pieces. Only a Xuanyun Immortal Palace can pick up a fragment of a supreme immortal weapon. Can it raise a few true immortals in this small world with thin immortal energy? There is also a true immortal who is infinitely close to the heavenly immortal.
How many true immortals do your sect have? I'm disrespectful. I wonder if I can ask the seniors of your sect to give me some pointers on my cultivation?
Luli was slightly shocked.
A few true immortals are nothing. When the immortal realm still existed, our Xuanyun Immortal Palace was also ranked as a major immortal sect in the first heaven of the immortal realm. Unfortunately, the immortal realm was broken, and our Xuanyun Immortal Palace was reduced to this. What qualifications do you have to guide fellow Taoists in their practice?
Zhong Shitong sighed softly.
Yes, fellow Taoists Lu's Immortal King inheritance is enviable. The elders of the Immortal Palace are not strong enough, so I'm afraid they won't be able to provide guidance.
The star also agreed. Immortal King inheritance? It seems that the founder of Feishian Temple is really quite powerful. Just as he was thinking about it, the white jade spirit boat passed through a waterfall. Suddenly, the sky and the earth lit up, and a mountain gate towered high in the clouds. If you take a closer look, you will see that the mountain gate is gleaming with glow, and 2 ancient seal characters, Xuanyun, are engraved on it. It is full of auspiciousness and shows its extraordinary style.
Fellow Taoist Lu, this is the mountain gate of my Xuanyun Immortal Palace,
Jixing introduced. With that said, the spirit boat turned into a ray of light and flew into the mountain gate. The scenery in front of me changed again. Under the 10 bright suns, there were layers upon layers of majestic pavilions, row after row, spreading to the horizon and extending into endless space. Between the pavilions, there are colorful flying rainbows connecting each other, and the clouds are steaming, creating a fairyland atmosphere. It is a real wonderland.
What a grandeur! What a rich fairy spirit!
Luli sensed the rich immortal energy in the air and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. After practicing here, within 3 days, he can easily advance to the fusion state. After another 2 or 3 months of training, he can directly break through the tribulation.
The Xuanyun Immortal Palace back then was even more magnificent. 100,000 celestial dragons at the mountain gate turned into a rainbow bridge to welcome the immortal friends from all over. Unlike now, there are so few people that not even a real dragon can be found. So fellow Taoist Lu has taken effect.
Zhong Shitong shook his head and smiled bitterly. As he spoke, the white jade spirit boat passed through a series of flying rainbows, landed in front of an extremely noble pavilion, and landed. This pavilion is 9 stories high. It is supported by a colorful auspicious cloud. Above the pavilion hangs the golden immortal seal gate plaque of Xuanyun Hall. At first glance, one can sense an astonishing pressure, comparable to the pineapple demon from the previous demon world.
Fellow Taoist Lu, please come in. Please wait a moment. I have already informed the palace master. Due to the drastic changes in the world, the formations around the immortal palace have been damaged. The palace master will lead a group of disciples to patrol around to repair the formations and will be back soon,
Zhong Shitong said as he introduced Luli into the pavilion. The layout in the pavilion is a bit surprising. In a Hui-shaped arrangement, there are 3 long white jade tables placed directly in front and on the left and right. The empty space in the middle is a pool of extremely clear water. The fairy aura of white mist floated up from the pool and spread in all directions. At first glance, it looks a bit like a place where secular dynasties used to listen to music and watch dances. This made Luli feel like he was coming home.
Fellow Taoist Lu, please take a seat.
Zhong Shitong led Luli to the long table on the left. With a flick of his hand, there were 3 more jade boxes on the table. Just snap your fingers. The 3 jade boxes popped open automatically, revealing 3 green, red and white exotic fruits. Immediately, a rich fruity aroma came out.
These are the immortal fruits from the Xuanyun Immortal Palace. They are the immortal Juju, the divine peach, the yellow beam, and the dream pear. They are all strange fruits that ripen every 6,000 years. Each has its own magical uses. How about giving it a try? Fellow Taoist Lu?
Yinxing said with a smile on his face.
It takes 6,000 years to ripen. This kind of supreme fairy fruit has no merit and no reward. How dare you enjoy it? You two fellow Taoists should keep it. I can just drink the fairy water.
Lu Li naturally refused. If he ate this supreme fairy fruit and forced all the Kunping demon god, white bone demon god, etc. out of his body, the situation would be a bit embarrassing.
How dare we, Xuanyun Immortal Palace, neglect our distinguished guests?
At this moment, a clear and soul-cleansing voice sounded, and a colorful auspicious cloud descended, carrying a fairy, and floated into the building. I saw this fairy wearing a colorful gown, a flying bun, fluttering clothes, and a slim figure. Although she did not wear any gold and jade accessories, she still gave people a feeling of being out of this world. Like a peacock in the fairy world. Gorgeous, dignified, and priceless.
Meet the palace master.
Zhong Shitong and Ji Xing immediately bowed to see each other.
No.
The woman's jade hands flicked, and the colorful clouds dissipated under her feet, revealing a pair of fine lotus-rooted jade feet. She looked at Lu Li and smiled.
Are you the descendant of Lu Guan, Immortal King? If you are willing to combine Lu Guan, Immortal King's magical skills with an exchange, let alone fairy fruit, I can give it to you even if it's a fairy weapon.
Chapter 529 The Man Who Walked Out of the Fairy Gate. Immortal weapon? Could it be that Xian Fei transformed into an immortal cloud? Lu Li's heart moved. But then I thought about it. How could I give him this kind of magical weapon that is the most precious treasure of the sect?
Lu Li, don't agree to her yet. This woman is willing to exchange magical weapons when she opens her mouth. She must be very eager to get the magical skills of Immortal King Lu Guan. You first pretend to have something to hide, but reveal a glimmer of hope to lure her into taking the bait, and then take advantage of the situation. Add her money, get some benefits from her, and after some pulling, reluctantly pass on the magic to her, so that she will be grateful to you, and maybe she will give you her life. In the end, you win the person, and I win. Immortal weapon. Quack quack.
In his mind, Jink's excited voice rang. This is a good strategy. However, the mistress of Xuanyun Immortal Palace in front of her has lived for who knows how many years, so there is no need to be so petty in front of her. Lu Li pondered for a moment, then cupped his hands and said, This immortal Lu Guan's magic was taught by my Taoist companion. If you can pass it on to other people, you have to ask her. I can't make the decision without permission.
Oh, Taoist companion?
The Lord of the Immortal Palace was surprised and nodded.
It seems that fellow Taoist is indeed of extraordinary origin. He is actually the descendant of immortal Lu Guan. I dare not take it seriously, but I dare to ask the palace master. That immortal Lu Guan. Is he very famous?
Lu Li couldn't help but be curious.
That immortal Lu Guan is not ordinary. Let me tell you in detail.
The master of the Immortal Palace smiled lightly. His jade feet were full of clouds, and he came to sit behind the jade table in front of him.
Excuse me, palace master. Have you asked the palace master for your name?
Lu Li also sat down and asked with his hands in hand.
Fellow Taoist, just call me palace master you.
The Lord of the Immortal Palace smiled slightly, and with a flick of his sleeves, a palm-sized colorful cloud flew out and landed in front of Lu Li. The auspicious cloud suddenly turned into a fairy cup. The aura in the cup flashes, and the extremely clear fairy dew pours out like a spring, exuding an astonishing and mellow fairy aura.
Ling Xianti? Fellow Taoist Lu is in for a treat.
Zhong Shitong, who was sitting opposite, looked at it with an envious look on his face.
Yes, this fairy tea was the fairy tea at the Immortal World Peach Fair back then. I heard that after drinking it. Not only did my fairy power increase, I could also see what I wanted most. After drinking it, many immortals dreamed of breaking through. The bottleneck has been broken directly. My stay in Xuanyun Immortal Palace is only a small one, which can be said to be a waste of one drink.
Ji Xing also licked his lips.
It has such a miraculous effect. Palace master you. This is more valuable than those 3 fairy fruits. My cultivation level is low. Drinking this fairy tea will be a waste of resources. I should leave it to the talents of your sect.
Lu Li refused on the spot. This fairy tea has been stored for so long, and I don't know if it has expired, so I might as well forget it.
You don't have to be polite. Fellow Taoist Lu. You know Immortal Lu Guan's magic. So you can drink this fairy tea as you like.
Palace Master Yu said with a smile.
Oh, Palace Master. Please elaborate?
Lu Li was slightly surprised. Is this Lu Guan Immortal King so famous?
Back then, the immortal realm collapsed, and the 36th layer of the sky poured out like a river of stars, scattered into countless spaces, losing contact, and trapped in their own fragments of heaven and earth. Only some scattered information was received from the gate of the immortal realm. However, at this moment, Immortal Lu Guan walked out of the gate of the fairy world and communicated with countless fairy worlds. This is the man who walked out of the gate of the fairy world.
Palace Master Yu said this. Her face still showed a bit of shock.
Come out of the gate of the fairy world.
Lu Li was also shocked.
Yes. No one would have thought that the gate to the fairy world was born with the fairy world. No one has ever stepped into its deepest part and understood its mysterious creation. However, Immortal King Lu Guan can enter and exit the gate of the fairy world with the power of the fairy king. It's amazing how easy it is to come and go.
Palace Master Yu sighed softly.
It's more than unbelievable. When Immortal King Lu Guan walked out of the gate of the immortal world, he was sitting on the throne of creation that was the immortal emperor. The stars in the sky were surrounded by 3,000 avenues. I thought that the immortal emperor was floating around. Rebirth.
Zhong Shitong recalled the scene that year and said with emotion.
It was later discovered that Immortal King Lu Guan just picked up the fragments of the throne of creation to sit and play with. However, Immortal King Lu Guan walked out of the gate of the fairy world and brought news of the fragments of the fairy world, and also brought various fragments of the fairy world with him. The most needed treasure allows me, Xuanyun Immortal Palace, to breathe a sigh of relief and survive to this day. If he is allowed to become the immortal emperor, I, Dixing, will be the first to agree.
The star said very gratefully.
I see.
Lu Li finally understood. The immortal King Lu Guan communicates with the fragments of the 36th heaven of the immortal world, exchanges what is needed, and saves thousands of immortals in danger. The merits are immeasurable.
Fellow Taoist Lu, now you understand. Immortal King Lu Guan is the hope for the reorganization of the immortal world. You are his descendant. You can drink the sip of immortal tea as you please.
Palace Master Yu smiled slightly.
Thank you, Palace Master, for your kindness. I will accept this fairy tea now, and it will not be too late to drink it when I see the immortal King Lu Guan. Otherwise, if I am misunderstood by the immortal king, I will use his name to cheat him out of food and drink. That's not good.
Lu Li cupped his hands and thanked him. It's hard to tell whether what the three people in front of you said is true or false. So naturally you have to be careful.
This fellow Taoist Lu is right. Then, fellow Taoist, you should also keep this immortal date, conferring God Peach, Huang Liang and Mengli.
Palace Master Yu smiled.
Then I will shamelessly accept it. Thank you, Palace Master.
Lu Li was not polite, and with a flick of his sleeves, he pocketed the fairy fruit fairy tea on the table.
Lu Li, I'm not afraid of death. I'll help you taste some secretly.
In his mind, Jink's voice sounded. Lu Li just wanted to stop him. But thinking back, since there are 36 supreme immortal weapons in the place where Jinke was born, its origin must not be that simple. Even if this little fairy tea fairy fruit is poisonous, it should not be poisonous. If the poison really poisoned Jinke, then let it be considered unlucky. Save it from being greedy and eating everywhere.
Fellow Taoist Lu, I see you with 3 flowers gathered at the top, 5 chi rising to the vitality, and full of immortal energy. You should have been practicing for a long time. But your cultivation is like a wolf smoke essence, soaring straight into the sky. It feels like you can transform into immortal at any time. Immortal, I wonder how long you have been practicing.
At this time, a strange light flashed in Palace Master Yu's eyes, as if she had seen through Lu Li's cultivation. Zhong Shitong and Jixing also cast curious glances. As soon as the two of them saw Lu Li, they saw clearly that Lu Li's cultivation was at the peak of virtual refining, and he could break through to merge at any time, or even directly transcend the tribulation and ascend. They even sensed that when Lu Li summoned the Immortal Realm Gate, the majestic mana rushed straight into the depths of the Immortal Realm Gate. The foundation is even more astonishing than the disciples of Xuanyun Immortal Palace.
How long have you been practicing? Let me think about it.
Lu Li pondered for a moment, silently calculated in his mind, and replied,
I guess it should be more than 300 years. I am ashamed. More than 300 years? That's not right.
At this moment,
Palace Master Yu's eyes were shining brightly, as if clouds were flowing, reflecting thousands of worlds. And he stared at Lu Li closely. Friend Lu Dao, you do have traces of the rapid passage of time. You should have entered a small world where time is accelerated. However, apart from this time, your actual practice time is probably only 20 years. What? 20 years? How can this be? When Zhong Shitong and Yan Xing heard this, their expressions changed drastically, and they stood up in shock. Chapter 530 Babel Bell. While the immortal world was still there, 20 years of union was not worth mentioning at all. Some people even have enlightenment overnight and directly become immortals. However, after the collapse of the fairy world, the 36 supreme immortal weapons disappeared. The gate of the fairy world disappeared into the depths of the void. The great road declined, and it became extremely difficult to become an immortal, even if they breathed out the immortal energy day and night in the Xuanyun Immortal Palace. Within 100 years, only less than 100 people would be able to achieve a perfect body. If these astonishing talents had not died, they would have succeeded in transforming into immortals and became the elders of Xuanyun Immortal Palace. However, even among these geniuses, there were only 2 of them, and it only took them 20 years to practice to become one. One of them is the Lord of Yu Palace. The Lu Li in front of me is so young, but it only took him 20 years to become a perfect body. Then his future achievements will never be inferior to those of the Palace Master. When they thought of this, Zhong Shitong and Yan Xing were shocked and couldn't help themselves. My cultivation speed is a bit fast, but my foundation is not stable. I still want to continue to work hard for another 300 to 500 years at the peak of Su refining to solidify my foundation. I feel ashamed. Seeing the shocked expressions on their faces, Lu Li showed no pride and said modestly, Friend Lu Dao, your foundation is like the rivers of the earth, stretching thousands of miles across and unfathomable. If your foundation is not stable, then I am afraid that the foundations of all the void refining monks in the world will not be stable. Palace Master Yu's Dharma eyes were filled with colorful clouds, and he smiled slightly. Hearing this, Zhong Shitong and Yan Xing immediately looked at each other and were convinced that the Lu Li in front of them was indeed a peerless genius. He is also a peerless genius who has been inherited by the immortal King Luguan. Of course we have to win over such a talented person. It is best to let him stay in Xuanyun Immortal Palace to cultivate and become an immortal. Having this friendship in the future may bring great benefits to Xuanyun Immortal Palace. Immediately, Zhong Shitong suddenly asked, Friend Lu Dao, the demon god you are talking about is probably not an ordinary demon god, but an existence under the demon ancestor of the demon world. Wherever he goes, everything is probably demonized. It is so dangerous. Why don't you stay here for the time being? How about Xuanyun Immortal Palace? This, Lu Li pondered for a moment. He saw with his own eyes the horror of that demon. It was extremely terrifying, and its aura was comparable to that of the pineapple demon. Such a demon, even a true immortal like Palace Master Yu in front of him, is probably no match for him. Therefore, Lu Li wanted to leave the level of the demon crossing tower first, then go up 1 level, and go to the 18,037th level to look for the injured Taoist Alliance leader. Seeing Lu Li's hesitation, Yan Xing immediately said, Friend Lu Dao, the world has changed greatly. The Buddhist world has thrown these small fragments of 10,000 realms into the demon crossing tower. It is a chaos. You are alone and walking outside. It may be a bit dangerous. Why not first stay here and practice for a while until your strength increases, and then it's not too late to make plans. Good. Zhong Shitong nodded and immediately agreed. The Lord of the Buddha realm doesn't know what his plan is. He has created a Tao ancestor seed list. Those on the list will have to go through 99 and 81 calamities. Each calamity may be life or death. Great calamity. Fellow Daoist Lu will be joining the Tao in less than 20 years. With such a genius, he will definitely be on the list of Taoist ancestors. And a great calamity of life and death will happen at any time. Indeed. Lu Li frowned slightly. This Tao ancestor seed list is indeed a problem. With his cheats, he must be on the list. There is no way he can escape this difficulty. The most troublesome thing is that we don't know when this disaster will come. This makes us worry all the time. How can we practice with peace of mind? Fellow Taoist, please rest assured. Although our Xuanyun Immortal Palace is incomparable in strength, we still have a fragment of the Xian Fei transformed into an immortal cloud. With this fragment of the supreme immortal artifact and the great formation left behind by the immortal sect, once it is opened, we can resist not to mention the terrifying demon god. Jixing said.
striking while the iron is hot.
Furthermore, fellow Taoist Lu is cultivating in Xuanyin Immortal Palace. If you have any questions, you can ask us for help. Although we are not as talented as fellow Taoist, we have lived for a long time after all, and sometimes we can still help fellow Taoist. Zhong Shitong stroked his white beard and smiled. At this moment, Palace Master Yu, who was on the throne, smiled slightly.
If fellow Taoist Lu wants to know some secrets of the immortal world, I have them too.
When Lu Li heard this, he couldn't help but feel excited. This Xuanyin Immortal Palace contains not only the secrets of the immortal world, but also cultivation classics. If you stay and see these cultivation classics, I'm afraid there will be a lot of benefits. You can even practice a few immortal arts.
In that case, I am shameless and have been harassing several seniors for a while.
Lu Li thought for a while, stood up and bowed solemnly.
Ha ha ha. Don't bother me. Don't bother me. We should be the ones bothering fellow Taoist Lu. From now on, I will have to drink and chat with you, fellow Taoist.
Zhong Shitong couldn't help laughing when he heard this.
You're welcome, fellow Taoist Lu. If you stay, my arrogant disciples will finally be cured,
Dianxing said with a pleased smile. At the same time, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Lu Li is willing to stay. Although Lu Li's cultivation level is only at the peak of Su Lianxing, his achievements in the future are limitless, and it can also stimulate the disciples of the Immortal Palace, lest they sit in a well and look at the sky, thinking that they are the best in the world. Compared to these, a few cultivation classics are nothing.
Since fellow Taoist Lu is willing to stay, he will naturally be treated as a distinguished guest of the sect. Junior brother Zhong, you will take fellow Taoist Lu to Yuming Xianzi to practice later. Senior brother Yi, go and make a copy of the Immortal World Classics retained in this sect. Present it to fellow Taoist Lu. I believe fellow Taoist Lu can't wait to watch it.
Palace Master Yu smiled slightly.
Yuming Xianzi?
Yes. Ji Xing was surprised and seemed quite shocked by this place of cultivation. But soon, he bowed his hands to the master of Yu Palace, nodded to Lu Li, turned around and left the palace with a whoosh.
Thank you, Palace Master.
Lu Li bowed his hand and thanked him again. I have to say that this palace owner is really considerate.
You don't have to be polite, fellow Taoist Lu. I wonder if fellow Taoist Lu has an immortal weapon on his body.
Palace Master Yu gently waved her jade hand and asked suddenly, Immortal weapon? Lu Li's heart skipped a beat, and he silently led Jinke high deep in the crystal of the kingdom of God. He shook his head and said,
My luck is shallow. I have never seen a treasure like an immortal weapon. I have owned a broken Taoist weapon before. Taoist weapon? This should be a broken immortal weapon. The immortal weapon is made from the treasures of heaven and earth fused with the 3,000 avenues. It is extremely powerful and has its own magical uses. It is countless times more powerful than the Taoist weapon. Xuanyin Immortal Palace, are searching the 10 directions. Heaven and earth have also found many broken immortal weapons. After repairing them, their power has been weakened, but their magical effects are still 70%. If you don't mind it, why don't you follow me to the warehouse to select a few?
Palace Master Yu said with a smile. Hearing this, Jean K, who was deep in the crystal of the kingdom of God, couldn't help but shouted,
Wow! 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 Lu Li, you are miserable. This woman just gave you a treasure land for cultivation, a secret book of immortal magic, and now she is giving it to you again. Immortal Qi is either targeting you or your child.
Be careful!
Lu Li felt wary in his heart and immediately refused.
I am satisfied to have a place to practice. As for the immortal weapon, I really don't dare to accept it. The Palace Master has accepted it. That's not okay.
Seeing this, Palace Master Yu nodded and did not force it. Just as she was about to say something, she suddenly seemed to hear something. Her face suddenly changed. A glimmer of light flashed in her eyes, and she said in surprise,
The Babel Bell rang? Are there other immortal sects nearby?
Chapter 531 Heavenly Peach. Other immortal sects? Lu Li's eyes also lit up. If there are other immortal sects that unite to resist that demon, then he doesn't have to worry and can practice with peace of mind. Maybe a Wushang immortal will appear directly and destroy the demon.
Fellow Taoist Lu, I'm really sorry. Once the bell rings, I can no longer entertain you. I have to go and see you. I am no longer with you.
Palace Master Yu looked apologetic, stood up and saluted Ying.
Palace Master, you're welcome. It's me who's causing the disturbance. Please do your business.
Lu Li quickly stood up and saluted.
Yes. Ji Xing. Zhong Shintong. You guys stay with fellow Taoist Lu. And I'll go see the Tontian Bell first.
Palace Master, you ordered? Nodded towards Lu Li, turned around, and disappeared in place like smoke.
Friend Lu Dao. This Babel Bell is not ordinary. It is a treasure gifted by the Immortal Emperor to the Immortal Sect of the 36th level. When the Immortal World was still there, when the Babel Bell rang, it meant that something big happened in the Immortal World. All the Immortals of the 36th level needed to gather together, gathering in heaven. That was the only time the Peach Blossom Festival was held.
Zhong Shitong stroked his white beard and said in memory.
Yes, I was lucky enough to participate in the last Peach Festival. The scene was so lively, and all the Immortals gathered together. But now, the Immortal World has collapsed and scattered in all directions. And this bell has become a thing to contact other Immortal sections. Over the years, the bell of Xuanyan Immortal Palace only rang twice. Once, Immortal King Lu Guan walked out of the Immortal Gate while shaking the bell. I hope the Palace Master can bring some good news.
Yin Xing on the side sighed incomparably. It turns out that the Babel Bell is such a thing. But heaven, Peach extravaganza? Couldn't this be a coincidence? Lu Li raised his brows and asked.
It turns out that fellow Taoist monk participated in the Flat Peach Festival. So I am disrespectful. So, fellow Taoist, have you ever seen an arrogant and domineering creature wearing golden armor at the Flat Peach Festival, claiming to be the Monkey King?
The monkey? This?
When Xing Xing was asked this question, his old face suddenly turned red, and he was speechless.
Ahem.
Zhong Shitong next to him coughed lightly and said with a smile.
Friend Lu Dao, don't ask any more questions. When a spiritual herb was brought to the Pan Peach Festival by an immortal master from the sect, the heavenly eyes of Yin Xing were not even opened. If you can't even see a leaf in the peach garden, how can you know the immortal lord of the 36th heaven at the Peach Festival? You are asking the wrong person.
Oh. I see. Lu Li smiled.
You old man. You are here to expose me. How can I be considered as having attended the Flat Peach Festival? How about you? Huh? You haven't even smelled the fairy spirit of the Flat Peach Festival.
Ji Xing's face turned red with anger. Obviously anxious.
Fellow Taoist Lu, don't drink with this guy. You are born with a short temper. Come on. I'll take you to Yuming Xianza.
Zhong Shitong smiled.
Excuse me.
Lu Li bowed his hand. He is also quite curious about this trading place of Xuanyan Immortal Palace. Randomly, Ji Xing and the angry Zhong Shitong led Lu Li out of the hall, flew onto the white jade spirit boat, and shot towards the depths of the Immortal Palace. Along the way, there are magnificent buildings covered with white smoke. It stands like a towering mountain pillar, supporting the sky. It can be seen that the Fairy Gate was prosperous in those days. However, these Fairy Gate buildings have dimmed aura, lost their former glory, and look haggard and lifeless.
In those days, these immortal sect palaces were full of glow and auspiciousness, which was extremely pleasing to the eye. However, over the years, the immortal energy gradually dried up, and the sect's formation could not be maintained. So some functions of the formation could only be shut down. These sect halls, it's such a pity to lose the nourishment of immortal energy and become like this.
On the spirit boat, Zhong Shitong looked regretful.
Yes, I don't know if this great change in the world will bring about another immortal emperor to rebuild the heaven and restore its former glory. The person next to him also looked sad.
There will be a great change in the world. Dragons and snakes will rise together.
Lu Li comforted him casually.
Friend Lu Dao, you can rest assured that Yunning Xianza is the training holy land of our Xuanyan Immortal Palace. It has abundant immortal energy. If you practice there, you will definitely make a breakthrough soon.
Zhong Shitong turned around and smiled.
Old man Zhong, aren't you talking nonsense? Fellow Taoist Lu, with this kind of talent and accumulation, it is so easy to break through the integration after just one day of training in Yuming Xianza. How is it like you? Who was in Yuming Xianza back then? After staying there for 300 years, I was able to break through and merge.
Ji Xing glanced sideways.
Hey, you old guy is really vindictive.
Zhong Shitong rolled his eyes at him angrily. Just as he was talking, the white jade spirit boat flew like lightning and suddenly passed through a layer of space. As the ripples of space rippled away, the scenery ahead suddenly changed. An endless water smoke and white mist appeared in front of us, covering the world in all directions. These water smoke and white mist are surging like waves, like dragons, tigers, wind, lightning, ever-changing. It makes people feel like they are in a mysterious world of clouds and mist. Lu Li's eyes lit up. What a rich and pure fairy spirit. After carefully sensing it, every wisp of white smoke and water mist in front of you is actually condensed by the extremely mellow fairy energy. The immortal energy also incorporates a trace of the laws of heaven and earth. In other words, the laws of heaven and earth. The 3,000 avenues are all contained in it.
Lulu Luli. Eat. 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 I want to eat up all the immortal energy in this world. In this way, I will definitely transform into a real immortal weapon. Come on. Let me out. Ho 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 ho.
Deep in the crystal of the kingdom of God, GK also screamed impatiently. Lu Li ignored it. If he really wants to let this little guy out and eat up all this place, I'm afraid that Palace Master Yu will smash him into pieces with 18 kinds of immortal weapons.
This is Yuning Xianzi. What do you think, fellow Taoist?
At this time, Zhong Shitong on the side asked with a smile.
I'm afraid the aura deep inside the gate of Immortal Realm is nothing more than this.
Lu Li praised.
This Yuming Immortal Zhe is the founder of my Xuanyun Immortal Palace. It opened the gate to the Immortal Realm and gathered endless avenues. It is comparable to the gate of the Immortal Realm. Unfortunately, it is too exhausted now. But there should be no problem in helping fellow Taoists to advance to integration. Fellow Taoist, please rest assured.
Jixing smiled.
Thank you. I will always remember your kindness.
Lu Li solemnly raised his hands and thanked him.
Ha! As soon as I met Lu Daoyu, I knew that Lu Daoyu was sincere and caring. It was absolutely right to be friends. It would be great if I could mention it to Lu Guan, Immortal King, again when I met him.
Zhong Shitong stroked his beard and laughed. This old immortal is quite straightforward. Lu Li smiled and nodded.
Don't worry. I can do it.
As he spoke, the white jade spirit boat floated into the depths of Yumeng Immortal Lake, and the immortal energy was as rich as substance. You can even smell the slightest fragrance. Mana increased slightly. It can be seen that the immortal energy here is strong. At this time, Dianxing casually pulled out an immortal secret, and with a ding sound, the black spiritual light spread out in his hand like an explosion of sunlight, spreading hundreds of feet. The surrounding white smoke and water mist dispersed automatically. A jade palace immediately appeared in front of Lu Li's eyes. The strange thing is that the palace is covered with sparkling clear waves and hidden deep under the water, just like a water palace at the bottom of a river. Chapter 532 Won It All.
Fellow Taoist Lu, this is the Beijing Water Mansion. It is one of the 9 springs in Yuming Xianzi. The fairy energy is absolutely rich. Come and have a look with me.
Zhong Shintong flicked his hand, and the water surface automatically divided into a waterway. Lu Li and 3 others landed and stood in front of the cave palace. The cave is only 3 feet high and 4 feet wide, so it doesn't look grand. There are 2 cow-like stone statues on the left and right in front of the door.
This is the blue water golden crystal beast. After the cave formation is activated, it will come to life, swallow the immortal energy of Yunming's, and integrate into the cave.
Zhong Shitong introduced. On the other side, Dianxing shot out a series of immortal techniques towards the gate of the cave. As rays of fairy light struck the gate, a faint clear light emerged from the gate, condensing into golden and silver fairy seals. If you look closely, these gold and silver fairy seals look like living little people, with eyes, noses, hands and feet. They gathered together and formed the shape of 2 big hands. They pressed on the door of the cave, making hey, hey, hey sounds, and pushed the door hard. Rumble. The gate of the cave was slowly opened by the force of gold and silver immortal seals. Suddenly, a huge picture came into Lu Li's eyes. On this drawing paper, there are mountains, rivers, cities, sun, moon, stars, shining with dazzling light, exuding vigorous upgrades. Lu Li took a closer look and saw that the city was buzzing with people, and it was clear that countless mortals were reproducing and living. The power of the billowing mortal world rushed towards my face.
Fellow Taoist Lu, this is the Blue Gold Water Mansion. It contains 30 billion mortals, countless flowers, birds, fish and insects, as well as countless mountains, rivers, seas, sun, moon and stars. The evil energy of the sky is enough to satisfy any cultivation method. Are you satisfied?
Zhong Shitong asked with a smile. A cave is a world? Is this the foundation of Xianmin? Lu Li was shocked at this moment.
Satisfied? I am extremely grateful for your generosity.
Lu Li solemnly raised his hands and thanked him.
You're welcome, fellow Taoist Lu. You can do what you want. The two of you will go help the palace master first. The palace master seems to be in some trouble.
Zhong Shentong's expression changed slightly.
Please.
Lu Li surrendered again.
If fellow Taoist Lu needs anything or doesn't understand anything, just tap the green water gold crystal bees 3 times, and the fairy spirit from this cave will appear.
Jixing added.
Cave fairy? Okay.
Lu Li nodded. Immediately, the two of them flew up and returned to the white jade spirit boat. They nodded to Lu Li, then left Yunming Xianze and disappeared. Seems to be in a hurry. It seems that there is no good news when that bell rings. Forget it. Even if there is trouble, it is not something he can solve now. He should just break through to integration. Lu Li made up his mind, turned into a bit of golden light, and threw it into the picture of the cave. Boom. The cave door closed immediately. At this time, in the picture, Lu Li was walking in a city, holding a beef skewer in his hand, tasting the long-lost taste. On his shoulder, GK opened his small yellow bud mouth, greedily sucking in the immortal energy between heaven and earth. All the power of the great laws was swallowed up by it. Both eyes glowed golden. Apparently, he was extremely satisfied with his meal.
GK, is there no problem here?
Lu Li casually picked up a bunch of candied haws and asked slowly.
Wow, it's delicious. No problem. The immortal energy in this place is so pure. And there are so many great laws, which are more powerful than what you spray out from the gate of the immortal world. If you let go of your appetite and eat as much as you want, you don't need 3. It can transform into an immortal weapon and lead you to kill everyone.
GK said while eating.
That won't work. Xuanyun Immortal Palace has treated me well. I can't repay kindness with vengeance and let you eat up their Sect's Yumeng Immortal Lake to a bloody ground.
Lu Li shook his head.
That's not easy. Just take down the Yu Palace Master. Then he will be yours. And Yunming Xianze will be yours too. What's the problem if I swallow all of Yunming Xianze? Lu Li, that Yu Palace the Lord is pretty. Don't you like it?
GK tilted his head and asked.
That palace master you just treated me like a distinguished guest for the sake of immortal King Luguan. Otherwise, I would have been locked up for interrogation. And there would be no food and drink as good as now. If I didn't know the taste, I will be trapped here, become immortal, and suffer from birth, old age, illness and death for hundreds of years.
Lu Li looked at the passers-by and said calmly, who would have thought that this city, home to hundreds of millions of creatures, is nothing more than a mayfly in the immortal cave. No matter how much glory and wealth you have, in the eyes of immortals, they are nothing but clouds and smoke. At this moment, Lu Li Qingxian's heart was more determined than ever.
Let's go! Find a place, and join the road.
After Lu Li said this, his mind swept away. The figure swayed. The man appeared in the middle of a steep mountain peak. This mountain peak is one of the eyes of the immortal formation of the cave mansion. Immortal energy spurts out, and the sun and moon transformed by the laws of the great Tao come out of it, which is very suitable for cultivation breakthroughs. Lu Li flicked his fingers a few times, and hundreds of sword lights roared out like fish swimming in the sea. They swept across, and a sword formation immediately took shape, covering the surroundings of the mountain peak. This is the 10,000 stars absolute immortal sword formation. Once activated, it will explode like billions of stars, annihilating the immortals and gods. It was one of Lu Li's trump cards. But in this place where immortals are everywhere, this trump card may not be on the table. But as a protective formation, it is somewhat useful. Lu Li was sitting cross-legged in the center of the sword formation, surrounded by golden light, like stars over the moon. This golden light is the crystal of the kingdom of God condensed by the power of incense and wish. The incense and aspiration will continue, and the crystals of the kingdom of God will never be extinguished. Under the shroud of golden light, outsiders may not be able to detect even a single bit of all their magical eyes and magic. After doing all this, Lu Li thought, and little people emerged from his head, floating in all directions, and bowed to Lu Li. These are all clones of the skills that Lu Li has cultivated. Immortals, Buddhas, demons, monsters, witches. It can be said that they are the 3 realms and 6 realms, and all kinds of skills are gathered together. Next moment, 3 mysterious and mysterious, wonderful and wonderful Taoist talismans emerged, spinning brightly and covering all kinds of Kung Fu clones. It is the Devouring Avenue, Poison Avenue, Cursed Avenue. These are the 3 avenues that Lu Li has cultivated so far. Fusion means that a cultivator's body merges with the great Tao and merges into one. From then on, he can use the power of the laws of the great Tao of heaven and earth for his own use. With infinite divine power, just like the glorious way of heaven.
3 avenues? Which one should we combine?
Luli looked at the 3 great talismans in front of him and fell into deep thought. The devouring Tao, shaped like a kunpeng, travels all over the body, devouring everything in the world. The poisonous avenue is a colorful mist. The divine light is dazzling and touching. And wherever it goes, gods and ghosts make changes. The avenue of curses is transformed from the altar of the witch clan. It floats up and down, and flashes of blood, as if there are hundreds of millions of evil spirits roaring and cursing in it, killing people from a distance, which is weird and unprovoked. These 3 avenues each have their own magical uses, and their power is almost the same. For a moment, Luli had a hard time making a choice.
GK, what do you think?
Luli couldn't help but look at GK on the side. GK rolled a ball of heaven and earth immortal energy into a sword pill, chewed it, and said without looking back,
"What's so hard to choose? If you meet 3 beauties, one is good-looking, one is fun, and one is good-looking. It's fun. Which one would you choose?"
After hearing this, Luli realized it on the spot. Of course he chooses. Wants them all. In an instant, 3 avenue talismans were thrown into his divine kingdom crystal. At the same time, outside the cave, the 2 stone statues came to life and turned into 100-foot large clear water golden crystal beast. They breathed in the immortal energy of heaven and earth and stirred up thousands of waves in the Yunang immortal lake. Chapter 533 2 Talisman. Within the kingdom of God crystal, the colorful little people are flying and jumping around the land carp, like stars over the moon. These are all the techniques Luli has collected since he started practicing, with the help of systematic deduction. These exercises, which may be profound, simple, incomplete, or complete, have all turned into small figures. The number is as much as 800,000. They were all collected by Luli from the races in the heavens.
The techniques of the heavens are deduced and evolved. The magical talismans of the Great Road are all condensed.
As Luli shouted loudly, the gate to the fairy world above his head appeared. Boom! The immeasurable vitality of the immortal world, mixed with a large number of heavenly laws, and the secrets of the heavens, poured out like the Milky Way bursting its banks, soaking the divine crystals all over Luli's body. At the same time, above the cave, the sun and the moon rotated, swallowing up vast vitality, pouring into the mountain where Luli was, and being purified by the formation. With Luli's dragon-like breathing, it also entered Luli's body. Within, it is transformed into the purest immortal energy. This immortal energy is not ordinary. It is the energy accumulated in Xuanyun Immortal Palace for countless thousands of years. The 3,000 avenues of heaven are all within it. Sensing such a majestic and vast vitality of the immortal world, all the kung fu villains instantly cheered and jumped for joy, like a fish returning to the sea or a dragon returning to the 9 heavens, rushing into the vitality, and began to devour it greedily and ferociously.
The Tao can be Tao, but it is very Tao. And the name can be named, but it is very famous.
The phantom of an immortal emerged and condensed in the crystal of the kingdom of God. Chanting the Wushang Dao Sutra, Buddha's light shines. Countless phantoms of the Buddha, hands clasped together, chanted the Supreme Heart Sutra.
Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, walking in the deep Prajnaparamita for a long time, saw that the 5 aggregates are all empty.
Suddenly, the sacred and solemn chanting echoed within the billions of divine crystals. The vastness is endless. It surged like a tidal wave, spreading all the way to the depths of the gate to the fairy world. Boom, boom, boom. The gate of the immortal realm made a huge roar, and the immeasurable immortal realm vitality spurted out, drowning Luli's billions of divine kingdom crystals in an instant.
Ha ha ha! I understand. I understand.
Suddenly, a hearty laugh sounded. In the vast sea of immortal energy, a green figure rose into the sky. It turned out to be the Qing Emperor's heaven refining technique. This supreme magic technique obtained from the gods was the first to break through at this moment. I saw him taking a big gulp, like a giant whale taking water, swallowing all the vitality, heaven, earth, and avenues into his stomach, and his body instantly turned into a giant. The next moment, it bowed to the phantom of the immortal Buddha that filled the sky, stretched out its big hand and grabbed a mountain, dragon, wind, fog, thunder and lightning from the depths of the gate of the fairy world. There is no trace of the great law. After hesitation, the figure soared into the sky and plunged into the law of the great road. Start Hadao. Seeing this, Luli raised his big hand to the sky, took down a ball of extremely pure and compressed Yunming's immortal energy, and blasted it into the law of the great road with a flick of his finger. Buzz! Only a tremor was heard, dazzling to the extreme, like the green light of a star exploding from the cracks in the laws of the great road, illuminating billions of crystals of the kingdom of God in an instant. When the green light disappeared, the law of the great avenue had disappeared. Within the crystal of the kingdom of God, a mysterious talisman slowly rose. This is a palm-sized, emerald-like talisman, shaped like a leaf. The veins in it are densely intertwined, as if it were branded by the great road. And it is extremely mysterious. Withering talisman! Luli made a big move, and the magic talisman flew over and merged with his soul. From then on, he can rob and plunder the vitality of all things, and all things in the world will prosper and prosper. Just in his thoughts. I've realized it too. At this moment, a thunder roar shook the world. In the midst of countless thunder and lightning storms, the figures of the three thunder gods suddenly condensed, like three thunder gods who destroyed the world. Descending into the world, the eyes of the three thunder Taoist lords ejected terrifying thunder and merged together, like thunder and lightning spears piercing the universe, suddenly piercing the gate of the fairy world. Z-la-la. Z-la-la-la. An extremely terrifying thunder avenue, dragged by the thunder and lightning spear, was forcibly pulled out from the depths of the gate of the fairy world. During the violent struggle, like a dragon pierced by a harpoon, it rolled and struggled, and destructive thunder and lightning burst out in all directions. I don't know how many divine crystals and kung fu villains were annihilated into nothingness at this moment. This is the real Thunder Road. Next moment, the three Thunder Dao Lords formed powerful thunder seals and covered the law of the Thunder Dao. Boom! Only a loud noise was heard that shook the three realms. This avenue of thunder actually shattered into countless thunder dragons, sending out extremely angry and violent thunder sounds all around, as if to destroy this physical body. Unfortunately, before they had time to explode their power, the three Thunder Taoist masters all fired out the Thunder Hand seal, like the sky capping the sky, suppressing everything. Bang 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 bang. These terrifying thunder dragons were shattered and exploded into smaller thunder snakes in an instant. Under Lu Li's gaze, the three Thunder Dao masters all stretched out their thunderous hands, as if grabbing earthworms, grabbed a handful of thunder snakes, and stuffed them directly into their mouths. Start Hadao. Seeing this, Lu Li was not idle either. He raised his hand and attracted infinite immortal energy from Yunming Lake, which poured down and poured into the bodies of the three Thunder Dao masters. Crackling, crackling. The three Thunder Dao lords flashed with lightning and crazily devoured the Thunder Avenue. The Thunder Snake transformed by the law of Thunder Avenue still wanted to struggle, but under the suppression of Lu Li and the three Thunder Dao lords, it had no resistance and could only let the three Thunder Dao lords refine it. Finally, with a sound of thunder that sounded like the beginning of the explosion of the universe, a colorful and thick electric light rose into the sky, like a dragon, flying 9 times around the three Thunder Taoist lords, merging into it, and the three Taoist lords' bodies also disappeared. Then it quickly shrank. In the blink of an eye, the three heaven-destroying Thunder Dao lords disappeared, leaving only a shining white talisman floating in the crystal of the kingdom of God. This talisman is only the size of a thumbnail, as thin as a cicada's wing, and as transparent as white jade. It changes shape all the time, either thunder and lightning, or a thunder snake, or a thunder leopard, or a thunder tiger. Thunder talisman! As soon as Lu Li thought about it, the magic talisman automatically fell into his hands. At this moment, Lu Li knew that he had become the master of the Thunder Avenue, and that the thunder of the world, the destruction of existence, could all be determined by his thoughts. What's more important is that the power of the avenue condensed by this talisman is so powerful that it is probably not inferior to the three true immortal level Thunder Dao masters in the Thunder Realm. The three true immortal Taoists in the Thunder Realm once sent a ray of soul to seize Lu Li's body when he broke through the nascent soul. Lu Li would always remember this. It's time to settle the accounts. It's just that there are still too few talismans. The Cursed Talisman, the Devouring Talisman, the Poisonous Talisman, the Withered Glory Talisman, the Thunder Talisman. Not enough. Not enough. Far from enough. The Sun Talisman. Ning! Lu Li shouted loudly. In the kingdom of God, Golden crows flew into the sky and turned into 9 rounds of bright sun, emitting boundless blazing sunlight, shining in all directions and melting everything. The next moment, the roaring sound of the avenue resounded through Lu Li's billions of Divine Kingdom crystals again. Chapter 534 Tai Ching Sect. At this time, in the Xuanyun Hall, Lord Yu Palace is sitting on a floating auspicious cloud. Behind the long white jade tables on the left and right sides, there are 4 immortals who are surrounded by immortal aura. They are all real immortals. Zhong Shentong, Ji Xing, and some other tribulation monks stood aside and were not qualified to sit. Strangely, everyone in the palace looked worried.
What do you think of Tai Ching Sect's request?
Palace Master Yu spoke, and her faint voice spread throughout the hall. Everyone looked at me and I looked at you. All silent. A few people's eyes erupted with traces of anger.
This is really unreasonable. Why should the Tai Ching Sect ask us to hand over the fragments of the Xiantai Transformation Immortal Cloud? And why should we be annexed by the Tai Ching Sect and become a subsidiary sect of the Tai Ching Sect?
On the upper left hand, a white-headed old man slammed the table and glared in anger. As soon as he finished speaking, the black-haired man next to him crossed his hands and snorted coldly.
Oomph! If I, the founder of Xuanyun Immortal Palace, were here, then those brats from the Tai Ching Sect would have dared to say such things. And they would have captured 100,000 heavenly dragons on the spot. The cicadas chirp at sunrise. Hey, today is different from the past.
A girl in blue at the opposite table played with a jade and sighed softly.
Now there is a golden immortal in the Tai Ching Sect. The situation is overwhelming, and they are forcing us to hand over the fragments of the Xiantai transformed immortal cloud. We simply cannot refuse. What's more, they also occupy a great position. Bullshit righteousness. His Tai Ching Sect was only a first-class immortal sect in the 36th heaven. Not much better than our Xuanyun Immortal Palace. Now they say that if they want to rebuild Heavenly Palace, they must merge with our Xuanyun Immortal Palace. Palace, you want to swallow the treasure of my Xuanyun Immortal Palace? How can this make sense?
The black-haired man immediately retorted.
Tai Ching Sect wants to build a new heaven. It's a wishful thinking. New Heavenly Court. The 3 major immortal sects back then, Dao Ocean, Yuqing Sect, and Dao Zone, couldn't even think of it. How dare he? The Tai Ching Sect? It's really unlucky to have something like this come from the Babel Bell. Strength is stronger than people. I'm afraid I have to bow my head this time.
Everyone was talking about it. Who would have thought that when the Babel Bell rings, the person who comes will be evil? 3 immortals from the Tai Ching Sect came down directly, saying that in order to rebuild the heaven, they were going to take over the Xuanyun Immortal Palace. He also wants Palace Master Yu to hand over the fragments of Xian Fei's immortal cloud. Of course Palace Master Yu refused. However, the 3 immortals said,
in 10 days, the Golden Immortal will come to visit,
and then left directly. This made Palace Master Yu's mood hit rock bottom. The 5 immortals of heaven are the true immortal, the celestial immortal, the golden immortal, the great Luo golden immortal, and the immortal king. Apart from the immortal emperors who rule the 10 directions, the most powerful person in heaven is the immortal king. However, after the heaven was shattered, all the immortal sects were scattered across the sky and lingered on. Most of the former immortal emperors and kings were reincarnated to survive. Most of the Deluo Jingxian also turned into ashes during the war. Only some golden immortal dogs survived. Although the strongest member of the opposing Tai Ching Sect is currently the golden immortal. Crushing her, a true immortal, is as easy as squeezing an ant to death. Even, he would be stared to death at a glance. This is the horror of Jingxian. If Daluo Jingxian is not born, Jingxian will be invincible.
Palace Master, how about you compromise first?
At this time, a young man in white clothes on the right spoke tentatively. Everyone's eyes immediately fell on him.
Old Bai, you are dishonest. You actually surrendered to the Tai Ching Sect? Humph. There must be a loser from the Tai Ching Sect who secretly contacted Lao Bai. Otherwise, with this guy's character, he would never talk to the Tai Ching Sect. I guess he promised to give Lao Bai a few Tai Ching purple chi pills unique to the Tai Ching Sect. I think it's more than that. Lao Bai is a stingy guy who can't help but scratch his legs. He must have fallen in love with a certain fairy lady from the Tai Ching Sect.
Everyone said with contempt. We all have lived together for who knows how many years, and we can see a few hairs clearly. How could we not know the benefits of the young man in white accepting the Tai Ching clan? Hearing this, the young man in white looked a little embarrassed. He coughed lightly and said,
Several brothers and sisters are showing mercy. I got a little benefit. but it was also for the immortal sect. Think about it.
The Taiqing sect is emboldened and can forcefully. Why do we want to annex our Xuanyun immortal palace and other immortal sects? Aren't they afraid that powerful immortal sects like us will suddenly appear and wipe them out with one strike?
Hearing this, everyone frowned. His expression became solemn.
Junior brother Bai.
What do you mean? Palace Master Yu's eyes were solemn.
That's right.
The young man in white nodded very seriously.
Taiqing sect definitely has a Daluo Jingxian in charge.
His. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. In the ancient heaven, apart from the immortal emperors who rule the world in all directions and the 81 immortal kings, the most powerful one was Daluo Jingxian. It can be said that Daluo Jingxian is the strongest combat power in heaven. In the Great War that year, those at the forefront were the Daluo Jingxian from all the major immortal sects, who fought to kill countless demons and demons. Therefore, many people died. There are very few Daluo Jingxian who survived.
Impossible. After the collapse of the immortal world, the laws are incomplete, and absolutely no one can cultivate to the realm of Daluo Jingxian.
The white-headed old man said firmly.
That's true. But what if it's a Daluo Jingxian who is sleeping and healing?
The young man in white shook his head and smiled bitterly. Everyone was silent. Even if a Daluo Jingxian, who has been sleeping since the battle between immortals and demons, recovers 50% of his injuries, it will still be enough to sweep the world. You can almost walk sideways in the demon world.
As far as I know, the Taiqing sect has gathered more than a dozen immortal sects from the small world of immortals this time, and none of the immortal sects resisted. Also, although the Golden Immortal from the Taiqing sect has only just been promoted to Golden Immortal, his momentum is oppressive. It is comparable to the Golden Immortal peak. It is impossible for a Golden Immortal to be so powerful. If I guess correctly, there is a Golden Immortal peak hidden behind the scenes.
The young man in white frowned and said. After everyone listened, they became even more silent. With the two Golden Immortals, Taiqing sect is indeed qualified to annex the remaining small immortal sects such as Xuanyun Immortal Palace. More importantly, if the Taiqing sect dares to be so arrogant, it is estimated that their trump card is not just a few Golden Immortals, but a sleeping Daluo Golden Immortal. It is possible that they have found the reincarnation of the Immortal King or even the Immortal Emperor. This is the reason why everyone in Xuanyun Immortal Palace is afraid. It would be great if this Immortal King and Immortal Emperor were reincarnated in Xuanyun Immortal Palace.
Palace Master? What do you mean?
Everyone couldn't help but look at Palace Master Yu on the auspicious cloud. This is the Palace Master chosen by Xiantai Waxianyan. Everyone trusts you unconditionally. No matter what, all her fellow disciples will stand with her and live and die together.
The best way is indeed to temporarily endure what Junior Brother Bai said and merge into the Taiqing sect. However, I am not willing to accept it.
Palace Master Yu sighed softly. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help clenching their fists. Yes, not willing to give in. When the immortal world collapsed, Xuanyun Immortal Palace fell into this small fragmented world with desolate immortality. I don't know how many people died, and I don't know how much effort it took to maintain the immortal sect, leaving a trace of fire. It can be said that he is a remnant who has worked hard for eternity, just hoping that the immortal sect will last forever. But now, if others just say something lightly, they will be asked to hand over the sect's treasure and change their names. How can people be willing to do this? But is there any other way? Everyone lowered their heads and thought hard. The Xuanyun Hall fell into a heavy silence.
Palace Master, why don't you let the fellow Taoist who inherited the inheritance of Lu Guan Immortal King come forward?
At this moment, Zhong Shentong coughed slightly, breaking the silence. Chapter 535 Tai Shan Tian. Everyone looked up when they heard the sound.
Is that the monk inherited from Immortal King Lu Guan? No way. He just refined the void, and he can't merge into one. If he breaks through to the true immortal, he might be able to say a few words. Otherwise, he won't be qualified to stand firm in front of the Golden Immortal. Unless he summons the Immortal King Lu Guan on the spot. There's no chance. It's still useful. At least it can make the Taiqing sect a little more fearful. Or it can be tougher when negotiating terms. Forget it. Let's not get involved with him regarding our Xuanyun Immortal Palace.
Everyone shook their heads. In the past, they must have held a banquet to honor the monk who was the successor of Lu Guan Immortal King. But now that the family is about to be wiped out, they naturally have no such intention. Palace Master Yu also shook his head. Xuanyun Immortal Palace is now regarded as a mud bodhisattva crossing the river. And even she cannot save herself. She a true immortal, will probably become a disciple of the Tai Ching sect in the future. Soon after, Xuanyun Immortal Palace ceased to exist.
That's all. This matter is of great importance. I will go to the forbidden area of the Master's Gate to inform the ancestor. If the ancestor still doesn't respond, then we will prepare to welcome the Tai Ching sect. However, you junior brothers and sisters can go find other people who have been born in the past few days. Immortal sect? If my guess is correct, these immortal sects who are also coerced by Tai Ching sect are not willing to merge with Tai Ching sect. So we can invite them over.
Palace Master, you ordered. As soon as this statement came out, everyone was enlightened. That's right. This earth-shaking change has brought about countless ancient immortal sections. Although the Tai Ching sect is strong, there may be some immortal sects that can compete. Even if they can't compete with the Tai Ching sect, if they unite together, the Tai Ching sect will have to be wary if they want to annex them by force.
Walk.
The black-haired man cupped his hands and turned into a bolt of thunder and lightning and rushed out of the hall.
I will also look for other immortal sections. However, you still have to pay attention to safety. It is best to go out in pairs to avoid being plotted by others. Palace Master, I will chase junior brother Chun first,
the white-headed old man warned, and then chased after him. Seeing this, everyone didn't talk nonsense. They got up together and went out to find other immortal sects with a glimmer of hope. Zhong Shintong Jixing is also preparing to leave.
Junior brother Zhong, please stay.
Palace Master, you called to Zhong Shintong and Xing and said solemnly,
go to Yuming Xianzi and fully activate the immortal formation. Palace Master,
why? Zhong Shintong was stunned for a moment.
An idea came from the Xian Fei transformation immortal cloud. In the immortal sect, the avenue trembled and the immortal chi surged. I'm afraid that fellow Taoist Lu is about to break through. When he breaks through, the movement caused will definitely be quite big. In case he happens to be Tai Ching if the doorman disturbs us, then it's our fault.
Palace Master, you said slowly.
What? Xianyun is already alarmed? Didn't fellow Taoist Lu break through the fusion? How could he attract Xianyun's attention?
Jixing was surprised.
That fellow Taoist Lu is really extraordinary. No wonder he can obtain the inheritance of the Luguan Immortal King. Palace Master, I understand. Now I will completely activate the Yuming Xianzi immortal formation and emit infinite immortal power, which will definitely make fellow Taoist Lu smooth and smooth. Daido is successful.
Zhong Shintong was also quite shocked. He raised his hand and flew out of the hall with Lian Xing. When the two of them walked out, Palace Master, you sighed softly. Although Yuming Xianzi's immortal formation stimulates infinite immortal power, it can bring a lot of benefits to the fellow Taoist Lu, and he is not afraid of exhaustion of the immortal power when he breaks through. However, under the cover of the immortal formation, his existence may not be discovered by the golden immortal of Tai Ching sect. This is also a bit of her selfishness. If Lu Li succeeded in joining the Tao, he would owe her a favor from the Xuanyun Immortal Palace. This favor may not be big or small, but behind Lu Li is Lu Guan Immortal King. If Lu Guan Immortal King comes forward in the future and helps Xuanyun Immortal Palace become independent from Tai Ching sect again, then she will also make money. Arrive. In other words, Lu Li is the last hope of Xuanyun Immortal Palace.
Therefore, we must not let the Tai Ching sect find out and snatch this favor away.
10 days. I hope some of my fellow apprentices can bring back good news. Now, it's time to fully activate the immortal formation in Xuanyun Immortal Palace.
Palace Master Yu's soft eyes became sharp. Rumble. Rumble. The ground began to shake. In the sky, colorful auspicious clouds emerged, emitting thousands of fairy lights, scattering across the 9 heavens and 10 places, and blasted into the dim and lightless fairy buildings of the fairy gate. The next moment, as if the ancient true dragon was half awakening, these buildings actually came to life. Transformed by countless immortal talismans, they turned into thunder and lightning cannons, entwined with the fierce and terrifying laws of the Thunder Avenue, destroying the boundless atmosphere, penetrating billions of time and space. Horrible! This is the guardian immortal weapon left by Xuanyun Immortal Palace back then. Xuanyun transforms into an immortal cannon. This mountain guardian immortal weapon has no grade and no upper limit to its power. In the hands of the immortal emperor, even the demon ancestor of the demon realm would be afraid of it. Although Palace Master Yu only has the strength of the peak of a true immortal, with the blessing of the entire immortal sect's magic circle, her strength can reach that of a heavenly immortal. Coupled with the Xianti turning into fairy clouds, the golden immortal is here. If you want to act violently in Xuanyin Immortal Palace, you have to think carefully. 10 days later, a huge fairy city suddenly landed in front of the mountain gate of Xuanyin Fairy Palace. This fairy city is like a silver-white spear piercing the sky. It is extremely sharp and exudes an aura that can penetrate everything. A true immortal man wearing copper and gold armor stood on top of the immortal city.
Xuanyin Immortal Cannon? Is this the confidence Xuanyin Immortal Palace has to fight against the Taiqing Sect?
When he saw the looming divine thunder cannon in the Xuanyin Immortal Palace, he couldn't help but sigh.
This divine cannon can hit a heavenly immortal with one strike. It is invincible and terrifying. In the hands of Dalio Jinxian, it is almost invincible. Unexpectedly, it still exists today.
This man turned out to be the head of another immortal sect. The moment he appeared, Palace Master Yu led people up to him.
It turns out to be Long Xianzun from the 25th Heavenly Fire Holy Spear Immortal Sect. He has come from afar. Please follow me into the main hall to rest. Okay. Here we have Palace Master Lao Yu.
The big man raised his hand. The next moment, the fairy city shrank rapidly and floated above his head, exuding a cold light. In the light, there seemed to be hundreds of millions of flames and spears shining, piercing through the sun, moon and stars. Just by looking at it, I felt like I was going to be pierced by one of the spear lights. Very scary. This is obviously a fragment of the supreme immortal artifact like the Xiantai transformed into Immortal Cloud. At this time, the big man followed Palace Master Yu and flew into the Xuanyin Hall, and several eyes immediately shot towards him. The Longxian Lord of the Holy Spear Sect couldn't help but his eyes lit up. And he exclaimed,
"The Eternal Sect, the Immortal Gourd Sword Sect, the Wanshou Immortal Sect. There are so many former fellow Taoists from the Immortal Sect in this level of the Demon Crossing Tower? Good. That's right. The Fire Holy Spear Sect has also arrived. In total, there are 8 immortal sects."
A girl at the pinnacle of a true immortal also said in surprise.
Furthermore, although the Fire Holy Spear that this immortal friend brought is only a broken immortal weapon, once it is activated, the Golden Immortal will probably retreat. In this way, Taiqing Sect may not dare to forcibly annex us. Let me hand over the fragments of the Supreme Immortal Artifact.
Taoist Baihe, who had a black hole of yin and yang suspended above his head, and Xuanwu sat in admiration. This turned out to be an immortal. He is the sect master of the Hunyuan Yin and Yang sect in the 9th heaven, together with the other 5 immortal sect masters who are at the peak of true immortality. There are 8 immortal sect masters gathered in the Xuanyin Hall. Almost in an instant, they all agreed to Palace Master Yu to come to the door today and stand on the same front to resist the overbearing Taiqing sect. Moreover, they all brought their own fragments of the supreme fairy weapon, with the supreme immortal artifacts from the 9 immortal sects present. Taiqing sect would never dare to be too presumptuous. Palace Master Yu felt relieved a little. Just when she was about to say a few pleasantries, an astonishing breath suddenly appeared in the sky. A large red seal landed suddenly, like a boundless and panic-stricken howl sun that burned everything, melted all space defenses, and appeared in the fairy gate of Xuanyin Immortal Palace. Next moment, Palace Master Yu, Long Xianzun, Taoist White Crane, all of them felt the space around them solidify, and a huge coercion shrouded their hearts, like ants seeing an ancient true dragon, which made them surrender with fear.
Takingman, Taishan Tianjin has arrived.
Chapter 536, The Fruit of the Avenue.
Taishan Tian, the Golden Immortal of Taiqing Sect. So strong. Is this the Golden Immortal?
Sensing the omnipresent and boundless power like the sky, the expressions of Palace Master Yu and others changed. Next moment, the large red seal stopped falling and floated in the air. The divine light converged, revealing its true appearance. It turned out to be a city of immortal jade. This very jade is Nuwa Jade, the supreme treasure necessary for refining immortal weapons.
This Taiqing sect is really rich and domineering.
Everyone was shocked when they saw this majestic, frightening and beautiful fairy city. Before anyone could react, the gate of the fairy city opened wide, and golden dragons flew out. They soared and intertwined, condensed into a dragon bridge, and landed in front of the Xuanyin Hall. The terrifying aura of the real dragon was actually not inferior to Palace Master Yu. It's the pinnacle of true immortality. Actually using a real dragon to pave the road? So arrogant. At this moment, everyone saw the Taiqing sect's arrogance that looked down upon the world. Under the gaze of everyone, a young man with a 9-dragon feather crown on his head, a golden robe, and a nebula universe spinning behind his head walked out of the fairy gate. Walking into the Xuanyin Hall, like a dragon walking around the world, and the sun and moon reaching the sky. This person is none other than the golden immortal of Taichin Sect, Tai Shinshin. Suddenly 2 more people, one green and one white, one old and one young, appeared out of thin air and followed Tai Shinshin. The breath is as obscure and deep as the sea. At least he's a god. The 3 of them all looked arrogant and did not take anyone in the hall seriously at all.
You are all here? It's okay. It saves me from running around. From today on, you all belong to my Taichin Sect.
Tai Shinshin didn't wait for Palace Master Yu to speak, and swept across the audience with cold eyes. Everyone was stared at, as if they were struck by a supreme magical move. They were so shocked that they could hardly move their thoughts. When I heard Tai Shinshin's unquestionable words, I subconsciously followed them, and could not even think of any objection. Just like a servant facing a master who controls their life and death, they all carry fragments of their own sect's supreme immortal weapons. The power of the golden immortal is so terrifying.
Fellow Dao Shitian, you are being too overbearing. Why do you have to ask for our opinion?
At this moment, Palace Master Yu spoke coldly. The sound spread, and a soft aura instantly enveloped the entire hall. The terrifying aura that shocked everyone's hearts was immediately dispelled.
Oh!
When Tai Shinshin heard the words, his eyes were like swords, piercing the face of Palace Master Yu.
Do you still have any objections? Taichin Sect, gather you small sects, protect you, lead you to rebuild the heaven, resist the demon world, and help you restore your past. You actually still have opinions about the scenery of the Immortal Sect? Of course, I have no objection to rebuilding the Heavenly Palace. But I, the founder of Xuanyun Immortal Palace, left a message and will be reincarnated and return in the near future. So there is no need for fellow Taoists from the Taichin Sect to worry for the time being.
Palace Master Yu said calmly.
That's right. The ancestor of my Liao Holy Spear sect has been reincarnated. Let's wait until the ancestor comes back to discuss this matter.
Long Xianzun immediately agreed.
The Wan Shaman also predicts the whereabouts of the ancestor's reincarnation.
The Taoist Baiha stroked his 3-foot white beard and said slowly. Seeing this, other immortal sect heads followed suit.
The ancestor of our family has reincarnated into a pig and is about to give birth to his 8th child. Our Fairy Gourd Sword sect should solve this problem before entering the Taichin Sect. What a coincidence. My ancestor was reincarnated as a black bear spirit, muttering about stealing the caskets of the Buddha in the Buddhist world all day long, which made me have a big head. It's okay for you. My ancestor seems to have been reincarnated in the devil world. It seems that I have to deceive him and destroy his ancestor.
Everyone said something to each other, changing the topic in an instant.
Quack!
Tai Shinshin snorted coldly, and powerful magic swept out from his body, pressing down on everyone like a mountain. Everyone just felt that the space around them was tight. The sound coming out of his mouth couldn't even be heard. Everyone was angry. When did the leader of their sect, the headmaster of the Immortal Sect, suffer such humiliation that he became like a mute and couldn't even speak? At this moment, Tai Shinshin raised his big hand and pointed out. A bit of clear light shot out from his fingertips, like time passing by, and hit the center of Longxian Lord's eyebrows.
Tai Shintian, how dare you take action?
Everyone was shocked when they saw this. Subconsciously, he must urge the fragments of the supreme immortal artifact in his body to resist. Flames erupted above Longxian's head. The light of the gun shines like the bright sun.
Long Immortal Lord, you have been imprisoned at the peak of the true immortal for many years. I will give you a secret skill of the Immortal King,
Tying Moon Burial Immortal Technique,
which has the power to annihilate the sun and the moon. If you understand the creation within it, you will not break through to the immortal at this time. When will it be more?
Tai Shinshin said indifferently and proudly. Tying Moon Burial Immortal Technique? Long Xianzun was stunned. Everyone was also shocked. The secret skill of the moon-burying immortal king? Before anyone could react, a terrifying aura suddenly burst out from Long Xianzun's body, like a dam bursting and a volcano rising into the sky. In the void, the laws of the great avenue flickered, and bursts of fairy music sounded. The gate to the fairy world appeared above the head. Above the gate of the fairy world, there is another fairy gate as white as jade, looming. Vaguely, you can still see 5 golden immortal seals engraved on this immortal gate.
Heavenly South Gate? The vision of being ranked among the immortal class. Long Xianzun has broken through to the heavenly realm. Dot!
Everyone stood up in shock. Faintly, there is still a bit of envy. True Immortal, Celestial Immortal, Golden Immortal, Deluogene Immortal. Every major realm breakthrough is a chasm. and the journey is extremely difficult. Some people have even been stuck at the bottleneck of the true immortal peak for tens of thousands of years. This kind of pain makes the immortal feel worse than death. However, who would have thought that the Taishinshin in front of him would just make a move and bestow an immortal king's unique magic to directly help Lancian Lord break through to the heavenly immortal? Before everyone could recover from shock, Taishinshin popped out 2 fingers in succession. Swish! 2 balls of divine light flew in front of the true immortal girl. Taoist Baihe. 5 colored rays of light shone in a ball of divine light, and it turned out to be a piece of snow-white bone like a beast. Thousands of great laws were wrapped around it, exuding an extremely sacred aura. Another ball of divine light shines with black and white light, and the power of yin and yang flows, like a black hole and a white hole devouring each other, revealing an extremely mysterious atmosphere.
Master Eternal Sect. This is a supreme immortal bone, which can help you practice and break through to become a heavenly immortal in one leap. Taoist Baihe. I will also give you a ball of Hunyuan purple energy. With this ball of purple energy, the power of your Yin-Yang Hunyuan Sect supreme immortal artifact fragments will be restored to 30%.
Taishinshin said proudly.
Supreme immortal bone?
The true fairy girl from the Eternal Gate stared at the divine light treasure in front of her, extremely excited.
Hunyuan purple chi.
On the other side, the only immortal in the temple, Taoist Baihe, trembled his beard, stretched out his hands, and caught the divine light in disbelief. I was so excited that I almost shed tears. Obviously they are extremely rare and precious treasures.
Xianhu Sword Sect. If you enter my Taiching Sect, I will let you enter the Sword Pavilion and let you see the former Zhuxian sword.
Taishinshin said another sentence. What? Killing immortal sword? Upon hearing this, the true immortal of the Immortal Gourd and Sword Sect jumped 3 feet high on the spot and bowed on the spot.
I was just passing by today. The Immortal Gourd and Sword Sect, are willing to follow suit for the Taiching Sect. The Huoliao Holy Spear Sect, are also willing to merge into the Taiching Sect.
At this time, the vision in the temple disappeared. Lancian Zun cast an apologetic look at Palace Master Yu, turned around and bowed his hands respectfully to Taishin Tian. Immediately afterwards, the true immortal girl of the Eternal Sect and the Taoist Baihe looked at each other. Without any nonsense, they directly cupped their hands and said,
"The same goes for the Eternal Sect and the Hunyuan Yin and Yang Sect. Headmaster of Jinyuan Dao, I heard that your son is the half-demon son of you and the demon immortal of the demon immortal world. You don't want me to take action to eliminate the demon, right?"
Taishinshin stared at a middle-aged Taoist with cold eyes. The middle-aged Taoist's face turned green, and he cupped his hands.
My Jinyuan Taoism has also been merged into the Taiching Sect.
When Palace Master Yu and the remaining Immortal Sect Masters saw this, they looked at each other with ugly expressions. Not even a quarter of an hour later, their temporary alliance was broken down one by the Taiching Sect.
Master of Zishu Immortal Palace, don't you want to surrender at this time?
At this time, the old man in green behind Taishinshin asked in a cold voice.
Your ancestor of Zishu Immortal Palace escaped during the war. What a heinous crime! If heaven had not collapsed, Zishu Immortal Palace would have been removed from the list. Today, Taiching Sect, let the past be forgotten. Allowing you to merge the Zishu Immortal Palace into the Taiching Sect is already an act of great magnanimity. Why don't you agree obediently?
The face of the Palace Master of Zishu Immortal Palace, who was asked, was rather ugly. This old man in green is so arrogant that he simply doesn't regard their Zishu Immortal Palace as human beings. At that time, not even a single person in Zishu Immortal Palace was alive. And the founder was just a wisp of remnant soul that escaped from the battlefield, only seeking for a glimmer of life in reincarnation. Now, people from the Taiching Sect are actually making a fuss about it. This is simply unreasonable. The Palace Master of Zishu Immortal Palace was angry and was about to speak out to refute, but was stared at by Taishinshin and couldn't help but tremble all over. This Taishinshin is a golden immortal. Once he takes action, Zishu Immortal Palace may really cease to exist. He had already felt the terrifying murderous intention on Taishintian's body, like a sharp sword coming out of its sheath, slaying the sky and destroying the earth.
We, Zishu Immortal Palace, are willing to merge into the Taiching Sect.
Zishu Immortal Palace gritted her teeth and stood up knowingly, cupping her hands.
What about you?
The old man in green glanced at the remaining Immortal Sect Masters with cold eyes. Palace Master Yu and others looked gloomy. The betrayal of Lancian Zun and Taoist Baihe has left them with no strength to resist the Taiching Sect. Now there are only a few of them left. and together they may not be able to defeat Taishinshin with a single finger. Is there any choice?
My Jueshian sect is willing to merge into the Taichin sect. Howard and Zenkaman, are also willing. From now on, my Tianling Immortal Palace will be at the mercy of the Taichin sect.
As each immortal sect headmaster opened his mouth, only Palace Master Yu was left alone in the entire Xuanyun Hall. The elders of Xuanyun Immortal Palace witnessed this scene and knew that the situation was over. And they couldn't help but feel sad in their hearts. In the future, I am afraid that there will no longer be Xuanyun Immortal Palace in the immortal world.
Palace Master Yu,
What about you? Are you still stubborn?
the old man in green sneered and looked at Palace Master Yu.
Do you really think you can resist the Golden Immortal with your Xuanyun Immortal Cannon? You are just wishful thinking. So surrender quickly. Don't waste the time of Elder Taishinshin.
Hearing this, the black-haired man and the others were all angry and angry. I wish I could beat this arrogant guy half to death. However, under Taishinshin's gaze, his anger was extinguished in an instant. Shocked by the terrifying murderous intention, his whole body was filled with chills, and he did not dare to have the slightest intention of resistance. Everyone could only look at Palace Master Yu.
Is the Taichin sect really going to do this?
Palace Master Yu's expression was cold.
Palace Master Yu, with the great changes in the world, the immortal world can only fight against the demon world by rebuilding the heaven. This is a huge trend that no one can stop. You are just a true immortal, and behind you is just a small immortal gate. The patriarch has only stepped into the realm of the immortal king, and you cannot stop the general trend of the world. If you insist on blocking it, you and your Xuanyun Immortal Palace will all turn into ashes.
Tai Shitian said coldly.
This,
Palace Master Yu was silent. She also knew that the reconstruction of Heavenly Court was the consensus of everyone in Heavenly Court. But how could it be accepted at the expense of Xuanyun Immortal Palace?
Palace Master Yu, if you don't enter the Taichin sect, I'm afraid the entire Xuanyun Immortal Palace will be wiped out in ashes soon. At that time, even if you kneel down and beg the Taichin sect to take action, the Taichin sect will never save you. One person.
At this moment, the old man in green snorted coldly and told us shocking news.
What?
Palace Master Yu's expression changed.
The demon god that appears on this level of the demon crossing tower is very terrifying. I am afraid it is a demon lord. That is comparable to the immortal king. It is sweeping around. Once it finds the Xuanyun Immortal Palace, it is estimated that within a day, everyone in Yunxian Palace will become the ration of that demon.
The old man in Xingyi told a shocking piece of bad news. Hearing this, Mom Xianzun and others were shocked again. And at the same time, they were secretly glad in their hearts. Incorporating into taking men might not be such a bad thing. With the protection of Taichin sect, they can still survive.
In that case,
Palace Master Yu looked solemnly and looked at Taishinshin.
Our Xuanyun Immortal Palace can be merged into Taichin sect. However, I have the guts to make a request to Senior Taishinshin.
Explain, Taishinshin said indifferently.
In the ancient heaven, once someone in the immortal sect was promoted to the great Luo Jingxian, or a peerless genius disciple with the seed of the great Luo Jingxian emerged. Then this immortal sect would be qualified to become an independent party in the 36th heaven and establish a sect. If I quickly become a disciple in the future, if the disciples of Yunxian Palace become Daluo Golden Immortals, or if their disciples have extraordinary qualifications and are the seeds of Daluo Golden Immortals, we, Xuanyun Xiandong, can once again escape from the Taichin sect and regain the name of Xuanyun Xiandong.
Palace Master Yu solemnly requested. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked a little strange. The old man in green, who stood behind Taishinshin, sneered on the spot.
Daluo Jingxian? Do you really think that the seeds of Daluo Jingxian are rotten cabbage? Back then, my Taichin sect's genius was like Xingqiangsha, and I only produced 8 Daluo Jingxian seeds. Disciple of you. If there were any disciples of Daluo Jingxian in Xuanyun Immortal Palace, I am afraid that they would already be cultivating heavenly immortals by now. I really don't know the heights of the world.
The girl in white next to her, who had been practicing with her eyes closed, couldn't help but open her eyes and laughed. Everyone in Xuanyun Immortal Palace was angry when they heard what the two said, but they had nothing to say. Among them, no one is a Daluo Jingxian. It is almost impossible to reach Daluo Jingxian with their efforts. In other words, the only hope for the future is to have a genius with the seed of Daluo Jingxian. However, the genius of Daluo Jingxian seed was also rare in the ancient heaven.
Their bones, chance, and qualifications are all top-notch existences in the fairy world.
Every time a Dalio Jinxian disciple is born, it will cause competition among all the immortal sects in the 36th heaven. The current disciples of Xuanyan Immortal Palace are the most evil ones. Even if they have a smooth journey, they can only reach the peak of immortality. Moreover, even if there are disciples who join Xuanyan Immortal Palace in the future, they will probably be recruited by the Taiching sect immediately. How can they stay in Xuanyan Immortal Palace? After all, Taiching sect's resources, immortal magic, etc. are much better than the current poor and incomplete Xuanyan Immortal Palace. Palace Master Yu said this just to leave a little hope for herself. Okay. At this time, Tei Shinshin said, you must clear out the mountain gate as soon as possible and go to the immortal sect of our Taiching gate. Moreover, within 10 days, the fragments of the supreme immortal artifact you are going to hand over will not wait until they are overdue. After saying this, he took the old man in green and the girl in white to turn around and leave, flying back to the immortal Jade City above the 9 heavens. Palace Master Yu, the elders of Xuanyan Immortal Palace, Zhong Shintong, Ji Xing and others could only sigh in their hearts when they saw this. The overall situation has been decided. After today, Xuanyan Immortal Palace will exist in name only. Huh? Who is making the breakthrough? At this moment, Tei Shinshin's figure suddenly froze, floating in front of the immortal Jade City, and looked back in surprise. Everyone was also stunned. Before anyone could react, Tei Shinshin casually touched it. A huge palm with overwhelming magic power condensed and formed above the 9 heavens, and gently touched the place shrouded in auspicious clouds deep in the Xuanyan Immortal Palace. A shocking scene immediately appeared in front of everyone. The shadow of the mysterious and ancient gate to the fairy world stands between heaven and earth, pouring out the infinite vitality of the fairy world and blending into the vast days fairy lake. The immortal lake, which is condensed with extremely rich and pure immortal chi, is creating huge waves. There are also thousands of great laws that traverse the sky, roaring and soaring like ancient dragons. The scene is very shocking. The Great Road is like a dragon, manifesting in the sky. Is this someone trying to join the Tao? What a terrifying vision! Waves of exclamations came from Long Xianzun and Taoist Baihe. When they came to Xuanyan Immortal Palace, almost the entire mountain sect brought them with them, as well as the supreme elders and true disciples and the immortal sect. They all brought them with them and hid them in the supreme immortal artifact. After all, this time of great changes in the world, demon gods will appear next to you at any time, which is very dangerous. If you don't take shaman with you, you may be attacked by demons, fairies and demons to destroy the clan. At this time, these disciples of the immortal sect, as well as the disciples of the Xuanyan Immortal Palace, were shocked when they witnessed the astonishing phenomenon in the sky. The Great Road appears like a dragon in the sky. This is the vision of refining the void and breaking through the combined road. However, there are 10,000 avenues above the 9 heavens. This shows that the monk who has made a breakthrough at this moment has a very mixed path of practice. But he is proficient in all of them, so that he can condense 10,000 paths for him to choose. Next, as long as he chooses one of the avenues and fuses the soul, he may truly break through to the Hadao. It's just a breakthrough in refining the void. Although 10,000 avenues is quite rare. In our Taiching sect, it is just an extraordinary talent. Even if he survives the thunder punishment of the immortal world and transforms into an immortal, he will be nothing more than an immortal at best. It's just a fairy. It's not worth the trouble. Elder, let's go! The old man in green glanced at it and said indifferently, Elder, we have to rush to find an immortal weapon. We can't delay it. The girl in white on the side also urged. Tei Shinshin nodded, turned around and walked into the immortal Jade City. But in an instant, he turned his head suddenly, and a ball of golden light burst out from his pupils, as if he could see through billions of time and space and see the existence deep in the vision. At this moment, Lu Li, who was deep in Yimingzai, was stunned. He frowned slightly as he looked at the 10,000 great laws in the sky. Most people's Hadao is very simple, and they don't have many choices. They usually manifest 1 or 2 avenues, and just choose one of them to fuse with the soul. But now, he has created 10,000 great laws. How to integrate them? However, it seems to be quite simple. Just make 10,000 clones and fuse them directly. Lu Li thought and his body swayed. 27 clones appeared directly on the spot. The Ghost Emperor Yiming once gave him a demonic soul Sanqing pill. After refining and taking it, he could split the soul and transform it into 3 pure things in one breath. Nascent soul can be divided into 3 clones
with the same strength, transform into gods, and divide into 9. Refining the void? A total of 27. 27 clones are not enough. But each clone can be regarded as a small person with a skill, and can be regarded as a true body, which can once again transform the 3 pure beings in one breath. Swish, swish, swish. The 27 clones swayed in unison, and a bunch of clones appeared around them. A total of 729. With another thought, a bunch of skill clones appeared on the spot. A total of 19,683. Enough.
First, let's test the water with 9 clones.
Luli was not reckless. With a thought, the 9 strongest clones rose into the sky, turned into 9 points of divine light, and merged into the 9 laws of the Great Avenue. The 9 laws of the Great Avenues immediately came to life, transformed into 9 real dragons, and rushed into the shadow of the gate of the fairy world. In less than a breath, the laws of the 9 Heavens Avenue rushed out of the gate of the fairy world and entered Lu Li's body with a bang. Boom, boom, boom. The aura in Lu Li's body began to rise steadily. He is about to be promoted to fusion.
9 door avenues are far from enough. Thousands of them. Merge the avenues. Breathe in the immortal energy, and advance to the combined path. Go!
With Lu Li's clear drink, all the clones rose into the sky and fell into the law of the Great Avenue. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the 10,000 avenues of law burst out with immeasurable divine light, turned into a real dragon, soared into the sky, opened its sun-devouring mouth, and began to swallow the vast immortal energy sprayed from the shadow of the gate to the fairy world. At the same time, he was also absorbing the pure immortal energy of Yumengza. The body is getting bigger and bigger. The power of law in his body is becoming more and more solid. Mysterious and mysterious. Wonderful and wonderful magical talismans are transformed on the body of these 10,000 Tao Principles true dragon. Like scales, row upon row, condensed and formed. Seeing this scene, the disciples of the 9 immortal sects were stunned. Even those true immortals who transcended the tribulation looked confused. How is this going? The law of 10,000 avenues, and the true dragon manifests. That guy who made a breakthrough actually integrated 10,000 avenues at the same time. Isn't he afraid of exploding to death? Can his soul withstand the power of 10,000 avenues and laws? All of a sudden, all the disciples of the 9 great immortal sects, who had not yet become immortal, started to stir. They had never seen such a bold guy. This is simply asking for death.
Palace Master, you. Are all the disciples of your Xuanyun Immortal Palace so brave? You actually directly merged 10,000 avenues to break through the combined path?
The Lancian Lord asked in surprise.
There is only one avenue. If you want to break through and become an immortal, it is easiest to concentrate on cultivating one avenue. If you practice 10 avenues, it will be twice as difficult. If you cultivate 100 avenues, you will have little hope of becoming an immortal. If you cultivate 1,000 avenues, you may not be able to reach it yet. At the peak of the tribulation, you will be filled with souls and exploded by the vast mysteries contained in the laws of the great avenues. I have never heard of 10,000 great avenues.
Taoist Bai he was also shocked and his eyes widened.
That's a great avenue. The avenue is vast. The more you delve into it,
the more you feel the infinite mystery of the laws of the avenue. These 10,000 avenues. Just the moment they merge. I'm afraid the guy who made the breakthrough can't stand the infinite information of the laws of the avenue. Go crazy. Let alone practice to the point of transcending tribulation. Palace Master, you should send a message to your disciples to choose only one avenue to practice before it's too late.
The true fairy girl reminded him. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man in green from the Tai Ching sect sneered in a strange way.
Xuanyun Immortal Palace is really powerful. I admire you. There are 10,000 avenues. If you successfully combine them, you will have 10,000 times more mana than others. I've never seen such a bold guy. I'm lucky enough to see him today. Not bad. Seek death.
The girl next to him sneered and ridiculed. Among the Tai Ching sect, even the existence of peerless geniuses only dares to choose 1,000 avenues for fusion when they merge. The most arbitrary genius of the ages would only dare to choose the 3,000 gate avenue.
Humph. I think this guy is just giving it a try. He wants to feel the power of 10,000 great laws. He only dares to integrate 9 great laws.
The old man in green snorted coldly, showing great disdain. The words just fell. The 81 great law true dragon soared down from the sky, plunged into the vast and bottomless Yumeng Immortal Lake, and disappeared. That man actually absorbed and integrated the 81 great laws. Huh? That's interesting. Tai Shitian raised his eyebrows, with a bit of surprise in his eyes. The old man in green had a confused look on his face.
This guy does have some skills. And he dares to fuse 81 great laws. But does he dare to fuse 10 more great laws to reach 100 great laws?
The words have not yet fallen. Another 81 great laws rushed into the abyss like dragons and rushed into the bottom of Yuming Xianzi. The old man in green's face turned dark.
No way. 171 great laws. This disciple who made the breakthrough from Xuanyun Immortal Palace is really interesting.
For a moment, all the true immortals were in a trance and looked a little unbelievable. The power of 181 laws represents the depth of this person's foundation and the strength of his magic power, which has reached an astonishing level. It is very possible to break through to immortality in the future, although the immortals were not very valuable in the ancient heaven. In this chaotic world where the fairy world has collapsed and the laws are incomplete, a heavenly immortal is already the headmaster of an immortal sect.
Congratulations to Palace Master Yu.
Lan Xianzun was the first to say congratulations. Taoist Bai Huh? The true immortal girl and others also opened their mouths to congratulate him. However, what surprised them was that the faces of Palace Master Yu and others looked more shocked than ecstatic. It seemed that they didn't know the qualifications of their disciple. What's going on? At this moment, Tai Shinchen's expression changed, and he let out another voice of surprise. Everyone was stunned when they heard the sound. Following his gaze, he suddenly discovered that deep in the Xuanyun Immortal Palace, above the 9 heavens, there were 81 great law true dragons, like noodles below, rushing into the vast sea of immortal energy. In Yuming Xianzi, he disappeared.
This.
Everyone couldn't help but be shocked again. More than 200 avenues? This disciple of Xuanyun Immortal Palace has such amazing qualifications. Can he actually integrate 200 great laws?
TSK. It seems that the luck of Xuanyun Immortal Palace is still there. There is an astonishing talent who combines 200 avenues. How enviable.
Taoist Bai He from Hunyuan Yin Yang Sect stroked his long beard and couldn't help but envy him. Hearing this, Lan Xianzun and others nodded repeatedly, looking at Palace Master Yu with a bit of envy in their eyes. If nothing unexpected happens, Xuanyun Immortal Palace will have a peak immortal being in the future.
Snort.
The old man in green suddenly snorted and interjected.
It's just 200 avenues. There are many geniuses in my Tai Ching sect who merged with the laws of Zhou Tian Shu Dao.
That's right. The girl in white squinted her eyes and said proudly,
a mere 200 avenues are not worth mentioning at all. When everyone heard this, they were speechless for a moment. The number of Zhou Tian is 365. Combining the 365 avenues, that is a peerless genius who has the hope of being promoted to the Golden Immortal. Such existences can be said to be very few. Only one appears every few million years. The limits of ordinary geniuses who cultivate immortality are usually lower than those of Zhou Tian. As expected, I saw 81 more avenues rushing down from the 9 heavens and submerging into the Yuming Immortal Lake. Immediately afterwards, as other Tao principles true dragons roared, the dragon scales condensed from the Tao divine talisman on his body cracked, as if his body was about to collapse. This means that the power of the Great Law is about to dissipate. Once the law of the Great Avenue dissipates, this union will be completely over.
It's a pity. The disciples of Xuanyun Immortal Palace have combined the power of 333 great laws, but they still cannot break through the limit of Zhou Tian's number.
Lan Xianzun said with some regret. If you break through the number of Zhou Tian, you can see the birth of the Golden Immortal. If you can witness it, you will also have an immortal fate. Palace Master Yu couldn't help but sigh secretly in her heart. Zhong Shatong and Yan Xing looked at each other and secretly marveled. But they also felt sorry for Lu Li. Just a little bit. That fellow Taoist Lu is just a little bit short. If he could integrate the 365 laws of the Great Road, that would be great.
Humph. That's all. I thought he really dared to merge with 10,000 avenues. However, if he really dared to merge with 10,000 avenues, I would give him a foot bath.
The old man in green snorted softly. I felt inexplicably relieved.
Elder, it's time to go.
The girl in white looked away and reminded. Tai Shinshin squinted and took another look, turned around and waved his hand. Boom. The city of immortal weapons made from Nua's immortal jade slowly opened its gates. The 3 figures flashed together and entered. Only one sentence is left floating in the air.
Remember, within 10 days, come to Tai Ching Gate and deliver the fragments of the supreme immortal artifact. With the sound echoing in the sky, the fairy jade door slammed shut. Countless immortal formations were activated, and the red divine light burst out, covering the entire immortal city, wrapping it into a panic-stricken sun, and rising into the sky. At this moment, in the depths of the immortal palace, more than 9,000 true dragons of the great Tao Law roared together, landing like meteors and meteorites. What? A scream shook the world. The boundless figure of Taishinshin rushed out from the immortal Jade City, stood in the sky, and looked into the depths of the immortal palace in great shock. Impossible! Is this guy really brave? Looking for death? The old man in green then rushed out. Are you crazy? The girl in white also widened her eyes. Also shocked beyond measure were Palace Master Yu, Lan Xianzun, Taoist Bai He, as well as all the true immortal elders of the 9 immortal sects. The disciples of tribulation. Everyone. At this moment, nearly 10,000 true dragon laws are falling from the sky. What a shock! This feeling and scene will never be forgotten. A question arises in everyone's mind. Is this guy who made a breakthrough crazy? How dare you really integrate the 10,000 great laws? Without hesitation, Palace Master Yu's body flashed and disappeared, and he was about to rush into Yuming Xianzi, smash the true dragon of the avenue, and rescue people. Those are 10,000 great laws. I'm afraid that fellow Taoist Lu came from Xiaoxiandi and didn't know the limits of combining the Tao. So he rashly merged with the 10,000 Tao. Something bad happened this time. So many great laws! They are about to explode! At this time, Lu Li felt very uncomfortable. Within his divine kingdom crystal, 10,000 real dragons of the great law roared around, destroying his physical crystal wantonly, no matter how quickly he recovered. Under the power of this overbearing and boundless law of the great road, billions of crystals of the kingdom of God collapsed again. His perfect immortal body showed countless cracks, like a broken piece of porcelain that has been put back together again. It will explode the next moment. What's worse is that his soul is filled with the power of the infinite laws of the great avenue. As if it is going to explode his soul. Lu Li felt that his soul consciousness was split into thousands of pieces. Each piece was filled with information from the avenue, and was rapidly expanding like a balloon. It is foreseeable that if his soul thoughts are not condensed, they will really be exploded by the laws of the great avenue, scattered between heaven and earth, and become part of the great avenue. This is the danger of Hadao. If the soul is not vast enough and is forced to merge with the Tao, it will be assimilated by the laws of the Tao and eventually become a part of the way of heaven. After all, that is the law of the great road. It contains the supreme and mysterious way of fate, cause and effect, life and death, yin and yang, reincarnation, and so on. The power of the supreme avenue. Ordinary monks would explode if they took a peek. Now Lu Li has directly integrated with 10,000 avenues. What a crazy move that is. Lu Li! Lu Li! Think of a way! Your body is about to be melted by these 10,000 laws of the great road. I can't even stick it back to you. If you are really assimilated by the way of heaven, I will probably have to give it to the way of heaven every day. I'll burn incense and worship you la 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 la. In his soul, Jean K was so anxious that he was scurrying around like a headless fly, unable to help at all. The power of the Buddha's light and vows, the enlightenment of Bodhi, the supreme immortal power, condensed into the immortal tree. At the critical moment, countless golden Buddha lights suddenly appeared in Lu Li's body, gathered together, and condensed into a Bodhi tree shining with 7 colors. The Bodhi tree swayed gently, attracting the vast immortal power from all around and pouring into it. In the blink of an eye, this small 7-color tree, which was only 3 inches tall, quickly grew in size and grew into a huge tree that reaches into the sky and reaches the ground, standing between heaven and earth, like a world tree. The demon crossing tower suppresses and condenses the Tao fruit. With Lu Li's clear shout, the shadow of a boundless and vast pagoda suddenly landed. During the rotation, the shadows of thousands of Buddhas and immortals emerged, severely suppressing the power of 10,000 avenues and laws. Ouch! A true dragon of the great law couldn't bear it, surrendered on the spot, and rushed into the Bodhi tree. Almost at the same time, a green bud appeared at the tip of the branch of the wonderful Bodhi tree, and instantly grew an extremely bright flower, and then formed a great fruit. Chapter 537 The Great Immortal Technique of the 10,000 Immortals Holy Sacrifice. This is a great fruit that is only as big as a green date. The whole body is gilded and glittering, exuding immeasurable divine light. On the surface of the fruit,
Golden ancient Buddhist inscriptions are condensed. Between the brightness and darkness, they exude the power of extremely pure desire. A closer look reveals that these ancient Buddhist texts are not written in the Wishang Sutra, but each one is a pure wish. This is a wish fruit condensed from the Buddhist willpower, the great fruit of the great wish magic. Lu Li once obtained a Buddhist technique from Master Shuyu called the technique of great wish cultivating Buddhism. After the evolution of the Heart Sutra, it became the technique of great wish. This is the supreme secret of Buddhism. Make a great wish to heaven and earth. Once you make the vow, the infinite power of heaven and earth will immediately join you. Your mana will soar directly, and you can become an immortal immediately on the spot. However, if you want to practice Buddhism quickly, you must make great aspirations. But if you want to make vows, you need to have great magic power. If you want great magic power, you must first make great aspirations, and then make vows. If you want to make a vow, you need a lot of magic power. There is no other way. So this magic trick can only be put aside for now. However, at the moment of union, Lu Li's soul merged with the infinite power of Buddhist aspiration and transformed into a 7-color Bodhi tree. He also understood the secrets of this method and made a great wish on the spot. The 10,000 rules of Hadao. Therefore, this method can easily merge with the Great Avenue and condense into a Great Avenue fruit. I vowed 1 in 10,000 on the spot. In the dark, a majestic force surged out from the void, blessing the shadow of the demon crossing tower, and once again suppressed the true dragon of the Great Law. Boom! Another Great Law true dragon was suppressed on the spot, and exploded into starlight that filled the sky, washing down like a waterfall and being absorbed by the 7-colored Bodhi tree. Soon, the tip of another branch came out. The starlight shone, and turned into a green bud. As the starlight between heaven and earth is absorbed and refined, the green buds bear the flowers of stars, slowly blooming. And finally, a great avenue fruit condenses out. It's a star fruit. Around the fruit, clusters of colorful nebulae slowly lingered, incomparably mysterious. This is the great fruit of the great star technique that has been cultivated to the extreme in the Star's Transformation Scripture. The Star Transformation Scripture was originally a star body training technique. As long as the infinite starlight from the sky is introduced into the body, the millions of apertures of the physical body are opened, and the small universe of the physical body is condensed into a small universe of heaven and earth, and transformed into a world of caves and heavens. From then on, one can unite heaven and man, have boundless magical power, live as long as a star, and become an almost immortal existence. At this moment, this method has also condensed the fruit of the Great Avenue. Hadao vows to be 2 out of 10,000. The avenue fruit of the Great Wish technique shook gently again. In the dark, in the void, mysterious power surged out and blessed. Almost at the same time, the Tao fruit of the Great Star technique shook for a while, and a vast and turbulent galaxy of stars seemed to wash out from the source of the cosmic explosion. It slammed into the shadow of the Demon Crossing Tower, and the entire Demon Crossing Tower was phantomed. The shadows are soaked in and turned into a giant tower of stars. Boom! 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 With the blessing of the Great Wish technique and the Great Star technique, the phantom of the Demon Crossing Tower exerted great power and suppressed it one after another, ruthlessly destroying the 3 true dragons of the Great Law. The real dragons of the 3 great laws exploded on the spot and turned into the power of countless laws, which were absorbed by the colorful Bodhi tree. A snap of the fingers. 3 great fruits condensed on the wonderful Bodhi tree. These 3 fruits of the Great Tao are each a ball of colorful poisonous gas. Unpredictable. One is half green and half yellow. The green and yellow flow uncertainly, and the black and white Hun Yuan Yin and Yang rotate to evolve the heavens. It's the Great Poison Technique, Great Kiran Technique, Great Onmyoji. These 3 great avenues that have been cultivated for many years have finally been cultivated to perfection. The Great Wish Technique, the Great Star Technique, the Great Poison Technique, the Great Dry Beauty Technique, the Great Yin Yang Technique. Help me to suppress the devouring Tao True Dragon. Success or failure depends on this. Without any hesitation, Lu Li jumped into the sky with a loud shout. Buzz buzz. The wonderful Bodhi tree shook violently. The terrifying mana of the 5 Gates Avenue was violently blasted out into the shadow of the Demon Crossing Tower, and it was violently suppressed towards the most ferocious and domineering true dragon of the avenue in the sky. The shape of this true dragon is unpredictable. It may be an ancient giant Kuan that swims in billions of universes, Or it may be a mysterious giant rock that penetrates infinite time and space. Or it may even be a terrifying glutton that devours the world. The sun, the moon, and the 8 wastes of the universe. Its strength extremely powerful. It is Lu Li's strongest path of swallowing. Lu Li didn't dare let it swallow the immortal energy anymore. After a while, I'm afraid I won't be able to conquer it anymore. Ouch! Seeing the demon suppressing tower suppressing it fiercely. The true dragon devouring the great law burst out with terrifying violence and ferocity. It swallowed 1/3 of Yunning Xian's fairy energy in one gulp. The shadow gnawed hard, trying to swallow up the phantom of the demon crossing tower, and the colorful Bodhi tree transformed by the spirit of the land carp together, under the huge mouth of this great dragon that devours the world. The demon crossing tower and the Bodhi tree are as small as grass and trees in the strong wind, and are not worth mentioning. Jin K, take action! At the critical moment, Lu Li's thoughts came out. Hee. I've been waiting for a long time. I'll stab you 7 inches. I'll stab your eyeballs. I'll stab your Tianling guy. I'll stab you in the gut. The golden palace flashed, and a sword light filled the sky, soaring into the sky and stabbing hard at the devouring avenue. Phew! Only a muffled sound like air leakage was heard. Woo! The real dragon that swallowed the great law let out an extremely painful roar, and roared to the sky. Kill him while he's sick. The phantom of the demon crossing tower rotated and grew larger, under the support of thousands of phantoms of Buddhas and immortals at the bottom. It hit the devouring avenue hard. There was a shocking bang. The devouring avenue true dragon exploded into black light that filled the sky on the spot. Refining everything! Condensing the fruits of the great avenue! Lu Li shouted loudly. And in the sky, big hands of stars, big poisonous hands, big hands of yin and yang, fiercely grabbed and photographed them. Capture all the fragments of devouring avenue law. The next moment, like a giant dragon drawing water, these fragments of the great law were absorbed by the colorful Bodhi tree and directly refined. A fruit of pure darkness condensed at the tip of the Bodhi tree. Ha ha ha! The swallowing avenue has been completed. All kinds of avenues are nothing to be afraid of. They are all swallowed up, integrated into my body, and turned into the fruits of the avenue. Lu Li let out a hearty laugh. As the laughter soared into the sky, the colorful tree grew rapidly, growing countless leaves and vines, entangling all the true dragons of the great law in the 9 heavens. Boom! Bang bang! Bang bang bang! One by one, the true dragons of the great way and laws burst like a dream, turning into pure and incomparable power of law and blending into the Bodhi tree. Fruits condensed one after another. Thunder fruit, sun golden crow fruit, the fruit of reincarnation, the fruit of life and death. In an instant, the fruits of the great path condensed on the Bodhi tree, hanging on the Bodhi tree like fruits hanging from branches. Lu Li's aura also rose rapidly at this moment. Fit. The middle stage of integration. Late stage of integration. The pinnacle of integration. Then, in one fell swoop, you can directly overcome the tribulation. At this moment, the huge mountain gate of Xuanyun Immortal Palace was filled with deathly silence. The immortal Jade City in the 9 heavens also fell into a strange silence. Everyone, whether Tei Shinshan, Palace Master Yu and others, or the true immortal elders and disciples of the 9 immortal sects, were stunned at this moment, and lost their minds and lost their voices. Only in the depths of the immortal palace, the sound of the phantom of the gate to the immortal realm spouting vast immortal energy resounded throughout the 9 heavens and 10 places. These extremely pure immortal energies poured down and gathered into a Milky Way, watering the thriving colorful giant tree. On top of the giant tree, a number of great fruits swayed gently along with the branches and leaves, exuding majestic vitality and mana, under the bright light of the sun and moon. This colorful giant tree growing in Yunmengzhe is like a world tree from the ancient mythical era, independent between heaven and earth. Everyone was in disbelief and watched silently. The fruit of the avenue. 10,000. A dull success, overcoming the tribulation in an instant. And this giant colorful tree is still absorbing the immortal energy from the gate of the fairy world, growing vigorously, and its aura is rising steadily. The middle stage of the tribulation. The late stage of the tribulation. The peak of tribulation. Boom! A thunderous explosion broke the eerie silence between heaven and earth. The next moment, everyone came to their senses and roared. How can this be? 10,000 Tao fruits! He actually succeeded in joining the Tao? How is this possible? This is simply unbelievable. Unimaginable. Unimaginable.
Oh my god! Madam, stop staying in seclusion and come out to see the gods. 10,000 Dao. This man's magic power is 10,000 times stronger than others. Under the true immortal, no one can beat him. Who is this man? TSK. 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 If this person doesn't die, I'm afraid he will become a golden immortal in the future. No. Maybe it's Daluo Jingxian. Who is it? Who is it? Such a peerless talent. Our Hunyuan Yin and Yang sect will take him into our fold no matter what. If this person dares to come to our Holy Spear sect, I can give him the skull of the founder of our Holy Spear sect to play with. Who said just now that you need to bring people water to wash their feet?
The old man in green looked extremely shocked. His eyes were as big as copper bells. Staring at the colorful giant tree on Yumingze, he murmured, but really no words came out. Beside him, the girl in white also had a stiff face. Dumbfounded. How old was she? 1024. How much is this mysterious man in front of me? A full 10,000.
10,000 avenues.
The girl in white squeezed out 2 words from her throat with great difficulty. She looked like a rusty puppet, her neck turning like a rattling sound. And she looked at Tei Shinshin in front of her. Tei Shinshin's whole body was shining with golden light, and his eyes were staring straight at the Bodhi tree. The mana surges. Obviously, there are hundreds of millions of turbulent waves in my heart.
10,000 avenues. 10,000 avenues. If nothing else, this person is the legendary Daluo Golden Immortal Seed.
Tei Shinshin looked shocked and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. Daluo Jingxian seeds. These 6 fluttering words spread throughout the entire Xuanyun Immortal Palace. In an instant, everyone came to life. They couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, and the sound of shock and silence resounded throughout the world again.
The seed of Daluo Jingxian? Is that fellow Taoist Lu the seed of Daluo Jingxian?
In the Xuanyun Hall, Zhong Shitong looked at Li Xing next to him in disbelief.
Junior brother, please slap you and see if it's true.
Snapped. Ji Xing slapped his thigh, cracking it open. And then, he completely came back to his senses. His eyes were so shocked that he stared out of his eyes.
Daluo Jingxian seed. That's right. It's Daluo Jingxian seed. We just invited fellow Taoist Lu back here. It's the Daluo Golden Immortal Seed. No wonder he can obtain the immortal King Lu Guan's inheritance.
The 2 of them were overwhelmed with emotion. Who would have thought that the land carp picked up randomly turned out to be the seeds of Daluo Jingxian? It is a rare Daluo Jingxian seed. Moreover, it also incorporates 10,000 avenues. That's 10,000 avenues. To practice immortal arts, one needs to comprehend the great principles of heaven and earth. The more great principles a magic art is composed of, the more powerful it is. For example, the Taiyin Burial Moon immortal art just now requires the comprehension of 369 great principles. If you don't understand the Tao well enough, you can't practice immortal arts at all. Now, Lu Li has merged with 10,000 Tao, which means that he can directly practice and comprehend most of the immortal arts in the immortal world. How amazing this is! The future is bright. Palace Master Yu's expression was also extremely complicated. Apart from being shocked, I was even more delighted. Fortunately, she expressed her kindness to Lu Li. Fortunately, Xuanyun Immortal Palace lent Yumeng Immortal Zhe to help Lu Li break through the Hadao. Fortunately, Lu Li owed Xuanyun Immortal Palace a favor. So far so good. Snort! At this moment, a sour cold snort sounded, interrupting everyone's shock.
Although he has integrated 10,000 avenues, can he survive the thunder and punishment of the immortal world and become a true immortal by integrating so many avenues? Moreover, all the Daluo Jingxian seeds have a vision of ascending to the immortal ladder. This disciple of Xuanyun Immortal Palace has strength and luck. But it's a pity that it's still a bit short.
He is an old man in green from the Taiqing sect. After hearing this, everyone came back to their senses. Yes, the law of fusing 10,000 avenues is strong. But the more avenues merged, the stronger the thunder punishment in the immortal world will be when breaking through the tribulation and ascending to immortality in the future. 10,000 great laws. It is simply unimaginable how terrifying the thunder punishment in the immortal world will be. I'm afraid it will be comparable to the thunder punishment of the gods. More importantly, the vision of Daluo Jingxian seed and the ladder to immortality did not appear. This means that this person is likely to have died before he has reached the level of Daluo Jingxian. Regret? Everyone instantly felt a deep sense of regret. If this person really cultivates to the level of Daluo Jingxian, The immortal world will have a powerful fighting force, which is no different from the sweet rain in the desert to the current immortal world. Pity. At this moment, above the 9 heavens, thunderclouds condensed into a sea of thousands of miles of thunder, in which electric snakes dance wildly, exuding an extremely terrifying aura of destruction. Faintly, I seem to see Thunder Taoist Lord, Lightning Duke and Thunder Mother, and other gods roaring angrily. The world in all directions seems to be shrouded in this thunder, and all things are about to perish. Everyone felt numb all over and fearful in their souls. Thunder punishment. That person is about to survive the thunder tribulation during the breakthrough and tribulation. If you survive this thunder tribulation and then go one step further and survive the thunder punishment in the immortal world, you can ascend to immortality. However, the power of this thunder punishment.
No! How come the power of this thunder punishment is already comparable to the thunder punishment in the fairy world when someone ascends to become an immortal? The power of this law can destroy the heaven and earth. Ordinary people can't resist it. Even the peak of a true immortal can't resist it.
Palace Master Yu's expression changed. I was also panicking in my heart. Will Luli die under this terrifying thunder punishment?
It's too scary. If I go up to this thunder punishment, I guess I'll be electrocuted until it's medium rare, fragrant on the outside and tender on the inside. Let's set up a grave on the spot.
A true immortal from Xuanyun Immortal Palace said with a horrified face.
With this kind of thunder punishment, even the true immortals will be wiped out in ashes. Alas, 10,000 avenues are too heaven-defying after all. Heaven will not allow such a monster to grow up.
Another true immortal elder said with fear and regret.
Yes, 10,000 Dao, the perfect seed of Deluo Jingxian. But how could the way of heaven allow him to survive?
Palace Master Yu was silent. Zhong Shitong and Yin Xing looked at each other with ugly expressions on their faces. Who would have thought that fellow Taoist Lu was so defiant that he would make the heavens jealous, and would send down such a terrifying thunder punishment, destroying him to ashes on the spot? The power of this kind of thunder punishment may have reached the power of the real immortal when he broke through the heavenly immortal. Fellow Taoist Lu, there will be no life for 10 deaths, unless that golden immortal supreme god takes action.
Pity.
On the immortal Jade City, Tei Shinshin shook his head and sighed. He won't save anyone. Although he might get a favor from a Deluo Jingxian seed by rescuing people, he would also suffer huge consequences. In the future, the difficulty of breaking through the great Luo Jingxian will definitely increase 10 to 100 times. Seeing that the thunderbolt was pressing hard, it was about to split the colorful Bodhi tree into flying ash. At this moment, the 99 Dao fruits on the colorful Bodhi tree suddenly shook, almost in the air. At the same time, a divine light erupted, soared into the sky, and merged into a 9-foot-long thunder sword in midair. This is a mysterious long sword that is half black and half white, lingering with the power of thunder. On the sword body, various Taoist talismans appeared in turn, fragmented, condensed, and merged, exuding a mysterious aura.
Magic! He actually comprehended an immortal technique? The supreme magic of 99 gates and 3,000 avenues combined into one? How can this be?
Everyone was shocked again. Before anyone could react, the thunder sword rose into the sky and struck out gently towards the endless, universe-destroying thunderstorm. This sword is as gentle as the spring breeze shearing the rain. This sword was as weak as falling leaves in the falling snow. This sword is as slow as the gurgling water. The sword's optical fiber was thin and pure white, as soft as hair, and slowly floated towards the 9 heavens' destruction thunder. In front of all kinds of terrifying thunder gods, he was extremely vulnerable. However, the sword light stood in the 9 heavens' thunder punishment, and with a bang, the thunderstorm that covered the sky was like an exploding pomegranate fruit, smashing into thunder that filled the sky. All the avenues of thunder and destruction were cut off on the spot. All the condensed thunder spirits were split into 2 on the spot. Only the pure white sword light in the center shines with a faint electric light. The whole place fell into dead silence again. He could only watch helplessly as the colorful Bodhi tree rose into the sky and swallowed up the power of the thunder law all over the sky. The sky was clear again for 9 days. Boom! A ray of blue fairy light rushed out from the Bodhi tree, breaking through the sky and penetrating billions of time and space. Deep in the void, there seems to be a cosmic explosion. A ball of innate purple energy that was as bright as the sun, mixed with countless laws of the great avenues, the vitality of the laws of the heavens, and the divine light of the immortal path, rolled out, descended suddenly, and manifested into a giant bronze door. A giant bronze gate hundreds of millions of feet tall. Mysterious, ancient, mysterious, and majestic. It suppresses the long river of time and the 8 desolate spaces. Above the huge gate, the avenue is like a dragon. The sun, moon and stars are entwined, and the immortal seals are flying all over the sky, explaining the mystery of eternal life between heaven and earth. It's the phantom of the gate to the fairy world. What is astonishing is that the phantom of the immortal realm gate is almost solid, and its aura is so powerful that it makes it difficult for the golden immortal Tai Shatian present to breathe. Boom! The door to the fairy world opened, and immeasurable fairy energy washed out, like a river of stars bursting its banks, pouring water on the colorful Bodhi tree in an instant. This is Lu Li's reward for crossing the thunder tribulation. The colorful Bodhi tree greedily absorbs it. In the blink of an eye, the colorful Bodhi tree, which had absorbed the vitality of the fairy world, became more lively, and each leaf began to grow. Each leaf, layer upon layer of space, began to condense various laws, and even creatures began to be born in it. In hundreds or thousands of years, maybe it will really become a cave world. It's like a real world tree. The branches, leaves, and fruits actually stretched into infinite time and space, and began to absorb the vitality of the heavens, replenishing one's own body, so that the strength is still soaring. After all, there is still no vision of climbing the ladder to immortality. It's a pity. Witnessing this scene, Tai Shinshin shook his head with regret. The old man in green and the girl in white behind him secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It's all over. The 3 of them prepared to enter the fairy Jade City and leave this place. However, just as they were about to leave, a click, an extremely soft sound, suddenly sounded between heaven and earth. This is the sound of space shattering. The 3 of them all looked back. In the shattered void, at some point, gold and silver immortal seals were flying. The expressions of the 3 people changed drastically. Similarly, when they saw these golden and silver immortal seals flying in the sky, Palace Master Yu, Long Xian Zun, Taoist Baihe, and all the true immortals opened their eyes wide and flew into the sky in unison. His face became extremely shocked and excited. Under everyone's gaze, these golden and silver immortal seals were flying like butterflies and sparrows. Finally, they were connected together to form a staircase. Click, click, click. Another layer of time and space shattered. Then, in the void, the gold and silver immortal seals condensed into the second level of the ladder. Next comes level 3. Level 4. Level 999 appears all the time. The golden and silver fairy seal stairs went up step by step. And at the end, a magnificent fairy gate as white as jade slowly emerged. This time, the 5 golden immortal seals engraved on the magnificent gate are clearly visible. The South Gate of Heaven. Boom! At this moment, all the immortals were shocked. Stairway to immortality! This is the ladder to heaven! The ladder to immortality actually appeared. He is the seed of Daluo Golden Immortal. Ha ha ha. Another Daluo Golden Immortal is going to appear in our heaven. Daluo Jingxian. I was able to see the birth of Daluo Jingxian seeds today. This life is not in vain. What a Xinyan Immortal Palace. It actually hides the seed of a Daluo Jin Immortal with such unparalleled qualifications. He is worthy of being a first-class immortal sect back then. He still has some background and luck. Ha ha ha. Congratulations to Palace Master Yu. Congratulations. Congratulations. I didn't bring anything good this time. I only have one fairy weapon, which I will give to Palace Master Yu as a meeting gift. I also have a treasure, but it would be a waste to leave it alone. Today I am lucky enough to be able to see the birth of the Daluo Jingxian seed, so I will give it to Palace Master Yu as my repayment. I have it too. I have it too. Suddenly, Palace Master Yu became the central figure in the compliments and congratulations of the 9 immortal sects. The 3 people from Taichin sect were left alone. Daluo Jingxian seed. The old man in green clothes looked at the ladder to immortality in the sky in shock. His mood at this moment was extremely complicated, but in the end, there was only fear left. That is the Daluo Jingxian seed. As long as he does not perish, he will definitely become the great Luo Jingxian. Even if the heavenly court is rebuilt, he is still a tyrannical figure treated politely by the Taichin sect. He is an immortal and cannot afford to offend him. On the other side, the girl in white was full of envy, without any trace of arrogance. What a great Daluo Jingxian seed. Tai Shitian took a deep breath and his eyes became sharp. Forget it. There are such people in the Xinyan Immortal Palace, and they are also qualified to participate in the future Demon Slaying Immortal Association.
After saying that, he waved his big hand and threw out a talisman, which landed in front of Palace Master Yu. On the talisman, there is a fairy in green printed on her. She is incomparably beautiful, yet cold and indestructible. She is a being with a terrifying aura. It's a deity, Tianzuan, also known as Daluo Jingxian. Palace Master Yu, with the Tianzuan talisman, come to the Taiching Sect's demon-slaying immortal association in a month, and prepare to deal with that demon lord together. After Tai Shinshin finished speaking, his entire body rose into the sky along with the immortal Jade City and disappeared completely. Demon-slaying immortal society? Deal with the demon lord? Palace Master Yu was stunned, but took the talisman and put it away. He said with a smile, "Everyone, please enter the Shuyan Hall and drink a few sips of fairy tea." Good. Of course, all the immortal sect masters agreed. They all wanted to see the heaven-defying existence of the great Luo Jingxian seed. At this time, deep in Yumingzhe, Lu Li slowly opened his eyes. Stairway to Immortality? Daluo Jingxian seeds? The great immortal technique of the 10,000 immortal sacrifice? The supreme immortal technique specially left by immortal King Luguan? Lu Li looked a little surprised. Just now, he opened the door to the immortal world, absorbed the immeasurable vitality of the immortal world, and also obtained a supreme immortal technique left by immortal King Luguan. The great immortal technique of the 10,000 immortal sacrifice. This is an immortal art that can only be understood by practicing the Sutra of Ascension and Ascension. It is guided by the immortals. The avenue of curse. The avenue of sacrifice. The avenue of destruction. The avenue of stars. The avenue of soul. The avenue of sky. The avenue of cave, and so on. 360 The supreme magic created by the fusion of the gates and avenues. Once activated, the boundless mana turns into an immortal, sacrifices on the spot, and turns into a 9-day immortal energy of pure energy that penetrates everything. Sacred sacrifice of all immortals. All gods and demons will be destroyed. Real immortals can destroy heavenly immortals. The heavenly immortal can destroy the golden immortal. The golden immortal can severely injure the Daluo golden immortal. Okay. With this immortal technique, I, who is at the peak of transcending tribulations, can say a few words in front of the immortals. Lu Li's eyes were full of energy. Although he is at the peak of transcending tribulation, his magic power is already comparable to the peak of a true immortal. The reason why he didn't go all out to become an immortal was because he didn't know what the taboos were about ascending to become an immortal, and he had to be fully prepared just in case. However, reaching the peak of transcending tribulation is enough. More importantly, Lu Li discovered a cultivation method that was most suitable for him, and was more powerful and terrifying than the great immortal technique of the 10,000 immortal sacrifice. Once this method is successful, it will be easy to become a true immortal in 10 years, a heavenly immortal in 100 years, and a golden immortal in 1,000 years. Boom! As soon as Lu Li thought about it, the colorful Bodhi tree transformed by the soul grew bigger again, shattering an unknown amount of time and space. The branches and leaves fell off and flew out, passing through the shadow of the Demon Crossing Tower, and actually scattered on every floor of the Demon Crossing Tower. The heaven and earth turned into pieces of golden stone tablets. On the stone tablet, mysterious words emerged one by one. Do you want your skills to evolve? Do you want to practice the supreme technique? Chapter 538 The Chi of the Origin. Just now, Lu Li summoned the fragments of the Demon Crossing Tower to suppress the laws of the Great Avenue. Unexpectedly, he entered the real Demon Crossing Tower and understood some of the changes in space. At this time, the fragments of his soul turned into stone tablets and scattered in this small world on each floor of the Demon Crossing Tower. The purpose is also very simple. Collect your willpower. Do you want your skills to evolve? Do you want to practice the supreme technique? This is the bait thrown by a land carp. As long as others give a little of his incense and willpower, Lu Li can help them directly evolve the technique. If others are willing to directly worship him as their teacher and devote their pure incense and willpower, he can directly give them the supreme technique. It can even be taught directly, so that people can learn it instantly. In this way, everyone can practice. His name, should be his Dharma title. The Buddha who is free in the world and has immeasurable skills will be praised by all the heavens. The power of incense and fire is so majestic and vast that it is simply unimaginable. When the time comes, you will become a true immortal in 10 years, and become a heavenly immortal in 100 years. It takes 1,000 years to become a golden immortal. If this continues, in less than 10,000 years,
he will be able to cultivate to the legendary Dalyu a golden immortal realm of immortality and immortality. This was the wild path of cultivation that Lu Li had come up with that was most suitable for him. Moreover, a few fusions of all the heavenly skills can complete his path to the Bodhi tree. If he takes that step in the future, he might be promoted to the immortal king.
Receive.
Thinking of this, Lu Li had a thought, and the Bodhi tree turned into a little spiritual light and entered his body. The visions in the heavens disappeared. Between heaven and earth there is only the fairy air of Yunming's curling up and the smoke lingering. But at this time, within Lu Li's body, a colorful Bodhi tree swayed gently, its branches and leaves extending for thousands of time and space, and even entered the depths of the shadow of the gate of the fairy world, constantly absorbing the power of the laws of the great law and the vitality of the heavens, turning it into pure magic power. Strengthen oneself. In the dark, it seems that he can take that step at any time. Become one with the way of heaven. Steal the original power of the legendary immortal world, and become a true immortal.
Friend Lu Dao, congratulations.
A gentle voice sounded, and Palace Master Yu stepped on the auspicious clouds and descended from the sky with a happy face.
Fellow Taoist has been promoted to transcend the tribulation. He has 10,000 combined Taoist powers and has boundless magic power. He has also summoned the ladder to ascend to immortality. He will surely become a Dalyu, a golden immortal in the future. I am very happy and congratulated. Congratulations. It was just a fluke.
Lu Li stepped forward and bowed gently to express his thanks.
I have to thank Palace Master Yu. Without the help of Palace Master Yu, who allowed me to refine Yunming's immortal energy law for many years, I am afraid that my breakthrough this time would not have been so smooth.
It is even more impossible to integrate the 10,000 Dao law and successfully break through.
This time I really owed a big favor. Yunming's current immortal energy is estimated to be only 20%. He had taken away 80% of the wealth that Xuanyun Immortal Palace had accumulated over the years. If it had been anyone else, they would have been kicked out long ago, and their entire fortune would have been ruined. Fortunately, he successfully broke through. Otherwise, he would be embarrassed to face Palace Master Yu.
Palace Master Yu, please rest assured. No matter how much Yunming's immortal energy is lost, I will definitely return the same. No, more valuable treasures to Xuanyun Immortal Palace as compensation in the future.
Lu Li said sincerely.
Fellow Taoist Lu is joking. Why should I ask for compensation from you? It's too late for me to thank you.
As Palace Master Yu said, she really bowed and said,
Okay.
As a big gift.
Palace Master Yu, there is no need to salute. You are embarrassing me. What on earth is going on?
Lu Li asked quickly.
Before you retreated, the Babel bell rang. It was the supreme treasure summoned by the heavenly court of the immortal realm to the 36th level of the immortal sect. As soon as I heard the Babel bell ringing, I knew that there was an immortal sect nearby. So I went to look for it. Unexpectedly. But I encountered the first-class immortal sect in the 8th heaven. Taiqing sect. This Taiqing sect has a golden immortal who wants to rebuild the heaven as soon as possible. They want me to wait for these immortal sects to be merged into Taiqing sect, and to hand over the sect's members. Naturally, I refuse to use the fragments of the supreme immortal artifact. Today, the golden immortal from the Taiqing sect came to the door and wanted to use force to force others to do so. I had no choice but to surrender. I didn't expect fellow Taoist Lu to break through right now.
Palace Master Yu spoke eloquently. I see. After Lu Li heard this, he suddenly realized. At the moment of his breakthrough, he sensed an astonishing and terrifying force that directly wiped out Yuning Xian's fairy formation. He originally thought that it was Palace Master Yu who removed it. Unexpectedly, it was the Golden Immortal who took action. That's a golden fairy.
And after?
Lu Li asked again.
Fellow Taoist Lu, you know best what happened afterwards. He integrated the 10,000 great principles and revealed his peerless talent. The heaven and earth were shocked, and the ladder to immortality reappeared in the world, shocking us all. In the end, the Golden Immortal of Taiqing sect left tactfully, and did not embarrass my Xuanyun Immortal Palace.
Palace Master Yu had a hint of gratitude in her eyes. I really have to thank Lu Li. Otherwise the reputation of Xuanyun Immortal Palace and the fragment of the supreme immortal artifact would not be preserved at all. If you really want to make a calculation, Lu Li is not considered a member of Xuanyun Immortal Palace. The Taiqing sect can still forcibly annex the Xuanyun Immortal Palace. However, for the sake of Dalyu Jingxian seed, Tei Shinshan did not do this. It can be said that Lu Li is the reborn parent of Xuanyun Immortal Palace.
This time, under the protection of fellow Taoist Lu, Xuanyun Immortal Palace was able to preserve the sect and the fragments of the Supreme Immortal Artifact. This great kindness will be remembered by everyone in Xuanyun Immortal Palace and will never be forgotten. If fellow Taoist Lu has any instructions in the future, Immortal Xuanyun, everyone in the palace will definitely agree to go through fire and water. Even if they die?
Palace Master Yu looked extremely solemn and bowed deeply.
Palace Master Yu, please rise. That's very polite.
Lu Li quickly stretched out his hand to help him up and said with a smile.
Master Yu's words are serious. My breakthrough this time consumed 80% of Yunmeng Xianzi's immortal energy. In the future, the disciples of Xuanyun Immortal Palace will not have enough immortal energy for breakthroughs. How dare you give any instructions? Without Yunmeng's immortal energy, I wouldn't have been able to successfully break through. I should owe you a great debt of gratitude to Xuanyun Immortal Palace. How about this? Fellow Taoist Lu. In the future, you and I will pay back the favors you owe me and the favors I owe you.
Palace Master Yu smiled slightly. Ha, that's fine.
Lu Li readily agreed on the spot.
Fellow Taoist Lu, you have successfully broken through, and your cultivation has reached the peak of transcending tribulation. What are your plans in the future?
Palace Master Yu asked tentatively.
I am ready to work hard to break through again and step into the realm of true immortals.
Lu Li thought for a while and confessed. This time, the world has changed dramatically. The entire demon crossing tower has become very dangerous. There are fragments of the heavens and the world everywhere. And a demon world, demon god, demon world, and demon fairy will appear at any time. Without strength, it is difficult to move forward. Therefore, we still have to break through to the realm of true immortals first, with his cultivation as a true immortal. Plus the two great immortal arts, the great immortal technique of thunder destruction and immortal slaying, and the great immortal technique of 10,000 immortal sacrifice. He has the confidence to compete with the celestial immortals. It should be safer to walk in the demon crossing tower at this time and find the leader of the Tao Alliance.
Can you become a true immortal?
Palace Master Yu's eyes lit up.
Friend Lu, why don't you continue to stay in our Xuanyun Immortal Palace? Fellow Taoist, you have 10,000 combined powers, and your magic power is boundless. However, the thunder and punishment coming from the immortal world in the future will also be very terrifying. It's better for you to stay in Xuanyun Immortal Palace.
Yunxian Palace has stabilized its cultivation for the time being and made various preparations before breaking through to the true immortal. Moreover, the Taiching Sect is preparing to summon all the immortal sects on this level of the Demon Crossing Tower to hold a demon-slaying immortal conference to deal with which demon god and demon lord. The outside world should be unstable at this time. Just because I have this plan, I need to bother the Palace Master more.
Lu Li was not polite and agreed directly.
Good.
Palace Master Yu's face immediately showed a look of joy.
Friend Lu Dao, don't worry. Our Xuanyun Immortal Palace still has some foundations. Later, we will tell the various records of the disciples who have broken through the true immortals, as well as the inheritance of the great Luo Jingxian Patriarch, and so on. All the taboos and tips are sent to fellow Taoist Lu. Good. Thank you, Palace Master Yu.
Naturally, Lu Li didn't care about taking advantage of it, so he asked directly.
In addition, I want to be cheeky and take a look at some of your sect's spiritual skills.
Is that okay? This request is a bit excessive. Unexpectedly, Palace Master Yu agreed unexpectedly quickly.
Of course. Fellow Taoist Lu wants to see it. I will send someone to deliver a copy. Ah? Thank you so much. Palace Master Yu.
Lu Li, thanks again.
Fellow Taoist, you're welcome.
Palace Master Yu waved her hand with a smile.
By the way, at this time, several Immortal Sect Masters have asked me to give you some treasures to congratulate you on your successful breakthrough. They also want to see the true appearance of fellow Taoist Lu and make some friends. No. Do you know if fellow Taoist Lu has time?
While speaking, she gently flicked her hand. More than a dozen groups of shining objects appeared in front of Lu Li. They are all pure fairy treasures.
Lu Li. Collect it. Collect it all. These are all good things. After I eat them, I will definitely transform into a real fairy weapon. And I will lead you to kill indiscriminately.
In his soul, Jink's excited voice immediately rang out. This little guy helped Lu Li a lot when he broke through. And he also received huge benefits. I don't know how many laws of the immortal world's Vitality Avenue. And now he has turned into a ball of golden sword pills, spinning around, exuding an astonishing aura at the level of a true immortal. When it breaks through, it may really become a blockbuster. Lu Li ignored it, thought about it, and refused.
I will not accept these treasures. Master, you would like to thank you all the Immortal Sect Masters for your kindness. Moreover, I also need to consolidate my cultivation, so I can't communicate with you for the time being. I hope they won't be offended if they lose etiquette when they meet.
Now he is the seed of Daluo Jingxian. It will definitely attract countless covetous people. Simply,
don't see any outsiders. Only see the only one you can trust. Palace Master Yu. This can avoid a lot of unnecessary dangers and troubles. Everything will be fine, just waiting for him to break through to the true immortal.
That's fine. Fellow Taoist Lu, please rest assured to practice and consolidate your cultivation. I will explain it to all the Immortal Sect Masters.
Palace Master Yu paused for a moment after saying this, and a strange color flashed in his eyes, as if he had made some determination.
Fellow Taoist Lu, if you really want to break through to true immortality quickly, I can help you again. Oh, how can you be so embarrassed? Palace Master Yu has already helped me enough.
Lu Li shook his head.
Fellow Taoist Lu, listen to me. You have 10,000 combined powers, and your magic power is too strong. The thunder punishment in the fairy world will be extremely powerful. I'm afraid I can't resist it with ordinary methods. However, I have a treasure here. If you absorb it and refine it, the chance of surviving the thunder punishment in the fairy world can be increased by 30%.
Palace Master Yu said solemnly.
30%?
Lu Li couldn't help being slightly surprised when he heard this.
That's right.
Palace Master Yu raised her white jade hand. A faint spiritual light flickered in her palm, and a group of colorful auspicious clouds emerged, exuding an extremely mysterious aura.
This is...
Lu Li raised his eyebrows, as if he had guessed something.
This is the mysterious embryo transformation immortal cloud. The fragments of the 36 supreme immortal weapons. It contains the supreme mysterious energy of the ancient immortal world. It is the energy of the beginning. This energy can make people reborn and transform mortals into immortals. It is the unparalleled energy in the immortal world. One of the superior primordial energies. The Tai Ching sect wants the Xian Fei to transform into the immortal cloud, for the Yuanshi Qi in it. Unfortunately, what I have in my hand is just a fragment, and it doesn't contain much Yuanshi Qi.
Palace Master Yu sighed softly. Chapter 539, Those Who Praise My True Name. At this moment, Lu Li doubted whether he had saved Palace Master Yu's life in his previous life. Yuanshi Qi is obviously a good thing. At least it is the Wushang immortal Qi that only beings like Daluo Jingxian can come into contact with, because there are only 36 supreme immortal weapons. Each piece is a supreme treasure of the immortal world. This kind of thing. Palace Master Yu actually gave it to him for use. It was as unbelievable as if the blind date, a beautiful fairy, didn't want a gift but paid a dowry of 3 million. And by the way, a sister-in-law filled in the house. Lu Li was also shocked for a moment.
Palace Master Yu, I can't afford this kind of treasure. Besides, you won't get any reward for your merits, so you should keep it.
Lu Li thought about it carefully and said in denial.
Friend Lu, please listen to me.
Palace Master Yu solemnly said.
The Tai Ching sect wants to rebuild the Heavenly Palace, no matter what selfish motives it may have. It must convince the public. Rewards and punishments are clear. Therefore, he will definitely give some benefits to allow us immortal sects to serve as the Tai Ching sect. Efficacy. If nothing unexpected happens, at the demon-slaying immortal meeting in 1 month, the Tai Ching sect will use the matter of the demon lord to propose the reconstruction of the heavenly court. Then Tai Ching sect becomes the lord of heaven?
Lu Li raised his eyebrows.
That should be the case. However, among the many immortal sects in the immortal world, some will naturally disagree. I calculated that the Tai Ching sect will take action and lead a group of immortal sects to kill that demon lord, showing its amazing strength.
Palace Master Yu looked solemn. After listening, Lu Li nodded. The Tai Ching sect relies on the demon lord to establish its power, and 100 people should be the leader of the alliance at one call. This should be such a routine. But what does this have to do with him? At this time, Palace Master Yu said again.
It is absolutely impossible for the Tai Ching sect to kill that demon lord by itself. After all, that demon lord also has a bunch of terrifying demon gods. The Tai Ching sect should want to the rundown little immortal sects, will deal with those demon god subordinates. When we succeed,
the Tai Ching sect will distribute rewards based on our merits. Palace Master Yu means?
Lu Li guessed something.
That's right. I want to ask fellow Taoist Lu for help.
Palace Master Yu smiled bitterly.
Although our Xuanyun Immortal Palace still has some foundation, the strength of the elder disciples in this sect is worrying. Although I am a peak true immortal, I am still weak in a fight. It's really possible that he's not a match for the devil.
Lu Li was silent for a moment after hearing this, and couldn't help but curiously ask.
Then again, Xuanyun Immortal Palace is also a first-class immortal sect in the ancient heaven. Right? How can it be so bad? Because all those who could fight fell in the war that year. Moreover, our Xuanyun Immortal Palace is famous for its fairy music. Whenever there are any grand events in heaven, we, Xuanyun Immortal Palace, are responsible for playing the fairy music.
Palace Master Yu's face turned slightly red. I see. Lu Li suddenly realized that it was no wonder that the Tai Ching sect did not take Xuanyun Immortal Palace seriously. It turned out to be an auxiliary immortal sect, specializing in playing and singing.
In this way, fellow Taoist Lu has broken through to the peak of transcending tribulations, with 10,000 combined ways, and has also mastered a supreme immortal technique. His combat power is astonishing. I am afraid that few people in Xuanyun Immortal Palace can compare with fellow Taoist. If fellow Taoist is willing to take action, for I, the Xuanyun Immortal Palace, go out to fight and kill the demon god, I am willing to lend my Xiantai transformation immortal cloud to my Taoist friends. In addition, although the immortal arts within the sect cannot be passed on to others, I, the Xuanyun Immortal Palace, still have a few immortal arts that I can use. Lend it to Taoist friends for viewing.
Palace Master Yu said solemnly. She had no choice but to shamelessly ask Lu Li to take action, because she knew very well the qualifications of the disciples of Xuanyun Immortal Palace. To fight with the devil would be to seek death. The current Xuanyun Immortal Palace is still weak and still needs the protection of the Tai Ching sect. However, if you want the protection of the Tai Ching sect, you have to do your best. The only way is to ask Lu Li, the seed of Daluo Jingxian, who has unprecedented magical power, to take action.
Friend Lu Dao, please rest assured. The Tai Ching sect knows that you are the seed of Daluo Jingxian and will not put you in danger. The Tai Ching sect does not dare to touch the life and death of a Daluo Jingxian seed. At most, the Tai Ching sect will let you deal with some of them. The devil in the realm of true immortals.
Palace Master Yu immediately said again.
This is no problem.
Lu Li pondered for a moment and then agreed. His current strength is not strong, but his escape skills are top-notch. Not only does he have the immortal guiding technique of Luguan Immortal King, but he also has the incense clone. If he really wants to take action, he can just use his avatar to fight. The main body can't move at all.
Thank you, fellow Taoist Lu. I'll leave the Xiantai Waxianyan to you.
Palace Master Yu bowed deeply. The colorful auspicious cloud also floated in front of Lu Li.
Then I'll shamelessly accept it.
Lu Li was no longer polite, stretched out his hand to grab it, and put the colorful auspicious clouds into the crystal of the kingdom of God. At the same time, some of his thoughts went directly into it. The strange thing is that there is no extremely mysterious immortal formation inside the Xiantai immortal cloud, but a ball of pure air that rises and falls. This mass of pure air sometimes turns white, sometimes turns black, slowly rotating like a star, giving people a feeling of the eternal Tao. Lu Li sensed it carefully and immediately realized that this mass of pure air was very ancient and mysterious. Like the gate to fairyland, it also contains a power as terrifying as the gate to the fairy world. Crush all the power that suppresses all. The great avenues of the heavens and the will of heaven and earth are as small as dust ants in front of this ball of pure air. As expected of the supreme immortal weapon, as expected of the primordial qi, this kind of power can only be controlled by beings like Daluo Jingxian and Immortal King. If I can refine this trace of primordial qi, my magic power will probably be so pure and powerful that the point where it can't be attached. Lu Li secretly marveled. At this moment, a ball of golden light flashed next to him, and Jean K's extremely excited voice sounded. Lu Li, this is good stuff. Real good stuff. If you let me swallow 10 or hundreds of these good things, I'm afraid I will become the strongest sword in the world, sweeping everything.
As it spoke, it began to rotate rapidly around the Qi of origin. Just when he wanted to touch the Qi of the origin, he was immediately shot away. It's like seeing something delicious and rushing around in a hurry, but being muzzled by a mouse. You can't eat it.
Friend Lu Dao, you can practice here with peace of mind. I will go and bring the secret book of immortal magic from the Immortal Palace. This Qi of the origin is the Qi of the Supreme Being. It cannot be refined by ordinary means. But the weapon spirit of Xian Fei transforming the immortal cloud will just listen to it to help you refine it.
Palace Master Yu smiled slightly.
Then I'll trouble you. Palace Master and fellow Taoist Qi Ling.
Luli bowed his hands in thanks.
You're welcome.
Palace Master Yu Yinging bowed and flew away with a satisfied smile. Luli didn't waste any time. He flashed his body and appeared in the cave again. He began to sense the spirit of the instrument that communicated with the Xian I transformation immortal cloud. At this moment, he thought and was a little surprised.
Hey! Someone triggered the skill stone tablet I threw so quickly.
The 372nd floor of the Demon Crossing Tower. A certain Xianmenfeng city. A bunch of people gathered around the gate of Fengshi, looking at the golden stone tablet that fell from the sky and made a huge pit of 100 feet. And they were talking about it.
Strange. Where did this stone tablet come from? The magic circle of Xianfang failed to defend it. Didn't Jolie Xianmen say that it is very safe in this city? I almost got my head smashed by this stone tablet just now. No. Refund the money. This stone tablet is not simple. What kind of material is this? It's neither gold nor stone. It's not simple. It actually has a trace of the power of the Great Law. Amitabha. This stone tablet has the mysterious aura of Buddhism. These seal scripts are somewhat mysterious. They are automatically transformed into recognizable words through the induction of spiritual thoughts. Do you want to practice martial arts? Do you want the supreme martial arts? What do you mean? Do you want to practice martial arts? Do you want the supreme martial arts? Could it be that this stone tablet contains the supreme martial arts? Go away! Let me punch it. And then you will know everything.
This is the newly opened market of Jiuli Xianmen. Not long ago, there was a great change in the world, and countless fragments of the world were forcibly moved into the Demon Crossing Tower by the great powers of the Buddhist world and thrown into the same floor. The 372nd floor is very lucky. Jiuli Immortal Gate is an ancient immortal gate, and there is a golden immortal who sits in the gate, and it has survived to this day. After the great change in the world, the Jingxian of Jiuli Immortal Sect immediately took action, sweeping across all directions and gathering many forces at the same time. However, there are still three major forces that failed to conquer, namely the Demon Realm, the Witch Clan, and the Demon God Cave. Finally, a four-legged state appears, although it was impossible to fight. The sudden vastness of the world made Jiuli Xianmen's thoughts immediately active. They built a market where the Demon World, the Witch Clan, and the Demon Gods of the Demon World could all come into trade. It was quite lively for a while. Jiuli Xianmen also made a lot of money. However, just now, a golden stone tablet fell from the sky, instantly causing a commotion throughout the city.
Fellow Taoists, please be patient and let me move this thing away.
Suddenly, a majestic voice echoed through the sky. A big man wearing ferocious battle armor, shirtless and tattooed with a callous head and wings, like a terrifying immortal, descended from the sky. His tyrannical aura immediately suppressed the entire audience. He is the pinnacle expert of the Jiuli Immortal Sect. He floated above the 9 heavens, grabbed it casually, and the big hand of black energy immediately appeared, grabbing hard on the golden stone tablet, exerting the power to catch the stars. Buzz! The golden stone tablet was immediately captured and photographed. However, just when the armored man wanted to take away the golden stone tablet, his expression suddenly changed. He felt a force of heaven and earth blessing the golden stone tablet. It was as heavy as billions of stars, and could not be taken into the physical cave. Among. How can it be? He was shocked. This big hand of black energy is a great immortal technique, which is formed by the fusion of 36 avenues. It is so powerful that it can destroy the heaven and earth. And it is even easier to capture the true immortal. Now I can't even grab a stone tablet. Just thinking about it. The golden stone tablet suddenly emitted a golden light and soared into the sky, echoing the huge golden tablet in the sky made by the great powers of the Buddhist world. Seeing this, the armored man's expression changed again, and he quickly let go. All the fairies and demons in Fang City were also shocked. Could this golden stone tablet be made by those powerful people in the Buddhist world? Next moment, golden light shines on the golden stone tablet, condensing into a phantom of Buddha. There is a circle of Buddha light behind the head of this phantom Buddha, which is so blazing and dazzling that his face cannot be seen at all. He can only be seen sitting cross-legged in midair, holding the mysterious seal and uttering the lotus mantra.
I am the Buddha with immeasurable skills in the world. As long as all the Taoist friends in the world come to my door, I will give all the Taoist friends in the world the supreme skills to survive the disaster. From then on, those who chant my true name will have eternal life and reincarnation.
As soon as these words came out, it immediately caused a commotion.
The Buddha with immeasurable skills in the world? False Buddha. How could there ever be a Buddha like this in our Buddhist world? Bold monster. How dare you pretend to be my Buddha? You will be suppressed by the supreme cause and effect. You will never be reincarnated. Those who chant my true name will gain eternal life in reincarnation. What a big statement. Even the immortal emperor dares not say such a thing. Is this guy not afraid of his own tongue? It's over. It's over. Doesn't this guy know that there is cause and effect? Does he dare to call himself Buddha? Laughing. Even if you call the Lord of Reincarnation Daddy, the Lord of Reincarnation can't make you immortal. What kind of skill in Buddha do you dare to say such arrogant words?
In the entire city, whether they were immortals, demons, witches, or other forces from all over the world, they couldn't help but sneer. In Fong City, inside a fairy palace formation, the old man of Julaman Golden Immortal, who was sitting cross-legged in the center of the formation, slowly opened his eyes, couldn't help but shake his head, and said with a smile,
"This is definitely not the coming of the Buddha from the Buddhist world. The Buddha from the Buddhist world does not lie, nor dare to say him the wild words about
my true name will lead to eternal life,
are probably from the wild fox Zen Buddha."
Next to him, an old man in white with a mysterious and powerful aura smiled and said,
"Don't pay attention to him. He will leave naturally if he is bored."
At this moment, the Buddha's phantom slowly spoke again.
"It doesn't matter if you fellow Taoists in the heavens don't want to join my sect. As long as you give a little incense and aspiration, I will help you improve your skills. Ordinary skills can also evolve into the supreme Taoist skills."
As soon as these words came out, everyone burst into laughter.
"Ha ha! You really know how to brag. Ordinary Kung Fu has evolved into the supreme Dao Kung Fu? Do you really think that the Dao Kung Fu is nothing more than cabbage? TSK. TSK. This Buddha is a bit interesting. He actually wants us to tell him our own cultivation methods and ask him to help us change them. Ha ha ha. Fellow Taoists, do you believe in him, or do you believe that I am the reborn immortal emperor? You might as well believe that I am the Lord of the Buddha realm. Anything dares to come out to deceive us about our skills? I'm afraid this is someone who practices evil."
All the immortals and demons laughed coldly. They have been practicing for so many years, and they have never encountered any monsters, ghosts. Now this guy who claims to be the Buddha with infinite skills in the world actually asks them to tell them about the skills he has practiced? Do you really think that the brains they have cultivated for many years are made of grass?
Pretend to be a god. Improve the skills. When my 10,000 FA immortal sect was still there, I used the supreme immortal artifact Tao Divine Mirror to deduce the skills of the heavens. I didn't dare to help others improve the skills casually. How could you come out of nowhere? The monk dares to say that he has improved his technique and changed it into a Taoist technique. What a lie!
In the crowd, a true immortal boy wearing immortal clothes sneered coldly. What is the Great Dao Kung Fu? In short, it is a technique that directly points to the Great Road. After practicing it, you can merge with the Tao, overcome tribulations, and become an immortal. The supreme skill. What ability does a Buddha with immeasurable skills in this world have? And dares to say that he is more powerful than the supreme immortal weapon? It's obviously a lie.
It's gone. It's gone. Fellow Taoists, this stone tablet has some secrets. The Jioli Immortal Sect, will find a way to move it away. You don't need to pay attention to it.
At this time, the armored man from Jioli Xianen spoke and dispersed the magic. Boom! The golden stone tablet fell down again and fell at the entrance of Fangshi. The Buddha's light dimmed and converged. The phantom of the Buddha also disappeared. Seeing this, the crowd was about to disperse, and everyone went back to their homes to find their mothers.
Hey hey!
Suddenly, a sneer rang out, and a bull-headed demon god walked out of the crowd.
What I hate most is the bald donkey in the Buddhist world. Okay, if you say you can improve your skills, I will give you a try. If you can't do it, then you will definitely be counterattacked by the power of cause and effect, and your cultivation will regress. Let's see how you die.
Chapter 540 Alarming everyone. This is a demon at the level of a true immortal. Red flames erupted from his body, sometimes transforming into a ferocious and terrifying ghost, and sometimes transforming into a terrifying and ferocious demon god. It walked up to the golden stone tablet, stretched out its black-scaled claws as big as a water tank, and slapped it away. Boom! The golden stone tablet trembled suddenly. The Buddha's light shines, and the Buddha's shadow condenses again.
It is said that bodhisattvas are afraid of causes and Buddhas are afraid of consequences. You bald donkey dares to claim to be the Buddha of immeasurable skills in the world. I will see if you dare to taint my cause and effect. Come on! I will give you a little incense and vow power now. How to do it?
The bull-headed demon smiled sadly.
Those who chant my true name 100 times with a sincere mind will generate a little incense and aspiration.
The phantom of the Buddha was covered with golden Buddha light, and a solemn voice came out.
Good.
The bull-headed demon god's 3 blood-colored demon eyes flickered, and he actually agreed on the spot. I saw him closing his 2 demonic pupils and muttering something in his mouth, as if he was constantly chanting the true name of the Buddha of infinite skills in the world. In the dark, a mysterious power radiates from the Buddha's shadow, shrouding the bull-headed demon god. A faint golden Buddha light emerged from the body of the bull-headed demon. Next moment, under the gaze of some immortals who were watching the excitement, the gauze-like golden Buddha light covering the body of the bull-headed demon god flowed, gathered on the top of his head, and condensed into an extremely small golden Buddha lotus. It flew up and finally merged into the phantom of the Buddha. The Buddha's light behind his head disappeared in a halo.
Buddha with countless skills in the world. You have accepted my incense and vows. It's time to help me evolve my skills. If you can't do it, hee.
The bull-headed demon god suddenly opened his 2 demonic eyes and chuckled sinisterly.
Although you are the devil of the devil world, but seeing your sincerity and willingness to offer incense, I will help you and tell you your skills.
Buddha Shuang said calmly.
Good.
The bull-headed demon god blinked his demonic eyes, and a circle of spiritual thoughts appeared on his body. And he was actually teaching a technique to the Buddha in front of him. Everyone looked at it and didn't care. It must be some rubbish technique from the devil world.
The great demonic art of infinite demon transformation?
At this time, Yunming's was deep in the cave. Luli slowly opened his eyes and raised his brows. The bull-headed demon over there actually uploaded a demonic technique, and it was still complete. Although it is not considered to be a top-notch skill, it is still a magic skill that allows demon cultivators to become demon gods and eventually become great free demons. Cultivate to the depths and become a great free demon. Endless. As long as the body does not die, it will not be destroyed. What's even weirder is that this skill has just been introduced, and within the entire Divine Kingdom crystal, there seems to be a demon coming down to steal the soul. It is indeed the strange technique of the devil in the devil world. The bull-headed demon god really didn't have any good intentions. However, with Lu Li and Wan Dao in his body, he was almost the Dao of the heavens. As soon as he thought about it, the spying demon immediately lost his sense.
It's not bad. I have received a secret from the demon god of the demon realm, and with a little practice, I should be able to grow a great Dao fruit on the Bodhi tree.
Lu Li nodded. This is not a bad start. After all, 1 Dao fruit can increase his mana a lot.
The Tao can be Tao, but it is very Tao. And the name can be named, but it is very famous.
Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Li immediately began to recite the Tao Sutra. Almost at the moment when the Taoist scriptures were recited, a familiar voice sounded in the soul.
Congratulations to the host. Your infinite heavenly demon transforms into a free demon soul. Because of listening to the Supreme Tao Sutra, you gain great enlightenment and evolved into the
other transform into a free demon soul skill.
Dot.
The voice fell. A kung fu villain slowly condensed and took shape within Lu Li's Divine Kingdom crystal. It was a ball of terrifying black energy covered with fangs and a grimace. As soon as Lu Li thought, boundless immortal energy washed over him and poured into the body of this little kung fu figure. This magical skill immediately grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, and eventually turned into a terrifying demon god composed of billions of demon souls, exuding an evil aura of killing and devouring.
Why don't you join forces quickly?
Lu Li shouted loudly, and the Buddha's voice was loud. The terrifying demon trembled immediately upon hearing this, and almost collapsed on the spot. Without waiting for Lu Li's instructions, it turned into a black light and flew up, blending into the colorful Bodhi tree like the world tree. With a breathing technique, a black magic flower slowly bloomed from the tip of a branch of the Bodhi tree. If you look closely, you will see that the stamens of the magic flower also produce extremely tiny fruit seeds. Obviously, it won't be long before the talisman of the Great Avenue is condensed, and the fruit of the Great Avenue is formed. Now, the great demonic art of infinite heavenly demon transformation has truly evolved into a supreme magical art that points directly to the Great Road.
Hey! 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 You bald donkey! You accepted my incense and wish power. Why don't you pass on the evolved magic power to me? Isn't it impossible? Or Maybe you are just talking nonsense and defrauding me. Magic power?
A sneer sounded within the Divine Kingdom crystal. It was the bull-headed demon god who was shouting. At the entrance of Fengshi, the Minotaur demon god didn't react when he saw the Buddha's phantom, and kept mocking.
It's true. You bald donkey is just pretending to be a ghost. Look at me destroying your clone.
As it spoke, it opened its mouth wide and spurted out a ball of black magic water, exuding the extremely cold and filthy atmosphere between heaven and earth. This is the natal demonic fire it has cultivated, called Three Eons and Dirty Waters, and it is the most powerful magic weapon that can restrain the Buddha's immortality. Seeing that the magic water was about to spray on the Buddha's body, Buzz. At this moment, the Buddha's clone trembled violently, emitting a circle of golden light that enveloped the body of the bull-headed demon. A piece of supreme magic power was directly transferred into the soul of this bull-headed demon.
What a weird bald donkey in the Buddhist world. I just sued his real name 100 times. But he actually left a mark on my soul and transferred my spiritual thoughts directly. Huh? What is this? His ability to transform into a free demon soul?
The bull-headed demon was startled on the spot, and his three demonic eyes began to rotate. Next moment, its three magic eyes suddenly widened to their maximum size, and its whole body trembled 3 times as if struck by lightning. What's this? He transforms into a free demon soul. It turns out to be a supreme magic skill that points directly to the Great Road. Moreover, it is really improved on the basis of his great demon power of infinite demon transformation. How can this be? How could this really improve its magic power in this short period of time? Could it be that this bald donkey already had this magic skill and improved it a long time ago? Impossible. This magical skill is only known to a few demon gods in his small world. It was passed down by a superior demon god. Could it be that this bald donkey is the devil of the devil world? What is going on? The Minotaur demon god was extremely shocked, and a huge turbulent wave arose.
No! You have to go back and report to the demon god.
The Minotaur demon god suppressed the fear in his heart, turned into a black light, and flew away into the sky. What happened? The demon god's state of mind just now experienced huge fluctuations, and it almost even revealed its true form. In the market, the old Jinxian of Jolly Gate couldn't help but look surprised. He noticed something was wrong.
Come here, before you go to the golden stone tablet. Learn from the bull-headed demon god and try that Buddha with countless skills in the world.
The old man Jinxian thought about it for 30,000 times and immediately spoke to give instructions. The old man in white clothes beside him was slightly stunned.
Friend Jiao Dao, do you think that the Buddha with infinite skills in the world is real? Behind this bull-headed demon, there is a demon at the peak of golden immortality. Don't underestimate it. Be careful and take precautions. You also sense the mood of this bull demon just now. It is obviously something terrible. Look at it rushing away. The way it fell is obviously not an ordinary thing.
The old man Jinxian said solemnly. However, while the two were talking, an old man who had transcended tribulations flew to the golden stone tablet, put his hands together and bowed.
I am a casual cultivator. I would like to offer a little incense and the power of my vows, and ask for the help of the countless Buddhas in the world.
I improve a skill.
Buzz! The Buddha's shadow immediately sensed it, emitted a more dazzling Buddha light, and sent out a thought.
Speak.
Immediately, the old man who had crossed the tribulation began to recite his true name silently. The Buddha's light shone out from his body. Finally, it turned into a Buddha lotus and floated into the halo behind the Buddha's phantom head. As a spiritual thought came out, the old man Dujia handed out a unique family technique and waited quietly on the spot. After a while, the golden light of the Buddha's phantom shines, sending back a supreme Dharma secret. The old man's eyes immediately widened to the extreme, and he let out a voice of great surprise and disbelief.
This is really a supreme skill that directly points to the Great Road. The ordinary skill passed down by my family. It has truly evolved into a supreme skill. I understand.
The words fell. The old man crossing the tribulation actually sat up cross-legged on the spot. The aura all over his body surged like a tidal wave. Along with a thunderous explosion, a powerful aura rose into the sky. This person actually broke through the peak of the tribulation from the late stage of the tribulation, and his aura was perfect. It's just one step away from entering the realm of true immortality.
Ha ha ha. I have made a breakthrough. I have made a breakthrough to the peak of transcending tribulations. I have reached consummation. It is possible to become an immortal. It is possible to become an immortal.
The old man crossing the tribulation laughed heartily and happily, and his laughter spread throughout the city. In an instant, the entire city rioted again.
What? This is impossible. You actually improved your skills, and had someone achieve a breakthrough on the spot? Could it be that the guy who made the breakthrough was entrusted by the Buddha with infinite skills in the world? How can there be so much support? This opportunity for breakthrough is rare. How can there be such a coincidence?
That's right. That bull-headed demon. I'm afraid it really got help from the Kung Fu Buddha and improved its techniques. So it rushed away in a hurry. My Buddha is alive in this world. My Buddha is alive in this world. The Buddha's countless merits and deeds in the world are immeasurable. His merits and virtues are immeasurable. Awesome. Go and invite the patriarch.
At the same time, the golden immortal old man and the white-clothed old man in Fong City looked at each other. Their expressions were extremely shocked, and they almost trembled. The next moment, the two of them shouted in unison.
No! Go and take away the Buddhist monument. It's broken. The devil is coming to steal the Buddhist monument.
At the same time, the same scene appeared on almost every floor of the demon crossing tower.